Football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition and the week of draft recapping here on your official home of America's team. Excited for it. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for joining the draft coverage over the weekend and us to kick off the Monday edition. Bobby, did you get some reset sleep?
Yeah, it was not as much as I typically get because the last few years I sleep till like 1 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday, but no, that didn't happen. Kids woke me up at 10, so I was raring to go, and this one was more exhausting than years past because I talked on day 3. So it was a lot.
Talked or argue with Brian Broaddus?
Both. A lot.
Good.
A lot. There was a lot of arguing this weekend. Brian was feeling sassy.
Do you think there's any chance that DallasCowboys.com was like, okay, there's always something happening with Bobby? I think it's great for us, with our daily radio show when you have more personality and fights can interject. Do you think DallasCowboys.com could look at it like, yeah, maybe we could take a Bobby break?
I did say something to somebody. I was like, I wonder if they are, because the joke was being made all of the first 2 days. Of just like, well, this will be nice. We have Bobby on day 3 for the first time. And so, like, they kept making that joke. But I had said something to somebody on day 3. I was like, I know Chris Beam in the back is just like, we need to swap him out as much as we can. And somebody told me, they're like, no, they've been back there laughing about all that. They're liking it. They enjoy it. They like when y'all go back and forth with each other. So.
And when did you start to crack out?
Day 2, like middle of day 2. By the end of day 3, we're getting near the end of day 3, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, I was literally spent about 5 minutes going through the idea of, like, okay, I need to wake up tomorrow at 7. I got to get my stuff together. I got to do this. And, like, I was like, no, this is day 3. Like, it took me I wasn't thinking of prospects. If I would have thought of that, I would have realized it. But I was legitimately thinking we have one more day to go with this.
Your 2026 Dallas Cowboys draft class is as follows. By the way, Charles Davis, amazing work on NFL Network. Go Vols for Choppy. Will join us at 8 o'clock. I think Zach Wolchuck slept, I'm guessing, by his text response time, a lot more than Bobby.
He tried to get us to go to Katy Trail Ice House after day 3.
Attaboy!
Yeah, he was like, come on, y'all going to come out? I'm going out there. I was like, good luck. I'm not going to be able to leave home.
They always used to go out, like, right after, but that's good. Keeping the wife on lockdown with the 2 children. Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, we already knew that. Jayshon Barham, Michigan linebacker in the 3rd, and then the 4th round pick started flowing. Penn State, offensive tackle Drew Shelton, Florida corner Devin Moore. This is going to be real tricky because it was DLLT. And I was like, okay, did they get a left tackle or did they get a D lineman? Right. They got a D lineman from Alabama, LT Overton, and then with their final pick in the 7th, because no 5th, no 6th, East Carolina wide receiver Anthony Smith. They did make a trade for a linebacker, which we will talk about at 6:40. Player, coach, Cowboy audio throughout the entire show. We like to come in here and steal from Mike Fisher. I know.
The plan, the process, the plan.
Yes. Well, explain that, the plan and the process.
Yeah, it's like, what did they want to? Because you can never grade the player. You can't say today they're better today because you could have 6 busts. You could have 6 Hall of Famers. You have no idea, right? You have no idea. So Fish would always come in and, grade the plan. Grade, they want to go. They go into the draft looking for XYZ, and did they find a way to get XYZ without giving up too much or without getting some of the, and, I mean, I assume they went into the draft wanting to target positions of value, positions on the defense that they needed. They got edge, they got corners, they got tackles, they got wide receivers. I mean, those are all positions of premium importance that they probably targeted because of need, because of weakness, and because of best player available at the time. And I don't think you can look at that and say they did something wrong. I mean, they targeted positions that they valued, also that they needed.
Start taking us through day 2. if you can, with the Michigan linebacker.
That was a long wait. That was a long 60 picks until they got around to them.
How much talk about, did you feel like at any point they were going to move up? Was there a particular player or target, or they were just sitting back?
No, in fact, during Best and Worst, I've got a story about day 2 that's actually funny. We got the Cowboys actively pranked us on day 2, which we'll have to tell you about. But no, it started with, which we'll talk about at 6:40, the D Winners trade, which we saw them being active on the War Room cam early in the day, and we were like, are they moving up? We were just thinking they don't have the capital to go up like that. So we started thinking around and getting the idea of like, okay, maybe that's for a veteran. Maybe this is them trying to figure out a veteran deal. We all had suspected or heard buzz for the last week that they had a contingency plan in place for linebacker. If they didn't end up with Sonny Styles, they were likely going to have some sort of veteran deal in place, and they're going to address some things in the draft. And so we knew heading into that day, watch for linebacker, and that's what they got both times. So they got the trade for Winners, getting the linebacker there pretty early in day 2. And then the
one word I kept seeing written and said about Barham out of Michigan was violence.
So Barham is, and there is if you want to talk about like Timu version or whatever. So I hate using that phrase with this guy because he's a really good player. But, I mean, Will McClay has drawn a comparison to he's like a light version of Arvell Reese. Like, you're talking about a guy who can rush off the edge, can blitz, is a really, really solid linebacker all the way around for Michigan. Basically played edge most of last year because they needed to move some stuff around to get their best 11 on the field. But the 2 years before that, I mean, he played 24 games, I think, at inside linebacker, and he was really, really good there. I think the instincts are good, plays with a lot of power and violence like you were talking about. It's like a baby version of Arvell Reese that you got there.
He was drafted at 92. He was at least 70 on Voch Lombardi's board. Voch joined us on Friday. Here's Coach Schottenheimer on explaining the process that led to Michigan.
Well, no, we were sitting in draft meetings, and Jerry actually was telling me kind of how he has done his process, really the big part of his life. And, like he talked about a little bit last night, if you wake up tomorrow morning, look at that draft board and who will you be disappointed, if they're not on your roster. And so right after we broke that day's session, I went back and was looking at the draft board and made my list of guys. And, fortunately for us, we were able to get a couple of those guys that will have a huge impact for us this year. And Jay Sean was certainly one of those guys. And why? The flexibility, off the ball, on the ball, power, violence that he plays with. And it was a really cool way of doing this process that I've never done. And it helped some good conversations get worked out.
Let's head on over to the 4th round, Bob, with Drew Shelton, Penn State, tackle, Devin Moore, and Overton, Bama, D lineman.
They had, we got a chance to talk to coaches and scouts in the hour leading up to the 3rd round, or day 3 getting started.
Well,
and their director of college scouting, Mitchell Point, had told us, he said, we got 8 3rd-round grades heading into today. So we knew that they still had 8 players that were graded higher than where they were going to be picking.
By the way, just as a draft nerd, not to the extent of you guys, that's the only thing I can use to get excited about and judge. It's one of my favorite things is to hear, I had this guy in the 3rd. Mm-hmm. I had this guy a round higher. I had this guy 2 rounds higher because I'm going out furniture shopping for value. So when I hear I got 8 thirds, this guy was 20 picks better than I thought, the rest of the league evaluated him. That right now, before we get to Oxnard, and by the way, for the first time in a long time, I can't wait for Oxnard. Might have some bosses send us extra early. Yeah, I'm very excited for Oxnard to look at all this. So you start off with that, and you say, I'm guessing he was one of the 3rd rounders.
No, I believe that all 3 of them were part of their 8 3rd-round grades.
Oh,
wow.
At least two of them were. I believe that Overton was as well. So they are very high on all 3 of these guys. Devin Shelton, that's a guy that Connor Riley had worked to recruit years ago to Kansas State, and in fact, he had Drew Shelton had talked about the fact that Riley had mentioned that to him, like, I'm going to finally come get you. I'm going to be able to get you now because I'm going to be here and we're going to be able to draft you. Shelton's very, very athletic. A lot of people in the building over there think he projects as a starter. It's the same sort of question as with Terrence Steele at times, like power. That's the big thing with him. That's kind of why he slipped. But athletic, a lot of Big Ten starting experience, and a guy who a lot of people project out as being a future starter.
What side? Strong side.
No. He can. There's flexibility to do either.
Let's
right
remember
now.
the Titans reference.
Okay.
Hey, I like you didn't fake me right there.
Yeah, because he
almost
no
know
clue.
that's right.
I did not fake you. I came close to. I came close.
He has no clue. Well, that is what faking is. So if you look at Drew Shelton, thank you. Drew Shelton, they were not specific of where they were going to play him. They're very open right now. They're trying not to nail anybody down at offensive line. I think he's left tackle, but a lot of people have projected him to the right side.
Devin Moore, Florida corner, and LT Overton.
Yeah, Devin Moore is a guy. We knew that it was going to be Devin Moore was the pick because, again, you're watching the War Room Cam, and they're 2 picks out, and there were 2 people looking at Shoddy and doing this. They were doing the Gator chomp for him because he went to Florida. And you looked at the board, and you're like, that's got to be Devin Moore. Devin Moore would have gone higher if not for the fact that, and I know this is always a concern, injury history. Injury history can be a concern there. Their medical staff, according to the scouts that we talked to on day 3, their medical staff looked at it and said, it's bad luck. He's fine as a long-term projection. There's not long-term concerns here with some of the soft tissue stuff.
Missed 20 games in the last 4 seasons.
You're talking about a 6'3" corner who is like loose, fluid, fast, has really good instincts. They really, really think that he can be a legit like starting defensive back in the NFL with a little bit of time. But that's somebody who you want to talk about. They said that, talking to him on day 3, they said they think he can play inside at the slot at 6'3". And they think specifically when you've got guys like Devontae Smith who don't look big but like play longer than they actually are, those are the kind of guys in the slot that he would be able to handle.
I also love that we're talking about every single year we come in and then we get to the 5th round picks and the 6th round picks, and Choppy and I are of the same mindset most of the time. Okay, whatever, they're not going to be here. I love that we're sitting here talking about the 2 splashes in round 1 and then 3rd and 4th the rest of the way. Let's just do this every year. Let's just stop the recap at 4.
Yeah.
Don't have to get into the 5th, the 6th, the 7th. We're talking about 3 4th rounders.
Well, LT Overton, he is not going to rush the passer. So understand that right now. But that's not what he's coming here to do. He's coming here to be along the defensive line with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. He is... On tape, he would be near the very top when you're talking about who were the strongest defensive linemen that were on tape this year in terms of just power that he plays with, and he's so good against the run. That's somebody who I think by potentially middle of the season, probably not going to start there because you got to get veterans worked in, but probably by the middle of the season, I think LT Overton could be starting along the defensive line and definitely will be rotational right out of the gate.
And what a great benefit to the draft, the Twitter draft teams, because they all have to usually rely on Dane Brugler and the Beast Book to go into the 5th, the 6th. No, I'm sure every single person in that room, until they got to Anthony Smith, the wide receiver, was like, yeah, I can talk about this player.
There you go. That was the first one that we didn't know was Anthony Smith. I mean, we knew of him, but a lot of people had not watched him. He was an NC State guy, but I finally got a chance to watch him yesterday. I don't know. That did look like a 7th round player to me. I thought he looked really good.
Jerry on Overton and a little comparison.
It was best described by one of our guys. We would love to have Osa, but we couldn't afford Osa. So we got a guy that does a lot of the things he does, a little bit different, that does a lot of things he does for one we could afford. And that gave us what we had wished we could have kept by keeping him and others. Can't have that kind of price player and have the other complementary players we've got to go with him. So I think that best says it all. I, too, had to work through that. And I said, man, we're talking like we were when we had Osa. And I felt good about that, by the way. But this gives the kind of combination of things that they wanted to really be able to give them their options on how they play that interior of the line.
Man, that sounded a lot better than it read. Because when I copied and pasted the quote was, we couldn't afford Osa. We got a guy that got a lot of the things he does for a 4th. And I was like, let's not start taking shots. Let's keep the high road here.
Right.
But that sounded totally fine when Jerry said it versus reading. We got the same guy for Osa, just for a fraction of the cost.
And he absolutely does do a lot of the things that Osa does. Osa is obviously an established player. So, I mean, it remains to be seen if he can do it at the same level. But, I mean, you look up and down that draft class, not one of those players only does one job. Not one of them. They all do multiple things.
The top thing I wrote down in the email, the first word of the email, versatility. All the Charles Davis player profiles, versatile. Versatility. Can do this, can do that. What were the other standout picks? Who is getting the highest praise, the biggest insults for NFL draft weekend? We'll talk about the Cowboys' new veteran linebacker, Stars, Rangers, NBA. We got 2 different ticket giveaways. It's a loaded Monday edition. Y'all are representing already on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. We continue with the best and worst of the entire draft next.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet professionally clean, clean way, green way, Zerez way.
and Cinco de Mayo cravings covered. Happy Cinco de Mayo from Mexican Bar Company. Visit MexBars.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's look at some of the bigger names, where they ended up. Did any of them end up in the NFC East? What were those just missed opportunities for the Dallas Cowboys as you were following along with the coverage all weekend long here on your official home of the Cowboys and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network? Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with a huge audience to start off our week on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. We want you guys to win the Lee Brice ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour, and I believe Bobby Belt will be there for that. So Lee Brice tickets, 7 o'clock, Monster X in the 9 o'clock hour. This started off as, my God, the amount of coverage that they gave to Carson Beck on all these networks, it was making me sick. I was like, what the heck? Stop. The guy's not going to be any good. San Francisco, who got called out by their local irritant for reaching on all their picks, and then Warren Sharp went. This made me feel good about hating the 49ers. Warren Sharp went and looked at John Lynch's draft history, and he said it's basically abysmal. Well, they start off the first pick of the second round with Deshaun Stribling, the Ole Miss wide receiver. A&M guard goes to Arizona right after that. TJ Parker, Clemson edge to the Buffalo Bills. And then I'm just going to skip through some bigger names. Colton Hood, a name we know very well around here, ends up with the New York Football Giants at 37.
Yeah, you need to call your Houston Oilers guy. And tell him,
Roughnecks, right? The Houston Roughnecks.
The Roughnecks. Yeah. Tell them they had a nice weekend, because, my gosh, Hood is getting Hood where they did, getting Arvell Reese where they did. I know a lot of people were unhappy with it. I probably would have been too, because I would have wanted Caleb Downs. But getting Francis Mauanoa, who is the best offensive lineman in the draft to me pretty clearly, I think what the Giants did, they hit a bunch of home runs with this. They nailed just about every pick, especially early on. So Hood, to me, getting him in the second round is great value, because I think there was a thought Hood was going to go in the middle of the first round.
Traden Stukes, a safety that Dane Brugler put on our Cowboy radar, goes to the Raiders at 38. And it's fitting that the Browns are right after them, because the two biggest awards that I saw being handed out from the draft media analysts were to the Raiders and the Browns. It feels like it's those two clear cut with the best classes, according to everyone right now. They end up with the receiver Denzel Boston right after Stukes.
You should love what the Raiders did, Chop.
I do love what the Raiders did, but with the Browns, I mean, they had 3 top 85 picks. They had 5 top 85 picks. It's tough to. It was tough for the Cowboys to screw the draft up because they had 2 first-round picks. You get 2 first-round picks. Now, obviously, if you screw those up, that's one thing. But you're going to feel good about it. When you have 5 picks in the top 85, it's going to be really hard to feel bad about your draft.
Yeah, when you first come out of draft weekend. Now, you can mess that up. Giants did a few years back. Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal didn't work out.
Nick Harris had top 4 round grades on every single Raider pick.
So the Raiders the Raiders went and did what Broadus was begging the Cowboys to do, what I think Choppy has asked them to do at times, which is just gamble on those hurt guys a little bit. Traden Stukes, Trey Zune, and Jermod McCoy all have medical questions. And then they went and said, you know what? One of them's going to work out.
They stink anyway.
I mean, sure. Might as well. Like, you get it. You end up getting McCoy as the top pick on day 3. He went right away. I really don't think there was a point in the draft Dallas would have taken him, McCoy. And there were a lot of. I don't think so. There were a lot of Chargers when they were in their Dolphins when they were in their press conference. They didn't want to speak on his medical, but they were like, wish him continued success. Don't think that was going to be anybody we were going to take. And there were a lot of teams that are that knee evaluation into the future is terrifying for a lot of teams.
There come a point to me, it's like, all right, what is more likely to happen? The player at this pick turns out to be a good player. All right, so you get in the 4th round, what's your percentage that? That they turn out to be somebody that stays throughout their entire rookie contract, or that guy's knee works. Like if that guy's knee works is higher than this guy's likelihood of being a good player, you got to take the chance of the knee. Now,
which I think most teams believed it was not a higher chance that the knee works.
That's very possible. That's very possible.
He's already giving his I felt bad just reading his interview. He's taking the high road, and he's like, if the next team, if the Raiders want me to get a second operation, I'm open to it. So they're already openly talking about another procedure.
Yeah, and whatever that bone plug thing is, whatever the hell that is, he'll have to get that fixed.
B plug.
Yeah, same surgery Diggs had. The last surgery that Diggs had. That's what a lot of teams think. The second one he had, that's the one a lot of teams think he needs.
And, but now you get him in the fourth. If you're the Raiders, you stink anyway. I think you can afford to take these kind of moves if you're a team that's already bad. If you're a team just go down the list of any team that's been in the playoffs the last couple of years that thinks they have a window. Then you're in a different zone. You can't necessarily take the same risk.
To generalize the surgery that McCoy needs, he essentially has cartilage that's not growing in his knee, and they're trying to take cartilage from somewhere else and basically fuse it there and hope it starts growing there.
R. Mason Thomas, Oklahoma edge to the Chiefs at 40. Cassius Howe, A&M edge to the Cincinnati Bengals at 41.
Another short arm guy.
And the heartbreak for Zach Wolchuck as his perfect draft start came to an end as Jacob Rodriguez. It was a win for Zach, though, that he ended up getting taken at 43 in the second round versus the third round, as many people had him. Jacob Rodriguez to the Dolphins.
Zach did say Jacob Rodriguez could go 18, 19, or 20, though, about 2 weeks ago. So he was closer to the third round than that. But no, he was happy, but he was also sick. He was sick watching the Dolphins take him. Look, he's a good player. Second round's not a terrible value to take him there. Third is, I think, where he probably belonged. But, I mean, it's not bad value to get him in the second.
God, they had 13 picks.
Who's that?
Miami. They had 13 picks, and, they went outside of the San Diego State, which, I mean, it's kind of like it's a bigger G5. It's a bigger school that in not thought of as a normal Power 5 school. They're all big programs. It's like they went the old Bill Parcells route. Just take big school kids.
Some old Green Bay thinking.
Yep.
Awesome story in Atlanta. They draft Avion Terrell to team up with his brother. The Clemson corner goes to Atlanta. Lee Hunter, Texas Tech D tackle to the Panthers at 49. D'Angelo Pons, who Fernando Mendoza was raving about, ends up on the Jets at 50. Jake Golday, a linebacker that we talked about here, going right to Minnesota at 51 after the Vikings traded Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles, who ended up giving Grenard $100 million a year. Excuse me, a year. 25 a year for 100, and they gave up 2/3. Bobby, when you saw the costs, you weren't sweating this too much?
Yeah, I mean, at first I was like, crap, the Eagles got Grenard. I wanted to take a look at that value. But I was thinking, do I want to give up 1 third-round pick for him? I think I'd rather give up a fourth. I don't know that I'd want to give up a third. The Eagles said, we will give up 2 thirds, and we will commit $50 million guaranteed over the next couple of years. That's a lot to sink into a guy who you have his defensive line coach from the last couple of years here on your staff, and it didn't seem like was fighting to go trade for him. So if somebody feels that way about him that was just working with him for the last 2 years, I think Philly probably overpaid.
Brandon Cisse, who the Cowboys liked, to Green Bay at 52, the South Carolina corner. C.J. Allen, Georgia linebacker, to Indianapolis.
That was the player that, when Jerry referenced, we were tussling back and forth about another player with Malachi Lawrence, that was who it was C.J. Allen. Oh. Just because the value of linebacker they were looking at is like, if we can move back, we can get Allen.
One thing on my drive home Friday I was ticked off about that we did not cover was they were hinting at a player that they would have traded up for. The cost was too much on Thursday. Was it Reese?
Oh, it would have been, given how it fell, the fact that Bailey was already gone at 2, it would have been Reese. It would have been whichever one of those 2 fell. Okay. And so since Reese is the one that fell, that's the guy that they would have looked at.
My heart broke a little bit because my godson's best friend, Eli Stowers, goes to the Eagles. Vanderbilt tight end at 54. McNeil Warren, the safety, to Cleveland at 56. A lot of people were loving that. Anthony Hill, the Longhorn linebacker, to the Titans at 60.
Yeah, McNeil Warren went later than I thought. McNeil Warren there was buzz about him
at 20.
Some people talked about him at 18, and I know I'd asked somebody last week, I was like, hey, what do you think the range is on some of these safeties like Thieneman and McNeil Warren? And like the feedback I got on McNeil Warren was between 20 and 40. And so, I mean, for him to go almost to 60.
It's 20 spits and 20 thing train.
For him to go, well, I mean, I think that's the thing of just how close a lot of these guys past 20 were graded for the NFL. Like, they could go anywhere. It's
and you
that
could, like,
tight.
one trait that jumps out over another, and you're like, I'm going to put them higher up on my board.
Or you can be Jacksonville and just draft guys 3 rounds early the whole weekend.
Carson Beck kicks off round 3 to Arizona at number 65.
Funniest pick in the draft.
Funniest?
The funniest.
Why?
Because he's a god-awful player. He is the most mentally broken quarterback I've ever seen in my life.
Whoa!
Well, man, I'll tell you, like, the amount of guys, it was on the game day crew.
Yeah, Herb Street was like, you watch him throw versus anyone, just watching him throw.
All the game day guys were like, this is the most disrespected player, quarterback that they've seen in a long time. Because, I mean, he really
Did
does.
Saban say that under his breath like he did Malachi? Or
Maybe,
no?
yeah. But yeah, I mean, look, because the guy does. I mean, he's always been on teams that have been good. They've always gone deep into the postseason, and it's not always because of him. Rarely it is. But he still is captain of the ship. But I did see some people, and I don't think it's crazy that he is the first rookie quarterback of this class to start a game this year.
Arizona.
I think he will. And I think it's like he will start before any of the other.
If
rookies.
Stafford gets hurt at any point.
Yeah.
I will say, although Stetson Bennett is the number 2 according to Sean McVay.
I'm sorry,
So,
Stetson Fleming.
yes,
Bennett.
Stetson Fleming Bennett.
The 4th.
Beck lost 5 games in his career in college. That's my favorite stat. He lost 5 games in college. Every single one of the losses, he threw an interception on the final drive to take the lead.
What?
Every single one of the 5 losses, they had a chance to take the lead, and he threw an interception.
Malachi Fields to the Giants at 74, and they gave up some capital to get him.
Yeah, good player. I don't know that I would have gone up for any receiver in this draft just because it was so heavy and so stacked, but, I mean, he's good.
Caleb Douglas, Tech wideout to Miami right after that, and then Drew Aller stays in Pennsylvania.
Man, how about that? The crowd loved it. The crowd loved it. He's going to be he's a perfect Pittsburgh guy. He can play in the cold weather. They're not going to ask him to do too much. But the fact that he went over ahead of...
it's a Mike McCarthy offense, sir?
That's right. The fact that he went ahead of Nussmeier is insanity to me.
Douglas, who you just mentioned there with Miami, Douglas, a lot of people I talked to thought he was going to go in the 7th round. That was really early. Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech. That was thought to be...
The 7th?
That was thought to be a super early pick.
And then last noteworthy one we'll do right here, Choppy's boy Chris Brazzell, Tennessee wideout to Carolina at 83. So that's kind of the highlights of the 2nd and the 3rd round in case you missed it here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys did not get Nakobe Dean. They did not get Quay Walker. They did not trade to Miami for their linebacker. We made another move. We'll talk about that. Is the Marvion Overshon on his way out of here? Plus Stars, Rangers, and NBA next on Sean and RJ. But did you head on over to Hurtado Barbecue over the weekend? Like we said, the
Join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30 tonight, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Johnston shoved a bit. Minnesota's on it. Kaprizov, now Spurgeon. Spurgeon with a shot tipped in. Now Boulding wins it for Minnesota in overtime.
We are tied at 2 in the Stars' first-round playoff series against the Minnesota Wild. That was the final in overtime on TNT. The Cowboys trade for a vet linebacker. Cowboy draft grades, along with the Broadus and Bobby Belt fight and a Lee Bryce ticket giveaway, all coming up 7 o'clock here on Sean and RJ. Special guest Jake Riedma in studio to recap Game 4. What happened, Jacob?
Good morning, Metroplex. It was there, and I felt like they outplayed them for stretches. It was another roller coaster game. We're going to get that, and not to be a broken record, it's a heavyweight fight. Two of the best teams in hockey going back and forth. You get back-to-back overtime games. Biggest concern, 5-on-5. The Stars have not. This is crazy. It's been way too long since the Stars have scored a goal in 5-on-5 play. Both goals on the power play. Now that said, the power play has been fantastic. I mean, this is wizardry stuff. 8 of 19 against a good Minnesota Wild team, but
5-1 in the last 2 games.
Yeah,
they've been outscored 5-1.
Yep. Got to figure out a way to score some 5-on-5 goals, and the chances are there. So I'm not alarmed or overly concerned. I'm going to be very rational here, which is something I always am. Just cool, calm, and collective. And look, if you forecasted where would this series be after 4 games. Tied 2-2 with a couple of overtime games, going back to Dallas. Let's go win a series. Let's go win 2 out of 3 with 2 of them being at home.
Is there any humongous advantage or pattern or opening that you see that's going to decide this thing, or it just feels like coin flip every game, probably 7?
Yeah, I'm inclined to say exactly that, and I said Stars in 7 from the very beginning, and everybody thought that with this matchup, and that was 100% the conversation around these two teams coming in, and it's played out exactly like that. Now, did I think the Stars' power play would be this good? I mean, again, it's crazy the numbers that they're putting up, but given some of the short-handedness of the Dallas Stars, obviously no Rope Hintz, and some of the other components at play here, again, I think you'd sign up for needing to win 2 out of 3 with 2 of them being at home.
In previous years, a couple of the guys who have created the most ire from Stars fans has been Otter and Robo. And Otter's better. Both guys have played a lot better in this series. Otter has not been remotely the problem, has he?
No, and I think he's stepped up. Even that's why on Saturday I'm watching that. If they could, and you can't look back, gotta look forward. They didn't win the game, but he made some amazing stops in that one and kept
that
them.
Wasn't on him that last one.
No, not at all. And they were so close to. I mean, what it was a minute and change or less than a minute
30
left.
seconds.
Yeah, they're so close to getting out of that. But yeah, and you and I text about Robo all the time. Well, he's a goal scorer. He's got a knack for scoring goals, and both of them have stepped up bigly in this series.
Bigly.
The Cowboys make their first day 2 pick, and let me tell you this, by the way. This is how much Jake Riedma loves your Dallas Stars. I was feeling bad for him. I was like, all right, he's probably sitting there doing a show. He's going to be lonely on Saturday. I was like, I'm going out day drinking. Come and join us. And he's like, Now, usually he abandons me to go to the AAC. I said, they're on the road. He'll come out. He'll want to catch the game at the different bars, have the Sharif Family Fun Day experience. He goes, nah, I got to hunker down. I got to hunker down and really focus on the game. So that's the Stars coverage, y'all, with Jake Riedma on
He's Nick
Twitter.
Costos.
Yeah.
He's Costos.
Yeah. That's right.
I don't drink during the football season. Got to be locked in.
But he did chime in and say, I hate Michigan Wolverines, but I really, really like this guy.
Oh my gosh, he hits hard, and Barham, he's so versatile. You can play him in a lot of different places, and Michigan did that throughout the course of the season. As much Michigan football as I was forced to watch, he was a playmaker on defense, and very rarely do I want to compliment a Wolverine, but this is a guy I'm looking forward to seeing playing for the Dallas Cowboys because he hits hard. He's a versatile player, and I think he's going to fit in great.
Game 5 tomorrow night, tied at 2. Thank you, Jacob Reekma here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Chop, give us a quick Rangers recap of the weekend as they lose their series.
Well, I'll tell you, yesterday was all about RISP, runners in scoring position. They were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They left 11 guys on base overall. And we're talking about they got the leadoff runner on in 6 innings. 5 of them they didn't score. You can't do that. You can't have games like that and expect to win. They did win on Saturday, but I'll tell you the big one. Nate Eovaldi giving up 3 home runs in 7 pitches, something like that.
I'm concerned.
I was not concerned early. I'm starting to wonder, is there something that lingered from last year? Because he had such a great start, and then the end of the year, everything has always seemed to happen with Nate, where he kind of loses velocity or whatever. And I'll have to check the Brooks baseball and see what this velo is this year, but I'm starting to get a little worried.
He allowed 10 home runs in 130 innings last year. He has allowed 9 in 32 this year. He is 1 home run away from what he gave up in 100 fewer innings.
Wow. The Athletics get the 2-1 win. The AOS is the tightest division in baseball. 3 games separate the top 3 teams. Total.
Yeah.
So the Athletics are 15-13. They're in first. Rangers are 14-14. Seattle is 14-15. The Armpit is 11-18.
They're also having some problems. He mentions their choppy does about the runners in scoring position. It's basically Josh Young's the only one hitting right now, which is bizarre given how the season started. But he's up to 3. He's like a 310 hitter right now.
Yeah, he's doing really well. Rocker was pretty good yesterday. Got to give him his flowers. He was pretty good yesterday. 6 innings, 2 runs. You're going to keep your team in the game. Your team's going to win a lot of games when the starter goes 6 innings, 2 runs, and they needed him to get those extra innings because you're going to have a good pitching series this week coming up. Yankees are in town. They're going to, that's an offense that
Yankees tonight.
Yeah, generally has been pretty good. Although this year they've been winning more with their pitching than their hitting, but you're still might be needing some bullpen this week.
6:30 pregame right here on your home for Rangers baseball. It'll be Freed against Leiter. 7 o'clock first pitch on DFW Sports Station. All right.
And tomorrow is the pitching matchup that you want to see. I'm going to that game. Taking the kiddos, the wife, tomorrow night.
What is it?
DeGrom and Schlittler, and that is a top five matchup for the year.
Cowboy draft grades coming up at 7. Broadus versus Bobby's draft fight at 7:20. Charles Davis, NFL Network at 8. Zach Wolchuck, 8:40. No reason to go anywhere else for your coverage of America's team. And Bobby, they get a veteran linebacker.
They did. I'm essentially including D winners in this draft class. A guy who started 17 games last year for the 49ers, 25 years old, still on his rookie contract. Everything logistically about winners and him coming here to Dallas looks good. He is not a green dot, has not worn the green dot. In fact, when Fred Warner went out last year, can't remember who took it over, but somebody else on San Francisco's defense took it over. So not a lot of experience doing that. Jayshon Barham didn't have green dot or communication experience at Michigan, so that's a little bit of a question. But
Todd Archer reports, by the way, they talked to the Armpit about Al-Shaair. They talked to Miami about Jordan Brooks. Sources said those teams wanted too much in return.
Yeah, I think the cost on Brooks would have had everybody out. It was a lot.
A second?
I think so.
A second?
I think so. Which he was an All-Pro last year, but still. But look, Al-Shaair, D winners both make sense in terms of you've got somebody in the building who's familiar with them, and Nick Sorensen, who is the defensive coordinator for the 49ers in 24. But I think
Winters was moving into his house in Arlington as he got this news. So everyone wants to live here, as we know, with traffic on the highways, and he's a TCU kid.
I think he's a better player than Nakobe Dean. Like, and so you're about ready to throw like $12 million at Nakobe Dean. I think D. Winters is better. He's somebody who super aggressive, physical. Like, if you want to talk about pound for pound physicality, like, he's way up there on the team now. But we got a chance to talk to Scott Simons, the linebackers coach, on Saturday during the draft show, and got to ask him a little bit about some of the linebackers. He coached at SMU, obviously, so got to see D. Winters at TCU, and this is some of his thoughts on D. Winters from his college days.
Yeah, he was very disruptive. Extremely athletic linebacker. You could tell he was the leader of their defense. Joe Gillespie, who was their DC at the time, has become a good friend, and so this is a process that, like we said, has been kind of going on for some time to try to make this happen, and I've been a huge advocate for it. I just think when you look at the production that he had this last year, his ability to run, his ability to cover, the multiplicity that he brings to the table, and what it does to that room is really exciting for us. So, feel really good. I know he was really excited when we got on the phone yesterday. He said he just built a house in Arlington. So, I think it's a really good opportunity for him and good opportunity for us to add a veteran guy that's got really good experience and production last year.
Now, they got a lot of criticism, obviously, for waiting this long to get a linebacker. They tried on a couple different fronts. Scott Simons weighed in on the struggle they've had finding a linebacker this offseason.
Yeah, I think, being patient is key. And I think going through your process is really important. We had some guys that we really liked and we swung at, and for whatever reason didn't work out. But not reaching, I think, is really important. And, but even backing up, the three guys that I've had an opportunity to interact with Justin, Shamar, and Debo, over the last couple months, I'm really excited about the guys that we currently have, and then really excited about the two guys that we've added to this room from a culture standpoint, from a character standpoint, from a leadership standpoint. I think we definitely have a really good foundation to build on in there. So, I think not panicking and just making good level-headed decisions and not reaching is really important in this process, and I think we did a good job of that, and I think that starts from ownership and our head coach all the way down.
Which I don't know about y'all, but listening to him say that to me sounds like a couple of these guys we liked, we could have gotten, but we weren't going to go get them the way that what it was going to take to go get them. We were not willing to cross that threshold.
Who's going to wear the green dot?
Downs? I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
People are speculating that Brooks, I doubt this, could be cut after June 1st to save them, but you would have taken a third.
Yeah, you would have taken a third. If you were going to cut him anyway, taken a fourth. You would have bluffed and you would have gone, you know what, never mind. We'll circle back. We'll do this. I don't know. I'd have a hard time seeing that. He was in the draft room. They were posting pictures, the Dolphins, of him in the draft room. Jordan Brooks showing up because they had picked a couple Tech players, so he was in the facility. So he went down the hall and was like cutting it up with them. So I don't know. He looks like a guy who's staying.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like someone who would be exiting. He's in the facility and going into the war room. All right. Choppy has all of the Cowboy grades from this past weekend. This is as exciting, obviously, because of Caleb Downs, you always have the excitement. Mm-hmm. You always have the optimism. We try to be FAF here on Sean and RJ. It's hard to be level-headed after this Cowboys draft. Choppy tells you how the rest of the football world is looking at the Cowboys after this, along with a Lee Brice ticket giveaway.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, it is, of course, a Steve.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get to the draft grades here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. I think you found that out if you did not know over the weekend with the amazing, fantastic draft coverage from Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Zach Wolchuck, the team from DallasCowboys.com. Pepe was working the board as well. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Record numbers for a Monday here in April. And because of the 6 a.m. Club listenership, we want you to win these Lee Brice tickets coming up. 7:20, commercial-free in the Expressway. Monster X tickets in the 9 o'clock hour throughout the entire week. Choppy, let's get to some of the grading.
All right, so ESPN gives the Cowboys an A grade. All right, that's, the second. Looks like they have them ranked number 2, right behind Cleveland. This is from Mel Kiper. So the A grade for the Cowboys, top needs edge, linebacker, corner. So you notice that they're all on defense, terribly, historically bad. They love the Downs pick. It's no surprise their first 3 picks, 5 of their first 7 came on that side of the ball. This is what he said about Lawrence. Getting him later in round 1 made things even better. Obviously, the number 1 need for them, according to Mel Kiper, was him, and he had the 7 sacks. Clowney led the team with 8.5 still unsigned between trading for Gary and drafting him. And then the third rounder, Jay-Sean Barham, and then LT. They are building the unit back up after dealing away Micah, and I thought that the Jay-Sean and LT picks were very, very good value. That's from Mel Kiper. So he's big. Yeah, he loves it, loves the draft.
His highest grade he gave out was just a flat A, and so Cowboys were tied with that. They were one of 4 teams to get an A. So for Kiper, it looks like they're right at the top of his highest grades. I do think that him being a fan of the Lawrence thing, there's some people who think the Lawrence thing is an overdraft. We'll probably
Nick Saban gets caught being fake on air. He's whispering apparently, thinks he's not on ESPN television. This guy's a reach. This guy's a reach. And then the light clicks on, and this fraud.
I love this pick.
One of my sleepers. Dude, how can you be this fake? How can you be this fake? No, of course, it's 24/7 ass-kissing time on all these networks.
Oh, yeah.
Charles Davis will say in a very nice way, the one thing I think he needs, to do, because if you come out and give your true negative thoughts, you're ruining a kid's day, you're messing up their moment. So there's Saban caught being fake. Charles Davis will join us at 8.
And we'll play some of this later this week, I would imagine. I would guess we're going to have time for today, but some of the stuff we heard from the scouts over the weekend of their process of discovering and getting to the point where they graded Lawrence, I think should make everybody feel good about it when you hear the process they went through.
So you either loved the draft or you hated the draft. That's what I figured out from these.
Not the Cowboys draft.
No, well, hang on.
Really?
Hang on. So the top 5 on ESPN, you had Cleveland, Dallas, Vegas, Philly, the Jets. Bottom 5. I want you to keep it. Bottom 5. San Fran got the worst.
Whoa.
Minnie, Jacksonville, I'm going reverse order, so 32, 30. Tennessee and the Rams. Okay, that's your bottom 5. San Fran the worst, Rams 5th worst.
Okay.
That's on ESPN. Let's go on over to USA Today. Cannot imagine why they keep shrinking their newspaper.
Oh, no.
By the way, the Cowboys rank basically in the top 7 of everybody else's draft board, except for USA Today. Where do they rank?
I don't know where they rank. I know it was not a good grade.
17.
Close. 23rd.
Who's the name on it? We have to get the name.
I got to scroll all the way up.
We'll
so
look
far
later.
down. Oh, here it is. It's Nate Davis. Nate Davis.
Love that guy.
Nate's got the Jets, Raiders, Giants, Browns, Seahawks. Okay, a lot of those teams generally have been near the top. I haven't paid attention where Seattle was, but all the Eagles, fine. Packers, Bills at B+, Ravens at B+, Broncos at B+. There's your top 10. Then you get to Carolina, Detroit, Miami, Washington at 14. Everybody has Washington. Everybody loves Washington's draft.
What was his issue with Dallas?
I got to scroll all the way back down there because he had San Fran at 16. They traded up in round 1 to get Caleb Downs. They traded down in round 1 to get Malachi. They spent 3 additional picks on defense. They gave up the most points in the league. They used their 3rd-round pick. It was a great move. Tenuous situation, bled over with the Pickens deal. As with most things, Cowboys, it can be interpreted in a number of ways. Here you go. But good luck finding anyone who thinks Lawrence essentially a package from Green Bay as part of the Parsons deal, and others will ultimately be worth the ultimate cost. So here's my issue with them.
That's stupid. He's grading the Micah trade for the draft. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That's the stupid thing.
That's worst take Friday.
He's grading it. Yeah, of course this guy's not going to be Micah Parsons. That's not the point.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons is now Quinnen Williams and Lawrence. And, something else.
Jerry said five first.
Kenny Clark, he's Quinnen Williams, he's Malachi Lawrence, and then you traded back into the fourth round, so he's your 2 fourth-rounders too. He's LT Overton.
So I think that's ridiculous. That's why USA Today is now a pamphlet. It's not even a newspaper anymore. That's why they give it away for free at a hotel. Sporting News, Cowboys gave them the 7th best draft grade with an A. So that was from Sporting News. CBS, I love what CBS did. They graded each individual pick. They didn't just give a draft grade. They graded each pick. Downs with an A. Malachi, they gave him a C. Jay-Sean an A. Shelton A-. Moore B+. Overton B+. Smith B-.
And let's just reset you on the entire draft class in case you need that. Downs, Malachi, Jay-Sean Barham, Michigan linebacker was the 3rd rounder, and then 3 fourths. Penn State offensive tackle Drew Shelton, Florida corner Devin Moore, Alabama defensive lineman LT Overton, and then East Carolina wideout Anthony Smith in the 7th. And I'm going to always remember this as the Christian Parker draft. And here's Jerry Jones over the weekend explaining how we could remember this as that label.
I made my mind up that I was going to know more through this draft process than I knew when I was looking at our defense over the last couple of years, what we're trying to accomplish and how we were trying to coordinate it. And I made my mind up that through the interview process, as well as the process of talking about the players who play in this play, that I was going to get out of this draft process and where we are with this personnel right now, and I was going to know more, not necessarily feel better, but I was going to know more about what we're trying to do out there this year. Okay. And he was one of the better teachers for me and articulate guys of turning the light on for me of some of the things he wanted to do. So the first thing you got to do is peel that, well, we do it this way around here. You got to peel that out and sit there and work real hard to see where he's trying to go. He's very impressive like that. And if he can do it to this one, then he'll be a whiz doing it to those players and their minds and their execution out there.
The injection of youth, knowledge, maybe a little bit of new school ways, you can feel this permeating throughout the Ford Center.
Yeah, I mean, he had a huge voice in that room over the last few days. I'll say this. There's not going to be a lot of stuff to fall back on if you're Christian Parker in terms of by the time whatever this plays out to be, they're letting you build this the way you want. There's not a lot built in to say, well, I didn't get this that I wanted, this. And look, I'm sure he has confidence that it's going to work. I have confidence that everything I've heard from him, everything I'm seeing, I like what they're building defensively. I think he's going to have a good unit at least by next year. This year they may be about average, but I think next year they're going to be a pretty solid unit. And so, but a lot of this is going to be on him. You got the players you wanted. You're going to be allowed to run the scheme the way you want. Go out there and show us now.
This is Caleb Downs on CP, and the first thing that he asked for.
Yeah, super excited, honestly. I asked him first thing, where's the playbook at? Where's the playbook at? When can I get it? Just because I'm about ball, and that's what I'm looking forward to doing. He's been genuine since the moment I met him, and I was glad he got to meet my parents and my sister today. So looking forward to where that relationship goes.
Should have got Thieneman.
Tad Carper, Cowboys PR director, flagged me down on Friday. And he's like, did you hear the Downs press conference? And I was like, no, I was driving over here. He goes, you need to go pull the third answer because he talks about ball. You're going to have to put that in. He said, you're going to have to put that in your open for Sean.
I blame Jason Witten for that.
I know.
He's the one that...
Secrets in the dirt. I used to love that saying. Now I hate it.
Yeah, he was the one that started it. And nobody ever talked about it's about ball. Because ball has always been basketball.
Yeah.
It's always, since time immemorial, or whatever the hell that phrase is.
Basketball's hoop.
Okay, then it's about baseball. But that's not even that. That's tar.
That's seam.
That's seam.
We're
talking
talking
seam. We call it tar.
We're
seam
seaming.
if it's pitching.
Yeah.
Tar if it's pine tar if it's hitting.
We're talking ball.
Tar.
We're talking hoop. We're seaming. Like that's
yeah,
it.
we're
Like,
seaming. Absolutely.
I will say this, despite his use of that eye roll term, this kid's got personality. He has got personality dripping off of him.
Biggest fear with him, because he's got personality, is that he's like, you know what? I'm out in 8 years. I'm going to go into media because he's that personable. That's my biggest fear with him. That's my biggest fear. Because I don't want to see that. I want to see these guys play 15 years. I don't want personable.
Jerry said he reminds me of Dak. He does. He's a Pied Piper. You are getting what sounds like a defensive coordinator and your leader defensively all in one. We got other grades to get to. Bob, you got one last thing?
Yeah, real quick on Downs. People at Bama have said he is the only player who has entered as a freshman and already knew the defensive playbook for Saban. Like the only one who ever as a high schooler got it down on his way into the program.
SI gives the Cowboys an A. Basically, it's all the same. Depth on the edge with Lawrence and Overton and Jay Sean and getting what they desperately needed. And then we get to NFL.com, who gave the Cowboys a B+ on the Thursday, day one. And largely that was not, they weren't huge on the Lawrence, but they thought it probably was a reach. Whatever. I mean,
Bobby said there's people who had him as a second rounder.
That's fine. And, when you're picking a
talk about trading up like USA Today did is so ignorant.
It's so stupid.
And you're intentionally being misleading when you're like, they traded up, and you don't want to say it was 2 5ths. Right. You're intentionally being misleading.
So the analysis, by the way, they gave day one a B+, day 2 a B, day 3 a B+.
Yeah,
you get a B+ on day 3. I mean, that's a hell of a draft. I don't care what
if it works out.
I mean, again, if you want to talk about process, and the way they went about things, they think their first 3 picks were all guys that should have gone on day 2, and they got Downs, and Barham is a really good value. Even if you think Lawrence was a reach, which they don't, all of that adds up to being something that through their execution they think they hit everybody.
All right, so the analysis, couple of things here. One, they got the steal of the first round, trading 2 5ths to move up one spot to get down. Should be the longtime defensive leader, able to make plays in the deep half, flat in the box. And then obviously they pick up Lawrence. This is what he says about Shelton. His game tape did not scream 4th-round pick to me, but the team could develop him into a swing tackle. They received 2 fourths from Philadelphia in the team's first trade, used one of those selections on the physical but injury-plagued Moore, and on the other, Overton, who might compete to replace Osa on the interior. They filled a glaring need by trading for D. Winters. Look for Smith to fight for a roster spot as a receiver who can stretch the field.
Brian did not like the Shelton pick at all. Brian, I think, had Shelton in the 5th round, but
is he a love-hate player?
So he's just
I'm not a fan.
He is not the kind of tackle that Brian likes. Brian doesn't like tackles who don't play with a lot of power, and that's not Shelton.
Wolchuck said Shelton is a really good athlete that is just a reliable and steady player. Strong competition for Guyton at left tackle. Shelton allowed just 1 sack and 18 pressures in 2025 across 356 pass block snaps. Comes from a balanced run scheme. Will have immediate swing tackle versatility. Wolchuck will join us at 8:40. Here's the head coach on his tackle.
Yeah, we really like his smooth footwork. He's a good athlete, plays well in space. We think he, again, is a guy that's going to go out there and he's got a really good understanding of angles and how to get in people's way. We just like the traits, and we bet on the guy that's played, I think, 34 starts. And we think that get him in here to compete with some of the guys we got. And we're looking forward to throwing him in the mix with Guyton and Nate Thomas and those guys. And he'll be a left tackle that's got some guard versatility, but we also expect him to be able to swing to the other side as well.
Shelton, when he was talking with us on DallasCowboys.com, he was talking about Caleb Downs being a Big Ten guy, and he was like, I was all too aware of him as a secondary player with me on the offensive line. He's like, because the number of times he would blow up screens was ridiculous.
That's good.
877-881-1053. Oh, we're sitting at $9.99 on the Twitch.
Oh, baby.
The fan cam.
Let me get on there. I got you.
There you go. Make it to 1,000. That a boy.
Cheating, get it to 1,000. And maybe one of you, maybe in Odyssey.com or your 105.3 on the radio wins the Lee Bryce tickets that we hook you up with. Best and worst of the weekend. Charles Davis, NFL Network at 8 o'clock. But let's get to the audio that I have been avoiding all weekend long because I wanted to hear and react to it live. Bobby Belt versus Brian Broaddus twice?
Oh, baby.
Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Base Power Company.
Making the Fan DFW's #1 rated sports station so far in 2026. To those of you that TOLO, which means turn it on and leave it on the Fan, you're appreciated.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by, it is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, we have a Lee Bryce ticket giveaway where you will probably run into the Belt family all week long in the commercial-free Expressway. Monster X tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. Entire morning squad with you to recap the Cowboys draft throughout the entire week. Charles Davis, NFL Network at 8 o'clock. Zach Wolchuck at 8:40. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt.
Hi.
Getting into it multiple times with Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think that Brian did not do the draft show this year, leading up to the draft. And I think that all of the fights he would normally get out of the way January, February, March, April, he then had to get out of the way and cram it into one weekend. Because we don't know what he thinks about some of these things. Because we haven't had these discussions. So then when they come up, we mix it up. We mix it up just like the Sonny Styles fight from a couple weeks ago. But Brian has always known it's.
Is he a guy who, like, I like to debate? Mm-hmm. I like to mix it up.
Yes.
When Choppy and I first started, you get some people who are like, oh my God, I got to cover my ears. You know, it's like my 4-year-old in a movie theater, and other radio hosts even around here. Like, you guys fight so much. Oh my God.
You must hate each other.
You must hate each other. And we're like, you are soft, or you never had brothers, or you never had any real friends where you trash talk each other. And they get so worked up and sensitive because we like to go at it. You like a good argument. Choppy, you love to needle, get a rise as well.
My dad and I, all we did. That's all we did. And then, like, we would fight, we would hang up on each other, and 2 seconds later, did you see that play? It's amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. I love mixing it up. The irony here is I was not trying to do that. I wasn't disagreeing. I didn't want to have, that's what was a little odd about it. Brian will have a tendency, usually on day 2, near the end. I said it last week before we even started. One of these days he was going to say, they don't care what we think. Like he'll just get frustrated that like somebody he really likes is falling. He takes it personally. And so
I heard him day 2, and he's I got these secondary players wrong.
Yeah, it's he
you didn't get it wrong.
It's frustrating for him though. He wants to see the league mirroring him a little bit, and I get it. But so with that, he does like to mix it up, and he can move right past it a lot of times. Every now and then, something will touch his soul personally, and that's what happened at the end of day 2. So on the end of day 2, Kyle had asked, like, hey, who are some players you're surprised are still on the board? And Zach had mentioned, I'm trying to remember, Keontae Scott from Miami. I can't remember who the other two he mentioned were. Whoever he mentioned, they were, one of them was Chandler Rivers from Duke. These guys he was mentioning, they all are like, 2 of them were small guys, like 5'8" corners. And then Keontae Scott is a guy who consistently, a bunch of people have been like, where does he play? Is he linebacker? Is he safety? Like, but not a linebacker, but is he like a box player? Is he a safety? Is he a corner? Is he fast enough to do these things? So he's just thought of as like a tweener who doesn't really have a home. So I just had said after he named those players, well, I mean, like, they're good players or we like the tape or whatever, but should it be surprising necessarily that they're still here? Or are those the guys that we typically see the NFL pass on? So that got Brian a little worked up, and we had argued about that. It really ratcheted up. Now, we can start and stop this whatever you want. It really ratcheted up a few minutes later when Brian wanted to, like, circle back, take a jab at me over the players that the league wasn't taking.
Well, according to Bobby, they hate small players.
Okay. Who does?
Cowboys? The Cowboys.
I didn't say the Cowboys do. I said the NFL does.
Yeah.
I think the rest of the line.
That's it. That's a broadest tell. Yeah. Where's he going off for that? Is he agreeing? Or is he about to spar?
Because Bobby made a statement. Well, the NFL does.
Yeah.
You're telling me that. That's what you say. Yeah, you're telling me that.
Is that right? Yeah. That's what that
was. Let's continue.
Okay. Who does?
Cowboys? The Cowboys.
I didn't say the Cowboys do. I said the NFL does.
Yeah.
I think the rest of the line.
They hate small players, the NFL. I'm not saying it's right.
That's why, and again, Bobby, that's why these guys suck at drafting. I'm saying the NFL generally.
It's always into day 2 when it starts really getting to it.
I'm just saying though, when you look at
but you would agree that's what I'm not saying right or wrong, right? Not right or wrong. You would also agree that's generally how the NFL has approached it, right? That's all. I'm just saying,
and that's why
I'm just saying it shouldn't surprise us.
That's why every year there's like the Arizona Cardinals, and every year there's these teams.
But it shouldn't surprise us, right? That's all I'm saying.
The Dallas Cowboys got a little bad at drafting there for a little bit too, taking like maybe the perfect guy or something like that they thought.
RKG.
Junior Fajokos.
But like where this started.
It's got to be Fajoko.
And Fajoko was a big.
They were bust. They were bust.
They didn't work out.
Players have been bust.
Yeah,
they've been bust.
But the whole start of the conversation was who are the best players that are left that still haven't gone yet. I'm saying. They shouldn't necessarily surprise us that they haven't gone because the NFL has routinely done that, whether it's right or wrong. I'm not commentating on whether that's a good strategy. I'm just saying that it's probably to be expected that they still, another year view it this way, regardless of just like it shouldn't be a surprise that the NFL still looked at Bain and said that may be top 10 tape, but we're going to let Ruben Bain get to 15. That's just the way that they typically do it.
Okay, you talked about Scott from Miami, and you're thinking like, well, where do you play him? Mm-hmm. Like, how about you play him in the slot? How about you blitz him? How about you play him at linebacker? How about you play him in coverage at corner?
Sure.
How about all those things?
Because I think there's a lot of discussion about, like, is he good enough to cover consistently in the slot? Or is, like, I think that's things that he's viewed as tweener by a lot.
He's got tape that he shows you could do stuff like that. I'm not asking him to play slot. We watched Nick Amanawari play in Seattle, but what do? They don't always play Nick Amanawari in the slot.
Nick Amanawari still fell out of the first round, even though everybody thought he was one of the better players.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's when you take players and you play them.
Right, Brian. It's not a right or wrong discussion. I'm not. That's not the point. Like if you want to have a right or wrong discussion, we can. I'm saying what the whole topic had started was just, are we surprised they're still there, or why shouldn't we be surprised? I'm saying that you wouldn't naturally think injury or something. You'd think that's probably just the NFL thinking about things the way they have, whether that's right or wrong. That's typically how they've approached those players.
I'm just saying, though, there's a lot of people that we talk about, like why these guys are on this board, and maybe the league doesn't. Maybe the league needs to think a little different.
Maybe
the league doesn't need to be 1986 and 1988 all over, and maybe 1992 all over,
and maybe vegans need to eat steak, but if they don't order it at the table, I'm not then surprised that they didn't order it.
All right, stop.
Shots fired, vegans.
I'm going to blame Bobby Early here.
No way.
I'm going to blame Bobby Early because what I think is happening is he's getting it. He's just trying to show his examples of why the league should change and why the tape should speak for itself. I think you're re-explaining the topic and the point to him one too many times. Well, I think he knows what it is. I don't think he needs the right now reset. He knows. He's just trying to explain.
He hasn't acknowledged one time that he knows. He has not acknowledged once. He has not said, I understand that. He has not said that.
He hasn't said it, but he's like...
He doesn't understand it because I've got a clip from day 3 that will show you in a sec he didn't understand it.
But I think his tone right now is, I get that, but they're stupid, and here's why. Here's this player, here's this player. The league needs to change what they're doing. And you're kind of like, it's not a hard hammer over the head. It's a little tap over that Chuck E. Cheese game over the head of, but here's the way the league thinks.
He's upset about something that had to do with, is it a surprise they're still here? And then he was coming, and he even said later, he's like, well, we'll play it later. But he's wanting to turn this whole thing around. There's not the amount of, there's not a ton of confusion here you'll hear when he starts talking on day 3, but he can go again. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm saying that I expect that's consistently kind of the way they do it.
I think it's a terrible answer for why players are still on board.
You don't think it's a good enough reason for them to have fallen, but that doesn't mean that it's a terrible explanation for how they typically do it. It can be a wrong process.
I don't know how guys could get in a room I know this because I was actually in the room when we sat there and talked about these guys. And somebody said, I don't like Randy Moss and the way his attitude. I don't like his way he's thinking. And he's a malcontent guy, that Charles Woodson.
No, I agree. Again, Brian, it's not a question of is it right
Bobby,
or wrong.
Again,
that's the way they typically do it. That's all. It's just about expectation.
Typically do it gets you fired.
Brian, we're talking past each other here. I think there is not a disagreement about what this.
I'm just saying my point, Bobby. I'm just venting at you.
It sounds like Bobby.
I'm venting at you because you defend what they do. You
did
take it as, well, gosh, it's been gospel. Brian,
we can go pull out the clips of you talking about that Mississippi State corner from a few years ago, Forbes, who said it doesn't matter that we haven't seen a corner like his build before. He's going to succeed. And then he didn't. I'm not saying right or wrong. Everybody misses. Everybody hits. It happens from time to time. I'm just saying there is a history that says the NFL goes, why don't you look like what we see? Like it just makes us pause and say, you don't look like what we've typically seen. And they've been wrong before. They were wrong on Desmond King. They were wrong on Quandre Diggs, all of those sort of things.
All right, that's good. That's good radio.
He didn't like the Forbes thing. That's what made him ultimately stop saying anything back.
You see, you're the wrong person. You're like fighting with a woman, because women will remember a random conversation from like 5 years ago. They will bring that up in a fight, right? Bobby, I bet you.
When did you decide in the debate to
drop that name?
When Forbes to pop up? I'm going to use that. I'm going to cut you here. You like down here.
The first second he said something, I thought of Forbes, but I was like, we won't go that direction yet. And there was 5 minutes of talk before that had led into it. That was just it was going to be a little too monotonous. But this is day 3. We start off, and Keontae Scott, who was part of that discussion, gets picked. And he wanted to cycle back to it again.
This is the issues I have with this, Skinner. They do pay these guys $500,000 to coach football teams.
Yeah, no, I'm
and I think there's plenty of things. When you watch Miami was a national championship team last year.
I 100% agree.
And you watch their players. It's like it's the whole. Yeah, I mean, I think we give these coaches too much of a pass when it comes to these players. How can Miami, a national championship program who's had several players picked, find ways to use these players, but we get to the NFL and they can't? Can I get an answer from there on that one, Bobby?
I just was not going to derail us any further, but if you'd like to go ahead, because I'm
just asking you a question.
Level. It's the college level. It is.
Where are they getting their players from? Where are they getting their players from?
Do you think they're?
Where are they getting their players
from? Even drafting 10% of starters at the G5?
I'm just asking where they're getting their players from, Bob. The college level. What you just said.
Edge rusher goes. I don't think it was a humongous victor for Audio One. I was expecting to hate on Broadus a lot more, so I'm giving him a slight out on that. He brought the side stab for this one. He started this. He started this on this one. The first one I can defend him a little bit. Good radio back and forth. But okay.
He started the first one too because we had moved on and he went, well, Bobby says they hate small players. Okay.
So has Broadus always defended the opposite of Parcells dudes, like the prototype?
No, not like he said he shifted
like
on
Pavia.
Yeah, like
Pavia, Diego Pavia went undrafted, in my opinion, because he's too short. Now, you can throw in the attitude and all that stuff, but if Diego Pavia was 6'2", he would have a free agent contract right now. He's going to go and get some tryout with the Ravens or whatever that is. Would Broadus, has he been an advocate for the 5'10" quarterbacks recently or right now today?
Recently, in the last couple of years, he started to shift there. So he's kind of had an evolution with it.
Okay.
But he's always a Mr. Trust the Tape. Like, if their tape is good, I want it.
Bain is going to be a amazing case study for Broadus. This is going to be awesome to watch it play out.
When I was doing draft stuff with Broadus back in 08, 09.
Well, tell us about a stretch.
He was I know, right? He was in the measurables. I remember there was an offensive lineman, I can't remember his name, but he had 12 reps on the bench press or some crazy number.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not a big deal. Well, maybe he's hurt, and he's like, maybe he's just weak. I was just like, maybe he's just weak.
And by the way, this is a really good
argue that one.
This is a really good credit to Broadus for not just being stuck in that, for adjusting and thinking about, is the running back devalued? Do we have to draft someone top 5? Do we have to get the 6'5" Jim Drunkenmiller? So that's props to him for adjusting, but he's got the blade out here.
Well, and also and it's growth for him. I mean, guys miss. They miss. Scouts, I do think that humans look at the wrong things when it comes to drafting. We're obsessed with, and we all do it, we're obsessed with this amazing skill that just jumps out at you. To me, when we draft quarterbacks all wrong. I think we need to draft quarterbacks for their brain, not their arm. I think it's safer. Now, you may not get the ceiling, right? You missed out on the Josh Allens, but you get a higher floor at the position. It's like, so first of all, everybody likes what they like, and you have growth at the positions in scouting where you may be more apt to take somebody who is shorter, taller, doesn't look the part of the position. I know you said the term and the phrase, we've never seen it before.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a reason we've never seen it before.
You should slow down and look is all that means. You should slow down and really ask yourself, just extra scrutiny towards it. But on that specific one, I didn't want to, like when he goes, don't have an answer to that, I was actively just not even making a sound because I'm like, this will go another 5 minutes again and we're in the middle of the coverage, so we probably shouldn't do that. But I was like, all right, if you want to go there, we can go there.
Where are they getting their players
they're
from?
Even drafting 10% of starters at the G5.
I'm just asking where they're getting their players from, Bob. College level.
Edge rusher goes 110.
I just don't. I don't understand why you have this.
I don't, Brian. I'm just telling you what the league's. I'm not arguing.
You defend the league.
Bobby's just giving you the opposite perspective.
I'm just telling you why. You ask why do the teams do it? I'm just telling you why the teams do it.
I think you believe it. That's why. That's why I think
when I've said I don't.
I think you believe it.
But when I've said I don't, and I had Kyle Lewis as the second best linebacker, why is that? Yeah. Or third behind Allen?
Yeah,
I just think you believe it.
120.
I think you believe the earth is flat, Brian.
Packers take.
I was waiting for you to bring up
that whole day two argument. He thought I did believe it, so that's why he was going at me because he thought he was saying that I was saying that.
I was waiting for you to bring up some examples of the players who didn't have those measurables, and you finally did it there at the end of like, why do I like this guy? But he was dug in at that point.
I just think you believe it.
He was just not.
Hey.
That's why I think it was not him. It wasn't that I wasn't getting his point. I understood his point day two. He was never believing that I was just making a case of this is what they think. He thought I was like cowardly trying to say my own opinion. And that's what he got mad about.
I always, whether we fight, whether we have this or that, I always first and foremost, I'm like, was it good radio? I thought it was good radio.
I did.
I thought it was going to be where they're getting their players.
I thought it was going to be a lot uglier. I thought it was going to be a lot nastier. I thought it was going to drag out a lot more when I saw all the Twitter reaction and the Tolos were Twitter tailing, and I think that's good.
It would have dragged
a lot of hours to fill.
It would have dragged out longer if I really agreed with the other side. That's the thing. I wasn't even trying to fight with him.
Oh, I could hear you. You were laid back.
But I did tell after that, I was like, all right, well, so we would get up to the Cowboys pick in the 4th round on day 3, and I'd just be like, Broadus, what 5'6" receiver do you want here? Or it'd be like, hey, you had Pavia over Styles, right, Brian?
Joke, Bob.
You like those little guys. It doesn't matter. He could.
The Pavia memes are so amazing.
Dude, when they put out the selection of hats,
of the
and
fast
one
food
said
chains.
Jiffy Lube, Burger King.
I felt so bad. I was like, oh, man, that's cold.
That's vicious.
That's vicious.
I don't know that you get. I don't know. That's probably a larger discussion. I don't know how bad you can feel for him.
Party for him. You know you're not. I mean, you're going to throw us a draft party for the 7th round?
Schefter said he was going to get picked. Schefter said he was going to get picked. He did visit with Carolina. I thought Sean Payton was going to take a Romo-type gamble with 3 7s.
Yeah.
3 7s.
We were talking about, we wondered, could he be Mr. Irrelevant? Because we were always trying to guess Mr. Irrelevant. We were wondering if he'd get snatched up there.
Caleb Downs showing off all the personality, showing up to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. We're about to do the giveaway. Best and worst of the weekend. The great Charles Davis, NFL Network, at 8 o'clock. Caleb Downs on the challenges he looks forward to on the NFL level.
I would just say learning the game. I mean, there's a different game between college and the NFL. There's a different game between high school and college. So I feel like me learning is always the biggest thing that I want to do, whether it's learning on the field, learning off the field, learning about finances, whatever it is. So I would just say learning the challenges.
Finances.
Both of them. Downs and Malachi Lawrence in their post-draft press call with the Beat, not the one that we had with them, but in the post-draft press conference call with the Beat, they mentioned no state income tax in their calls. So they knew what they were coming into. They knew they were going to save some money here, get a little bit of extra cash playing for the Cowboys.
Maybe this was Caleb's answer when he was asked, when did you realize that Dallas was the place for you?
Honestly, I always said as a kid it's somewhere with no income tax, so this made that list. This made that list, and when I took my formals, I knew it was. The funny thing is we didn't actually get a chance to do a formal, even though we were scheduled for one. Scheduling mishap happened, so I got a chance to meet Coach Ryan and felt a genuine connection there and continued at Pro Day. And when I came here for my 30 visit, I had a great feeling and vibe around meeting everybody. So I would say, yeah, I knew there was a big interest and felt it was a good opportunity for me.
This will get clipped. Josh Clark, you have permission. Ooh. It can be used against me. But I think a lot of Cowboy Tolos are going to agree. I'm just feeling a new age takeover. I'm feeling the dawn of a new day. The dawn of a new era with Caleb Downs and Christian Parker. That we're experiencing little Cowboy defensive revolution here. And it feels like for the next 5 years, 3 years.
Like it's a modern team?
Not even just modern, just like
the offense is
this
modern.
Is it. This is a turning point. I'm feeling like this is a turning point towards not just respectability on that end, but maybe within 2 or 3 years, and then you get Dak expiring. But maybe within 2 years, hey, we're having real contender conversations around here.
It does feel different. Yeah, and the big issue is like let's find a way to keep Parker here. Assuming he does what he does.
Yeah.
Let's pay him $10 million to be an assistant.
Someone spying in Philly or San Fran right now is like, these idiots are already talking about retaining Christian Parker and not having him leave after they win what? Another 0 for 30? We're already getting that far ahead of ourselves.
Those Philly guys thought that was about to be their defensive coordinator before Dallas swept them up. So
this is Jerry. Whether that younger staff, that new energy can re-energize a new-look defense.
They don't know that they can't do it. They don't know that they can't do it, and they're there in the eyes of their boss, and that's what we're doing. And you can add that to that list of things that I was just talking to you about how this thing's different than it's been over the last 10 years or so. And again, I don't want to. It's not fair. It's just not the case that people who coach these teams, people that played on these teams that we've had over the last several years, that they be involved where we're trying to improve. There's no other way to say it. We've got to get better than we have been if we're going to come out at the end of the year better off. So, I think without a doubt that you just about, I don't even know if I could list the ways you could change it up any more than we've changed it. On the field and as far up as the coaching staff, I don't know that you could.
Let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on, hopefully all week long.
I don't dance.
Good song.
But here I am.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lee Brice at Billy Bob's in Fort Worth this Friday, May 1st. And you will also receive a meet and greet opportunity. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Charles Davis.
The long snapper, Lee Brice.
Oh, does he like small players too?
No, he was at Clemson. He was at Clemson. He was a long snapper at Clemson.
Charles, after you gave him that street cred too with them AI videos, he backstabs you just like that.
Oh, I've got another one working up.
What's the theme?
How in love he is with people who are under 5 feet tall.
He's going to be in a Willy Wonka outfit with the little Oompa Loompas running around. Charles Davis, 8 o'clock NFL Network, 8:40, Zach Wolchuck. Let's get to your best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know the good, the bad, the ugly, the fun, all of it at 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Start us off, Ralph.
I've got a worst. The best is relative. I've got a worst. I got a foot problem. I got a big foot. I'm like Bobby Belt over here.
Oh, yeah.
Big time foot problem.
I was legit worried about my foot for about a week and a half. I didn't know if it was gout. I didn't know if I'd sprained it. I got friends with gout.
Yeah, I thought I had gout. I did.
Yeah.
It's been like 8 months to a year where my foot, like just right behind I call it my middle toe. It's not my middle. It's the second toe. It's the big toe.
Yeah.
It's the toe that's longer than the big toe.
Yeah.
Right
For
below that. Yeah, right below that. Every time I walk, it's like this huge pain. It feels like there's something in my foot. And I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, we're going on this hike next week. We're going to
in Utah.
We got 6 days of hiking all through all these national parks.
Ugh.
I'm like, I got to get this thing fixed. And I notice, and Sarah looks down at my feet because I'm walking around barefoot. She goes, why are your toes separated? And my second and third toe are creating a V. They're just separated apart. Google it. Plantar plate tear.
Plantar plate tear.
Didn't even know what that was, but apparently it's very, very common. And your toes separate.
That is how you should diagnose all medical issues.
Yeah, you're a terrible Google physician.
I'm sorry.
You're an internet physician.
My
It's
Google's
awful.
the same as everybody else's Google. So
and I don't go there to. Bobby does this sometimes. I don't go there to make myself stress and lose sleep.
I will go to get an idea. I will go to get an idea, but I won't then just say that is definitively what I have.
I'm definitively saying that's what I have.
I know.
I'm going to go to the doctor this week, and I'm going to tell them definitively what I have, so they can confirm what I have, and they give me medicine to get rid of the pain.
You know what I found, and it was a depressing old man realization. I was like, my foot problem is all about shoe support.
Yeah,
I had the wrong sandal for a long day, or the wrong shoe for a long day, and now I have reached that. I used to laugh at those commercials. Look at the sole in here for old people.
Mm-hmm.
What's that famous company for the
Dr. Scholl's?
Dr. Scholl's.
Yeah,
I am now. On the radar. I'm a Dr. Scholl's on the radar dude.
And I know what did this.
Freaking awful.
I've been wearing women's
crock pots and shoe soles.
Right, and I've been wearing women's socks for a couple years now.
Excuse me?
I've been wearing women's socks for a couple years because I don't like them to show.
Hello, Mr. Gnome.
Yeah. So I get the women's socks. And
now let me ask you this. How often does it come off the back of the heel?
Never. It's got rubber. It's got rubber. Little rubber.
I need those.
So I love them, but they're too small. So they've been crushing my feet. I think this is the blame. So I've got new.
They're real tight on you.
Yeah, they're real tight. I got men's socks now. I've got men's socks. That was my worst. The best, I'll tell you. I'm very generally. I don't like thunderstorms.
I know where you're going with this.
I don't like thunderstorms. I'm scared to death of tornadoes. But that storm we had Saturday, we were driving around. We were coming back from baseball. We got rained out, obviously, because of the storm. The lightning show that thing put on.
I got no rain Saturday.
Oh,
with all
God,
that.
we got inches.
Like blind melon.
The lightning storm that thing put on was as unbelievably powerful as I've ever seen. And the wind was crazy. And I got friends out in Wise County. They had a tornado rip right through their neighborhood. They down trees, and we had I think there was like one or two people that died in this thing. It was that bad. But just
yesterday, I'm getting updates at F2 or at E2. I'm like,
F2, But watching it in the moment, the lightning show.
Was it heat lightning?
I don't know, man. That was like, holy cow.
We stayed outside. We had a little patio party. We were in the pool earlier in the day, and I kept being like, time to go. But you're just sitting there looking at the sky light up.
Holy cow.
I would think with your old man foot issue, you would be saying we needed this as it rolled in.
Yeah,
I do want it to rain to keep.
Who left all these lights on in the house? Are you saying stuff like that now?
Yeah. The sirens are going off.
Yes, that's my number one pet peeve.
We get home, the sirens are going off. As soon as we get into the house, the sirens go off. We go like, all right, we got to hunker down.
Yeah,
it's like, all right, this thing is getting close.
So that was your best?
No, it wasn't. The like in the moment, watching the lightning was like, oh man, this is really, really cool.
Yeah.
And like I was like, listen, I hope that nothing happens with the tornadoes. And unfortunately, it did happen. There was a tornado out in Wise County.
Hey,
best and worst.
Yeah, it was all best for me except having to work the draft day 3 on Saturday. I just worked a few hours, but it wasn't too bad. Got to hear Bobby and Brian fight, so that was good. But just like Lee Bryce, I don't dance. And Mackenzie and I, we practiced our first dance. We've kind of scattered out a little bit. We're supposed to be doing every weekend. When the weekend gets here, I'm like, we'll do it the next weekend, and then I'll be gone this weekend. So we have 6 weeks left, guys. 6 weeks until the big day. So we practiced our first dance last night and then Saturday night as well. So we're trying to get it down, but we're gonna have to practice almost every day for it to look good because I don't dance, and my footwork, I feel like my arm, movement is just weird. And it's 90 seconds. 90 seconds is what we're gonna do for our song.
But it's like a cool hip dance, right? You're not practicing a slow dance. You're practicing some
grinding,
cool TikTok new thing. You're not slow dancing.
Maybe not slow, but we're gonna slave the grind.
This isn't the first dance that you're practicing. This is your entry. Right?
No. This is like where it's like the father-daughter dance, and then like it's our dance as well.
What are you practicing?
He doesn't know how to.
You hold each other. Even
sure. It's about because we got to work the spin.
Hold on. Aiden, turn the camera over here.
No, it's my turn to lead. It's my turn to lead. You lead the show. It's right here. Right hand.
Yeah.
Yep. Right there. Back and forth.
Oh,
Back and forth.
Look at that. Easy.
Oh yeah, you got to twist and then back the other way.
But
and then you want to rub. You want her leg to rub in the middle.
Greg Abbott's about to take our station off the air.
And now kiss. You got to do the kiss. You got to, Sean. But the whole thing is, there's
you got to dip me.
There's two twirls in there. We got to get that down because at a certain part of the song, there's music, so we got to do the twirl. That's the big thing.
Yeah,
I know how to just waddle my feet around, for 90 seconds, but that was the big thing.
No, I thought you got to walk in the room with something like cool.
Yeah, you got to have a walkout. So do you have a walkout song?
Oh, that's something we'll get down. We'll talk to the groomsmen and bridesmaid probably the day before or something and do that.
Okay.
And another best as well. I already said it. I'm gone this weekend. I'll be in Mexico. Puerto Vallarta. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. We talked 2 months ago about whether I should go. You had the guy that died and everything and all that, but I was like, you know what? I'm in the wedding here.
I think it's El Mencho, right? El Mencho?
Yeah. He's gone. But so it's for one of my best friends. I'm in the wedding, so I'll be leaving Friday morning, come back Tuesday, and I finished shopping for that. So we got to wear linen. Have never worn linen shirts.
Oh, it feels very cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Very pimp.
Yeah,
very Miami
got the
feel.
flip-flops ready to go. We'll have a boat day 3 out there, so it'll be nice. I'm excited.
Bob?
So the worst obviously was just getting my internal clock messed up. That was that has thrown me off completely. I'm forgetting what day it is and where we're at. The best was probably when Zach Wolchuck almost S'd his P's. He was having some problems. He had to go to the bathroom. He almost.
Why did you
S'd his P's?
Yeah, but why did you leap
From
out?
Saturday Night Live had a sketch where they said that one time, so it's just in my head. But he was like, "Can you come in here? I'm really about to just go." And I was like, "We got 4 people there. I mean, if you walk away, nobody's gonna notice. But sure, I'll come in there." And so he walked out, and just like I had written an email on behalf of him last week, I just made a beeline for his laptop. I did not speak the entire time that he was out of the room. I just spent the entire time sending tweets from his Twitter account.
Oh.
So some of the things that you may have seen from Zach Wolchuck's Twitter the other day were poll question: should Brian Broaddus retire from scouting since he allows 5'2" edge rushers on his board? Tap in. The options were yes and yes a second time. At Nick Harris hates Jacob Rodriguez because he never answered his texts when he was making crystal ball predictions at 24/7. How much better would the draft show be if they just remove Kyle Yeomans as host and let me solo this thing? I don't like Kyle Yeomans' haircut. It doesn't project the alpha presence required to carry you through hour 4 of Brian wondering why his 5'5" receiver that runs 4.7 is still on the board. And then, of course, at Vach Lombardi, my man, with little fist bump emojis.
I got you, Sammy.
That was probably the best. Was just in general the hijinks. Like I say, it was a wear down doing the draft show and everything, but it is cool to just be around the guys the whole time and get to follow the draft and hang out and do the bits and everything.
I thought this guy was absolutely fantastic on the NFL Network, so I reached out and he has agreed to join us next. How much praise does he have for what Jerry and Steven, along with Will McClay, did? The great Charles Davis, college and football analyst, next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me ask you something. If someone
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a total. Let's answer, turn it on, leave it on. I'm sitting there checking out the radio coverage and the TV, and it was on the NFL Network, especially for day 2 and the rest of the weekend. And there is Charles Davis, and I'm like, man, he's crushing the analysis of this. We'll get him on during the college football season, NFL season, and I said, let's see if he has enough time to recap what the Dallas Cowboys and everybody else did. So, the great Charles Davis, NFL Network coverage, joining us here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, Charles. Thanks for the time.
Good morning, guys. How's everything going?
We're doing well. You still got the voice. That's a good sign. How do you feel?
Good point.
How do you feel about what the Dallas Cowboys did? They seem to be getting a lot of national acclaim and applause. Yeah. Do you agree?
I agree. I like what they did, and I like when a team understands what it needs, has a way of targeting it, and just goes ahead and does it. Sometimes I think this is natural of all of us in life, right? We all want to be just a little bit smarter than our compatriots, right? We all want to be a little bit quicker than them. We all want to know something or be ahead or zag when everyone else is zigging and have our zag be the move that, wow, you saw that. That's amazing. And sometimes it's just best to just know what you got to do and do it. That's what I felt like Dallas did in this draft.
Your thoughts on Caleb Downs on your board and how things played out to get him to 11?
Yeah, he was a top 5 talent on, I think, everyone's board. This is one where it would have been an extreme zag to say, well, I think Caleb Downs was a second rounder. I mean, no, it's just it was evident, it was apparent. The interesting thing is right now the position he's playing is not supposed to be a premium position, but it's actually a very hot position because of the type of play we're getting out of guys like Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore, Derwin James in Los Angeles with the Chargers, and what Nick Emanwari did on the run to the Super Bowl with Seattle. Now we're looking at these safeties. How many different ways can we deploy them? How many different ways can they affect the game? How can they make us better? And that's why Caleb Downs, I think, is getting that type of acclaim. The interesting part is he's a well-put-together young man. The intelligence is off the charts. He's going to quarterback your secondary, and then he could quarterback your entire defense. But his body frame and style of play is not quite like the 3 guys I just mentioned. So he's going to get the job done. I think he'll get the job done well. And the Cowboys will probably use him in multiple spots. But, he said it himself. He told me this at the Combine just directly because I've mentioned those guys. And he said, look, I'm not built like they are. I'm not constructed like they are, but I'm still going to get the job done. I'm going to get the job done well. And I firmly believe that with him. I thought that was a great pick for them, and it broke the Cowboys not taking a safety since Roy Williams. I mean, we it's kind of like last year we were in Green Bay when they announced they took the receiver. Was it Matthew Golden? And as their first receiver picked in the first round since 2002, and the place just lost its mind. Obviously, we were in Green Bay, and the Packer fans went berserk. I don't know that Cowboy fans will go berserk because you took a safety.
They have.
And you hadn't taken him in a while, but I think they took a great player.
Charles, a lot of early talk about him playing nickel. Does that make the most sense or a lot of sense based upon what you saw with him in coverage?
See, that's where it plays right into is he Emanwari, Hamilton, Derwin James? Because that's what those guys are doing right now. That's become the vogue thing, that you play the nickel as a safety, because you guys know, look, what are we used to as nickel cover guys? That shifty guy, right? Mm-hmm. The guy goes inside. Remember when the Eagles went with the dream team with the 3 defensive backs?
Yeah.
And none of them could play nickel. Yeah. And that became a bit of a problem. So that's where we're kind of used to it. Like Marcus Jones from New England is like 5'9", 185 pounds, feisty as all get out, great kick return guy. You could see him matching up with against Edelman in his prime, that sort of a deal. But teams have gotten bigger with who they're putting inside in the slot with the receivers, so the nickels have gotten bigger as well. To answer your question, yes, I can see Downs playing there. I also could see him playing a great center field safety as well. It's going to be fun for me to watch and see how Christian Parker tries to deploy him and wants to utilize him. And it'll also be interesting to watch and see where he's most comfortable. Because sometimes you can get a guy and you're going to use him here, and I'm going to use him there, and I can put him over here, and he's not as comfortable as you think. Get him comfortable first and then introduce everything else. Kyle Hamilton was very confused as a rookie. And by the way, he tested Mensa IQ in middle school. And his rookie year, you go back and pull up tape, you'll find bust after bust. Now, I don't want to make it sound like he busted 3 out of 4 plays. But what I'm saying is there were some big plays that happened because they deployed him numerous spots, and he's thinking, oh, yeah, I got to do – oh, shoot, I'm in the other spot. Now it's second nature to him. Now he can do everything. I'm just saying be slow with everyone. Give them a chance to get their feet wet.
Charles Davis joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Charles, for all the universal acclaim of the Downs pick, the Lawrence pick was met with a little bit more split opinion. There were people who really liked it, other people who thought maybe that's a little bit of a reach. How do you view Lawrence as a prospect, and more specifically within what Dallas wants to do?
Lawrence is a great example of us on the other side rising, us learning about him in the rise. Does that make any sense at all? Because the teams all know, right? I'll just put it to you this way, guys. Every time I go to do a game, I write a reminder on my paper before I sit down to talk with anyone. You know what my reminder is? They know more than you do. and what I mean by that is I'm not talking about my intelligence or anything like that. It's just I have my opinions about what's going on there, but they know more about what they're doing. They just may not share it with you, right? So you always say, from the outside, I'm going, it's this, it's this, it's this. Well, I could be very wrong because they've got a whole different idea. Here's the thing. We all thought Lawrence was probably a third-round guy, right, as we started the whole process. A very good friend of mine, when I talked to him about Lawrence, and by the way, he scouts for another team. He's one of the top scouts for another team in the NFL. He goes, dude, you're off on Lawrence. I said, really? He goes, yeah. He said, he's at least a second-round guy. And he said, I'm going to tell you now that during the process, you're going to hear his name more and more and more, and he's going to rise for you knuckleheads. He's always teasing me about being on the media side. Mm-hmm. He said, you knuckleheads on the media side, he's going to rise for you guys. We know about him. Okay, cool. Well, sure enough, I get to the Combine. You guys remember the Combine. He blew it away, right? He did a great job in the Combine. And we're talking about Malachi Lawrence. He called me the next day. He goes, see, I told you. And so for everyone out there that didn't know much about him, the community of the NFL did. He fits a lot of what you expect Dallas is going to want from him, right? And during the process, I kept mentioning, I said a couple of times, I said, body type, he looks a lot like Tank. Body type and build, he looks like Tank Lawrence. And when I talk with the UCF people, they love his passion for the game. He's a film monster kid. He's passionate about what he's doing. They had a coaching change there. He could have left and gone somewhere else. He embraced the coaching change, took the coaching, kept getting better at what he was doing. I think if you take the ball to the front side where he is and he's pursuing, he's really good at taking you down in that area. Backside pursuit, I think more of that's going to come. But I like where he is. I like the build that's there. I understood totally why Dallas would take him. I thought he might go a little bit later in the first round, but we've got to get past what the true value is, right? Oh, he's better if you take him later. If a team has conviction and likes him, just take him.
Were you surprised they didn't go corner there?
I thought it was a possibility, but as we discovered, right, Jermon McCoy was off the boards for people that early because of the knee, right? If McCoy's knee is right and they don't think there's degenerative and all that, if McCoy plays 2025 season, he's the number one corner. He's ahead of delayed. All right, that's just one person's opinion. But at the worst, he's going to be 2, right? So now there's no McCoy. So who do you like next as your corner? Do you like Chris Johnson as your third corner? Do you like Colton Hood as the next corner? Do you like Brandon Cisse as the next corner? What Dallas told us by taking Lawrence is that they like Lawrence better for what they were planning on doing than the corners that were on the board.
Charles, the third-round pick was Jashawn Barham from Michigan, who had played some edge, played some inside linebacker. Sounds like the Cowboys are going to start him at inside linebacker. But, Will McClay had comped him to, hey, he's got a little bit of a similar type of trajectory as what we've seen from Marvell Reese. Obviously not at the top there, but like similar type of style player. What did you think of Barham, and where would you play him right off the bat?
Yeah, when I watched his tape, and I've watched him as the off-ball guy, I've watched him as the edge. I thought he played better as an edge. I thought he's more comfortable out there. I thought that his instincts showed up a little bit better. Obviously, he plays at super speed, kind of like always kind of liken it to when we see those old baseball tapes. And Babe Ruth hits the home run and gets around the bases in about 2.8 seconds, and he had that great music behind it. I feel like Barham plays a little more sped up there. I'm eager to watch how that plays out. I really am, because I'll just go old school Dallas tradition. The Manster, Randy White, coming out of Maryland, was supposed to be, he was incredible at Maryland playing defensive line, right? But the Cowboys saw him as an undersized defensive lineman. This was under Coach Landry. And his first 2 seasons, he played a lot of stand-up inside linebacker. And it just wasn't going great. Like, he's too good of a football player to say that he wasn't doing things, but you know what I'm saying. That just wasn't. And then they kind of put him back down there. And next thing you know, he's sitting on quarterbacks and running backs all the time. And next thing you know, we got a Hall of Fame career. Sometimes guys just fit better at certain places, doesn't matter what the dimensions are. So it'll be interesting to see what Barham does. I love his speed. I love the way he plays the game. I liked him better as an edge.
Charles, the Cowboys on day 3, they got a round 4 haul. Drew Shelton from Penn State, Devin Moore from Florida, LT Overton from Alabama. Guys that they had said afterwards they think all 3 of those guys have starter upside. What did you think of the collection there in the 4th round, and did anybody of those 3 really stand out to you?
Yeah, I like the collection. I'll take them in the order that I like them out of the 3. I like Devin Moore the best out of them. I think he just his build. I've had to coin it as a new phrase because Pete Carroll was in Seattle for so long. I used to say that guy looks like a Seattle corner. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about? That tall, lanky, long arm type of a guy. Now, since Pete's finally, he's been at Seattle a while now, I should be able to adjust. I just call him a Pete Carroll corner. That's what he looks like to me in so many different ways. But I think he's a little more versatile than just being a press corner, cover 1, cover 3 guy. I think he goes inside and does that cat blitz, right? You go inside and you put him on the nickel and he comes off the edge and goes and gets you. I think with his build, he can swing back and play some safety for you. So I liked him as the most versatile piece out of the 3. It was Shelton, and who was the third guy again?
LT Overton.
Overton. Yeah, Shelton, offensive lineman. I think there's some development to be had there. I think he's very strong as a down blocker type of a guy, kind of one-on-one kind of guy come at you, take you on right now. Agility-wise, a little bit there that, I'd like to see a little bit more.
Charles, can I say something? Charles, I got to stop you. The reason I wanted to have you on in part is I'm watching the coverage. You do such a good job of giving the other side nicely. I know everyone can't be a home run. It's a perfect fit. Then we move on to the next. I for one, at least in the media, appreciate the other side of it. So this delivery, apparently, I guess, except for Daniel Jeremiah, which I haven't heard the audio. I just read it. I read the headline of the great debate. But man, you're doing a good job of giving both sides, man. Keep it up with the not so glowing positives with every player.
No, I didn't listen. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, here's the bottom line. They're all really good football players, but they all can't be first rounders.
Right.
It's that simple, okay? And as a former college player, I feel like I have an understanding that we all aren't great. Remember, I played and didn't get drafted. So who am I to just come at everybody and just crush them? Anyway, back to Drew Shelton. Yeah. I just think agility-wise, there's something there. And one more time, the third guy, because I'm
LT Overton from Alabama.
Oh, LT Overton. Tough, nose, hard player. Doesn't shock you at all that he's going to be a good effort guy coming from Bama, down in, down out, the whole thing. Tweener. Sometimes we overuse these appellations we give them, right? Is he an edge? Is he a defensive tackle? I do think he's a true tweener. because I don't think he's an edge like we like to think of edges now. He's not an edge that's going to go out and just destroy your quarterback and get you double-digit sacks. He's much more of a base end to me, kind of like the old 3-4 base end type of a deal. I think inside, in pass rush situations, he'll be a better pass rusher if you were able to move him inside. But which place is he going to live? I think he's got to live between the two of them based on down and distance and situation. I think he's a good player. I don't know if he's going to pick one side or the other, if that makes any sense. Like, when he comes to camp, if he's bigger than what we see right now, then that tells me that they've told him, hey, we're going to use you more inside. If he comes to camp and he's lighter, that means he's going to try and get quicker and play defensive end and come off the edge. I think his chances are bigger, but that's just one person's opinion.
Awesome work. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate you. Catch up on your sleep.
Hey, I will try my best, and I appreciate the time with you guys. You take care of yourselves. Continued success to all.
The great Charles Davis, NFL Network, NFL and CBS all over the place here on your home of the Cowboys. Did the Rams clean up their quarterback mess? Why are all Tolos worried that Overshon is leaving? And oh no, Clay Thompson, please say it ain't true.
No.
That's next.
After we get you over to Base Power Company.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Alpe's got it across the middle of the floor. Free throw line, turned, 360 move, layup, down the lane, basket, and one, and a muscle flex as the Rockets lead is up to 20.
Rockets Radio with the call. LeBron with another 8-turnover game. And the Lakers are not going to sweep the armpit. They still lead 3-1 without Luka, without Reeves. Does Kevin Durant get his free pass because he missed again with an ankle?
I mean, look, he's going to
finally won without him.
Yeah. The fact that he's missed, I mean, I guess there's a pass there. The bigger story is going to be what happens when Luka does come back. And
they look good.
Yeah, I mean,
they look even better.
Well, what's it going to do when the Lakers want to win this whole damn thing?
And I'm going to rub Will Chambers' nose in it after he just told me like a month ago that Luka will never win a title. Yeah. Never. He said never. That game 3 was that ended like Rockets were up 6 with like 30 seconds left, and they blow that, get it forced into overtime.
Yes.
I mean, it's been
choked it away.
I know he had the big turnover game yesterday and everything, but I mean, like with the clutch shot in game 3 and the game 1 performance, like this has been a nice turn back the clock kind of series for LeBron.
He had a knockaway steal, too. Cleveland and Toronto are tied at 2. Wemby is back from the concussion. They lead the Blazers 3-1. Boston destroyed Philadelphia. Get the 76ers out of here. I hate them. Boston leads 3-1.
Boston made like 24 threes in this game. Something like that. It's some absurd number.
In the East, Orlando leads Detroit 2-1. Choppy's betting slip and Jake Riepma's heart in jeopardy.
Here's the thing with this. How have they only played 3 games in this series?
Yeah. They played 3 OKC Phoenix. Knicks and Hawks are tied at 2. God, it would be hilarious to watch the Knicks get eliminated this early. And then Anthony Edwards is out for weeks as the Timberwolves beat Denver. Joker getting mad at the end of that one that Minnesota put in a layup. Got a little. All these games are getting scuffles at some point in time, and DiVincenzo tore something up too.
Yeah, and he is now. I saw this amazing stat. This is right for you. This is right up your alley. Right up your alley.
Minnesota leads 3-1. By the way, don't tell me Luka and the Lakers, I don't know, they're not going to get lucky with a matchup, possibly a Minnesota round.
Maybe.
Oh, my gosh.
Maybe. And that's the thing. They get to Oklahoma City. But this is for you because you're not a jinx guy.
No.
He's a Shinx guy.
But do you believe? With the DiVincenzo Achilles, this is now the 4th guy in the last 2 playoffs that wears the number 0 that tore his Achilles.
You know, that one makes me pause a second.
Because also,
if my son picked 0 after that, I would be a little bit worried.
Because also, you got to go back. Like Gilbert Arenas was always like in trouble or hurt. He wore 0.
What number does Overshon wear?
And he's always hurt.
What a segue! As every Tolo is having the same exact response that DeMarvion Overshon is eventually gone because he has picked David Mulugheta as his new representation.
Yep, this was the report yesterday that DeMarvion Overshon will now be represented by David Mulugheta. He is eligible for a contract starting next offseason, I think.
This is his last year, right, of his rookie deal?
Because he missed the whole first season, I don't know how that affects his contract. He may have, when you miss all year due to an injury, I think you might become a restricted free agent at that stage. I need to look on it. But, David Mulugheta, they keep trying to move away from those clients. They let Micah go. They seem to be setting up to let Pickens go, and now it's DeMarvion Overshon, and everybody's very, very nervous. Are you nervous?
No. I'm going to take the opposite opinion.
I am too.
Mulugheta.
Spotrac says UFA. He's a UFA.
Mulugheta is playing ball with Pickens. So I'm taking that as a sign that not every single negotiation has to go to the Micah or Jalen Ramsey level. So I am holding out optimism. Overshon, not meaning this literally, and I love his personality. He don't have too much of a leg to stand on right now, and I'm going to trust that Mulugheta is not going to be that difficult because this George Pickens thing is looking like it's going to work out for him to play on the tag this year. I'm optimistic.
David is a very tough negotiator, obviously, and not somebody you'd want to be across from when he wants to make it hurt. He's not somebody you want to cross from him.
Yeah.
But, I think when you look at Brandon Aubrey, take him talking last week about the way he basically told Todd France, I want this done a certain way, and that Todd France got it done. Todd France operated in a very different way with the Dak contract, obviously, and the way they did it. Different leverage points, too. But I think how the player wants to approach it oftentimes, depend that will play out how aggressive the agent wants to be. Which side of this am I going to play it? Well, if they want me to play it a certain way, I'm going to. The Cowboys have had no issues, and obviously, again, not as big of a deal, but they've had no issues with Malik Hooker getting deals done here. He keeps coming back. They keep him around. It's simple deals. It's not a problem. I think what you see a lot of times is a representation of how the player wants to play it, which I think is significant when you look back at the way Micah played it, because I do think that's how Micah wanted to. And so if DeMarvin Overshon says, I want to be a Cowboy and I want to operate a certain way, David will get him that deal. And then David will negotiate that way. But if Overshon were to be like, hey, I want you to be the shark, go for the, he'll do that too. I don't see Overshon as a guy who would say, let's make this really hurt.
Well, speaking of hurt, there was hurt in my household over the weekend.
No.
When I read an Instagram story to my wife, and this was a loss for love, as Megan Thee Stallion wrote this about Klay Thompson. Cheating. Had me around your whole family playing house. Got cold feet. Holding you down through all your horrible mood swings and treatment towards me during your basketball season. And now you don't know if you can be monogamous? I made the decision to end my relationship with Klay. Trust, fidelity, and respect are non-negotiable for me in a relationship, and when those values are compromised, there's no real path forward. I'm taking this time to prioritize myself and move ahead with peace and clarity. B, I need a real break after this one. Bye, y'all. And apparently Megan broke down in tears during her curtain call after her show and performance the other night.
If the performer of WAP and a professional basketball player can't make it, who amongst us can?
There's no
It's not your night.
No hope for love out there.
This hurt.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, to be real, you probably should decide if you can be monogamous more than a year in.
If it's true.
And also,
she seemed like a great cook.
They seemed awesome together.
God, I saw these meals.
Cooking with Kai.
They seemed awesome together. Did she call him in a way high maintenance?
I heard moody, temperamental.
I think when I think of a male that's high maintenance, I think of a guy who's moody.
Okay,
right? You're constantly moody, so you're never predictable. To me, guys that are women want a guy that's predictable. They can see it from a mile away. That they can predict when they're going to be in a good mood or a bad mood, so you can get out of the house.
Did Sean McVay and the Rams clean up their Ty Simpson mess? We destroyed McVay last week for being cold towards Ty Simpson and making it look like he and the general manager were not on the same page. I do have to say, I don't know whether I'm just in a great Cowboy mood or not. I may be giving Sean McVay a little bit of a pass on this one as he sat down with the media the next time he met with the Rams at a presser.
What do you guys think? Am I angry right now? I will say this, though. The one thing that would never be doubted is, we couldn't be in more lockstep in every decision that we make. And I think I get my demeanor last night, and so what do you mean, Gary? You were tweeting about it last night, man. I don't act like you weren't. But we're excited about it. There's different things, I think, always want to be mindful of, all right, how things come off, things like that. Very excited about last night, very excited about today, and couldn't be more excited about us continuing to lead together. But every decision that we make is collective and collaborative. And so for any of the questions or misunderstandings just based on my demeanor or disposition last night, I did want to get that out of the way. This is my buddy right here. And so that was brought to my attention because I got so many texts, and that was never my intended way to be able to come off. But sometimes I can be a little grumpy,
All right, optics, what optics were you afraid of portraying?
The main thing was, I think, I couldn't be more excited about being able to add him, but also understanding of, how much I love Matthew Stafford, how respectful you want to always be to just the way things can be interpreted. And so the demeanor would have been, stoic by nature because you are excited, but by no means, it is Matthew's football team. Excited to be able to add Ty. What a blessing it is for him to be able to learn from Matthew, to be able to come into this atmosphere and environment. But whenever that time comes for him to get an opportunity to be Matthew's successor, will be on Matthew's terms. And I think that's really what the important thing was. And I didn't want that to ever be misunderstood while not minimizing the excitement for Ty.
You're in a great Cowboys mood.
Because I saw it was I think it was with Schrager or Kyle. I can't remember, but he kind of echoed the same sentiment. I was like, I kind of buy it. I could buy that. That's what
you being respectful to Stetson Bennett too. Yeah, maybe he'll compete with Stetson. I don't know.
No, not being respectful to Stetson, but
well, you got to respect your elders.
I assume. I for some reason I feel like Orlovsky is close with all those guys out in L.A. I know it's with Stafford.
Some of them are, as he is.
But he was like, "This. It's a smart pick because Matt will go win the Super Bowl this year, retire, and then he gets to play." And I don't necessarily know that I agree with that. It was a smart pick or not. I mean, I'm still torn on it, but I could buy that he's being respectful to Matt.
Every shot of McVay, the behind-the-scenes phone call, everything related to it, he had the same demeanor with it.
Yeah.
And he didn't other times.
My final opinion is, okay, I get it, the Stafford thing, but that does not totally excuse your multiple instance reaction.
Bad optics.
Bad. Yeah, you didn't smile at all, like the phone call with it. Now
that was a rough smile with this phone call. I was like, yeah, man.
But what are you believing now? What are you believing about him and Snead?
I don't think he wanted to take Simpson. I think he's fine with Snead. I think they probably disagreed. He didn't want to take Simpson.
Yeah.
And he's a little like, I told you I'm kind of on my last year or two. I don't want to use my capital on that.
Because I understand not doing Tiger Woods fist pumps in the room when you do it. Because if I'm Stafford, I'm like, oh, okay. So you got one hand on my back, getting ready to shove off the ledge, but nothing about at least what we've seen media-wise from McVay's reactions showed any Ty Simpson satisfaction, and I'll still ultimately blame McVay.
The Rams never get to pick that high. They always trade their picks when they have them. They're late. They never get to pick that high, and you took somebody you could have traded back and gotten. And I could see him being frustrated. If we're up this high, let's really use the opportunity.
What did Zach Wolchuck think of the Cowboys class and everything else that happened in the NFC East? The Woolly Bully joins us next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Man, got the letter in the mail, the property tax bill.
Yep.
It is due. And it's I look at it, I was like, no, this is not going to be right. I got to have this thing lowered. Well, Ownwell's already gotten me covered. I got the email from them. They are going to take care of everything. They've already worked and started to work on my property tax protest, just like they did last year, where they saved me over $975 in actual cash that I was able to save and get back because I went and used Ownwell.
Step-by-step update. I just got it the other day. Choppy, we have officially filed your 2026 notice of protest. It's now on file, and your case is being built. They explain what the filing is. The opinion of value, providing the evidence to build your case, and the security note as well. And they also say when you will hear from us next, and you can check your status. Save like hundreds of Tolos did last year, because that May 15th deadline, I know you've already waited, it is a couple of weeks away. Ownwell.com to sign up in 3 minutes or less. Ownwell.com, OWNWEL.
Trey. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
This is
Bobby Belt.
Below the Belt.
Is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
It is Bobby Belt for the Below the Belt, which I thought we were just doing Wolchuck, but here it is, the Below the Belt intro.
Yeah, I like
where
the
we
intro.
Talk to Zach Wolchuck, sponsored by Window Nation.
Zachary, did you crash out? Yesterday I thought that you may have been asleep for a long, long time. Now you had a bathroom incident. Now you had an open Twitter incident. How much did you sleep?
My man. Yeah.
And I love that you were trying to go out and party afterwards, and the rest of them were too soft to do it.
Yeah,
Soft.
we hey, the wife, we had some birthday stuff going on with the family. My sister had her birthday, so she was like, "Hey, Saturday, can we still go out?" So
Sammy.
I invited the rest of the guys. Nobody else really
You
wanted
didn't
to
say
join.
Sammy
So it
was
okay.
there. And she didn't bring it up to me last time I talked to her.
That's surprising. I know you guys you talk on a regular basis. I can't believe she didn't mention that.
Got
Bob.
you, Sammy.
I got you. But no, I mean, Sean, with the two kids, the sleep, I don't think I'm ever going to catch up on the sleep. I'm running on fumes. And my youngest one's sick right now, so it's not great. The sleeping wasn't ideal.
Fantastic draft coverage, all the homework coming to fruition. Let's start off with day 2, Zach, with what they did and just the ups and the downs of watching players go off the board, the projections, all the conversation. Let's start off with Overshon Barham, Michigan linebacker, and what you think of his game.
Yeah, I like Barham a lot. I think that we did a game Brian likes to throw out. Like, if you can't get player X, who else would you try and go get, like player Y? So if you couldn't get Arvell Reese, a guy that has just similar skills, would have been Overshon Barham from Michigan, because he's got that flex that can play inside off-ball linebacker and then edge, being able to rush the passer. He's only done that for a year. So, I was listening to Charles earlier, and I actually kind of think he does look a little bit more comfortable inside linebacker playing off-ball. I like that's what Dallas is going to do with him, because I think he's a really good blitzer. So, I mean, it's just there's so much in terms of where he's lining up and what Christian Parker using the term multiple. He can do a lot from a lot of various positions. So I think they've got a really good vision and a plan for how they want to use him. But he's a havoc-type player, and they haven't had a lot of that on defense, guys that can really make an impact. But he's an all-around athlete. I think he's really good against the run, super physical. He's fun. Him and DeMarvin Overshon, if Overshon can stay healthy, those two flying around and getting after the football together is going to be really, really exciting on this defense.
Were you thinking about Drew Shelton, the Penn State tackle, replacing someone, or you just automatically said swing tackle versatility?
I think he's probably more so your swing, but I'd love it if he can push Tyler Guyton. I mean, I'm not going to expect him to come in and be your starter day one, but Tyler Guyton is. I think he's more consistent. Shelton is in terms of being able to maintain his balance, his footwork. They're both great athletes, but they both lack power. So I think Shelton can give you that right and left tackle versatility. I think he's going to have to play at some point this year. I mean, Tyler Guyton has just not been able to stay healthy. That's been his biggest problem. So I'd expect Shelton to contribute year one immediately. And if he plays well, maybe he does end up taking over that position. I'm not going to say that he is going to end up winning that job, but I'd love him to give Tyler Guyton a run for his money in an ideal world. He just needs to add some upper body strength and power.
Who was your favorite of the day 3 selections? Was it Shelton, or were you a fan of the Devin Moore, Overton, Anthony Smith picks?
It was probably Devin Moore. I like Devin Moore and just kind of the range that he's able to play with. I think he's going to be. They needed another corner that they have in their back pocket in case Savone Revel or Bland or these guys aren't ready to go. So I like, especially now that you have Caleb Downs, who can go ahead and make up for any type of gambling that Devin Moore wants to do. I think he's probably the guy to me that I think is the best of the picks. Overton. He's got to be a hand-in-the-ground defensive lineman, and I think that he kicks inside as a defensive tackle in those 4-down sets. But they clearly needed that kind of guy that can play that 4-eye, 5 technique type of deal. So I think, to me, the guy that's got the most upside out of all of them is Devin Moore, the corner from Florida. But watching Anthony Smith, and it's a 7th rounder, so I'm not going to put ridiculous expectations on him. But it was like any time that team at East Carolina needed a big play, Anthony Smith is the dude. So he's going to have to play special teams, which he did not do at all in college. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they need some depth now with Tolbert gone, and he'll compete with Trayshawn Holden for that wide receiver 5 spot.
All right, Zach Wolchuck with us here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. So out of all the picks, because I think everybody felt pretty good about what they collected, but out of all the picks they made, are there any that you say, I wish I could have subbed out that guy for this one at that pick?
I probably would have subbed out Joshua Farmer, the guard from Kentucky, for Danny Shelton out of Penn State. I just really liked Farmer. I keep saying Danny Shelton, the former defensive tackle.
Yeah, the Browns guy.
No, Drew Shelton. I just like Farmer more. But if they wanted to tackle, obviously Farmer's a guard. I think Farmer can compete to be a day one starter. To me, he's very similar play style to Tyler Booker. So if you look at having Farmer, Beebe, and Booker, and then now I would have kicked Tyler Smith to left tackle, which clearly they don't want to do. But I would have loved Joshua Farmer was a player to me that I was really, really high on. I had him around higher than Drew Shelton. That would have probably been the only ones that I would have swapped personally.
Question for both of you. Did either of you feel like there was a much different approach that the Cowboys took with this draft because of Christian Parker or because of Brian Schottenheimer as well? Did you feel like, all right, this crop of players is something I personally agree with a lot more, or I'm seeing tendencies or traits with this crop that may be different from years past? Start with you, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone back to something they used to do pretty heavily under previous regimes, but hadn't done in recent histories. They went heavy on positional flexibility. So that's a shift, and in a sense, then that means the shift is also that Christian Parker had a very big assertive voice, which I think most coaches do. It just seems like Parker understood how big his voice was, and he decided to use it.
You agree, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 years, they've drafted a lot of team captains, a lot of leadership guys. So if Shotty talks about building the culture a lot, really there's no better player to start with on the defensive side of the ball than Caleb Downs. But I think looking at just physical traits, Christian Parker clearly has a vision for every single one of the players that they took on defense, and his voice was definitely heard. I think they also, Clayton Adams, I think, was the guy. It sounds like Drew Shelton. He's loved him going back to, their days. I think Connor Riley as well recruiting. So the Drew Shelton pick might have been more of a coaching type of influence than it was anything else. But I think certainly character is a big deal with these guys.
Zach Wolchuck, G-Bag Nation right here, draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan. Zach, give us an education on the rest of the NFC East and just kind of run down those squads and what you liked or didn't like about what they did.
Giants had a pretty darn good night 1 and 2. I mean, with Arvell Reese and Francis Malinoa, I mean, I hope both of them fall flat on their face and stink. But Colton Hood, getting him in the second round, I mean, we had talked about him as a Cowboy target, maybe even as early as 12 if they got wiped out, definitely in consideration at 20. Those were 3 really, really good picks. I actually even liked Jack Kelly, the BYU linebacker they got in the 6th round. That dude's a freak athlete. The Eagles was kind of a meh draft. I like their first 2 picks. Mekhi Lemon, I had personally as my top receiver. Or I hope he ends up, being crazy with those crazy eyes. Jalen Hurts. And is a huge bust. But Eli Stowers is a star. I mean, they've been trying to get Dallas Goedert out of there. Eli Stowers could end up being an exceptional player. They took 2 giant offensive linemen, which is on par with what the Eagles like to do, with Markel Bell out of Miami and then Micah Morris from Georgia. And then Washington, I mean, I love Sonny Styles. I assume Dan Quinn and him are going to, be really good together. But the rest of their draft, Joshua Josephs, they took in the 5th round from Tennessee.
Hey, watch it.
I think is a good edge player. Yep, and he's super explosive. At worst, is a 3rd down pass rush specialist. Antonio Williams, the wide receiver from Clemson, he's a guy you can line up all over the field. I mean, you can put him in the backfield, slot, wide receiver. They needed some more playmakers on offense. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't come away with a running back before Tatron Allen out of Penn State. And Allen's a good player, but and they've had success day 3. Maybe he ends up being a big hit for them. But I think the Giants clearly had the best draft. I think Washington and Filthy, they each had a handful of picks that I liked. But I think the Cowboys probably did, and not trying to be a homer, I think the Cowboys did have the best draft weekend out of anybody in the division.
A lot of the pundits love the Eagles draft. Do you think they're just saying, oh, it's Howie, he must be doing something right?
Yeah, I think that's probably reputation-based. I mean, like Cole Wisniewski in the 7th round, I think that's the guy the Cowboys would have tried to bring in out of Texas Tech. Safety, linebacker, kind of hybrid. He's going to contribute on special teams. Like the first 2 picks, I get it. Lemon and Stowers are really good. Markel Bell, maybe he ends up being a great offensive tackle, but I don't know how you can look at that Eagles draft and be like, oh my. But any of this, like any of the grades and all the reaction afterwards, we got to wait and see how I can say, gosh, the Cowboys just got an A+ draft. And then these guys don't end up panning out, especially with the day 3 players. There's been some I've loved, and then, you're Junior Fehoko and you're out of the league in 2 years. Yeah. So some of this is, we just got to wait and see how it goes. But I think that the Eagles draft gets inflated because of what you just said there, Chubb. It's Howie Roseman, and it's reputation-based, but I do like their first 2 picks.
Best and worst drafts, in your opinion, around the rest of the league?
I do think Kansas City had themselves a good overall draft. I love Mansour Delane. Getting Peter Woods where they did, I think, was a solid value. R. Mason Thomas in the 2nd round, the edge out of Oklahoma. They needed somebody to get after the passer. I think he's a guy that I thought could have gone possibly late round 1. Jaden Kennedy is Jordan Lewis-like with the way he's able to play in the slot, a little bit undersized, but super pesky and can make plays on the ball. And then getting Emmett Johnson in the 5th round, the running back out of Nebraska, who was one of the best all-around backs after Jeremiah Love in the entire class. That's a nice pick. Because Kenneth Walker, as good as he is, he's a hurt guy. I mean, he's going to miss some time. You're going to need somebody to fill in for 2 to 4 games a year. Emmett Johnson can do that. And they got Nuss. They got Bobby's guy, Garrett Nussmeier. There we go, Flowermouth Marcus. So I thought they had a really good draft. Jacksonville, I don't know what the hell they were doing. Jacksonville draft, I mean, my God, I watched close to 200 players. They took about 4 guys. I have no idea who the hell they are. So it's just, I mean, their first pick, they didn't have a pick in the first round, so they take the tight end from A&M that I thought was a 5th round guy in the 2nd round. Their best pick was Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon, who I did think was a first-round caliber player. They took him in the 3rd. Otherwise, up and down the board, it's like, who the hell is Zach Dufree or Durfee?
Well, we love Josh Cameron. We love that they picked Josh Cameron out of Baylor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Josh, in the 6th round, hey, Josh Cameron might end up being the highlight of their draft class, and that's not a joke.
Probably.
Hey, fantastic coverage. Thank you so much. Tell the wife it was all worth it in terms of everything you invested. And real quick, what was more entertaining, Bobby stealing your Twitter account or Broadus versus Bobby?
Man, honestly, it's awkward. The Brian Bobby thing was weird. I felt bad. I was like, Bobby, Brian, he's not listening, and I've been there, and there's nothing we can really do. He's just going to keep doubling down, and he's going to say what he's going to say, and Bobby, you're just going to have. But look, don't get in an argument with Bobby, because you're right. I mean, he's going to find something from 10 years ago that you said, throw that back in your face. So I've learned that lesson, but I think the highlight of Saturday was the Bubble Guts incident and Bobby hijacking the Twitter. We had a lot of fun with that.
Thank you, Zachary. Appreciate it. Great work, man.
Thanks, fellas. Y'all keep crushing.
Zach Wolchuck, monster from the G-Bag Nation here on DFW Sports Station. What Dane Brugler thinks about what the Cowboys did, and Gavin Spittle in studio to talk about the Stars-Tide series final hour with a Monster X ticket giveaway after this.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sturm a shot, stopped by Ottinger, located. They score! It pinballs home! Marcus Foligno never gave up! 5:20 left in regulation! Marcus Foligno has tied it!
The overtime loss Saturday night ties up Stars, Minnesota, 2 games apiece. The audio from TNT, fist pumping with us in studio, is the Hockey Hawk and the Boss Man, Gavin Spittle, here on Sean and RJ. What Dane Brugler thinks about the Cowboys draft at 9:20 in the Red Zone, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee. Good morning, boss. Why are you here so early today? Who is getting fired besides Reba?
Man, can I not visit with one of my top 4 favorite shows?
You could have just said the top.
Favorite show.
The top.
The top.
The number one.
Yeah, but normally, I mean, we got you. Well, I guess they didn't play last night, so you have to stay up and do the podcast.
Right, yeah. So, I wanted to come in bright and early. I got nothing other than, meetings, but I wanted to come in early.
All right. Okay, so you had told us before this started, this may not work out great for us, and at the very least, this thing is going to be a battle, and it absolutely has been, right?
Yeah, I don't want Stars fans to hate on me or hate on anyone. The reality is Minnesota's really good, and this was, per all NHL experts, the series of series. This could have been the Western Conference Finals, and you're like, oh baby, here we go. So, and unfortunately, the winner has to face Colorado, who just trucked LA. I mean, they're Stanley Cup bound, it looks. So it's just a tough road. So Minnesota, they play tough. They're physical. They have talent. Bill Guerin, the GM, a lot of people don't like him here because he did not invite Jason Robertson to the Olympics, but they got the job done, and his Wild team is very tough to play against. Now, it came down to a deflection. I mean, we're looking at 2 overtime games. It's so tight. There's nothing you can't go at Jake Ottinger. I mean, wow. The last 2 games he's played amazing. If there is something to look at, so let's get into the little things. The Stars need to score more. They're scoring under 3 goals a game. And
only on power plays, really.
Right, exactly. So 5-on-5 needs to be better. I heard Jake Reitman talking about that this morning. He's correct. You need to be better 5-on-5. And there are some players that you'd like to see their point production, like Thomas Harley doesn't have any points in this series. Now, I say Mikko Rantanen, but we're all used to Mikko Rantanen doing what he did last year. But Mikko Rantanen has 5 points in 4 games. It's just not standing out.
Right.
So you would like to see a little bit more offense out of this team, but I think they're playing more defense to, counter what Minnesota's doing.
So when a team is not playing great in 5-on-5, is it the lack of space? Is it is it they need more space to play well? They're a team built on speed, and speed needs space. Is that what the issue is?
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota in the neutral zone is very strong. And the neutral zone doesn't get necessarily talked a lot about, but if you can control the neutral zone, you normally win the game. And that's basically the middle of the ice. And the Stars are having to flip it in a lot and struggling. Now, Minnesota knows that the Stars are so good on the power play, so they're trying to, limit their mistakes. And if you saw in Game 4, they were a little less physical because they're trying to stay out of the penalty box. So, for instance, Ryan Hartman crashing the net early, couldn't stop, plows into Ottinger. 2-minute penalty. Yeah, Stars take advantage. What they need to be careful of is early in that game, Matt Boldy hits Jason Robertson. Nice hit. And then later, he takes a little swipe after the whistle. Matt Boldy was purposely doing that. So Thomas Harley cleared him out of the way. Should be done. But here comes Maverick Bourque, and he wants to get a piece of Boldy. He draws 2 minutes. Referees didn't see Boldy punch Maverick Bourque. That's a different situation. But you just can't take that bait. And that's what I'm trying to tell Stars fans. I know it's tough. You can't take the bait.
Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, in studio, Spits and Suds with the podcast after every game or big Stars move. Do you feel confident about making any type of prediction the rest of the way, or at least for Game 5?
I think they can win Game 5. Yeah. I think they're the better team, in my opinion, when they play their game. If Minnesota is allowed to exert themselves, they will lose this series. The Rope-Hintz injury certainly hurts. If Nils Lundqvist can come back, and that was a dangerous injury. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yes.
Yeah.
To the face.
I'm personally...
What ended up being the official medical eval of that?
Upper body injury.
Yeah, upper body.
Yeah, upper body. Dude,
So
that
bad.
was frightening.
Yeah, it was.
It is. I'm in favor, like what they do in college, full face masks. I know the players would hate it, but I don't understand. You're dealing with a very sharp blade that is flying around the ice. So, in my opinion, if he can come back, the question becomes, and I'm no medical expert, is he's allowed to come back with a full face shield. But the question is, does that cut open up as the result of sweat, as a result of moving around? So they'll make that determination. I think he likely plays. To me, he's been one of their better defensemen. So that was a big loss. Playing in overtime with 5 defensemen, you get tired.
All right, boss, go ahead, get to your meetings. We'll see you tomorrow.
I kind of like this role better.
Oh, you had said, just a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about Anaheim, Edmonton. I'm stunned with
I thought we were going to do Ask the Manager, like some hard-hitting stuff. Oh, I know, that's juicy.
If you want that,
Sean's eyes right there.
We used to do.
Now that Mike's gone, who do you yell at the most?
Well, you and I actually.
It's probably, it was me for a little bit. Lucius thinks it's Dawson.
No, Dawson and I are good. You and I actually have formed a really nice relationship.
Yes.
Rank the shows in
Fred
terms
for
of
being late on the clock, probably.
who gives you the headaches. Who do you get the most? Who do you have to do the most
emails about?
Yeah, emails.
Most emails about, and why is it Bobby?
Most emails? No, I don't think. No, I don't really get a lot of emails. I usually keep it from you guys.
Who do you have to sigh about the most?
Children don't need to know about this.
Or use the dump button on. What show you use the dump button on the most?
Dump button would be G-Bag. Yeah, absolutely.
Eric.
Eric. There's a lot of massaging. There's a lot of massaging with the various shows.
Yes.
On different issues. Each of the shows are unique, and that's what I like about it.
There he is, Gavin Spittle. We'll do a full expressway Ask the Boss.
Man, that'd be great.
Sounding board.
I'm all for it. I'm
don't
all for
commit now.
Yeah,
because they're going to come. We canceled. What are you sick of?
ATB, Ask the Boss.
Ask the Boss.
No, I think there are certain things I can't talk about.
Okay.
But I'm very.
We'll give you 3 passes of what's the game we used to play where you
plead the fifth, right?
We'll give you 3 plead the fifths.
Okay.
For a commercial-free expressway one day. Thank you, boss.
I appreciate it, boys.
Gavin Spittle, Spits and Suds.
Peyton Gavin said you need to follow him into his office. He needs to talk to you about something. I don't know
right
what.
now?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Here on DFW, well, we have to play some audio, so go on the commercial break. The Cowboys did not get Nakobe Dean. They did not get Quay Walker. They did make a deal with San Francisco. And I reached out to our new friend, the butcher guy.
Oh, yeah.
In San Francisco. No, he was very nice when we went.
You need to know what's a pound of roast beef going for now?
All the rest.
Oh, baby.
Joe Shasky from the Fan in San Fran. I said, what's the word on D. Winters as they give up a 5th-round pick? They check in on Aziz in Houston. They check in on Jordan Brooks in Miami. Apparently the asking price was too much. Here's what San Fran Morning Radio told me. He's fast, coverage guy. Big misses in space drove us nuts. He was replacing Greenlaw, which are big shoes to fill. Low-end starter. Maybe fit wasn't great here, but 2 guys off the street in the playoffs were more impactful. Never really was consistent. They drafted his replacement last year, but with the scheme change, I'm not sure he has a role here. Went from Pete Carroll, solid-type defense, to more Wade Phillips, Raheem, and they brought Greenlaw back. He didn't play alongside Warner, to be fair, as Fred got hurt, but nonetheless, I was never as high on him as fans were. I think change of scenery can be great for him. Thank you, Joe Shashki.
Wow. So it sounds like he owns his jersey, but he doesn't have in the rotation he wears to the press box.
He did wear a lot of jerseys.
I like the this is the expectations. This is the curse and the power of expectations. When you're replacing somebody who's great, you will look bad regardless. When you're replacing somebody who's not, you might look better.
Let's see what Cowboys' expectation for D winners is. So we talked to Director of College Scouting Mitch LaPointe on Saturday on the draft show. He obviously had just done D winners a couple of years ago when he was coming out in the draft, and also has been in those personnel meetings where they're trying to figure out what they have available to him. This is what he had to say about D winners.
Just that run hit factor. I mean, the motor, the physicality, and then just having like Nick Sorensen, who is part of the San Francisco staff, and then with our coaches watching him, I mean, like he's coming in at worst. You're thinking about your third linebacker, and he's going to push to start. And it just kind of honestly took a little bit of okay, we don't have to reach for one of these kids later in the linebacker room. Obviously, we had a big glaring hole there, and then we've kind of done a good job now, kind of just filling that, And then Marist is a guy that can kind of play both too. So that's kind of given us an opportunity to at least Marist can do either or.
So one of the things I was most curious about, I was really excited that we got to talk to Scott Simons, the linebacker coach, because I'm dying to know how they view linebackers and how they I was trying to figure out during free agency, what are they looking for? What traits do they want? So he gave us a really lengthy answer after drafting Barham and trading for D winners. What is it that they're looking for in linebackers?
First off, it's physicality. I just think it's hard to coach a guy that's willing to put his face on somebody over and over again. That's a mindset. That's an attitude, I think. So that's the number one thing is I want to see is when we look at linebackers, guys that are going to play downhill, going to be physical. And then I think you look at instincts and diagnostics next. What's their FBI? And then from there, obviously you go into the traits, right? Arm length, speed, size for the position, et cetera. We look at, pass rush ability. Where does he add value in that? That's a little bit more down the line. And then, lastly is kind of ball disruption, guys that are able to get the ball back, guys that are able to force fumbles. And then within that, in this position, I think it's really important to look at just, the overall alpha mentality. I think, all guys don't have to be the same. You can have two different linebackers on the field, but you got to have guys that have strong leadership qualities. I think much has been made about green dot, and that's kind of one of the things that we talked about. I think these guys are a little bit more exposed now to it. It's not coming to the NFL where it's all new. So even though, you might have had, we had safeties in practice that had green dots, you know what I mean? Just because it was okay, if this guy and this guy goes down, who's the next best option for us in that situation? I never did it in a game. But so I think those guys are a little bit more exposed to that process in college now, which I think helps. So if we don't, quote unquote, have a green dot guy, at the end of the day, we would rather have the best football players we can on the field, and then make it work from there. And that's our job as coaches, making sure we can get them coached up to handle that extra pressure of wearing the mic and getting us lined up.
I was asking you, since we don't have that mic, the green dot linebacker, I was like, anyone done it in the secondary, as we're joking about Caleb Downs?
Yeah. Curse did it back in the day when they had, I'm trying to remember who had gone down. Somebody had gone down, Leighton or someone, and Curse had to take over the green dot for a little bit. So they've had secondary guys do it before. But, obviously, I think they prefer having somebody in the middle. Now, there's a lot of communication that's on the nickels in today's defense, and I think that's the case with Parker, too. So it might be a case where the nickel makes sense to have him wear the green dot.
I thought he was going to play there. So he'd be basically in the middle.
Well,
so that would make sense.
Caleb.
Well, Caleb would be in the nickel at that point. We're talking about middle of the defense, second level.
Yeah, no,
because he can communicate forward and behind.
I was trying to trigger. Trying to broad us you.
Didn't do it.
Well, I actually, it always did make sense for me that the safety would do it because they're the only player on the field, if they're playing in a base, that could see everybody.
Yeah, but
right, it's like a catcher.
Mike can communicate easily forward and back.
I get it, but they could see where everybody is. But yes, I understand what you're saying.
What does Dane Brugler think about what the Cowboys did? And a Monster X ticket giveaway next in the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3033. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Even more of your football fix. It's the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. KNC, is it Dallas Wings Media Day?
Well, oh boy.
With Paige and Fudd.
AZ Fudd.
They've got them scheduled?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Good for them.
Wow.
Now, the cross-examination at 9:40. I can't wait. This is going to really take you behind the scenes of radio with what everyone's going to be wondering. And we have to ask the questions and address the topics that everyone is going to be.
Let's see if you're built for it or if you're Boston media.
And they're going to let them. Are they going to let them ask?
What do you mean let them?
I mean, they put the kibosh on it at the press conference.
What's your prediction for with Kevin Hagelin?
Kevin will ask it. I don't know how he'll ask it.
What's he going to ask?
I don't know how he'll ask it, but he's going to ask in general just about the dynamic, I would guess.
These nuts.
Yeah, just do that.
Well,
he will not be asking about that. 9:40, KNC, Alec Medford.
That's a good drop. That's not a cheese pit.
Come on, don't do that.
Solid
drop. It's off topic.
You know what? Let's just...
Trying to dry snitch over here in the middle of the building.
Speaking of off topic, as Medford and Aiden give us the heads up, Choppy in the commercial break asked me about the White House incident. We start talking about it. Choppy notices his biker for a red light on, and I'm like, what? Fortunately, we do have amazing luck when things like that come up. I was like, all right, I was saying generic stuff.
Well, I had asked Payne, I said, what, because he had just popped it on, and it was nothing.
Was that for your Platinum Ford read?
Yeah, right before my Ford read.
All right. So, yeah, if you got some of our White House commentary, congratulations on that.
Do you want to reset it for those who missed it?
Nah.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow. I did have it as a topic, but we got too much football to get to.
First Ask Credit question for you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
I have no doubt about that.
Dane Brugler. Everyone's giving the Cowboys basically an A throughout the entire country. Dane Brugler, best and worst classes, 1 to 32. Bob, you get to pick. Would you like to start at the very rock bottom or from the top?
I think most people want to hear Cowboys thoughts, so I would guess we should start at the top because we'll get closer to them that way.
Right. List your USA Today.
The Cleveland Browns with the number 1 draft class from Dane Brugler. Favorite pick, Spencer Fano.
Homer Dane.
Day 3 pick who could surprise, Joe Royer, tight end, Cincinnati. At number 2, and Zach Wolchuck kind of mentioned this at 8:40, the New York Giants. How much are we attributing this to Harbaugh?
I mean, I'll say this. Their fans still, I got a bunch of stuff in my algorithm of them being pissed off about the Maui Noah pick over Caleb Downs. So, I think it's just circumstance. Reese fell to them, and they did the right thing and took him. And
Hood fell to them. They didn't do anything. Maui Noah fell. All three fell
Downs
to them.
fell to them, and they picked the other guy.
Yeah.
Favorite pick, Arvell Reese. There are multiple contenders for this spot, Dane writes. Maui Noah, Colton Hood, Malachi Fields. But Reese was my number 1 player in the entire class, and his addition will allow the Giants to mix up their pressure packages. Quarterbacks will not have fun facing this front 7. Day 3 pick who could surprise, Jack Kelly, linebacker, BYU.
Yeah, look, when you get 3 players, because where do you think? Because obviously Maui Noah and Reese were obviously top 10 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Hood was probably what, 25?
Top 15, top 20.
Oh, he was top 15.
For a lot of teams that I talked to, he was top 15, top 20. The Cowboys in certain wipeout scenarios, I think some stuff shifted around for them late in the process, but on just a grading scale, I think the Cowboys would have entertained taking him at 12.
So they got 3 guys in the top 35 that were top 15 players. It's hard to come away without an A.
No, they had it in front of them and they executed it the right way.
Dane's 3rd favorite draft class coming from the Raiders. Fernando Mendoza, favorite pick. Day 3 pick who could surprise, Malik Benson, wide receiver, Oregon.
Cowboys liked him.
Benson?
I think if he was there in the 7th round, that's the receiver they would have taken.
And they went Jermod McCoy, first pick of the 4th round. All right. And number 4.
And they're a team that can afford, I think, to take a risk like that on McCoy. Like they're not planning to win. If he hits,
I think anyone can do it in the 4th. I was telling myself the Cowboys better roll the dice in the 5th.
If he was there, they had 3. Obviously, the Cowboys had 3/4. If he was there for one of the 4ths, all of them, I think it's a risk worth taking.
Their history, Damone Clark had a very significant neck injury that people worried about. They took Clark in the 5th. He was supposed to go in the 2nd, so they got to a point where they were just comfortable, like, all right, sure, in the 5th. So maybe there.
At number 5 in the write-up from the great Dane Brugler, Dallas Cowboys. Number 4, favorite pick, Caleb Downs, a top 5 player on my board. He's a culture changer and the perfect player to usher in Christian Parker's new defense. Downs' play speed, processing, and tackling ability are all well above average, and his nickel versatility, both physically and mentally, will make him a difference maker, especially in a Vic Fangio-inspired scheme. And here is a little bit more on Caleb Downs from Brian Schottenheimer and what he sees in the new Buckeye.
Yeah, I think, it's hard to describe, Tim in a lot of ways. I used the example last night when we brought these guys in, some of these guys in for top 30 visits. People are drawn to him. He's very approachable, very serious. There's a military background in his family. There's a coaching background in his family. He's very curious about all kinds of things. And I just think what I love about him is he is so comfortable in his own skin that you see him, whether it's walking into the head coach's office the very first time and you do putt-putt, and he's comfortable and quite honestly kick my ass. But like he was just very kind. He's like, you want to do it again? And I was like, no, we'll get to that later. But like, he's just very comfortable. And you see that in his play. You see that in the way he takes charge. I think Jerry was talking about that earlier. The communication of this guy is different. Like, he's not asking approval. He's saying, hey, close left, rip, Lulu, whatever the calls are. He's driving the defense. And for a young guy to be able to do that at Alabama, playing for Nick Saban, and then going to a completely different defense in Ohio State under Jim Knowles, and then Matt Patricia comes in, he's never wavered. And that jumped off the film, that command, and it comes from self-awareness and confidence.
Day 3 pick from Brugler on who could surprise for the Cowboys, LT Overton, edge from Bama. 5 of Dallas's first 6 picks were spent on defense, though Overton failed to live up to the early round hype he had entering the season. He's a toolsy big man with gap sound principles and long arms to own the point of attack. Will McClay on what was enticing about Overton.
He played at Alabama. He played all over the line of scrimmage, and in this defense, you have to line in multiple linemen. You can line up head up, inside, outside. The deal is being able to play knockback and then being able to play gap and a half, and also the athleticism to move around on the defensive front. So versatility does matter to this defense, and then playing at the high level that he did at Alabama, we feel like he can come in here and contribute at a level right now that can help the defense.
Nick Harris with more, came in at 6'3", 287 at his pro day, ran a 4.87 at the combine, thinking he is your 4-eye, 5T look, former 5-star recruit with a basketball background, 4 sacks, 6 tackles for loss last season.
I love that pick. That's one who Overton had gotten so much hype early on, like Dane mentioned there. There was some talk early on of like, could he end up being a first-round pick? Could he be somebody who fits in there? And that ultimately didn't happen, but there was a thought like he was considered to be kind of a third, but because there was some first-round hype initially, it became popular to kind of hate on LT Overton as a prospect. Because anybody mentioned him, it's like, he's not what he was supposed to be.
Disappointment.
And like, when you're talking about the last pick they had in the 4th round, you get somebody in here who is an NFL-ready run defender and is so strong and is going to be asked to do a lot of the same things that if you would have picked Keldrick Falk, that Keldrick Falk was going to be asked to do, and is probably better prepared to do them right now. I think at the end of the 4th round, that's a great value pick. Do you love it in the 3rd? You probably go, okay. But at the end of the 4th, you go, that's really good value for the upside.
Rank your picks in order of like love for the value. Forget Downs.
Yeah, because Downs would be 1. Value would be, probably it'd be Overton.
Wow.
Overton, Barham, Moore, Shelton, Lawrence Smith. Is what it would be. Lawrence was somebody who you probably went a little early on, but You traded back, you picked up extra capital, and you wanted him.
And that was just value. I'm not asking who's going to be the best player. It's like, oh my God.
Where were they thought to go, and where did they go? And that sort of thing.
Yes. And that's a thing that I absolutely love to sit there and listen to and evaluate until we watch them actually play. The rest of Dane's list, stop and start.
Really quickly, one more thing on the value thing. I talked to one team yesterday, not Dallas AFC, that said all 3 of the 4th-round picks they made, they had those players around earlier.
Okay. Jets 5 for Dane. Tampa Bay 6. Philly 7. Kansas City 8. Dolphins 9.
Dolphins had some really good picks, and Dolphins had some weird picks.
They had a lot of them. They had 13
so
picks.
many picks. Saints 10, Ravens 11, Titans 12, Carolina 13, Detroit 14, Arizona 15.
Has he? Did I miss you mentioning Tampa, or has he not named them yet?
I don't believe I've named them.
Ooh.
Washington 16, Pittsburgh 17, Indy 18, Chicago 19, New England 20, LA Chargers 21, Buffalo 22.
Man, people are killing the Bills draft in general. I mean, I saw some D-plus grades from them. I think SI had a D-plus on Buffalo. The only one that was worse was Jacksonville.
Did I miss? I didn't miss Tampa, did I? Why do you keep sighing? You're waiting for me to say the Bucs?
Yeah, I just want to hear where they came in. I'd like to know.
You know what? They were 6.
Oh, damn it. Still outside the top 5.
I had to go back and
Brian
check.
would love that then. With their little short arm edge rusher and Keontae Scott, their misfit that they picked on day 3.
23, the armpit. 24, Cincy. 25, Seattle. 26, Green Bay. 27, San Fran, as they're getting called out for reaching all over the place. A John Lynch staple, apparently. Man, Kyle Shanahan is great, too. Atlanta, 28. Minnesota 29, they trade Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles for 2/3, give Grenard 25 a year, 50 guaranteed. Rams 30, favorite pick was Ty Simpson for Dane.
That's bad.
Wow. That's bad.
That's bad if Ty Simpson's like the favorite pick in the class.
31, Denver.
Yes. Good call, Dane, on 32.
32 is Jacksonville.
So bad. So incomprehensibly
I'm rooting for
bad.
Jacksonville now.
Other than like I said, Josh Cameron. Josh Cameron's a stud.
They lost.
Love him.
They lost. They got purged in free agency, didn't they? They lost quite a bit of players.
Etienne.
And they lost did they lose like their top linebacker?
Who did they trade the first for?
Travis Hunter.
The first was for the Hunter trade last year. Yeah,
it looks awful. Look, they had 13 wins. If their offense plays like it did last year, they'll be fine.
They went A&M off the jump, rounds 2 and 3. Y'all hating on the Aggies.
Look, you want to talk about that? Regis is fine,
and Baylor,
Pregnon is
and
fine.
Houston.
Burkitcher's super early.
I hate
Husky
Texas.
was like considered a 7th rounder by teams. Wesley Williams was considered a 7th by teams like that. And then they picked 2 people who they have grayed out faces on NFL.com because NFL.com doesn't know who they are.
I cannot wait for this crosstalk and the questions for the KNC Masterpiece at Dallas Wings Media Day with the 2 big guests. We'll crosstalk with the fellas after this.
After we get you over to Trust and Will. Look, when my dad died, my mom, fortunately, she's still alive.
dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Tolos, that's right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Monsta X at the Toyota Music Factory on Thursday, October 15th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Look at the shirt from Kevin Hagelin, looking very impressive to impress the Dallas Wings today at their media day as we crosstalk here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, fellas.
You know, Sean, I tried to help you out, but I couldn't get through to tell you that you had already said Tampa at number 6. So I really was I was trying to help.
He was sitting here and he was like 6.
Did you text me?
Yeah.
You got it fast enough.
Yeah.
That would have really helped me.
You know, that's
rather than being Professor
point.
X over here telepathically.
That's a fair point.
You know what I mean? What are you guys doing, Corey?
We are at Wings Media Day today out at UT Arlington, and this is awesome, man. They're going to be doing the press conference. Literally, I'll turn this camera around. The press conference will be right there, so we'll be talking during their press conferences.
Are you worried that's going to be problematic?
We do this at Cowboys training camp all the time, and it's definitely problematic.
Zip up the tent.
So we know what that's all about.
Can you get us a giant tent, Ross?
Joining us today at 11:20, we'll have Paige Beckers. We'll have
other way.
Okay, Ozzie Fudd and Jose Fernandez, and then Paige Beckers will be at 1 o'clock today. She's also going to do her press conference at 1:25.
What time is Kevin Sherrington?
We'll see. Maybe our interview's going super well.
Could you please do me a huge favor? I'll get you a barbecue reward. You get Paige to talk about her Tato, so Brandon loves us for life.
Well, that's the last time we talked with Paige. We discussed that with her. And,
it's not for you guys.
Oh,
not for her. That's a good point.
Yeah, we had actually the last time we had Paige on the show, she was phenomenal. We had a great conversation about sweat, and now she has a deodorant endorsement.
Is she a sweater?
She said she was, and then we discussed that at length.
How many basketball players do you think would say, "No, I'm not a sweater"? You mean like
some sweat more than others.
Yeah.
Especially in Unrivaled, where the action is so intense.
Yeah, because it's a shorter court, but like you're running around a lot more.
All right, Kevin.
I used to hear that Ewing would change jerseys at halftime, get like a new jersey.
Kevin, I'm actually nervous to even ask you right here, just amongst us.
Huh?
But I'm dying to know, and we always pull back the curtain. What pre-discussions, what guidelines, and what is your approach? What's y'all's approach today to ask about Fudd and Paige and the possible relationship?
You know, that's a good question. We have not been given any restrictions.
Way to go, Wings!
Good. But we also haven't asked either.
Well, don't ask.
Yeah.
I've got some suggested ways you could ask it.
Okay, I've heard your
we have thoughts about your thoughts.
Ways, Bobby.
Give me your questions. I know you've prepared. You guys do fantastic interviews with Jerry and Steven and Skip. I want to hear the way you phrased it because I know it's masterful.
Do you like to drive or be driven around?
Ooh. I was going to ask her.
Okay.
If you think?
I mean, I was going to ask her. I could say I like to be driven around just in general.
Mm-hmm, okay. All right.
Next, what else you got?
If both your arms are on the same side of your body, do you think they would call them F shirts instead of T shirts?
That's good. I like it.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're doing there.
I'm not getting it, but okay.
You would make
because a T-shirt, your arms are out like a T, and if they're on one side, it's an F.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly.
Man, you guys really
I like those. I like that one.
Feels like Sean is really disappointed.
He's disappointed in this. I will say this though, Sean. We did request. The one thing we did request was Fudd and Paige together to see kind of how that dynamic works, and that was they said we think it'd be cooler if y'all spread them out.
They did say it was a scheduling issue that prevented them from being together. Not.
Do you think it would have been? The way my radio brain goes, I got two separate interviews. That's better for ratings, but you could maybe get more out of it with both together. More mission.
That was kind of the idea there involving that part of it. But you're right. And yes, with the schedule, one's a little earlier in the day, the other one's a little later in the day. They are spread out there.
Ooh, this could be a statement or a question. if I told Paige that when she got drafted, my mom said I would really like it if Paige and Cooper Flagg dated since they were both number one picks.
Okay.
That's a real thing that she said.
And I do have some personal
My
stories.
mom is a lovely woman who just believes in love.
And you think she'll respond like, ha, 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 like, I'm taken. And then boom.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, then lead right into the, by who?
Yeah, exactly.
Very nice.
What time?
Just ask where they would put their third ear if they had one.
What time are those interviews?
11:20. I'm actually really intrigued by RJ's question. 11:20 for AZ and Coach, and then 1 o'clock for Paige.
Ooh. This is juicy.
We also have Kyle Yeomans joining us at 12:20 today during the Expressway, so we'll dive in on how everything went for the draft. I really like this draft a lot. Yeah, Jacksonville stunk.
I'm rooting for the Jags big time.
Me too.
I'm rooting for the Jags.
Just so Bobby will be wrong, or
no, just to prove.
That's why Brian's rooting for it.
Prove the scouts wrong, man. They don't know.
Yeah,
they don't know.
Corey, give us your thoughts, kind of how the rest of the picks played out. Starting with third round, Michigan.
I like.
Did you know? Real quick, I'm sorry. What I loved about this Cowboys draft is we're just basically talking about first, second, third, and fourth, and then we don't have to pretend on the 6th and the 7th. Although Bobby and Zach like the wide receiver, you knew all these picks, right? You had watched them. I know that the guys on the draft show had to feel great that they weren't left speechless because it was a 5th or 6th rounder.
I knew most of the first and second round picks. When it came to the third through everything else, I had to go do some more watching to kind of be like, okay, what do I know about these guys? What do I want to know about them? How do I see how they fit in? Actually, I really like Anthony Smith, the wide receiver in the 7th round.
I do too.
My question is,
the guy that ESPN had ranked like 350 or whatever.
My question is, like, how polished is he? I see some fun route running, and I see some other really cool things I like. Dude has some great speed, but then I'm like, okay, but how polished of a receiver is he at high point? How polished is he whenever things get tough? Like those are the things I don't know and won't know, and there's a reason he was in the 7th round. When it came to Barham, I think Wolchuck and Zach had mentioned him either Wednesday, or Wolchuck and Broadus had mentioned him either Wednesday or Thursday, and so I kind of did go check him out, and I was like, oh, that's going to be fun. Let's get another edge. And then seeing the idea that they're going to move him to linebacker, that was a fun and exciting idea because I think he can do that going back to his Maryland days. So that was interesting. But Shelton, I have my thoughts on him. And Devin Moore could be fun. We just got to keep that dude healthy somehow. Just keep putting screws in his body, I guess.
Was there any part of you for those picks that we're looking at? I know Bobby had just mentioned him, Keontae Scott and Malik Muhammad in those positions at all?
What's that, Bobby?
I was going to say, I know the Cowboys were not looking at Malik Muhammad.
They were not?
No.
They weren't that interested because of, do you have a reason why?
No, I just know they were out on him.
Yeah.
Or not as interested in that range.
Okay.
Size-wise, for him, that was always kind of okay, what is he going to be size? And you took downs. And so I always felt like once you took downs, you kind of had sealed that up. So it made sense with the Devin Moore pick being a longer, rangier kind of guy.
Corey, who were some of the other selections, and you had watched their film and scouted them, and you were just making audible noises to yourself of, no, like, I did not want them to go there. Or, yes, I absolutely love that pick. Well, with I guess some of the round 2 players or even round 3.
I mean, I don't love the Giants draft that much. I really don't, because that stinks to have to go up against those guys as often as you do. But I think that.
So you love what they did for that?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. They did a really good job early on in the draft. I thought that so Friday night I was at an event, and so I'm keeping up with the game. Yeah, I'm keeping up with the game. Actually, you want to hear a crazy story real quick?
Yes.
Not really.
This place that we went to was run by. It's called Level 2, and Adrian and I got married at Level 2, and so I'm standing there and I'm looking in the back of the bar and I see the guy that owns and runs the place, and it's Jim. And I was like, holy crap, Jim, what's up, dude? And he was like, hi, who are you? And I was like, well, I work at the Fan. You should know that. But then I explained, like, hey, 20 years ago, this year, My wife and I got married at your place, and he was like, holy cow. And he actually remembered the night because he made us do something where we did the You Lost That Love and Feeling thing. We all sang it to
You
Adrian.
lost that love and feeling.
And so we talked to him. That was a really cool moment because Adrian and I are kind of getting ready to celebrate the 20. And then at the end of the night, he brought this gigantic bottle of champagne over and said, take this home and celebrate.
Oh.
And so that was a really cool moment. That was really awesome. So I was keeping up, though, throughout the night, throughout this event, and I probably wasn't paying attention to the event enough. But I was trying to keep up. And when I saw those linebackers fly off the board, that's when I started kind of groaning out loud. And the people at the table were like, what is happening right now, sir? Because I didn't want that. But I liked the Cowboys' moves and the utilization of their picks to acquire and to make something happen. So I feel like this was a very smart draft and a very smart use of those picks and additions to the team this year. Nice job, Christian Parker, delivering that message to the guys up front.
Kevin, on the wall of hot takes over here. The last thing written is the Dallas Cowboys are winning the NFC East.
Whoa.
That is coming from one Sean Sharif. Genius here at the Fan.
Ooh.
How much better do you feel after the draft, or you don't feel that much better at all? You're going to be wait and see till Oxnard.
No, I mean, that second point is fair, and that's probably the more logical.
About me being a genius?
Yes, because you are a genius. That's the way I should go, but I am so stoked. I think we probably made a better first-round pick than anybody. I love that pick of Caleb Downs. I think that's going to impact, at the very least, 2 levels of your defense. And so I could see a path to mediocrity for this defense. And if you, I mean, look, like, if you say more than that, right, that's probably too much hopium or whatever you want to say. But I see a path to mediocrity for this defense next year.
Wow.
And I think that's a huge deal with how good this offense has been.
I just came up with an idea.
To mediocrity.
I think maybe we should have a Mickey Fisher draft review tomorrow.
Hopium.
How do you feel about that?
I feel great about it. Just remind me today because I'll forget about it as soon as I leave here.
Awesome. I'm not gonna forget about 11:20 and 1 o'clock as the guest list is there. Fudd and Beckers for the KNC Masterpiece. Bobby, you look like you have one final thing.
I'm just saying that's going to be a 1 o'clock question. I bet they're not going to do 11:20 and then risk 1.
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. That's right.
Smart.
I want to give the Wings props for the guys have said they have not had any pre-interview conversations. That's props right there.
I like it.
But Kevin still didn't reveal the way and what is going to be asked. So that's why I got to tune in.
Find out.
Ask about the third ear. I'm telling you, ask about the third ear.
We're back tomorrow. Celebrate the Cowboys draft even more. Get you set for Stars Game 5. The KNC Masterpiece from Dallas Wings Media Day is next.
K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Dallas Wings Media Day, and we've got a couple of big interviews coming up at 11:22. We'll have AZ Fudd and head coach Jose Fernandez. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got Paige Beckers on the show. Looking forward to all of that. But we're going to start off, obviously. Man, there's a whole lot of stuff going on. The couple of heartbreakers. The Stars lose another overtime playoff game, another overtime game in the series. Obviously, they had won the last one. The Rangers lose the series to the A's in the battle for, I guess, if somebody wants first place in the AL West. And then we have the NFL draft. Would you like to start with the draft, good sir?
Yeah, we can start with that, Kevin. I just need to let you know and give you a little forewarning.
Okay.
This morning, I did try to fill up the coffee. I got the water into the pot and then opened the dishwasher and started to pour the water into the dishwasher. So I don't know where I am at the moment.
Oh, no.
Maybe I slept a little too much last night.
Okay.
And so I'm just kind of, giving you forewarning. Could get weird.
Well, our buddy Pam's over there, so if I need her to sub in and do the show, I think we can
that works.
hopefully figure it out. So let's start with the NFL draft. Specifically, maybe we can kick off with the Cowboys, breaking down some of the notes, puzzling decisions, improvements from the Cowboys in the draft. All right. So I already mentioned it, and we were talking about this off air, and if you want to bring it back on air, they skipped, they being the Cowboys, in the fourth round. I was really thinking, hey, Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, one of them, both of them, feel like you can't be too full at that position. And they ended up skipping on both of them. And you brought up for Scott, you saw him maybe moving a little bit further back in the defense.
Yeah, I could see him playing the same role that Downs plays. And
hybrid.
Yeah, you can be pretty much anything there because he can play close to the line. He can get back there. We also discussed some of his tackling ability, and I had some questions and thoughts about him tackling-wise. So, that's another factor there. But as far as that room, it just feels like we had enough of that. And once Caleb Downs was drafted, that was pretty much we've done that part of it. And I felt like a cornerback that you wanted somebody that could play on the outside, that had that length to go along with it. Devin Moore makes a lot of sense. I don't know if Colton Hood really was that big of a key for them, but he went early in the second anyway. So I feel like that was part of that. But it always kind of felt like they had made their decision with him, so you were kind of done with that. Now you needed to fill other areas. I kept going linebacker.
Right.
The Cowboys said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of that. We're just going to use them a little differently than you expect," and I appreciated that a lot. So that was nice for them to do that, but. What they got in Devin Moore, Kevin, I think you can put him, I think he honestly can move into some safety spot deep sometimes because of the range that he has, but he can also play on that outside. Health is going to be a big part of whether or not he sees the field, though.
So I'm really interested from you. I know you said you had an event on Friday, but I'm interested from our audience as well. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Like, how locked in are you on Friday and Saturday? Because we talked about it. Like, we take over all of the pluckers across the DFW on Thursday. It feels like everyone ebbs and flows, live or die with every single pick. Like, how do people follow along on Friday and Saturday, obviously, besides listening to our app? You're right. No, you're right about that. I don't mean like that. I mean emotionally.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Are you just...
Oh, I think a lot of people, here's my suggestion, a lot of people are like, okay, I have to go look.
Okay.
Because I think past the first round, a lot of people don't know. And in the second round, we saw names that we knew. We discussed a plethora of those names in the second round. So Friday night, as I was seeing that happen, I kind of got a little disheartened. But we did have the D. Winters trade, so I was like, okay, well, that balances out just a little bit. But I did kind of go,
fill the news void.
Yeah. I wanted to throw my phone into the punch bowl at one point whenever I saw Jacob Rodriguez go. But I was like, okay, I get that. This all makes sense. It's a run of these linebackers that we kind of expected there anyway. How many days, Kevin, did we tell you that the second round was going to be that? But emotionally wise, it was, okay, let me go see I feel good about this.
Yeah.
Especially for that round and that space and what they're playing, what we think their plan is.
And that's why I was curious if people were like, make a trade into the 40s. Dang. Make a trade into the 50s. Dang it.
Yeah, no,
make
probably
a trade
so.
into the end of the second round, even though like we'd had Stephen Jones on earlier in the day mostly. And we're given like very clearly it's not going to happen. Now I just saw this text pop up on the Franklin injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. I wanted to ask y'all this: would you, both you and Alec, have rather had Jacob Rodriguez than Malachi Lawrence?
Seeing the grand scheme of things now, no, I'm fine with what they did. I think Malachi Lawrence provides something that they need. I know that the type of linebacker that Jacob Rodriguez is, the type of playmaker he is in coverage. He's a good tackler and everything. And the Cowboys would have loved to get him lower. That would have been awesome. They would have loved that. But they felt like they would have reached even more. Now, I know Nick Saban, I believe Nick Saban was called that a reach.
Hot Mike.
But they really, I mean, if Christian Parker was texting them on day one pictures and those were two of the guys, then I believe, Kevin, that's a big deal right there. He likes Malachi Lawrence. He wants that position because he feels that's important. And one of the things we always talk about is quarterback, guy who protects the quarterback, guy who gets to the quarterback. Those three are your tops, and they got one of them that can get to the quarterback.
Alec, is there any chance you would have rather had Jacob Rodriguez over Malachi Lawrence?
No, and for a couple of different reasons. I think just generally we're kind of overestimating the importance of linebacker in Christian Parker's scheme, for one. So right. I do think the D Winters trade kind of just fixes things for me, just personnel-wise. I'm not acting like he's going to be an all-pro or anything. I just think that you have able bodies in that position now. And the other part, I like Malachi Lawrence a ton. I think he's one of the best upside picks in the first round, and I do know that at least two teams behind you were ready to take him in their spots too. I think the 49ers were one of those teams that were more than willing to take Malachi Lawrence away from you. So I'm not mad that they didn't move back a second time. I'm glad that they just took the guy that they really liked in that position.
Can you go ahead, Alec, and give me cut number one? Because I want to hit the pick the Cowboys made at the end, towards the end of the third round. I also want to point out something that I was really stupid about. Is we got to a point after the Cowboys made their third round pick. Is I dipped out and I was looking for. I was refreshing it because I was excited. Obviously, the Cowboys had two out of three picks together in the fourth round, and it took me about 2 minutes to be like, oh yeah, the reason why they keep sitting on Buffalo for now at round 4 pick 1 is because the draft is over for the day. And I was so excited to see the next picks.
That's fun.
And then I just felt really stupid.
That's really funny, dude. I really like that.
What's the story, Buffalo?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
hurry up.
It took me a second to remember that, and then obviously I was amped up for Saturday. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 1, please, Mr. Medford?
With the 92nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft.
2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select
Jashawn Barham.
That's from the University of Michigan man right there.
Michigan! Hut, hut!
Hey, Kevin, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, so obviously getting Dorsett out there, always a fun time. But
it is fun.
For Jashawn, that was, he had an amazing quote afterwards, and I think it fed into like what so many Cowboys fans worry about. He goes, when I first got to Dallas, I said, this looks fake. Everything looks good. Everything was brand new. I feel like when I got to talk to the coaches, I was like, okay, these coaches really know football. They're building defense. I can tell. But like that very first part, I feel like that speaks to the concerns of so many Dallas Cowboys fans. And then Shoddy said after the fact on Friday night that they were bringing him in and they were first going to look at inside linebackers. So when we were talking about, I know Alec just said your thoughts are maybe overrating of the linebacker in this system, and it really feels like there's no such thing as base defense anymore, that you are going to get a look at him at inside linebacker to start, and that could be really good.
Yeah, I think
Zach Bond was his reference.
Yeah, and I don't want to say he's there yet.
For sure.
And again, I don't even want to overhype this defense yet either, Kevin. One of the things that I think was so important that they did was draft intelligent players and smart players too. Here's why. They got to learn this thing fast. You have to. You're taking how many? Did he say 9 changes in the defense, and then 9 new defensive coaches, 9 new coaches that Jerry was talking about? 5. He did drop the 5 first-round picks now on the defensive side of the ball, and Kenny Clark and Quinnen and Caleb, and he threw all those out there, and awesome, that's great. But all these guys have to learn a brand new defense pretty quickly, which is why Downs immediately was like, "Where's the playbook, coach?" Like, that's the kind of guy that he is.
It's not a weekend for him without the playbook, right?
No, absolutely. No, I don't think that's his life.
Yes,
like that's what this dude loves,
and that's what you want.
He's,
right?
Everybody goes skiing at the lake, and he is the one on the dock that's looking at the playbook.
Okay,
or he's like Tony Romo in Cabo. He's got the playbook in his lap.
He's in the lodge.
Yeah,
just looking through.
That's what his plan is. But I do like the addition there. I think that there's a lot to be said about what Christian Parker's plan is going to be with these guys. But I do like the player a lot and what he's capable of doing.
And then if it's good with you, I kind of want to probably tomorrow take a deeper dive on potentially what your first and second waves of the defense could look like positionally, and then how much you think, kind of based on that, the defense really has improved. Now, y'all mentioned the trade for D. Winters as well. Now, this is kind of a double-edged sword, right? If you look at the Pro Football Focus grade, it's mediocre. But then again, how many times last year where you're like, man, I wish we had mediocre linebackers?
Yes.
Quite a bit.
All the time.
But the thing that's probably most promising about that is if you just go off of this. If you put no stock in Pro Football Focus, that's fine. That's a different conversation. Against the run, he's better than he is against the pass. And I don't hate hearing that from a run defense that feels like it's been catastrophically terrible for several years.
Yeah, I think, Kevin, one of the things I'm hoping to see is kind of like they did with Cooper Flagg. What did they do? They said, we're going to make you play out of position.
Right.
You're going to learn the whole defense by playing that position. Why? So that you know what everybody else is supposed to do. And we're gonna work you there. And then if things work out, fantastic. We look like we have some things. If they don't, then guess what? We can move you to a more natural spot. But I think one of the reasons, Kevin, because what are the things we joked about off air early in the draft was we heard somebody go, well, he can't really do that, but they're going to take him anyway. And we were like, oh, of course, the Cowboys take a guy that can't do what they need him to do. And then it turned into, okay, let's have more of that conversation about they're taking guys that they think are smart enough to do it, but also have the physical athleticism to be able to do it as well. So they're going to try and run that out there.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there. Hopefully it will amuse and entertain you. Picks on the first 2 days of the draft for the Cowboys. Here's the pick versus where they ranked in the Beast. Okay? Caleb Downs, pick number 11, ranked 5th in the Beast. Yay.
Nice.
I don't feel like I need to convince anybody about the Downs pick. Malachi Lawrence, pick 23 in the Beast, 36.
Okay.
Barham, pick number 92 in the Beast, 100. Now we move to day 3, and I switched over to ESPN. Drew Shelton, pick 112. He was ranked 116. Devin Moore, pick 114. He was ranked 119. LT Overton, pick 137. He was ranked by ESPN 101.
Oh, okay.
So almost a round up if you're just looking at that type of value. And then Anthony Smith, I know we were kind of joking about this.
First rounder.
Pick 218. He was ranked 336.
Okay.
By ESPN.
Hey, look, man, they took that 7th rounder and were like, what should we do with it?
Look,
they figured that out pretty quickly.
And I'm willing to bet that several of the undrafted free agents they got were probably theoretically ranked higher. I'm not going to waste my time and energy, nor do I think other people should be being like, we drafted under slot in the 7th round.
I did love Dane's tweet about all the number of draft picks selected overall. All of them were drafted. All of them were in the Beast.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, all of them that were drafted were all in the Beast, and I think that all of them, they were all drafted. Kevin, that's what I just said. But yeah, I thought that was a nice little note by Dane. Like, he does the work. There's a reason why we trust him, and the work is definitely part of it. But when it comes to that position where they should have been taken and where they are there for a reason, though. You're a fourth rounder because you're not a first rounder.
Yeah.
And so the hope is that you can get the most out of those fourth rounders. The hope is you can get the most out of Barham. Those are the goals for Christian Parker. But Kevin, I still don't think this team is done adding to itself right now. So we'll see how things rock.
Do you think that means via trade or development of undrafted free agents? And I know technically they've already added those people.
Do you think? Do you trust the linebackers yet?
No.
Okay. So I would say that looking at next year's draft and what you still have, a George Pickens thing is not necessarily out of the question.
Oh.
If they said, we need to work something out, continue to seek those opportunities.
I still wish you would not have clarified when you said of all the players drafted, they were drafted.
They were drafted, and they got drafted.
I was in
the first 3 days of the draft.
I was a big fan of that. I think you should have stuck to your guns on that one. Coming up next, we've got more on the NFL Draft Plus. This pains me. Puck around and find out. Was Marcus Foligno right about this series?
Stop it.
Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Johnston shoved a bit. Minnesota's on it. Kaprizov now Spurgeon. Spurgeon with a shot tipped in. Now Boulding wins it for Minnesota in overtime.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I'm very sad. I felt the need. I thought it was relevant to play that highlight. We can get back into the NFL draft a little bit more, maybe talk about some of those Cowboys undrafted free agents, but it's time for Puck Around and Find Out, and you might not like him. I might not like him. All of the Stars fans might not like him, but are you worried that Marcus Foligno was right about this series?
I mean, you're probably going to present some information that shows.
I am. I'm so sorry.
So, I want to say no, but when I saw this on the run sheet last night, my first thought was, he has information that shows that we're getting destroyed 5-on-5, and we're doing our best work whenever we're in the power play. And, didn't it feel like you weren't in the power play until late throughout that whole game? Like, you got it early, and then never again, it felt like. And then it felt like also that Minnesota kind of really buckled down in that third period and just beat you. I felt, Kevin, that in the third period, the Stars lacked physicality that I felt that they needed to match the physicality of Minnesota. And Minnesota was using that to kind of energize themselves. Now, I don't know if that came from the long game. They had an extra day of rest. I don't feel like that should have affected them.
And they'll have another one before tomorrow.
I don't feel like that was part of it. But I did tell you before we went into the weekend, hey, I think the Stars take game 1. I think they lose game 2. And my feeling on that is it's just natural instinct to be like, hey, we're tied up. Right. And we're good enough. And when the Stars scored early, I was like, okay, don't play keep away puck late in this game. And I felt like with about 10 minutes left in the third period, the Stars started to be like, look, if we can just protect this lead and get out of here with a 2-1, we're good. And then there was the very weird and kinky Miro Heiskanen puck that bounced off as he kicked up into the goal, and I was like, that's just not what you needed. But that's why you don't play protect puck. You play to keep putting it on the net and trying to score. And I just felt like in that third period they got away from them there, and obviously that overtime did not go anyway the way we wanted it to. But also, Kevin, Foligno climbed all over Otter on one of those goals, and I was like, is that legal?
I mean, and they were complaining about it. So even overtime is interesting, right? Because I thought the first half of overtime actually was going your way, and you're watching it and you're like, oh, okay, we're gonna win this thing.
Yeah, but Razor definitely said very early in that one of two things happen: either it's over really quickly or it goes on forever, and it wasn't over very quickly, and I felt that was playing into the advantage of Minnesota.
Well, and before we even got to the end of overtime, it felt like it was just a matter of time before the Wild scored and won the game. Like, I was actually, I don't know how often you do this. I get it if you're leading, but in a tie, I was just watching, just desperately hoping for the clock to end. And I was like, just get to intermission because we're getting destroyed out there. Mm-hmm. It felt like Minnesota was on like a 4-minute perpetual power play. And then when they scored it honestly, I wasn't surprised. It just felt like a matter of time.
Dude, but that's the thing is the Stars had 2 5-on-5 moments where they took up 5 minutes for 2 lines.
Yeah.
Like they had 2 spectacular moments there that I thought would have really worn that team down. I don't know how they gained their legs back, Kevin. I really don't know how they gained their legs back there and were able to do it, because I felt like that was going to be the marker. Guys, we got you. But also, I think one of the other factors is if you don't put one away with that kind of thing, that can be a big factor too.
What do you think about the fact that history says the game was over long earlier in the afternoon? This is crazy. The team that scores first has won 24 straight Minnesota Wild playoff games. That's insane.
I did not know that.
And so, look, If the Stars score first tomorrow night, or if Minnesota, well, you know what? If the Stars score first, I won't think the game's over. If Minnesota scores first, I might think the game's over based on that history, which is just part of the weird, that's a weird part of being a sports fan. But I thought that stat was absolutely bananas. 24 straight Minnesota Wild playoff games have been won by the team that scored first. And I get, like, that obviously gives you an advantage, but there's no way in hell I would have thought that the streak was that long.
So you're saying that we were on the wrong side of history again in that situation, Kevin?
I'm hoping that I don't have
Why
to say that.
Why does it always have to be our teams that I feel like are the ones that make those kind of, like, 785-1?
Yeah.
You're like, hey, this was the one.
You know what? I'll get to the Rockets probably later in the show. They were on the wrong side of history, so I guess that's
even with Sengun.
Something. But Wallstead, he had 43 saves on 45 shots. That was tied for the third most saves by a Wild goalie in a playoff game.
He played a great game.
He did. And honestly, I thought Ottinger played a really, really good game.
Again, you don't expect that your guy to kick a puck into your goal.
Yes.
And even weirder, like Boldy tried to kick one in, and I immediately, was that one of those moments where you felt like you understood the game better than anybody else? Like, you jumped up and like, no.
I felt like Ted Lasso in the finale when he started to chuckle and his assistant like said, "The F are you laughing at?" Because this is offside. Yeah. I was like, you can't do that. That's just preposterous. And like they go to Toronto, and I'm like, you're just wasting everybody's time. I already told you it's not a goal. But when it comes to the 5-on-5 thing, this is what's terrifying to me. So what do you think the goal count is 5-on-5 in this series? We've only had 4 games.
I think the Stars have scored 2.
Okay, what do you think the Wild has scored?
5.
It's 10-3.
That's not true. It's not true. I don't want to believe it.
Absolutely,
there's no way
true.
I want to believe that.
Okay, that's fine. I can get down with that. So they have outscored the Stars. If you think, well, maybe it's getting better. Okay, in the last 2 games, Minnesota's outscored the Stars 5-on-5, 5-1. So it's most certainly not getting better. It's getting worse than, I mean, you even include the first game where you got your doors blown off. But, and it's kind of complicated, right? Because on the other side, the Stars' penalty kill is doing a fantastic job. You look at Minnesota. They have scored just 3 of their 14 goals on power play. They also had an empty netter, so that's kind of in a weird space that I'm not counting right now. But they've gone 0 for 10 for their last power plays, including on Saturday they were 0 for 4.
Okay,
and so like the penalty kill for the Stars really, really good. And on the flip side, I just told you that the Stars haven't scored a lot of 5-on-5 goals. Well, guess what that means? That means they have scored 8 power play goals in this series. So power play on point, awesome. Penalty kill on point, awesome.
That's why, Kevin, I think whenever Foligno says something like that, you can't get caught up in maybe he's right.
Yeah,
you got to get caught up in, well, what do we do good, and then take advantage of those things. And that's right. Now, matching the physicality, not putting yourself in the box, not I guess putting yourself in the box seems like it's okay because they can't score on you.
Right. Yes.
But then making,
which I would have thought would have been a huge detriment.
But making sure that whenever you and the Stars do I'm watching a different power play, Kevin, than I think I watched the last 2 years from the Stars. Here's why. When I watch them passing the puck around, it isn't just going from the net all the way around in a horseshoe. Like, didn't it feel like last year they were just swinging it around the outside and they had no clue what to do if they didn't have a wide open shot to the net by those passes. These pucks are slinging from, they're slinging star shapes. They're going all over the place, and then they're finding stuff near the net. And, it does come down. Miro is going to have to continue to fire away from the point. Those are things that are going to have to continue in order to get them to spread out a little bit. But if you are the Stars and you are effective on the power play, then you punish them whenever you get your power play opportunities. But you do have to find ways to not just rely on that solely.
Well, Coach has a few ideas. I see the fan text has a few ideas, and most of them revolve around Tyler Myers, which I can't say is terribly surprising.
Man, this is a good point. Lundqvist and taking that shot to the face and being out for the rest of that game. That was a big impact on the defensive side.
Yep.
But that being said, you only gave up what? won afterwards.
Yes,
and so like that's a big factor there. He'll be back. I think he'll be back pretty for the next one.
So
I haven't seen anything, but I'm feeling that.
One of the things that people will say, especially in playoffs, is just put more pucks on the net. Like, I know some people think that is a highly flawed bit of logic, and I get that. But
dude, Tyler Meyer shot every time he got the puck.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
He hits hard though.
He does. He does. Feels very much like the other Bash brother from the Mighty Ducks, 1-5 or whatever it is. And so, look, the Stars have gotten less picky as the series has gone along. They put 59 unblocked shots towards the net in Game 4. All right, so if you're looking at that, and that's just what you want, more volume, hey, that's a positive, but that is not necessarily what Gulutzan is focused in on. He said, quote, you look at their goals, and they just kind of got sticks on the puck in just kind of the same way that we couldn't. And how true does that feel? I know there's been a handful of just, I don't know, regular goals, if you want to call them that. But how often do you feel like the goals have been like, oh, hey, so-and-so scored. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. It was somebody else because they deflected the puck off of their stick at the last minute. And so that's one of the things that Gulutzan has keyed in on. He goes, we hit a post there on the wraparound. We just couldn't get any puck luck. We're going to have to start finishing off some of these, get some sticks on some of those pucks. So look for even more physicality when it comes to like controlling, carving out your spot in front of the goalie in a hope that you have a better position to get some deflection off of some of those shots.
Didn't you feel like there was that one play where they spent 10 minutes at the net and they were just pop, 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 pop,
yes.
and everybody was like, how did it not go in?
Yes.
How did that not go in? And that was, Kevin, that was the team on the other side that was fighting just as hard as you were, and they weren't giving up on the series yet.
And do you buy into the idea that it's at least a little bit of puck luck?
Yes.
I mean, that's
I absolutely do.
The phrase from
now
Gulutzan.
Here's the thing though, is you can tell puck luck goes in the favor of the people that try to.
Yes.
And you can tell this team, neither team has given up on the series yet. Hell, even last night the Kings, like, they tried really hard, but they just could not stand up to the rush of Colorado.
For sure. Now, I have one more thing to note, and it might break your heart, but I hope you understand. So, Mike Modano, Stars icon, he is currently an executive advisor with the Minnesota Wild. And he said, my loyalty at the moment is with Minnesota. And I get it. He works for the Wild. But doesn't that kind of break your heart just a little bit that Mr. Dallas Star is rooting against the Dallas Stars in this playoff series?
Hold on. He didn't say he was rooting against them. He just said his loyalty at the moment.
Okay.
So he never said he was rooting against them. He just said, look, I work for this group right now, so understand that.
Okay.
So I don't think that he's rooting against. He's not rooting. He's just staying loyal by not saying he's choosing the Stars.
Do you think his loyalty is available if the Stars were to win this series? He'd be like, I was just kidding. I was rooting for them all along.
I think he just goes, well, my team's out, so now I go back to, the team that I'm working with is out. And now I'm rooting for the Stars. I think that's when he'll change his rooting interest. I think he'll change his rooting interest if the Wild were to win. He'll go, now I am rooting for the Wild.
Okay, all right. And by the way, you were talking about rest days and everything. There is another extra rest day today. So Stars Wild Game 5 won't get going until tomorrow night back in Dallas.
But that's going to be a reasonable puck drop time, right?
Yes, 7 o'clock. And I think that's real 7 o'clock.
Yes.
So for the people who are hating the faux 8:30 starts, I believe this is a real, probably like 7:05 kind of start right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some baseball. Nuggets, Rangers drop series to the A's, and the Red Sox can their coach. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a Cowboys
your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Rocker delivers. There's a swing and a drive to center field. Going back is Evan Carter. He's still going. He leaps, and it's off the tip of his glove. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home. Digging for third is Cortez. There's no play there. It's a 2-run triple and a 2-0 A's lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. One thing I forgot to mention about the Stars, they had won 4 straight playoff overtime games. You have to go back to May of 2024 when they lost to the Oilers for their last playoff loss. Good news, though, you might not see the Oilers after this round. We are live.
Dude, McDavid looks so sad.
He knows.
When he saw that goal was a goal.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, like, you're facing that deficit now in a game that obviously you could have won. He knows. We're live at Dallas Wings Media Day. We got AZ Fudd and Jose Fernandez coming up at 11:20. Paige Beckers coming up at 1 o'clock. Phenomenal. I'm really looking forward to both of those interviews. But right now, let's focus in on the Rangers because led by me, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. And since we're condensing some of our baseball talk today, because of the NFL draft and all the other stuff and the Stars, let's focus in immediately on the Rangers. You don't want to...
Yes, we're going to focus in on the Rangers real quick, Kevin, but here's how we're going to do it, because you were the person that presented this idea to us. You told us that the Rangers do not ever break pattern. Well, here you go.
They did.
They won 2, lost 2, won 2, lost 2. Then the Pirates series started. And since the Pirates series started, Kevin, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, and that means they're going to win tonight. That's just all that it means.
It's astonishing, though, right? I really thought last Wednesday they were a lock to win that Pirates game because it was like they don't alternate.
I guess my question here is, because it does seem like that comes in pairs, in pairs and 4s.
Right.
So how long before we restart the pattern at win 4 straight, lose 4 straight?
You know,
or lose 4. I guess we have to lose 4 straight to then win 4 straight.
Let's win the 4 straight and then let's break that pattern and go back to win-loss.
It's a really weird pattern that the Rangers are in, and I know it kind of takes away from what's actually happening on the field, but I'm just, some of the sadness right now is, that's where I got to focus on these little things.
I mean, and if you look at the offensive outputs, you were hoping you would see more consistently, the first 2 games, starting with the beginning of the Pittsburgh series, it weren't too bad because you scored 5 and then 4. But then you go to 6-1, 4-1, and in a string of a lot of consecutive right-handed starting pitchers, you would love to hope that you were bashing the ball a little bit better. And yesterday's game was a great example of, my God, the runners left on base. I know we talked about that a couple of series back. I feel like every team probably laments about this multiple times per season. But if you're looking at manufacturer runs, you got all of the base work done, but you didn't actually finish hardly any of it. The Rangers were 1 for 9 with runners on in scoring position, and they left 11 people on base. Not all games, but most games. Don't you feel like you could see that line and you're like, they lost?
Yes.
If you're 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position, you left 11 on. I'm not saying it's an absolute 100%, but I feel like most of the time you'd be like, hey, guess what? They lost.
A lot of times there are things that you even mentioned the other day. There was a Kumar Rocker start where you could look at the line and you were like, man, that wasn't good, but then it turned out differently. Yes. But this is one of those where you could just kind of be like, okay, these numbers make complete sense to me.
Yeah, and it's really funny that you use that example because it's ironic. I might argue, I guess the strikeouts weren't quite where you want, but this was clearly one of Kumar Rocker's better outings, and he takes the loss in a game that you tell me all day, all season, Rocker goes 6 and gives up 2 runs every single time. Every single time I'm taking that, and I'm thinking we're probably going to win 85% of those games. And so yesterday, that game, that's what makes that game especially frustrating, is it was there for the taking.
And, there were some hard hit balls. There were some others that weren't, but I'm not used to an 0-for-5 Corey Seager day.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
I get it. And he's one of the...
Yeah, I just feel like when he gets to the plate, something is going to happen, in 5 at-bats. And I'm just not used to seeing that from him. And I don't know, Kevin, if he's okay for Corey Seager right now, but there's nothing for me that's just like, okay, Corey Seager is leading this charge on this team.
Sure.
I'm just not used to a day like that.
I think that's probably fair. Now, Evan Grant put forth an assertion after Saturday's game, and I have to admit, I have not been looking for this, so now I'm going to be looking for this going forward, because it was a potentially blistering critique of Mackenzie Gore. Evan Grant, even though, interestingly enough, they did win that game 4-3, a game where you felt like Mackenzie Gore was really struggling most of the day. They were able to pull out the win, and then Kamar Rocker not struggling as much the next day, and they end up losing. But what Evan Grant said was, Mackenzie Gore has not shown me the ability to make in-game adjustments to get the ball back in the zone. He's either got it or he doesn't, based on the very first inning. The one I might take some issue with that is the game where he gave up just one hit and he had a tremendous amount of strikeouts. I thought he struggled with his command a lot in that first inning and then was able to turn it around. But that's something interesting that I had not noted before, but I'll be sure to be more locked in on going forward.
I'm curious on Wednesday.
I think that was the Seattle game.
Curious on Wednesday. I'd really love to talk to Skip about what was said on the mound. When he went to talk to Gore and was like, all right, let's go. See you later. And Gore, I don't know, did he talk him into it? Did he say, hey, let me run this one more time?
Yep.
And just kind of see how that conversation, because I'd love to hear Skip's approach on this. Do you do that often with players? And Kevin, if somebody's telling you and they're looking you in the eye and saying something and then they don't do it, do you ever trust them again? But then when they do it, are you like, okay, now if I ever need to go through this, I can read him better? Isn't that part of what Mike always talked about and Bannister always talked about and Bochy was, look, the numbers tell you all this great information, but being able to read your players definitely gives you an understanding of where they are, especially when they're on the mound or at the plate or whatever, of where they are mentally in that space.
And I see this from the 2-1-4. I'm still happy with the Simeon for Nimmo trade. We fleeced the Mets in that trade. Look, I feel like I've been pretty upfront as I was very wrong about that. I thought slight upgrade, but thus far that has been a massive upgrade for the Rangers, and I think we're all super excited about that. Now, we've put this off as long as we could, and I know we probably need to talk some more about Josh Young, but Nathan Eovaldi. Friday night's game was just a disaster across the board.
Her press conference, by the way, Kevin, she walked in. She looks awesome in that uniform.
All right.
I just wanted you to know.
In about 30 minutes, she'll be hopping on with us. It was a disaster for the Texas Rangers, not only with Eovaldi, but we're going to talk about that, but also you scored one run. So you're probably going to lose anyway. But Nathan Eovaldi, he has given up an AL high 9 home runs in about, I think he's at 31
okay.
innings.
All right.
I want to say, let me just double check that, because that might have been a number from earlier in the game. So, yeah, he's given up 9 home runs in 32 2/3 innings. He has an ERA of 5.97. That's the second worst of all qualified AL starters. And then you focus in on this. He's given up 9 home runs. Last year, he gave up 10 home runs in 130 innings. So he would have to give up 1 run in about the next 97 innings to equal that pace. And the first inning was the one where you're like, good God, this has gotten ugly so fast. And I realized they were all solo shots. But in the first, I believe it was 9 pitches, something like that, he had already given up 3 home runs. And I go back to this. I know he had one amazing start and one really good start, but concerned about a Nathan Eovaldi.
Yes. This is the highest exit velocity he's ever had.
Ooh, that's not good.
And significantly, like 90, but he's at 91.5 right now.
Okay.
Like that's a significant number right now. The balls percentage is one of the highest since his rookie season. The strikes percentage is still there. He's still throwing strikes, but the balls are putting him in bad situations. And Kevin, the barrels, one of the highest he's ever had in his career too. So like those numbers right there say when he's missing more than he wants to, and so he's trying to overcorrect to get back into that area, and it's not the Eovaldi we're used to. I got faith. I'll keep faith. I know I can. He's one of those. He'll go out there and give you. He was as good that one day that I needed him. But and he can't do that all the time. But man, yeah, I'm a little concerned at the moment.
I don't know if this really counts as good news, but at least he was able to identify it because he talked about like trying to hit his spots, and he goes, yeah, and instead, what are you getting? Middle. Yeah,
and that splitter was such a big deal for him in the last 2 seasons, or the last 3 seasons for sure. And I wonder if people are laying off of it, recognizing it a little bit better, and able to pick up to kind of force him to command that baseball or that fastball. But yeah, Kevin, that's one of the factors that, like, the fact that middle happens puts you in high exit velocity, high barrels. Lots of times guys are getting really good hits off of you, putting runners on, and now you're in bad positions, and that's not where he needs to be.
No, not at all. Now let's mention how great things are going with the Boston Red Sox, and I use that in the most sarcastic terminology. They went ahead and fired Alex Cora, and the outpouring from the players was a mix between sadness and anger. And here's what Garrett Whitlock said.
I always love when I hear people say sadness and anger.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, not really the combination that you want. Is the ownership and executive group talk with them for a whole 5 minutes.
Awesome.
After he got fired. And this is what Garrett Whitlock said. And these sentiments were echoed by numerous players who weren't anonymous players. They're like, oh, yeah, no, I'll tell you my name. And he said, they made it very clear we get paid to play. Let's try that again.
Paid to play?
They made it very clear that we get paid to play baseball, and we need to just focus on playing baseball. So essentially they were like, yeah, thank you for your concerns. Go play. And I get that you need to play, but that feels kind of dismissive, right?
Absolutely it is. But is that wrong? Like, do you want to worry about all the other stuff, or you want to just show up and win and go home?
I hear you. Here's what I would say. This kind of reminds me of the way I need to process things. I need my time to be mad.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And it feels like they didn't give their players their time to be mad or ask questions or be sad. Like by the next day, I get it. Hey, we got to
They've made it very clear since the beginning of the season and right before, this is a business, and they're running it as a business and nothing else.
I mean,
whereas didn't Red Sox fans for the longest time feel like they were part of a big family?
Yeah. That family's kind of gone by the wayside. By the way, the Philadelphia Phillies, they lost their 10th straight game on Friday. That was their longest losing streak since 1999. Now, they did bounce back to win one and then, of course, lose again. But they have the worst record currently in Major League
But they broke
Baseball.
the 10-game streak, so that's what's good.
You know what? Always looking at the positives. I appreciate that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, winners and wankers of the weekend right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 10. on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Dallas Wings Media Day. In about 20 minutes, we will talk with AZ Fudd and head coach Jose Fernandez for the Dallas Wings. Got Paige Beckers coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now, it's time for the wankers and winners of the weekend.
I like this
segment. Would you like to start?
I did great. I was good this weekend.
I'm sorry. Would you like to start with the winners or the wankers? Not necessarily reflecting on you.
Dude, let's go with
personally.
the winners of the weekend. I feel like there's some people out there that need to be propped up.
Indeed. Starting with, and Alec, if I get this last name wrong, I'm so sorry, Sebastian Sawi, or Saw if you're not fancy. He became the first human ever to record a marathon time under 2 hours. He won the London race in 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. That shattered the previous marathon record by 1 minute and 5 seconds. So first of all, how impressive is that? Second of all, do you think that Sebastian was motivated by that robot who ran the marathon in like 1:50?
I think everybody's kind of motivated by the robot, but don't you just feel like that now that the robot has timed out the way that they have, and then now the human has said, you know what, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, that the robot engineers are going to say, well, let's just go make it to where they can't. You know, like humans just can't even compete, and let's move on from humans. I feel like that's what kind of
not, but maybe
it's kind of a feeling I'm having right now.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
That's just straight line stuff right now.
Okay,
I feel uphill, downhill, kind of straight line stuff.
Okay, Alec, how impressed are you, and how mind-boggling is the sub 2 hour marathon?
I'm extremely impressed, especially because 2 people did it. We're only talking about the winner here.
That is a shame, isn't it? I guess.
Yeah, because Yelcha, he was just 11 seconds back, I think. So the second place runner actually broke the sub 2 hour marathon, which is just absurd. And I hate that we're having to say by humans at this point because a robot did it. But I think something of note that was interesting, a couple things for Sawe. He took like a bazillion different blood and urine drug tests. So
sure.
Yeah, because everybody's going to be like, well, he was doping. He took, I think, like 2 or 3 a day leading up to this is what I read. So there was no shadow of a doubt. But also, he's an Adidas athlete. And he ran it in a new Adidas shoe. And Adidas completely botched this entire thing because the shoe isn't going to be available for sale until like next week.
Yeah.
It's like you could have capitalized and made so much money, especially because it's a $500 shoe. So they could have made a ton of money off of people that just want to buy the shoe because they think they're going to run incredible paces in this silhouette. It's not available for sale yet. So great job, Adidas.
Isn't that ridiculous? That's a ridiculous plan.
So
did they expect
I guess Adidas falls in the wanker
Did they expect him to do that, though? I guess that's one of the things is like, did they go, yeah, he's going to break the record. This is a great time. Or should they like have been like, dude, we got to do this now?
I mean, you hope not, right? Or else they're the worst at marketing ever. Hey, he's going to break the record. Yeah, we'll have the shoe ready in about 12 more days. Well, Bob, that's not going to work for me. We're going to need to pick up the assembly line right here. All right. Now, this is a tricky one, Corey, and I thought this over a lot, and I was like, what would Corey do?
Okay.
Corey would put them in the winner category. Toronto beat Cleveland in the NBA playoffs 93-89 yesterday.
Okay.
They did so by shooting 32% from the field. That is the lowest figure a winning team has ever posted in a playoff game since the advent of the three-point line. So on the one hand, you feel like, I don't know, that's not so great. But on the other hand, they did win.
So the people that didn't know how to shoot a three-pointer initially, like these are people, Kevin, back in the day that didn't even know how to do it. They had no technique on it.
Correct.
Some of them shot better than this team did.
Yes,
that's fascinating.
They did still win, and it feels like you have to throw Cleveland in the wanker category because it was the worst shooting percentage ever by a team that won because you lost. So
Dude,
I did think about that.
I got to give you some credit on this. Dallas. That's impressive.
All right.
That is impressive stuff right there, man.
Alec, do you like my use of Corey logic right there?
I think we need to use Corey logic a lot more in big life situations, if we're being honest, because it's going to save me from overthinking, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, let's talk about another team that didn't overthink things, the Colorado Avalanche. It was 2-1 going into the third period, and they said, I'm tired of the Kings and I'm tired of this series, and they poured on 3 goals to win 5-1, and of course, sweep the Los Angeles Kings 4-0. So whoever does win, obviously, hopefully the Stars, whoever does win this series will be waiting for a Colorado team, or excuse me, will face a Colorado team that is just going to be sitting around for a week.
Yeah, and did you watch much of yesterday's game, Kevin? I was sitting down doing some work yesterday, and I
watched the first 2 goals in the third period, and then I was done.
And I watched the end of it. Kings still were trying as hard as they could. And
they were just outworked.
And defensively, it was a nice effort on their part. It's just that's what Colorado is. The Avalanche are that good, that fast. They come at you hard. And, I mean, they were outmanned. You know, the Kings were outmanned, obviously, by a Colorado team like that. But that's going to be terrifying, dude, that they get that much rest. Maybe we can hope for the rust thing, you know? Maybe the rust thing will work out in our favor.
I think especially in Game 1, you're going to need to take advantage of that. All right. Let's talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You know how I told you the worst? Well, here is the best. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 42 points on 15 of 18 shooting. That's 83.3%. No other player in NBA history has scored that many points in a playoff game on a field goal percentage that high.
Really?
Ever.
And that's why everybody loves him like this.
I mean, look, and he's amazing, but when you juxtapose him against one of my wankers, maybe Cody and other people are like, that's why he's going to win MVP, you jerk.
Okay, yeah. No, and that's kind of one of the things is he's done something pretty historic this year as well, with what he's accomplished. And he was there, man. Like, congratulations to Shai for making the world recognize him in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Like, that's a pretty special thing that he's doing right now. And he's not letting up either. He's got talent around him, but he's not letting up at all.
Yeah, there's no question that they're viewing this as they have all season. I'm sure championship or bust. On the flip side, let's move over to the wankers and talk about, this pains me, Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
They have now fallen behind, they being the Nuggets, in that series 3-1. Part of the reason, in the last 3 games, Jokic is 23 for 68. That is a shooting percentage of 34%.
Okay, well, congratulations.
No,
all right,
that's
poor.
Bad.
That's not good.
And you know what he's shooting from 3? 3 for 20. That's 15%. What is he, one of us?
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to one of us. I don't think he's going to make it, dude. I don't think that guy's going to.
I think he'll make it long term, but now here's the fascinating part of it all. The Nuggets trail that series 3-1. Teams that trail in a best of 7 series 3-1 are 13 and 285.
Okay.
You know who the last 2 teams to do it were? The Nuggets.
Okay.
And then we get the news that Anthony Edwards is out for a couple of weeks. The Nuggets are like 11-point favorites for Game 5. So I can't help but wonder, maybe it's because they're the better team, or maybe it's just because their opponent, who had been cruising on them, lost their best player. Are the Nuggets going to do this again and win and be the last team to win the 3 series where they were down 3-1?
Not if Jokic keeps shooting 34% from 3.
That's overall. Only 15% from 3.
That's what I meant. Yeah. Really?
Sorry to correct you. That Kevin, even worse.
It's if he keeps doing that, then no. They won't ever do this.
Okay.
But you know what? I've been told that this Jokic kid has something. You told me, actually, that a few minutes ago.
He's probably already a top 25 player in the history of basketball.
Yeah.
But
if he can get to the top of a mountain and get a championship one day, that could really be capitalized on his career.
And that's the thing. I really thought this was going to be the year to maybe lock in that greatness. All right, let's talk about how much the Rockets suck.
No.
So the Rockets lost to the Los Angeles Lakers, or maybe we can wrap it up because it looks like they might be ready to get some interview going. All right, let's go ahead and hit the break a little bit early. Coming up next, we will have number 1 pick in the WNBA draft, AZ Fudd, and Dallas Wings head coach Jose Fernandez. I'll tell you about how terrible the Rockets were at another point. We'll do that next.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Right now, we bring to you the number one pick in the 2026 WNBA Draft, AZ Fudd, and of course, Dallas Wings head coach, and I'm learning, troublemaker, Jose Fernandez. Good morning. How are y'all this morning?
I'm great. You guys are off to a great start here.
So, did Coach warn you about us leading into this, and did I really rock your world with the T-shirt question before we started our interview?
He did warn me, but his warning did not prepare me for that question.
Yeah, so what I asked AZ was the question that I've always wanted to ask important athletes along the way.
You're doing this on air. Okay.
Yeah, why not? Do you think if both of your arms were on the same side of your body, they would call it an F shirt instead of a T-shirt? Because my contention is, without actually looking it up, it's a T-shirt because your arms kind of spread out like a T. That makes sense, right?
It does make sense.
See? Coach, why are you shaking your head?
Because I don't know why people listen to this.
Oh, man. I'm with you. I have said for a long time I do not care for
He
this show.
has said that. He's like, it's not his favorite. It's not for him.
Somehow we're number one. I don't understand.
Yeah, I know you guys are an acquired taste, that's for sure.
Which you have not acquired yet.
but he's coming around.
We're
he's
working
coming around.
on it. You guys are growing on me.
Okay, good. Now, one of the things that you had said on Fudd Around and Find Out that I thought was really funny is when y'all were going through one of the practices, Paige zipped a pass to you, and you're like, kind of jokingly, oh, I forgot how good you could pass. Do you feel like that kind of hurt her feelings just a little bit?
No, nothing can hurt her feelings. Are you kidding me?
I can definitely see that.
About as tough as it gets then, yeah?
Oh, yeah, she's tough, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, Coach, you had said that these practices obviously would be quick, they would be intense, and they would be a quick kind of learning ground, not just for AZ, but for all of the players. How have you thought practices have gone so far?
What do you think, AZ? How do you think they've gone so far?
That is good.
You said practice was going to be quick?
I know, but trust me, the rumor spread around the league on how hard we went the first 2 days. So it's a crazy college guy coming to the W. And my definition, apparently, of a walkthrough yesterday was different than our strength and conditioning and medical staff. So I'm adjusting. I'm learning.
All right. But does that feel like a positive thing then, AZ? That like, hey, we want to win, and we got to work at a certain level.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you're talking to someone who has nothing to compare it to. So I thought practice has been incredible. Kind of what I expected and more, with the intensity, the learning, the level of play from everyone, from the coaching staff, from the support staff. I really couldn't ask for anything more.
Coach, with the quick turnaround between free agency, some of the trades y'all made, and the draft, I know practice is always important, but how much does that kind of heighten the importance of these practices, since, man, it is a small window between that and when it's time to play?
It's a huge window, and it was a huge window for her as well. You remember being in Phoenix just a short time ago, and then the draft, and coming to Dallas, we had to go through expansion, free agency, and now in the collegiate draft. Really, that's what I spoke to all the players about. We have 15 practices in 20 days to get ready for May 9th at Indiana. And within those 20 days, outside of the 15 practices, 2 exhibition games. So the amount of things that we need to get in a short amount of time is a lot different. Where I'm sure AZ will tell you, in college it's a lot different on the things that you do in the summer leading into preseason. In college, you have 30 practices in 42 days, but the amount of stuff that you do with your position coaches, with film with your team, so it's different, definitely different now, because she just played a whole collegiate season, and we're about to play 2 exhibition games, 44 games, and then the playoffs. So it's going to be a long year, and it's something that I will adjust to. and she will as well.
One of the things that we talked about with you whenever you were in studio with us last was getting the defense up, and that last year was kind of, hey, we've known the Wings can score, but the defensive side of it's going to be a big thing. Adding Azzi to this thing and knowing that she's a good defensive player, an outstanding defensive player to add to that, like how much does that help? But then also, Azzi, can you kind of talk a little bit about what the mindset of a defensive player is and the study that goes into that too?
Yeah, for me, I think defense is mostly just competitive. It's who wants it more. It's all effort, and as I'm learning, it's not actually all effort. There's a lot of details. I mean, I knew that before, but this, like the transition, I didn't realize defense in the league was going to be so different either. So that's definitely been a point of emphasis for us: transition defense, half-court defense, our help side defense, just positioning, and. I mean, again, I don't have much to compare it to, but I think we're doing a good job. We have a lot more to learn and to work on, ways to go, but I think this is a really good start for us.
Does it? I mean, then saying I don't have a lot to compare it to. Do you kind of feel like you get to cultivate and grow it a little bit on your own as you go along?
Oh, 100%. I think that's why I'm so excited for this year. Is just I have so much to learn. I mean, with the coaching staff, with my players, like learning how to play with them, learning what Coach wants, expects from me, our offenses, style of play, but then just concepts. Like I have so much to learn, and I'm so excited to grow.
Now, your coach, his scouting report when you got drafted was that you could shoot the S out of the basketball. How much do you like that scouting report right there?
I love that.
I get my research, coach.
I love that.
Is that your favorite go-to curse word?
One of them.
I was going to say, I actually haven't heard that word yet. I've heard others, but not that one.
Oh, okay. All right.
I like it.
He's saving that in his arsenal, for later on.
Corey, would you like to recklessly speculate as to what those other words are?
Darn it and shoot and stuff like that.
Okay.
I think,
those are the ones.
Probably a lot of those in practice getting thrown out there.
Now,
Different first letters.
a really cool thing has been happening in the league, and we've seen it here with the Wings selling out season tickets for a third straight year. How exciting is that for both of y'all to be in an organization that you can clearly see the buzz building despite a couple of really tough back-to-back seasons?
Well, there's so much positive momentum for this organization with the practice facility, the move to downtown next year, playing in American Airlines. So I think with a new coach coming in, the number one draft pick, Paige, one of the faces of the league, Enrique, who's been here her entire career, and has been an all-star, right? Mm-hmm. And what we did in free agency, there's no surprise that our home games are sold out. We want to play in front of an incredible crowd and have the energy where this has to be a tough place to play at home. Has to be, where people don't want to go into Dallas and go on the road to play us here. So there's no surprise. I said, hey, need a bigger building, but I think this venue will be an excellent home court advantage.
How important is that home court advantage? Obviously, both you and Paige come from a place where it gets bananas for y'all's home game. How big of a mental difference is that when the team faces that kind of opposing fan base?
I mean, honestly, we love it. I think anyone who loves to compete and play at the highest level loves any type of atmosphere, whether it's your home environment where people are cheering for you, but just to hear that buzz, to hear that whether it's a cheering for you or the booing against you, it gives you that extra little.
Do you like the booing against you a little bit more? Does that jazz you up some?
Honestly, I haven't had much experience with it at UConn. I feel like most of our away games even felt like home games. There was a couple like Tennessee, what was it? I would say Tennessee. I didn't get to go to the Texas game, but I heard that one was crazy. I could probably count on my fingers the amount of times where it truly felt like an away game. So I'm excited to experience that as well.
And so, Kevin, you're not a big UConn fan, so because of
there's a whole lot to unpack
but he's also
behind
a Duke
that.
guy,
It's possible a girl broke my heart that went to UConn. That's a whole ding thing. I didn't want to. That's not really your baggage that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
You're still carrying that baggage, I see.
Yeah, okay. That's one of my number one personality faults, Coach.
I'm kind of curious when it comes to labels. We often bring up Cooper. This is Cooper Flagg's team. This is Dak's team. This is Is it Paige's team? And I'm kind of curious on y'all's philosophy on how that works. And I know it's a team. It's supposed to be that way. There is a kind of a perspective that we got to look to somebody. And I'm curious on how both of y'all perceive that.
Well, yeah, when I took the job and the conversations I had with Paige, I think it's everyone's team. I think when this team to be successful, it's not about you, it's about us. But, Paige has to be an extension of me. But once we get further into the year, like I said, it will not be a coach-led team anymore. It'll be a player-led team. And, people should listen to Paige. She's one of the best players in the world. Mm-hmm. So she also, when she speaks, people listen because she does everything right. And I think when you do things right and your actions speak louder than words, so when your words do come out, you already have that respect because of how you carry yourself.
And AZ, like in your experience with her, how she does that and how she gets people to respond in that way, what is that? What is it that teammates like about that?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he said it best. She's one of the best players in the world. She does everything the right way. She's got one of the biggest work ethics you'll see. And so it's kind of like that thing, like you can't be a leader unless you can look at yourself in the mirror and make sure you're holding yourself accountable first, and she does that every single day. And she's someone that wants to make everyone around her better. So when she talks, everyone listens. And I think something I've noticed this week is that's also a little bit different is just coach also gives, like whether we're doing a drill, going through stuff at the end of practice, he always asks the vets, like, do you guys have anything to add? And all the coaches have done that. And I think that's incredible. Like, I'm playing with people who have so much more experience. And so being able to hear him talk, Paige's voice, AC, Odyssey, everyone, no matter where it is throughout practice, but everyone just to give their input, like there's so much learning to be done. And so being able to hear everyone's voice and have everyone just have that level of respect for others is also incredible.
But if Paige was like, all right, I think we need to run more after practice, would y'all be like, okay, let's do it? Or would y'all, be like, oh, okay, I don't know about that?
If she were to say that, there would be a reason. So then, if Paige was saying we need to run more, I don't know what the reason would be, but then we would need to run more. We'd go on that baseline.
We talked about the quick turnaround. One thing I know athletes, people in this profession, maybe don't always get to take the time to enjoy the things that they've accomplished. Did you carve out a little bit of time to enjoy hey, I was the number one pick in the WNBA draft. That's pretty awesome. Or were you almost immediately time to go back to work?
I would say I took a little bit of time.
Okay.
Obviously, I took that night to enjoy, and then the next day to recover from that night enjoying. But it definitely is a quick turnaround, and as much as I got to enjoy it, I am so excited to be here and be present and to have gotten to work right away.
What were those? Because you talked about it that night, and obviously you talked a lot about your family. So what were those emotions like for people who maybe missed the draft? And what all did you do to enjoy that night?
Mm-hmm. So I had a party, and I said before, my family was at the draft. I had so many family, friends, former teammates, from high school.
That was really cool on the TV broadcast.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Really cool.
But just from high school, even some teammates from middle school, to have everyone there, because I didn't get here by myself. I wasn't,
for sure.
I didn't become who I am without all these people around me to support me, to show me how to be a great player, a great person. So to be able to share that moment with everyone because they made it possible was super special to me.
All right. Can you see why Coach gets a little nervous when we interview the players and stuff?
I'm not nervous.
He didn't love that follow-up question about how did you party.
Kevin has this story of his life when I think he was in the second grade where he had a wide open breakaway and he was getting ready to go up for the layup and he missed the shot in front of the girl that he liked.
Is this the UConn girl?
No, it's the
you know what? I don't even want to ask a question now because she delivered that so perfectly. So I'm going to go on to the next one. We do a segment called My Buddy's an Idiot sometimes.
I feel like I'm losing that segment.
Yeah,
right now.
That's all right, dude. You're doing great. And so we just kind of find people to do some crazy things. Recently, I emceed an event that had a fashion show going on in front of me. And it was Nancy Volpe Behringer. She was from Project Runway. She was the one that designed everything. And first off, what's a sports guy doing up there? But it was for a disabilities community that I'm closely attached to. At the end of it, she said that she was going to donate the runway if they could raise a certain amount of money. And I'm sitting there going, everybody is going to be able to get a piece of this floor. That is amazing. And so I was just sitting there. See, she knows, Kevin. She knows.
She looked up to the sky, and you could just feel like, are you kidding me? I'm not going to lie. That is exactly what I thought, too. I thought you got like a piece of, almost like your court, you know? I thought you got a piece of it. She thinks we're ridiculous.
Coach, you know, here we are. You're probably thinking the same thing. Everybody was going to get a piece of this runway, and she was going to donate it. Are we idiots, AZ, for not knowing what the runway was?
Yes.
Can you explain what the runway is?
I'm pretty sure she meant her clothes.
Yes,
she did. She did.
But like you said, you're not a part of the fashion world, and I think you guys can have a pass, but if that happens again.
Okay, all right.
We're trying to learn and trying to get better, right?
She's setting you up for success.
Yeah,
next time
look
this
at
happens.
that. She gave us an opportunity, and I appreciate that, Kevin.
Much like with your practices. We're just trying to get a little better
every day.
A little bit better every single day.
The fact that she did just immediately, she was like, these guys.
I know. That's why when you were asking, I was staring right at her because I was like, I'll be able to tell straight away. Didn't need to be staring because you could see her look right up like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, it's okay. We'll learn. I'm trying to learn more about fashion. My daughter's trying to teach me.
Now
she's got a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of work to go. So what I really want to know for both of you guys is, I know this challenge is getting less and less, but still there's work to be done on some casual fans about getting into the WNBA or getting into the Wings. What would you tell people who are listening right now who maybe have never even been to a Wings home game, why they should come check it out?
I mean, were you guys talking about tickets are already sold out? It's going to be an incredible atmosphere. We're going to give people great games to watch. We're going to compete. We're going to play great defense. We're going to score. Our offense is going to be hopping. So I think the product is there, and people just got to believe in us and take a chance.
Coach, you know I'm going to make you answer the question, too.
You want me to follow up that?
Yes.
That wasn't good enough?
I do, because you need to get embarrassed. We just got embarrassed.
No, I'm just saying it's an exciting time to be a Wings fan. I think our fans are really going to enjoy with the pace, the energy, the effort, the communication, the joy for the game that our players will have, and they're going to be an unbelievable representative of this city and the state.
Do you already have an idea of what the brand of basketball is going to be, and they're going to fit into it, or is it more of you're going to figure all of them out, and then eventually that'll grow from there?
Well, I had a pretty good idea when we constructed this team and who we drafted, right? So, and why I wanted to coach her. So that was very, very important. But again, and I've told her this, and same with Paige and communication with everybody on here. I'm not going to put them in uncomfortable situations offensively or on the floor that they don't feel comfortable in, right? So, again, with some of the actions that we'll run, it's that feedback that you have with your players. Because ultimately it's the most important for them to be successful. Our team will be successful.
And then, AZ, last question I have for you. We were both born and raised in Dallas. Do you have any Dallas-based questions that we can help you out
Yeah, we can help with a lot of things.
Just what are some things I need to see? I've heard the Stockyards. I've gotten a long list of restaurants and food recommendations, but like, what are activities that I need to do while I'm here?
The Dallas World Aquarium. And it is downtown. It's super great. It almost has like some elements of a zoo, but it's all enclosed inside. And the aquarium is tremendous. It is super fun. It's a family activity. I would highly recommend the Dallas World Aquarium.
I was thinking about getting married at the aquarium, but when we were there, a walrus swam by and went to the restroom. And so we said maybe not, is what my wife and I decided.
Well, it kind of feels like that undercut my point.
But it's still cool. No, it's amazing. It's an awesome thing to see. Check that out for sure.
Wait, I have another question. What are with all the horses around here?
Okay, listen.
That's how we get to and from places.
How are you getting back and
not
forth?
like horses, but like the mascot outside my hotel in Dallas was like another horse with wings or something.
Oh, the Pegasus. The Pegasus building.
Yes.
My wife works in the Pegasus building, as a matter of fact. Yeah, it was down in downtown Dallas for a long time on top of one of the buildings, and it's just kind of been a symbol of the area for a long time. I need to get a little more history.
I think
on
it started with a corporate sponsorship.
There you go.
Honestly.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was a corporate.
Doesn't
Not as
everything,
exciting,
right?
yeah.
Especially,
Doesn't
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
And then, Coach, last thing for you: how much more do you like us now than after the first time we interviewed you?
Like I said, you guys are growing on me.
There you go.
I'm still
undecided.
Thinking about that walrus joke he just said. Maybe the walrus did that after listening to you guys.
Oh, man! Holy smokes!
Man, if you weren't smiling right now, Coach.
Well, there you go. AC Flood and nemesis to the KNC masterpiece, Jose Fernandez. Thank you
Got our
guys
full support, guys.
very much for the time. Coming up next, we'll fire up a little gridiron gravy right here on 105 through the Fan.
3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2nd and 20 at the Eagle 47. Hurts with a little play fake, chased by Overshon on a blitz and sacked. Back at the 32-yard line by DeMarvion Overshon.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan live at Dallas Wings Media Day. If you just missed our interview with AZ Fudd and head coach Jose Fernandez, I thought it was a blast. We've got Paige Beckers coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some Gridiron gravy.
I think.
I was trying to make it to the post before I sneezed.
Adrian just corrected me. I'm so sorry, dude. It was a manatee, not a walrus. So I'll have to bring that up with Paige later.
And I did think that was a funny bit when the coach said, "Did it do that after you're listening?"
What do you mean? Hey, you know what? We are starting to win him over, though.
Hurtful.
You know, he was a little more receptive to some of the jokes this time around.
If we're going to dish it out, we got to be able to take it.
Win, right? Am I right? Win. That's exactly what he wants to do. He's like, let's go win. I think if he does that, what's going to happen? The city falls in love.
Yes.
We love champions.
I agree with all of that. All right, let's start with a couple of Cowboys notes. The Cowboys will be playing the Ravens in Rio in Week 3. Okay. We're still waiting on the timing of that. So, yeah, Cowboys, Ravens in Rio at Week 3. But then there's also this, and I'm sure this will concern a great many people. DeMarvion Overshon has switched agents and hired David Mulligetta as his new agent going into the last year of his rookie contract. Corey Majors, does that concern you?
At first it does. Okay? At first it does concern me. But then I was listening to Bobby this morning, and I kind of got a little more a different perspective on it. And it was wanting to work with the agency. And he said he felt like it wasn't a let me try and make it hurt to the Cowboys thing. Now, obviously, this guy wants to get the most. I also wonder if the door has opened more for relationships between the Cowboys and Mulligetta. You know, this George Pickens thing, Kevin, if this goes well, this could be a very positive thing for everybody if they just look at it the right way, right? For George Pickens, if they sat down and said, what do you guys want? And Mulligetta was like, we want a long-term deal. And they're like, look, we're just not prepared to do that at the moment. And they say they want him and everything, but he comes and plays on this. He gets paid very well. These are positive things for him. He's going to get a lot of money at 25 years old, all these positive things. And they all agreed that this is a good thing and they can work together on this, then we might be stressing about nothing here. And maybe it does open the door for future things to go really well with the Cowboys. But based on the history, it does concern people immediately.
Yeah, and I get it.
But I don't want to end up playing. He has to play very well, stay very healthy. There's a lot for him to still prove. And financially, Kevin, I am at a point where I can't pay a dude that's often injured max money.
Right.
That's just how that is.
Is John Lynch the thirstiest person in the NFL right now? Here's what he said about Brandon Ayuk. No new update right now, but we're available. Give us a call. And like I said, I think it's the prudent thing to do. Is he the thirstiest in the NFL right now where everyone's like, you just release him? And he's like, no, yeah, we're available. Give me a call. Feels like he's putting the pressure on you to ask for that date. You know?
No, he's just, Stephen Jones does that too. With the 24/7, 365, we're always looking, but we want y'all to call us. Whoever comes to the front of the line to get their pie, is the one that's going to get a pie. And I think, Kevin, that it's thirsty, but also trying to not lose position of power at the same time. Did he say that they are going on a hunt for everybody? No, he said, "Come to us, please." Right. Which I think
we're available.
Yeah,
we're open.
I think we would all love that, right? Is to be like, "Hey, I'm available. I'm open. You just come out and find me, please." And then the world would be a lot easier for us.
Yeah,
having to go to bars and hang out and meet your future lover.
Oh my God! Stop that. So let's talk about the Raiders.
Or apps.
The Raiders traded up to the top pick in the 4th round so they could draft Jermod McCoy, and they did, in fact, get that done. At the first pick of the 4th round, I know there's concerns about his knee, but does that not still feel like kind of a heck of a value?
I think, Alec, you put it expertly in our text, because I did keep up with you guys over the weekend via text, which I think is a positive thing for us, as a
I feel like we usually do that, but okay.
But Alec was like, it must be worse than we even think, in that respect. And I don't know if that's the case or if that's just the price of the value that drops whenever you have a situation like that. The first pick, I was really fingers crossing it that Jerry's exclamation of still no red shirts until the 5th round, maybe. I was like, oh, that'd be dope. I was hoping that something like that would happen, but it didn't. But I'm very interested to see what his career turns out to be because we had high marks on him.
But perhaps the more noteworthy thing that the Raiders did, they signed Kensei Matsuzawa. Kensei Matsuzawa is the Japanese kicker who spent 3 years working at Morton's Steakhouse in Tokyo while teaching himself to kick a football by watching YouTube videos. He is, of course, better known as the Tokyo Toe. He could become the first Japanese player on an active NFL roster.
That's pretty cool.
It is.
What a cool nickname to go along with.
For sure.
I think ultimately if you want a nickname, you want a cool one. Something like that really
cool.
is. And you can market it too. You can market it. People want to market a kicker anyway, right? They want to.
Cowboys do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do. They want to get something out of it. What would you say, Butter? You're going to stick with Butter, or would you market something else?
That's why we do that segment. Are you Butter?
Uh-huh.
Now, let's go from that's not right. Let's go from that to E.J. Smith, the son of course, Emmitt Smith, one of the greatest running backs in the history of the NFL. He signed with the Kansas City Chiefs as an undrafted free agent. I know there was plenty of buzz that thought maybe he would jump on with the Cowboys, but he is up with the Chiefs. Let's talk about the attendance. Pittsburgh did, in fact, set an all-time draft attendance record, 805,000 people.
That's a cool note, man.
It really is. Attended the draft over the past 3 days. That beats out Green Bay from a year before by 205,000, and it broke the record previously held by Detroit, who had 775,000 people. So Pittsburgh sets the record, and I really think going back to it, it was Nashville in 2019 that set the template for how big this could be. Because if you look at every time the draft went away from New York for the first time, 200, 225, 250, which that's an amazing amount of people. But then Nashville dropped in at 600,000. I think everyone's like, oh, yeah, that's what it could be.
Well, I think, maybe it was Nashville that kind of started the idea that this could be destination vacation for you.
Yeah.
This could be, we talk about spring training and all these things, and the NFL's like, what else can we throw out there? And are we seeing enough at the Radio City Music Hall? I know you were like, do that or never do anything again.
I mean, I just always really liked that.
Them, is what happened.
Not true.
But when I wonder if they were like, look, it's just that's kind of an expensive thing. Let's take advantage of, not take advantage of, but utilize some of these communities that are already going to show up anyway. And then on top of that, people are going to want to go. And I know, I think that's a really smart part on there. And Kevin, I think the more they add to it, because the circus that comes along with the NFL anyway, they're going to bring all sorts of things for tailgating ideas. That kind of thing right there is what people are looking for. They want that entertainment value. So smart job on their part, and they're collecting.
Let's go back to the Chiefs. They did take Garrett Nussmeier, the LSU quarterback, with the overall pick of 249. Man, the quarterback order went completely different than I thought and a lot of other people thought going into the draft. The Steelers took Drew Aller from Penn State. They took him with the pick that they got from the George Pickens trade.
Nice.
So that is how the Steelers picked up Drew Aller.
Good luck to Drew Aller.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Navy football. Landon Robinson and Eli Heidenreich were both drafted in the 7th round of the NFL draft on Saturday. This is the first time that 2 Navy players have been taken in the NFL draft since 1956.
Oh, really?
That is crazy.
Well, I mean, obviously you want to play, you want to pull from good programs, but you also want to make sure that those dudes can play. These dudes absolutely can. We've seen it.
And they both have really cool stories. Sorry, I don't have time to get into that right now, but they both have really cool stories. Are you concerned at all by the Eagles' trade for Jonathan Grenard? So they traded pick number 98, a third-round selection this year and a third-rounder next year to pick up Grenard, and then they gave him a 4-year, $100 million extension. This is somebody that we had talked about potentially with the Cowboys. Are you concerned at all that the Eagles made that deal?
Good player, smart move for them. Didn't love their draft so much. I mean, offensively, they needed some big dudes on the line. They definitely did that. It was smart on their part, but I just thought that their draft was kind of all over the place, and I didn't see the focus of it. Obviously, I felt the Cowboys was very focused, and we knew exactly what they needed, but Christian Parker knew he needed to do that quickly. I didn't really concern myself with it, but that's adding a good player to the team. Just can they be coached the same way? I think they'll be fine over there. Kevin, can I add one thing real quick?
Sure.
Are you concerned with Cleveland drafting another quarterback in Taylon Green?
We will get to that later, but I am the least concerned. I love it. You know me. I want them to draft all
every
of the quarterbacks. I kind of think they're going to try to get up to 8 to have like a little bracket. I'm not entirely positive about that, but that would be my theory. I freaking love that.
I want you to put together that bracket for me.
I will put together that quarterback
it.
bracket for you. And then finally, I know there's so much stuff to get to. Let's talk about Logan Jones. Y'all had brought this up before the draft. Because he was taken 57th overall, he gets the lifetime supply of Heinz ketchup. And he said he didn't know about this until he got drafted. Must not have been Toloing. And he said, I love it. I'll take as much as I can get. Let's go ketchup. And I just think that that's a fun thing to say.
Let's go
ketchup.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Congratulations to him.
That's what you said this morning whenever you got here. That was the first thing you said to me.
I would never say that, although I guess it could be a drop now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, one of the most fun, but obviously ridiculous exercises of the year, already grading the Cowboys draft. Let's do that next right here on the Fan.
Take us with you wherever you...
105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Paige Beckers coming up at 1 o'clock. We've got a Billy Idol ticket giveaway in this hour. But right now, it's something we do every year, and I know it's ridiculous, but I also think it's ridiculously fun. Grade the Dallas Cowboys draft. 877-881-1053. Now, I know realistically you probably need to wait at least 3 years until you have any semblance of an idea of how successful this draft really was, but the hell with that. Let's go ahead and do it right now.
And yes, you're right. Seeing these dudes play will tell us the story later on, but seeing what they did, I think that's what I'm trying to grade. And I think Mel Kiper did. Kevin, you know what? I don't often give him much credit.
Oh.
But in all of his, in his grades that I saw immediately, it was Sunday morning. I was like, does this guy have any other time that he does? And then it went back to you saying, I don't have time. And that was all I could think of. But he already had his draft grades up for everything. And I was like, okay, let's look at this. And everything that got really high grades and high marks said they needed this and they executed that. So that's what I'll grade them on, is what did they need? What was their plan? What was the responsibility of the team here? And I think the first responsibility was to come out of the first round with at least one grade A pedigree player, and they did that. All right, so Caleb Downs is that player. If I'd have said Malachi Lawrence, would you have been like, what is happening right here?
Yeah, I would have been a little thrown off.
But then they came away with a B Papon, a best player available that they liked at position of need. That was, for them, that was a player they coveted. They coveted Downs, but they also didn't think he would be there either.
Right.
So I give them for that part. I think they executed filling two spots that they needed to fill for multiple reasons. One, they needed the bodies. But then on top of that, Kevin, Malachi Lawrence's actual presence is good. Downs' presence beyond the field is what I think is going to be a game changer for them at pick 12. So,
what do you mean by that?
I think
pick 11.
Yeah, pick 11. Well, they were at 12. Yes,
that's right.
I think what I mean by that is, I think that you get guys that show up and you can see everything that they do on the field, and you're like, okay, well, that's how I judge that player. I think this dude is going to have the impact in the locker room. Now, did you hear AZ earlier when we were talking to her, and everything was, I don't have a lot to compare it to.
Yeah.
So maybe it does take a minute for him to get his feet underneath him, but I don't think so. I don't think that even Christian Parker thinks that. I think Christian Parker thinks this is a dude that's walking in like they were talking about Paige. In that, this is, and Jerry said it too, Dak and him are Pied Pipers. They're guys that the guys follow. They just have this natural thing about them that people want to be around. And the more you're around a guy like that, Kevin, the better off you're going to be, because he studies and he works hard. And that's what this team has needed, a guy that has that kind of commitment, that isn't forced and told to do it, and just he lives that kind of lifestyle. So that's what I feel with Downs.
Man, there is so much trolling happening right now in the fan text. It's B Papon, Kevin, from the 214 and then from the 817. You should have asked AZ Fudd if she heard the breaking news about the Angel Reese trade, since Kevin never decided to.
Oh, we'll get to the trade today, Kevin.
To cover it.
We'll cover it today for sure.
Worried about the Michigan pick. Wish we would have gotten another guy just because of his school. I know Central Florida came up with that. That might be a great separate question. Are there schools that are not the Cowboys, but as fan base, are there schools on your list now that you're not defensive line from here, not an edge from here?
I was kind of curious about that, because didn't we keep hearing the Power Five, the Big Four? That's what the Cowboys' focus was going to be.
Yes,
UCF's in that grouping. When I think of it, I just think of Bama, Michigan. I think of those. I just don't think of UCF first
because of that. And people talk about the smaller schools getting squeezed out, and to a certain extent that's true. But I think people also ignore the landscape of the conferences having shifted, and so many of the schools that you think about as a smaller school are now a power conference school.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're dead on, and that's what I don't think of that immediately. But Alec, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of going through the first group here. When we talk about a dude at Michigan, yes, people panic and freak out about that, but I just don't foresee his role being what Taco or Mozzie's role is.
Right.
And was.
Right.
And then when I watch the player play and I watch how explosive he was, that's something that those two never had. They never had the explosiveness that I see in Braham. And that's Barham. That's what I see in him is I see an explosive first step and a dude that is just kind of a heat-seeking missile in a lot of different areas. He has places to grow. But right now, Kevin, I was going into this draft with Shamar James as one of my guys there.
Yeah.
And at least I have competition at that point, and I don't have to just turn to that and say, please help us out.
Yeah, and I saw a couple of people commenting, and I absolutely agree with this. You have to factor in, or you should factor in, the trade for D. Winters and then the undrafted free agents as well. And if you don't want to count the undrafted free agents, then I absolutely think you should still count the trade for D. Winters because you used a draft pick to make that happen. Alec, I'm going to go to you in just 1 second. NFL.com.
Oh, so are you adding Pickens to this too then? Because you used one of your draft picks to get him.
Only the year it happened. So, no, they do not get credit for that. Otherwise, I feel like clearly give him an A+.
I think it was Dollar Bill Jones had posted all these things from this draft, and I was like, holy crap, look at this draft. It's amazing.
Yeah. I probably, because then are you throwing in Quinnen or Kenny Clark? And I'm probably not counting all of those.
But in the first three, I'll give them an A for that, man. I thought they executed getting a high pedigree player with their first overall pick that I thought should have been a top 10 dude anyway, if not top 5.
Right.
And then they added another position of need that they think can do very well off that edge.
So NFL.com gave him a B+. They gave him a B+ on day 1, a B on day 2, and a B+ on day 3. CBS Sports also gave them a B+. Mel Kiper and ESPN gave them an A. And I know the morning show was talking about it. Brugler had it as his 4th favorite draft, I do believe. Alec, what are you thinking here grade-wise for the Dallas Cowboys draft?
You know, I often say, who the hell is Mel Kiper, but I agree with him in this case.
It makes me laugh every time, Alec. It really does.
It's one of the best quotes in NFL history, if you ask me. But I would agree a flat A. Just right at an A, because I started to think about it because you look at some of the needs, and linebacker was a big topic of conversation. But I saw a quote from Howie Roseman, and I was like, I've heard this before, and it's because he says this after every single draft, and I really like it. He's like, if you go into the draft and you leave feeling like you addressed every single hole on your team, you probably had a bad draft. Because you weren't taking best player available. You weren't following your board. You were forcing needs. And he says that literally every year. And I look at this draft and I'm like, you did a lot of good work and you addressed some weak areas, but you threw in a wide receiver. You threw in a tackle. You tripled up on edge instead of going with an inside linebacker by trade. You know, you're taking Jashawn Barham, who you're going to move and say you're going to be a primary inside linebacker rather than moving around a little bit. So I like what they did because it feels like they truly followed their board in this draft. That's why they moved up just 1 pick to get Caleb Downs. That's why they took Malachi Lawrence. They trusted their evaluations, but overall, you did still, because of how many holes you had on this team, you addressed a lot of needs. So I do think your pass rush got better in this draft. I do think that your run fitting got better, and I do think that the back end of your pass coverage is going to be better because of Caleb Downs and all the things that you're going to ask him to do.
I'm kind of curious, Alec and Kevin, the way they navigated and moved around, and as you said with the D. Winters trade, utilized them not just as, well, we have to sit here and take the pick that lands in our lap. Did you like the way that they moved around and acquired what they acquired rather than just sitting? Because I give them a lot of credit for that part too. There were some things that they they saw the second round was going to be a run on linebackers, and everybody out there, I've seen a lot of texts that were like, they should have gone up to the second round to get one. Kevin, you told us the price.
Yeah.
The price was a lot.
And I feel like Stephen Jones backed us up on that. He was like, yeah, that's just not.
Yeah. In reality, it was a lot. Would you have paid that price for unproven player to get that or keep the depth?
Yeah.
And I feel like the depth thing was a smarter decision.
I agree with that. And you know what? Because I've started to kind of construct what the defense could look like, and we're going to do a segment on this tomorrow. I think you might be surprised at what the depth could look like defensively, although I'm also prepared for people to pick apart and be like, well, I already hate this player and this player. And, you're just going to have to deal with that. And I saw somebody say this, and I hear you for sure. But I want you to consider this. As somebody said, hey, I really hate that wide receiver pick. Should have gotten more defensive or offensive line help. And so there is where I'll point this out to you. Here's just some of the names. Langston Patterson, linebacker from Vanderbilt. Tommy Dunn Jr., defensive tackle from Kansas. DJ Withers, once again, a defensive tackle from I think it's also from Kansas. Sidney Fugar, the offensive tackle from Baylor. Pete, the offensive tackle from Kentucky. Gilliam, another defensive lineman from Virginia Tech. Those are all undrafted free agents that you picked up. And I don't think... this is not a hard argument to make. I don't think there's really too much difference between somebody you draft in the 7th round and potentially some of those undrafted free agents. So I hear what they're saying, but what if I told you that you also picked up like 4 defensive linemen that had an equivalent or better grade than your 7th round pick? Doesn't that make you feel a little bit better about taking that flyer on the 7th round wide receiver?
And I don't know what information they had that maybe they were like, hey, we kind of like this kid.
Sure.
And somebody's going to snag him right here at the end of the draft. Let's go ahead and take him. Maybe that's the case. But I watched him, and I was like, hey, he's kind of fun. Again, he's not polished completely, and I don't know how polished he is on a lot of different things. I want to see some toughness, some different toughness. A lot of the catches, Kevin, that I saw from him were wide open stuff because he just burned past people.
Yeah.
And I think he has some really good route running ability, so I'm looking forward to that. And then special teams, let's see how that goes, Kevin, because you're a big fan of Turpin, but I think we all agree we want a little more out of what we're getting off of our special teams right now. And there's a puppy in the gym right now, and it's adorable. And oh my gosh, my wife would be going crazy. I want to pet the puppy.
That is delightful.
But I think that when it comes to those they're all down there for a reason.
Yeah.
They're not first round picks for a reason, and they're going to have to work hard to make the team. But even still, somebody texted in and was like, Malachi Lawrence isn't even going to start. You used a first round pick on a non-starter, and I think that you won't. I don't think you're going to see 9 sacks in the first season.
Right.
I told you.
Do you think
won't.
Bobby would bet his hair again for that?
I would advise him not to, and you know that I would do that because I've done a study, and I rely on my studies sometimes, Kevin. So I would just say, let's see how this season goes and see what he can develop into, because I think before everything's said and done with, you're going to like the player.
So this is from the 682. As far as attacking, definitely have to give them an A. From the 806, I would give them an A-. Also from the 405, I would give this draft an A- based on listening to you guys, along with Christian Parker seeming to have some real input. And then somebody said, y'all really should go back and grade the draft from 3 years ago. That would be a lot of fun, too. And I think we should.
Already did.
Because that draft was a disaster.
Yeah, it's a D.
And what I want to see if people can remember how they felt after that draft and how reality looks. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Because that's tough to reconcile. You might have been like, oh, I love that draft. Then it turned out to be crap.
Here's another thing, too. The last 3 years at least, have we known what we need to draft? A new defensive coordinator, 3 years in a row, and you're like, what are we looking for to make this team better? Zimmer, you were like, he was just like, just give me the players and I'll put them in the spots. And then last year it was like, I don't even know where the spots they need to be are, and neither do they. That's what I'm looking. So I need to see with Christian Parker, and I'm hoping we get long enough to do it. the 2-year, 3-year plan and how it works, because Kevin, next year we should have a better idea of what they need and want defensively based on what he truly wants and how he truly wants. We're going off what we think his idea is. And his idea comes from the Fangio world, and it comes from some of the other things that we've seen a lot of AFC teams using this kind of defense. So we're coming with something we think is the idea, but it's not going to be until we actually get a little further in with him that we have a good idea of what he wants and how he's trying to accomplish it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, holy cow, this is going to be a busy segment. We move into the Expressway where we have a Billy Idol ticket giveaway. We've also got AM on the FM, and we will kick it off with Kyle Yeomans. Next, right here on The Fan.
Warning to all sports fans. If you're still using a sportsbook, you're getting robbed blind. Here are the facts. Sportsbooks skim your payout for profit. On a $100 position, they take a...
Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and good timing because things are never quiet with the Cowboys. Right now, we bring to you from DallasCowboys.com, Dallas Cowboys broadcaster, and the man who headed up our draft coverage, Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you doing better than Brendan Sorsby?
I am, I think. I at least hope I'm doing anything better. I just saw that notification come through. That's a wild situation, right?
Yeah, the Texas Tech quarterback has entered into a gambling addiction program, and it looks like the NCAA is currently investigating him for numerous college football bets, including allegedly bets on his own team. So normally you'd be like, wow, that's a big deal. But then we've got to talk about the draft. And you're like, well, normally then that would be the biggest deal. But then we go back to Thursday and Friday and the rumblings that George Pickens would sign his franchise tag, and even some insinuation that he had already signed his franchise tag. Then Schefter just said on McAfee that Pickens wants a long-term deal or to be traded. And now we're hearing word that he actually hasn't signed his franchise tag. So I guess, Kyle, my question is, what the hell is going on?
Well, whenever that news came down on Thursday or Wednesday, whenever that was, that he was expected to sign the franchise tag, it wasn't an immediate thing. He has to physically be here in person with his representation in order to sign the tag. So I don't know if that was maybe portrayed that way in the meantime, but I think it's just as small of a thing as he just hasn't gotten here to sign it to the Star in Frisco yet. With the draft being this past weekend, I know he and David Mogoleta and the rest of his representation were probably somewhere else and dealing with other matters, especially with the draft and his agency. But I don't think anything really changes at this point in time, barring the next couple of weeks. I think it's an interesting situation because it's how it's changed over the last 7 days or so. And I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he will sign the tag yet, but we'll see how that happens down the line.
For people who are unfamiliar, what are his options if he doesn't sign the tag, or how does the timeline go? Because it feels like maybe at this moment he does not have all of the leverage.
Yeah, he has to sign the tag even if he wants to be traded. That's the thing that people, I think, maybe don't understand is in order to be traded, you have to sign the tag first. So that's going to happen. I think he will sign the tag regardless of what happens. What the difference will be is how involved is he through the offseason. And Brian Schottenheimer and Stephen Jones have both said it. They expect him to be here for the mandatory side of things. Things aren't mandatory until we get closer to mini camp and some of the other things later in the summer. So he's got some time there. But you're right. The leverage is not necessarily a part of the signing conversation. He's going to sign it if he wants to play it. Whether it's here in Dallas or elsewhere, he's still got to come and sign that franchise tag tender.
Jerry Jones, or did you want to move on from that yet, or you still have another question?
Go ahead.
Jerry Jones mentioned over the weekend that he'd been brainwashed that the nickel cornerback was a very important thing. Do you think that was a smart brainwashing on the Cowboys' part? And do you think he was resistant at all to that?
I don't know if there was any resistance. Whenever a player like Caleb Downs is available, you don't look at him as a safety. And I guess technically he is a safety and he will play some safety with Dallas. But you look at him as just a versatile playmaker on your defense.
Athlete.
So that's why you end up putting him at a nickel corner spot. And especially with Christian Parker and the way that he wants to run this scheme, he's going to do so with the nickel safety or the nickel corner playing a little bit of safety and backing into coverage and then working into the box and playing as a Swiss Army knife. I don't know if there's a better prototype for what Christian Parker wants to do at that position than Caleb Downs. And that's where the excitement lies for me there is not only did they go get a generational possibly type of talent, at the position, but it also fits exactly what your defensive coordinator wants to do. So, yeah, if it's a brainwashing, I'll say it's a smart brainwashing, and I think it's going to work out in favor because Christian Parker has a plan, and Caleb Downs is a big part of it.
Okay, so quick side note, and I promise we'll get back to that. The McAfee Twitter account has just deleted the tweet with that Pickens clip, leading some to believe that perhaps Schefter has spoken a little bit out of pocket on that. So just for whatever it's worth. But going back to what you were just saying about Caleb Downs, that's where I can't wrap my head around him being available at 11. Like, I get positional value, but when you talk about, like, man, he can play safety, he's a captain of the defense, or he could be a captain of the defense. He can also play a ton of nickel cornerback. Everybody thinks he's the smartest defensive player, like, in years and years and years. Then how do we get to the spot where people are like, yeah, but this, developmental wide receiver that gets hurt a lot, that's my guy.
The one element that I thought was wild about this past draft, and not only in the first round, but in general, was we've always seen positional flex as usually a good thing.
Yeah.
Usually having position flex is a positive for certain teams, but there were multiple prospects in this draft that teams either waited on or just continued to pass up because they didn't know what to do with them. They had position flex, but maybe to the point where teams aren't necessarily sure what to do with them. And maybe that's the case for Caleb Downs. Maybe it's just a case of teams drafting need and trying to play the smarter game. But if you've got a plan for Caleb Downs, which Christian Parker does, I don't know how you can pass on his talent level and what he does. I know there's some knock on his game in coverage. I know there's some possibility of him, or the thought on him is that the stuff toward the line of scrimmage is elite. The stuff back in coverage maybe needs a little bit of work. But if you come into it with a plan, the way that the Cowboys anticipate, I don't know how you can look at his tape and say, yeah, he needs to be outside of the top 10. Even if it's at 11, I just don't understand it. And I think that's why Dallas feels so fortunate at this point in time, because teams did feel the need to draft elsewhere, and it left him available for Dallas that late.
You know what, Kevin, can I explain what I always felt position flex was with Jerry initially? I always felt it was I can get a discount on the guy because he can play two spots, and if I need him in a good spot, if somebody gets hurt, I'll be able to use him. I feel like position flex is now is more of the versatility that I can use within the system. Like Kyle just said, having a plan for each one of the dudes to be like, I can use you in this package and this in multiple different areas. Whereas Jerry was just like, I can get a discount on a left tackle because he can also play guard and center. And you weren't really good at anything, right? But what they did with Caleb Downs is the kind of guy who I think is good at a lot of things. And that's where I look at that as this is how do you use position flex appropriately, getting the guys that are good, really good at a lot of different things.
Okay, so position flex then and defensive substitutions are going to come into play. And this next, I guess, kind of question, Kyle, what do you think about the naysayers who are like, your second first-round pick won't even be a starter?
I think when it comes to Malachi Lawrence, he gives you something you don't have on your defense right now, which is the combination of length and speed. So I think he will play. Now, remember, the starting tag for a defensive outside linebacker, edge rusher, however they're going to play him, is relative in this system compared to what they've seen in the past. It's going to be a rotation regardless. In the past, it may have been, 2 or 3 downs as a defensive end, and you're going to be on the field 60+% of the snaps throughout the game. Now you might still see 50 to 60% of the snaps, but it's going to be in and out based on sub packages and based on things that they want to do with different players, because they are going to play multiple. They're going to play a 3-4 15 to 20% of the time. They're going to play a 4-2-5 and play in that nickel 50 to 60% of the time. So I think there will be opportunities for Malachi Lawrence to start, but his starting presence isn't necessarily what you're looking for. You're looking for him to make an impact on the number of snaps and the different sub-packages that he's utilized in, and the length and speed and the explosion off the line of scrimmage that he brings you now. is something that nobody on your roster, even Donovan Ezeraku from last year, which I love, and I think he's going to take a step in the right direction. I just don't think you have that now since you moved on from Micah Parsons. Not saying Malachi Lawrence is Micah Parsons, but the skill set that he brings is something that you just had completely absent on your roster a year ago.
I've always been fascinated by this, especially, I guess, more so in the last few years, because so many different teams play multiple, the Cowboys included. Do you think eventually we'll switch the name of the nickel defense to actually being the base defense, and then we'll just come up with a different terminology for what used to be the base defense?
I would love that, because it would make it a lot easier on you and me and everyone that's trying to explain, like, yeah, they are going to play more 3-4 base, but I would be shocked, absolutely shocked, if they play it more than 25% of the time, because you're going to play a nickel so much because there's so much 11 personnel, and the way the teams are spreading you out now, it's just different than it used to be. And yet it's hard to explain that because, yeah, they are going to play a base 3-4, but at some point your nickel is your base, and they should begin to start looking at it that way. I agree with you, Kevin. I think we need to start the movement of just call it a base. Let's this is the case moving forward.
I'm sorry, Corey. Did you ever get any insight, and I think Corey might have laid it out, and maybe you feel the same way, about maybe why you would pass over somebody like Keontae Scott, who just felt like he would have been a hell of a value there in the fourth?
Ooh. I thought it was great value. I thought it was a great fit from a scheme standpoint, too, because kind of like what Caleb Downs does, he could kind of rotate in and out as well. The one thing I heard after asking that question over the weekend is he didn't necessarily showcase the thought process they wanted in the interviews. He's already 25 years old, didn't necessarily do great on the interview side of things, and so I think Dallas had him on the board, but I don't think they had him over some of the other possibilities, because I agree with you. I liked him as a prospect, but we don't get to sit in on the interviews or listen to him. And they apparently heard something they didn't like as much as the other players, and so they went with the guys that they felt better about.
Can you kind of, Kyle, give me a layout of what this, I know Kevin said the base, the 3-4, the 4-3, but let's say we're in a 3-4 alignment. What do you see this linebacker group kind of looking like? And then I'll ask about the defensive end question in a moment.
Man, I know this is an answer that I think we'll get more clarification on whenever we get into minicamp and we get to training camp. I'm really excited to see, because remember, they moved Maris Leofau from inside linebacker to an outside linebacker. They wanted him to bulk up a little bit. So you kind of put him in the same boat as a Jashawn Barham from Michigan, that third-round pick, 92nd overall. And then Malachi Lawrence is also on the other side. He's kind of your big end. He's kind of your set the edge rusher, can be considered an outside linebacker, but you really kind of want him to be either on the line of scrimmage or hand in the ground, one way or the other, but he's going to be on that edge spot too. LT Overton, who was listed as an edge rusher in the draft, is probably going to be more so inside. They're going to bump him down to kind of a 3 or a 5 technique, and they use that pick on him to maybe use some versatility up front with him on the interior of the defensive line too. And so your middle linebackers are D. Winters. It's DeMarvion Overshon. Maybe he's going to be your Will, where Winters is your Mike, and you can kind of go back and forth there. But, yeah, there's a lot of mixing and matching. I don't think the puzzle pieces are set yet. I think they're now starting, now that the draft is over, and they get a better look at what the roster could look like, even from a rotational aspect. I think they're going to go and piece together, hey, this guy fits here, this guy fits there, but that's kind of the early indication I get from the new additions that you've gotten on your roster over the last week or so.
And we did also kind of get over the weekend, it felt like a bit of an answer that I would say was what we got with Cooper Flagg playing the point guard, which was we got a couple guys that we're going to put in some spots, but the goal is for them to learn the entire defense from there, and then maybe we'll be able to figure something else, another plan out for them. Did you kind of get that vibe too?
Absolutely. I think you could say that about LT Overton. I think you could say that about Malachi Lawrence. I think you could say that about Caleb Downs to a certain extent, even though they probably anticipate Downs to come in with a little bit more of a specific plan, because he'll be a cornerstone part of the defense. But that's the type of flexibility I think you have when you have two interior defenders that you can build around and feel confident with. You don't have to move and shake a ton with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. Like, those are your two guys on the defensive line. Everybody else can kind of do multiple things, and they are going to be asked to do multiple things. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think you're going to see some experimental stuff early. You're going to see some things in training camp that might look a little odd, and we're going to be breaking it down and posting videos of it on social, and fans are going to say, what are they doing? Well, that's what it is. It's a learning process for a first-time defensive coordinator who has a plan, but you got to find out what you have in the building to try and fixate that plan and put it together. I think it's a learning process, but remember, this is one of the worst defenses in the National Football League last year. I don't think you're going to see a complete overhaul in just one training camp or one draft. It's going to take some time, and that's why that's the plan for a lot of those guys in those specific situations.
Now, some people might say that I'm jumping the gun here, but when I see that Demarion Overshon switched his representation over to David Mulligetta, I was like, oh, well, that's probably not good.
It might be a little jumping of the gun. I don't know. When it comes to Mulligetta specifically, and we'll see how this Pickens scenario plays out over the next few weeks. It's been one time that Dallas got got sideways with him in a negotiation, and that was the Micah Parsons deal, obviously. So people are kind of scarred. Cowboys fans are scarred from that last year, and I don't blame them for being so. However, we'll see what the second leg of it is here, and then maybe if something goes sideways with George Pickens over the next couple of weeks or the next couple of months, then we can say this might be interesting moving forward. But I'm not there to say it's a foregone conclusion that that's a bad thing that DeMarvion Overshon signed with new representation and Mulligetta just happens to be the guy.
But in about 10 months, do you want to come back on and be like, you were right, Kevin? Thank you for pointing that out to me.
I will be glad. Just go ahead and clip this. Just set a reminder for 12 months from now, and then we'll go ahead and run it back. Yeah, you would be totally right if that's the case. I don't know if I'm there yet.
You know what, though, Kevin? During the season, when he's on with us on Fridays, he might, if he wants to do that again, he might come on every Friday and be like, "Hey, just saying, everything's looking pretty good right now." All right,
Ooh,
he might use that opportunity to scoreboard you until the last moment. So we'll see how that goes. I was kind of curious about Shelton. I know we're kind of bouncing all over this thing, but it was a fun draft. When it comes to Shelton, I watched a little bit of what he does, and I think there's some things that still need growth. Obviously, he's younger. He was lower in the draft too, for a reason, Kevin, as I keep saying. But watching him, I was like, okay, I can see position flex. He can play two tackle spots there if I want him to. But I don't see him at the moment saying, I'm taking Tyler Guyton's job today.
No, and I don't think that was the plan even from the jump. And while you look at it, and yes, he's a fourth-round pick, and in my eyes, I think fourth-round picks are exceptionally valuable. They're fourth-round picks and they're day three picks for a reason, like you said, because everybody at that point in the draft has warts, is what they call it. And Will McClay has used that term a couple times. Everybody has warts that far down in the draft. But you got to look at what they can do in your system and in your possibility of what they do well, and then just rely on that and then try and fix the other sides of it too, at least with day three picks. I'm not saying day one, day two, top 100 guys. I'm saying in day three, that's the way you have to look at it. Shelton, yes, he needs to get stronger. He needs to play with a little bit more of an edge. I think when you look at his tape, there are times where he gets bullied or pushed around, but he's playing against Big Ten defensive linemen who are some of the best defensive linemen that we saw this past year in college football, and they got drafted because of it as well. So there's times where that happens. But what he does do is he moves laterally. He plays with good hand placement. I think his footwork is solid. A lot of things that I think Clayton Adams and Connor Riley can maneuver and build off of that foundation into what they're trying to do. Was he picked to bring in competition for Terrence Steele? No. Was he brought in for competition with Tyler Guyton? I would say not yet. If that's the case, though, you bring him in, he could possibly challenge for that backup swing tackle spot and grow into a possible starter down the line. And you never know when that's going to happen. Terrence Steele wasn't expected to be a starter when he was an undrafted free agent out of Texas Tech. You take things that you like in day 3 and you build on that moving forward. And I think they saw enough there with Drew Shelton to say he fits here in Dallas, and we can try and fix some of the stuff that he wasn't able to do at Penn State.
When you
Do you want to reset that we're not with Jared Sandler right now?
No, we are with Kyle Yeomans right now.
People think you sound like Jared, man.
Just a little bit. I mean, they've said it since
all the time. I take it as a compliment. I think Jared does a phenomenal job. I've been watching Rangers coverage almost every night, too. He kills it on there.
Yes, he
We're
does.
getting word that Lundqvist is out for game 5.
You're kidding me right now.
I mean, he got his face like freaking destroyed.
Yeah, that thing was nasty, dude.
But they said they're hopeful he'll be back before the end of the season series for whatever that's worth.
This will be my last one for Kyle then, and we can let him go enjoy the rest of his day. When it comes to what's happened in that second round on Friday night, and you started seeing the linebackers kind of flying off the board pretty quickly. A, was Zach Wolchuck having a heart attack, and B, were you like, okay, this move with D. Winters, like this is a very smart thing?
Yeah, the more that we looked at the linebackers flying off the board, the more Zach Wolchuck started to kind of white knuckle the keyboard on his laptop because he was so frustrated that Jacob Rodriguez just wasn't there. It was unfortunate for Wooly Bully, but I will say when it comes to the D. Winters deal, they were proactive. They said, we need a starting linebacker, but we don't have the pick to do it. And that was the case going into it. We talked about it on this show a couple times leading into the draft process. Is the value of the linebacker position was in the mid to late second round. Mm-hmm. Dallas did not have a pick in the mid to late second round, so they knew if they were going to find a starting caliber NFL linebacker, it was either going to be by chance or by trade. And I think they decided, let's not take a chance on a day 3 linebacker. They can still do so because they had enough picks to do it. But let's take a 5th-round pick and let's ship him off to try and go get D. Winters, who did start and showed that he can start and be a rotational linebacker there as well, even if you go and trade for somebody else. I don't think they're done adding at the linebacker spots, in my opinion. But I also think they did a good amount in the draft by just going and trying to get a guy who can start and has started. I thought it was a smart move by Dallas.
Well, we appreciate the time as always, and thank you for all of your broadcasting excellence over the weekend as well.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me. Shout out Jared Sandler.
Yeah, absolutely, always.
I'd never heard it until people texted in. And I was like, okay.
I think maybe the first time I had him on while you were out, we got a lot of texts about that, and I thought it. Kevin, with the Lundqvist news, though, whenever you're in game and you have to make a move like that, it changes everything, right? Like you're in game, now a player's out and the coach is looking around going, when's he going to be back? And they're like, we don't know. And now you're trying to make an adjustment and try and figure that out. I think the Stars can develop a better plan knowing that he won't be, and that's helpful for them.
Now, the good news is that Miro is going to play. So Miro wasn't out at practice, and Lisa Simakopoulos is reporting that was a maintenance day, but he is going to play tomorrow. No Rope on the ice today as well. But look, we talked about that last week. I thought it was always going to be very unlikely that he played in this series. Maybe if you got to 7, which is easy to see at this point, you would see him back out there. But yeah, so best case scenario, Lundqvist, probably game 6, maybe Hintz as well. More likely 7, best case scenario for him. But Miro will be out there.
Okay, let me ask you this then.
By the way, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. No, keep updating me, please.
Zuccarello is practicing for Minnesota today. So that would be a tough combination. If it looks like, obviously, that would put him on pace to play, but no Nils for the Stars. That is the worst possible combination.
Yeah, you're totally dead on about that. And obviously, we looking forward to the 7 p.m. drop tomorrow night. But
man, you really are.
No, dude. Listen, I don't live in Hawaii, and it feels like they think we do, and we're going to be up all night watching the game. I don't want to do that. But I was kind of curious. I might ask Paige this here in a little bit. What is a maintenance day for you? When you hear that he's on a maintenance day, my first thought with athletes is it's like they're just kind of lightly, on the bike or on the treadmill or something. But in my world, I'm like, a maintenance day. Ooh, I'm going to go get a haircut.
See, maintenance day for me means couch or nap.
Okay.
And so maintenance, I'm like, I got too much crap.
It's mental health maintenance.
It's more, it's more mental maintenance than anything else. So that is immediately
877-881-1053. What's your maintenance?
That is a good question. So a couple of things that I wanted to throw out for you really quick is, do you feel bad at all for Diego Pavia? He became the first Heisman finalist to go undrafted since 2014. Now, he has accepted minicamp invitation
with the
from
Ravens.
the Ravens. But
makes sense.
Do you feel bad at all for him, or do you think this is the exact kind of thing that fuels him when he's like, I've been this hype my entire adult life. It's been just fine.
Man, you know what? I think both. I do kind of feel like I'm like, oh dang, but he kind of he's one of those guys that's mouthy. You know what? He is a dude that he will express his opinion very quickly, and so I think that whenever you are kind of that dude, if something like this happens, you either take it as a humbling experience or as this is why it's always me against the world. And I think that it's not going to humble him at all by any means, and he probably didn't feel bad for himself. He was probably ticked off at everybody out there that doesn't know why. So I'm interested to see how he's utilized, because there are some things that I think that I like that he can do with a Ravens type offense. Maybe he and Lamar can have some fun.
And I think we all, Alec, help me out real quick. You supported the D. Winters trade, right?
Yeah, I was a fan of it.
Okay, see, and I think that means we're all on the same page with this. John Lynch was talking about it. He goes, look, that was a tough player for us to deal away, but we felt like we were pretty set at that position, whereas the Cowboys have been looking for that for a while. And then he said the same thing that Steven had said, I believe on Friday, maybe it was on Saturday, is that they first started talking about D. Winters going back to the Osa trade. And so that had been brought up back then. Probably easier to make that deal when you know there's mutual interest already from both sides.
Sideline to sideline, that dude can play.
I mean, look, and we said it, even if you have a mediocre PFF grade, that could be a huge upgrade for us at linebacker. Now, Corey, I know you're nervous.
He did have a pick six against a 55-year-old quarterback, though.
Yeah, so. that is true. I know you're nervous, and you might not want to yell, but I feel like it's
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Billy Idol at the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 18th. As was the case last week, these tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. You can buy them right now, or you can win them for free. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we will talk with the reigning WNBA Rookie of the Year. It is Paige Beckers. Coming up next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy.
Piece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Dallas Wings Media Day, and right now we bring to you the reigning WNBA Rookie of the Year, though I'm sure she's ready to turn the page on that. It is Paige Beckers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
glad to be here.
He just said turn the page.
I swear I didn't do that on purpose.
He did that as a pun.
No.
Are you
that was definitely on purpose.
Yeah, he did. Are you frustrated with him already, or Kevin?
No, I'll let one slide.
Okay, I can get it back then. How great are naps? Because my 3-year-old this morning woke me up at 4 o'clock and asked me if I was awake. And I feel like I need a nap. Do you feel like a nap is the great equalizer for all people in society?
Nap is like top 5 greatest things of all time. And I will always be a nap believer. And I understand you having children.
Yes.
I have some peers who have children and they don't take naps anymore, so that's a rough reality check for me, but I'm not there yet. So I'm
the day your
them.
kid quits taking a nap is an awful day, because that's when you get to nap. Now, what do you think is the ideal nap time? We'll probably eventually get to basketball questions. We'll see.
Who knows?
But what's the ideal nap time? Hour and a half? What do you think?
I'm like a 2-hour pluser.
What?
I don't set an alarm. I don't like anything under an hour, but
Okay.
I do believe in those quick power naps in the car or something. But 2 to 3 is perfect for me.
If it goes past 3, are you just sleeping now?
At that point, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Are you the kind of person who wakes up and does push-ups, or do you
heck no.
lay there and go back to sleep?
No, I tell people I need a 20-minute period of collecting all my thoughts, and then I'll be good after that.
Okay, so let me get here, and then I'm ready to rock for the day. Because obviously you use the energy while you're awake. You use it all.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you ever worried that you're going to be with somebody who's a morning person? Because my wife is the most morning person in the world, and I'm just like, Jess, I need you to tone it down just a little bit, because I'm more like you. And I need my time and space.
Mm-hmm.
She does not appreciate that same level.
No, yeah, that is rough reality for you. I also don't like to be waking up by the sun, by somebody else's alarm, by somebody else's movement. If you're interrupting my sleep, go to the couch, go to the guest room.
Right.
At that point, it's kind of disrespectful. So I'm all about respect and respecting each other's boundaries and morals and sleeping habits.
Well, then, not to make this interview just about me, do you have any advice if my wife is a teacher and her first alarm goes off at 5:30? First alarm. She doesn't get up. She's one of the first alarmers. She does not get up after that. Then it's 5:45. Then it's 5:52 and some weird other time. And the alarms just keep going off.
Yeah, that I can't. I don't even know how to help you with that. But happy wife, happy life, right?
That's true, and we're already married. It's too late, so we're just gonna have to deal with that, Corey.
You're gonna have to.
Now, the first time, Paige, we talked, it was a phone. We had a pretty good conversation. I really enjoyed it, but I did ask you about sweating at the time, and it was a very awkward conversation. But you took it with grace. You were phenomenal. But then the other day, I noticed you were in a deodorant commercial with Asia Wilson, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, did we have something to do with that endorsement because of the question? Would you like to give us any credit on that, or?
Yeah, you definitely set the stage and set the table for Secret in LA to shoot their shot, and for me to accept that. And yeah, I feel like I should give you guys a percentage or something, right?
You did it.
Hey, just frequent interviews would be fine. We'll accept that. That's a great currency in our world. Now, I know you're from Minnesota. Obviously, you're playing in Dallas. Are you rooting for the Wild or the Stars?
Can I not say both?
It started off very friendly, Kevin.
I'm from Minnesota. Minnesota nice. We like to go on the safer side of things, so I'll just say both.
Well, if you think about it, we took the first Minnesota team, so really the Stars are partially Minnesota too.
Okay, yeah, then perfect.
We
did it
right down the That's a very smart choice there. Now, of all the teammates that you have, who does DFW need to know better and more of?
Oh, that's a good question. I think Isaiah James.
Okay.
I think Zaza's going to have a breakout year. We spent a lot of the offseason together working out, being in the same environment at Unrivaled, and just to see her work ethic and how much she poured into her body and her mind and her basketball abilities and just how much confidence she has right now, I think it's going to be a breakout season for her, and I'm really excited to see it.
You just said something really interesting. Do you think people maybe outside of the sport ever underrate how much you need to pour into it from a mental aspect as well?
Yeah, I mean, everybody talks about it. I feel like the game is more mental than it is physical, and just being able to, for me, I've started working with a sports psychologist and just pouring into the mental aspect of it, and how much you invest in that is really important. As along with going to the gym and working on your skills, you also have to work on your mental skills as well. So I think there's a healthy balance of both, for sure.
What led you to start working with a sports psychologist? Is it something that you're like, hey, every little bit could help? Did you have to be kind of drug kicking and screaming into it?
No, I definitely got like I was always a person who like internalized things and always kept things to myself and sort of bottled them up. And at some point, it just gets to be too much, and the people around you kind of notice that. And like, getting help and asking for help is really a sign of strength. Like, it's not your weakness, it's your superpower. And that's what I've learned. So to be able to be pushed into that and have great resources around me who have helped me feel confident in that, I think was a key to starting that.
I think, Kevin, this is a really unique conversation that we can dive into if you're open to it, because we talk about mental health a lot on our show.
NorthTexas.org.
And Kevin needs something I don't need, and I need something he doesn't need. And I know I was listening to some Mavericks players back whenever they were going through their championship run, and one of our guys that played for the Rangers said he used the same therapist that they used, and a lot of the times it was talking about knowing that you belong in that moment. Mm-hmm. And I just don't see you struggling knowing that you belong in the moment at the free throw line when you do. Is that something that you need, or is there some other avenues that you can discuss there?
Yeah, I think for me, I was so future focused and past focused that I forgot to live in the moment and be present. And just that's became my life motto, was just like owning the moment, owning the possession, owning where my feet are. Because really the past can't help you, and the future can't help you. So obviously preparation and putting the work in, yes, but in that moment, what your thoughts are in that second are what's going to drive you to succeed. So that was the main focus for me, because it was during a run, I became so afraid of losing that I forgot how to win, just because I thought of all the ways it could go wrong, the fears, the doubts, instead of confidence and all the work that I did put in and everything that led up to that moment, and being more process driven than result driven. I think I got lost in my identity in basketball. So to be able to find that again was great.
I think that part we just, last week, Kevin, we were having the discussion of hate losing, love winning, what's more important.
Yeah.
And I think we rounded out, we were like, no, they're the same coin. Mm-hmm. They're just on the either side of it. You got to have both of them to actually enjoy that experience.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, since you were just kind of talking about that, do you? I know you don't want to just linger on your successes, but do you take some time to enjoy successes along the way instead of just being like, all right, what's next?
Yeah, I think just to be able to stop and smell the roses sometimes, to see. For me, it's the journey and all the people in the village around me that have helped me get to this point, because success can be lonely and people can single you out and make it feel like you were the person that got, obviously you work hard in this, but there's so many people that invest in you. So to be able to really emphasize that and the whole process along the way, you just really enjoy the experience of it and become so obsessed with the journey that the results take care of themselves, and you can control what you can control.
Did you, this offseason, we saw a lot of movement and a lot of what we see as positive movement for this organization. Did you go kick a door open and pound your fist on Kurt's table and you're like, hey, do these things? How did you kind of take all that in?
I mean, we did have conversations about the trajectory of where we want to go and how this is probably the most important free agency in WNBA history up to this point, with the CBA negotiations, and maybe over 90% of the league are free agents. And so we needed to do things that attracted free agents, and we needed to be an attractive destination. And that's with the people, that's with how you treat your people, and with all the amenities and resources that we can have. The front office did a really good job of doing that, of selling the things that we needed to sell, of being more about actions instead of just words and talking. And the investment you can see in the Dallas Wings, they've just done a tremendous job this past year, just pouring so much into the organization, and caring about who we are as people, and just player treatment, really.
We had Rolando Blackman on a little while back, and he was talking about Cooper Flagg's game, and he was saying, whenever Kai gets back, he still needs to know it's still Cooper Flagg's team. And I asked AZ and Coach this earlier, so we're definitely going to compare the answers and see if they match up. So good luck. No, but when you look at it, this in your first year, it was Paige's team, and it felt like it was like you took control pretty quickly. Do you look at it that way? How do you see that work?
I've always loved being on teams to where on any given night it could be Enrique's team, it could be AZ's team, it could be Paige's team. It's no singular person's team. It's the Dallas Wings and everyone around the organization's team. I think it's not just the players' team, it's the training staff's team, it's the strength and conditioning staff's team. Like every single person who invests is a huge part of this team, and on any given night it can be anybody's night. And I think that's what I've always admired most about basketball is teammates and the village around you. And so to never have to go through something alone and never be singled out, it's kind of, the media tries to do it respectfully, but as a team to have that mentality to where it's we over me, I think that's the most important thing.
It is more fun when everybody feels like they have the ownership of it. Like this is all ours together.
To be fair, though, we are a bunch of S-sters in the media, aren't we?
Yeah, that's your job.
Hey, last time we had you on, we asked about what did you think about those reports that you weren't going to come to Dallas?
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, I really like it when people speak for me.
Yeah,
not so much. So
he loved that. By the way.
I thought that was a great answer. You talked about your time with Unrivaled, or whether it's your previous 3-on-3 experience. How much does that help maybe your personal defensive growth?
Yeah, it forces you to guard in space and guard in isolation as well. There's never an action or a play in 3-on-3 where you can take off and where you're not in action. So to be able to guard guards, to be able to guard forwards, to be able to switch, defend, guard some of the best one-on-one players in the league on an isolation on an island where you're not receiving help and you're not receiving gap defense and you don't have rim protection. It's tough and it really challenges you, but you kind of just embrace that challenge and just work on it so much that you get better just by having the reps and having that experience. So it was a challenge for sure. I even had to play Enrique one-on-one, who's like the best one-on-one player in the league. So it's a good challenge.
How did that go? How are the bragging rights right now?
I won, but we both agreed that we want to play. It's just that's what basketball hoopers do. You just one-on-one check it up, and obviously it's different when it's on national TV. Everything gets glorified, and it's oh my gosh, you be one that shit. That it happens every single day.
That's really interesting because when we were growing up, guys like Rolando Blackman and Mark Aguirre, they would just go to Harry Stone Park and run, and we could go watch.
Nobody
them.
Tweeted about it.
In my neighborhood, yeah. We could just go watch these dudes play, and then they'd go play a game that night. And that's just what hoopers do.
And I'm guessing it's not helpful if you would have said to the media, "Yeah, we had 3 other games y'all didn't see, and I won those."
Exactly.
That wouldn't be helpful. You just used a phrase, and that's something we've heard AZ say about you is you see things as a challenge and an opportunity to grow. We were just talking about defense, but was there anything else this offseason, although I know you got Unrivaled as well, that you saw as challenges and opportunities to grow as a player? Or as a person?
Yeah, I think with the Breeze, we were a really young team at Unrivaled. I think, the oldest person was 26 or 27. And so I was forced to use my voice and be put in an uncomfortable position to where I was leading an entirely new team that I hadn't really built relationships with. I'm a huge relationship person, and I believe I can lead where I'm at. I can be vocal because I have those comfortable relationships, to have those tough conversations, to hold people accountable, to just be able to connect with people on that level. So I think having that experience at Unrivaled really challenged me to be a vocal leader and to be comfortable and find confidence in using my voice and building those relationships quickly. But I've learned that people respect my voice and know my intentions behind everything is just wanting to win. And at some points as a competitor, you get the fire, you let the passion get the best of you sometimes, but to be able to then be step back and be okay, that was on me, hold myself accountable, take responsibility for all my actions, and know that like that's basketball sometimes. Like your passion, your fire gets the best of you, and as a competitor, you just want to win, and sometimes it looks different. So to learn all that, have that experience just in like 3 months of basketball and Unrivaled, it was an amazing time.
See, that's one of the benefits of being in pro sports, because when I do that in regular life, people think I'm just a jerk, about being too competitive. But how much does it mean to you that people do respect your voice? Like, I would think that would be a huge thing.
Yeah, it means the world, because I feel like I've invested so much into the sport. I really live it. Like, I'm constantly watching, constantly learning, constantly growing. And respect is the biggest thing for me. Just being able to have my teammates respect and know that everything I do is out of love and out of passion for the game and out of passion for what we want this Dallas Wings team to look like. Respect is a huge thing.
How much respect do you have, for this fan base that sold out season tickets third straight year, even after a couple of really tough years?
Yeah, I mean, just the resilience. I feel like that's who we want to embody as a team. We want our fans to be that way, to where they're sticking with us through the good times and the bad. And I mentioned it before, but the Oklahoma City Thunder were going through a rebuild, and now they're at the top of the league, and they talk about how the same fans who was with them in a losing season are the same ones that are here at the championship parade, and that's what we aspire to be here. And we want that same loyalty, that same love, and that respect, and we want to give back to the people who have just still believed, still invested, and still came to support.
The home opener, like you circle some dates on the calendar, and Kevin, I don't think you covered this enough, but
she does not know about this.
Angel Reese going to Atlanta. What do you think about like that kind of? You were talking about the free agency, that kind of trade, but also you get to square off with it early.
Yeah, I love Angel as a competitor. We're great friends off the court as well, and she just brings the best out of you. She's a crap talker just like me, so to be able to have that sort of fun aspect just to begin the season, it'll be really cool. But happy for her. I know she's happy in Atlanta. And I mean, like you said, there was so many different moves. So many people are in different jerseys, and there was a lot of movement going on. But it was great for the league, and to get that CBA deal done and to get the free agency moves in play so we can start the season was great.
She got traded about like 3.5 weeks ago. We talked about it the day it happened. 2 people missed it the next day, and I kind of ranted against them just a little bit. Every single day since then, on the text, on my social media, people ask, when are you going to talk about the Angel Reese trade? Just to troll me every single day.
So I said I'd cover it. I wanted to make sure we covered the ground, and we did it with Paige Beckers.
Got it.
We appreciate it, but watch out for this press conference. There's a lot of S-stirs in that meeting.
Yeah.
Not over here, though. Not over
Thank
here.
Thank you very, very much for the time, Paige Beckers, ladies and gentlemen, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might do a little AM on the FM right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can
Injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I just want to give everybody just some slight insight. These are all different phone numbers. Ask Paige about the Angel Reese trade. Thank you for finally bringing up Angel Reese. Wait, Angel Reese got traded? Dang, Kevin. Love the interview with Paige. But are you going to talk about Angel Reese? And it just goes on and on and on.
I want to add this too, Kevin, if I can. I wasn't joking when I was telling Greg Bibb earlier that we have a whole new audience.
Yeah.
On Twitter, at KNC1053, at In the Majors, I posted just a couple pictures and just letting them know we're at Wings Day, Media Day today. And there's people that I've never seen before that are just thanking us for being here today. And we appreciate the Wings for letting us come out here and do this. We talked to the boss and we're like, we'd love to do it because we were really excited about the surge that they're on, and they have a great collection of players here, man.
Yeah, look, and I was just saying off air, I know we don't need to figure this all out on air right now, but I would love more regular check-ins with AZ or Paige. I know Paige seems like she's ready to talk about it and stuff like that.
She I'm not saying that the first interview we did was she was checked in or or checked out or anything, but she's grown up.
Yeah.
You can see where she is at the stage in her career in the second year already, and the maturity that's come along with it. And that's exciting, man. That's exciting when you see somebody that has that kind of skill, but also has that kind of personality to go with it.
And can I tell you one more super fun thing, because I know she's going to have a press conference in a little bit. She showed up early to jump on with us before any of that other stuff, and that's just super cool. This is really cool. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That sounded better over the headphones. I don't know why. That is the Frankel.
That was a condensed Whoa. That was a very condensed version of that, Nancy Reagan.
Jeez.
Stop, dude.
I'm glad I didn't say what I was about to say.
Oh, yeah.
Because that
too far, and yet you all seem to understand that reference.
Well, of course we do, because we talk about it an inordinate amount.
That's Lucius's fault.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, how about we check in on an old friend, Mike Bassick? We're going to check in on him here in just a little bit. But, guys, today's a glorious day on the National Day calendar. It's National Superhero Day. National Superhero Day.
This is just for you and me, Alec, but for half a second I thought you were going to say it was Bobby Roode Day.
Oh, yeah, because it's glorious, of course. And he's producing banger matches for WWE lately. So, yeah, maybe one day. He should get his own holiday just because his entrance song alone was that amazing.
Indeed.
But for National Superhero Day, it's pretty easy, cut and dry. Who is your favorite superhero of all time? 877-881-1053.
It's Batman. Always has been Batman, always will be Batman. I think Batman has such a cool story, and he also has the most unbelievable group of villains. And
oh yeah, that is one thing that DC definitely has some great villains.
Yeah,
don't they? They've done a very good job of that, and Marvel just never really could compete with having somebody. We look at a Tony Soprano or a Dexter, and you're like, they are the villain, but I'm rooting for them.
Yeah,
and you never really had that. Or,
dude from House of Cards.
Yeah, you never really had that in Marvel either. And a lot of times, Kevin, I'll be honest, some of these movies when they pop the villain out, you've been like, who? And you're like, and the Marvel people are like, you have to know. And I'm like, no, I just want you to make it happen.
I mean, and I get it, because it's a tough balance between fan service and I shouldn't have to do homework before I go see a movie. Like, I get that, but that's why I always shout out the Batman animated show introduced Harley Quinn, gave the most heartbreaking backstory to Two-Face and Mr. Freeze, and like really flesh those out. So yeah, I love Batman.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. Do you have an alter ego?
I mean, there was a time when.
No, I'm serious. Do you have a thing that you kind of turn to sometimes when you're like, I need a little extra, and you go into Batman mode?
Not necessarily,
okay.
But I was going to say, I think certain aspects of my personality have been built around like kind of building up that shell over the years from like,
I get that.
Whatever.
I also have known you for a very long time, so I can see those things.
You got to see some of those things happen in real time.
Yeah, exactly. And I've gotten to see some of the great things too that have happened. So that's awesome. And your growth. Look at you maturing too.
Always said I'm a grower, not
okay. No,
all right.
I'm sorry, I got confused.
In the middle of media day. Jeez.
Alec,
my bad.
He's authentic.
And guess what? We have a speaker on in this room.
Oh, you got the PA in there?
I thought we turned that down. My bad.
That's good to know.
I was always a Wolverine guy growing up.
Sure.
Like I read, of all the comic books I read the most Wolverine.
And how cool was he in that cartoon, too?
Yes. And he was that in the cartoon, and I understood being like holding things in and then being like, I can't anymore.
Do you ever sit in your bed and look at a picture?
No, I never do. But I understand like that feeling of just being like, that's it. I got to take it out on something, and snapping. And that was kind of like growing up. I had to learn how to manage that, and as an adult now, you see me do that a lot less than I think you would ever when I was a kid. But there was something I just loved. I just absolutely loved about Gambit. And I think when it came to Gambit, Kevin, it was the way, and Alec, the way he talked.
Gambit.
And also he was with Rogue, and I always had a crush on Rogue, so that always was a big deal. But it was the way he talked and the way that he could throw cards and they exploded, and I was like, I want to learn how to do that. And so I did learn how to throw cards. I literally learned, like when I had my tonsils taken out, I sat in the bed and I threw 16 decks of cards, and I would collect them all and throw them again. And it was just over and over. And I said, one day I'm going to be able to blow things up with my cards.
Were you
like
ever
Gambit.
sad that they didn't glow right before you?
Every single time.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
So that's me. It was Wolverine reading, but Gambit was the one that I wanted to be like. I want to be cool like that guy.
Oh, from the 903, we're getting spicy. Batman is a little B. Punisher all the way.
Punisher's pretty dope.
Yeah, so I guess because Batman doesn't kill people, I've always just thought the complexities of Batman were really interesting as well.
You know what's really, I watched a documentary on Spider-Man. Spider-Man was is the most popular of all time, right? Like he's the one that the most people connect with, I feel like.
I mean, look, when you go back, I know the X-Men movie was big, but it was in 2000, 99, whatever it was, but it was the Spider-Man movie in 2002 that made the whole craze explode. That's still going on 24 years later. I don't think it's a coincidence they launched with Spider-Man, so, I mean, I think that's fair.
Yeah, and then now, like, I think my kids with the Spider-Verse, Into the Spider-Verse, like, we loved those. I have to go. Those are, Kevin, I don't go to the theater all the time, but when those come out in the theater, I have to go see it at the theater.
And to your point, even Noah, who is 3, loves the little animated show on Disney Plus with Ghost Spider and Spin and all of that, and so like he's already into that.
Yeah, and then even now my kids with the other movies, the Homecoming and all those, they're like, we gotta see those. They look forward to them.
Yes.
Most, so.
I would have to agree on the Spider-Man front. That's probably mine because, at least in his Peter Parker state, he is the most relatable, I feel like.
I could see that.
Because you talk about Batman, he's just a super rich dude that has everything in the palm of his hands. Superman,
except his parents, Alec.
That's true. Well, I mean, that's relatable to some people, too, so there you go. I'll give you that. But Superman, he's like bigger and he's chiseled out of stone, like he's just unrealistically large. That sounded weird. But I'm glad that went over PA, too.
That person would be a shower.
Yes, they would be, Kevin, since we're just leaning into the bid at this point.
Everyone's doing the press conference. They're not paying attention to us.
Well, Jose Fernandez is probably going to make sure that we don't show up ever again at the rate that we're going.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But, yeah, I think Peter Parker, at least just as the high school kid that's just trying to figure out life, and then, oh, no, I have all this responsibility on my plate out of nowhere. But I still want to keep my friends, and I still want to show up to class and be this nerdy guy. I kind of respect that. And the current iteration with Tom Holland, where he's just spiraling because he lost his girlfriend and she doesn't remember who he is. It's just like, it's such a simple plot. I like it. They didn't overdo it. He's just like, dang, the girl forgot who I am. Life sucks.
And I thought they did a good job with a different aspect of that with the Tobey Maguire ones, where he was like, I'm having trouble keeping my job, because like he's as a delivery person, even though he's Spider-Man. And so like when you talk about that relatability, boom. Right
There's a lot of Spider-Man on the fan text. I see Hulk from the 214 as well. Gambit from the 469, airing to the side of Corey Majors right there.
Dude, can I add something, Alec? I'm sorry to stall you out here, but I started watching Invincible, and I didn't read the comic book, and I don't know if it's like a comic book or if it's a what do you call it, Kevin? The graphic
novel.
I don't know what I just haven't. But Steve Yeun's in it. He does fantastic as Invincible. I love this show. Like, it's too gory, I'll be honest, for a cartoon, or for an animated series.
That's what makes it so much easier to do that.
But it is so cool, and the storyline's unique and fun. There's some superheroes that are involved that I'm like, okay, that's a Marvel character, but they're just different enough. But Invincible's become, for me, and my kids even, they hop in on it too. The teenage boys, that is. It's a lot of fun, and I might be kind of changing a little bit and altering the way that I look at the whole world, because obviously we grew up with DC Marvel, and now there's so much more out there that's being delivered to us.
Yeah, it's got to be great time, or the great last 25 years for people who just love and live and die with that, to see it go from like kind of a fringier thing for a while and like only relegated to comic books. And I don't mean that in a negative way to comic books, but like you didn't hear any discussion about them anywhere else except for like some crappy TV movie. And now it's like what makes the movie industry go.
Guys, I want to check in on our old pal, Mike Bassick. I'm going to play some audio from Ranger Sports Network. Do you want the context before I play it, or do you want to just let your mind wander and then I give you the context after?
Let's let our minds wander and see where Mike goes with this.
All right, so this was during the Rangers and A's broadcast, and this happened.
It's like when you grab the treat bag and the dogs are right there at your feet. Old tap or foul. Good luck getting them just to settle down.
Sit. Sit. Sit.
I don't want to snag. Come on, Paige. Oh, I just want to snag.
Jacob. Sit. Jacob.
I don't want a treat.
Wait for it.
Broke my bat.
Bad.
Hey, man.
That was on live TV.
He gets it, and you have to if you're going to work with Mike.
Yeah. So Dave Raymond leaning into the bit. Now the context. Keep in mind, this was in like the third inning. This was not like at the end of a blowout or something. This was at the beginning of the game. It was a 2-run game. Jacob Wilson was up to bat, and he taps his feet a lot. He can't stand still when he's in the batter's box.
Yeah, Mike said that one night, yeah.
And that's what they were trying to paint the picture of, is that he's like a dog that can't sit still waiting for a treat. And just out of context, that might be my favorite clip ever.
That is too good. Yeah, no, I remember watching him when we were in Sacramento, and Mike was like, "Look at him, he can't be still." And he's just his feet are going. That is chaos. I love it. Great audio.
And also, doesn't that make that a must listen to rest of the game? Like, I don't care what the score is, if that's what they're already trotting out. Like,
in the third inning.
Absolutely. I love it, man.
Alec, can I give you an update?
I'm scared.
Here from Media Day, we were thank you very much to Ross for helping out.
Yeah, nice work, Ross.
We were keeping an ear out on this, and Paige made an opening statement, and she said, in part, quote, quite frankly, I believe me and AZ's personal relationship is nobody's business but our own, and what we choose to share is completely up to us. We've never let anything that happens off the court carry onto the court, and that's what we'll continue to do. AZ Fudd was the number 1 draft pick because she earned it, and it had nothing to do with me and everything to do with who she is as a human being, who she is as a basketball player. And then she said she plans on addressing that once, with that being the one time.
Okay. Appreciate that.
So, there you go. And that's honestly, just real quick, I thought that should have been the strategy from the beginning, is hearing it from the player instead of the question.
Let me ask you this, though. In that grain of conversation, that was her welcome to Dallas moment.
Sure.
And if she didn't want to talk about it on that day, that's perfectly okay.
I'm sorry. I should have clarified. Not that she needed to give a statement. I just think if she would have said no comment.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, no, neither one of them have to speak to any of that. I just thought if she would have said no comment instead of the PR team, I thought that would have made it go away much quicker. But there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
4th down and goal at the 7. Grunkemeyer in the end zone, and it's intercepted. Caleb Downs.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've had a great day today at Dallas Wings Media Day. Hope you guys have appreciated the fun and the interviews as well. Right now, courtesy of DNM Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I am doing great as well. Thank you so much for asking. I wanted to know from the crew, since y'all are the most dialed-in draft people I know, what did you think about Day 3 on Saturday? And is there any particular undrafted free agent or free agents that you were like, okay, I like that?
I'm really pumped about Jordan Hudson at SMU. I actually had a 5 on him. And I think that Smith can be a good player who they drafted in the 7th, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jordan Hudson ends up being the better of the two players. I think he's got inside-outside versatility. If you want to watch him against Miami, I mean, he is cooking up Keontae Scott, who we all loved. He's a really good player. And then I loved Michael Trigg, the Baylor tight end, when I first watched him.
He's huge.
He's massive. As a receiving tight end, he is fantastic. There are going to be things off the football field that people from Baylor have told me about that we need to just cross our fingers and hope that he just matures and locks in. But if he does, they could catch lightning in a bottle with Michael Trigg. I think that he would make this football team, and Luke Schoonmaker then would be out to pasture.
I'm interested to see what they do with Barham and then Overton, those two players, because I kind of had an idea that, well, one of them with Overton was I think kind of a tweener body. So is he going to play as an end? Is he going to play a tackle? Are they going to have him rush? How are they going to use him? I think Barham is interesting because he could be outside linebacker. He could be stand-up guy. He could be hand-on-the-ground guy. So I think they got some this draft has got a lot of versatility to it on the defensive side of it for this team. So I'm fascinated to how they're going to use these guys.
Now, sticking in the vein of football, but going back to strictly college football, what do you think about these reports, just reports for now, about Brendan Sorsby?
I would bet he's in trouble.
Scary deal.
I'm willing to wager that he is in some kind of trouble. Yeah, and I would bet on it. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, all those things.
That kind of trouble. Okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's always worth it to claim addiction, right, when you're about to be held accountable.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think heads up play for him and his agent, but wow, what an absolute idiot.
Dude, this could totally derail what Texas Tech has planned for the season. Like, his eligibility is now going to be in question. He was gambling he was gambling on Indiana Hoosier games when he was a freshman there. And he's got a litany of other bets as well, but betting on his own team, even though it was betting on them to win.
Yeah, but we've established that does not get you off the hook, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, I think in the court of public opinion, it helps, maybe a tiny bit, but in terms of his actual eligibility and how the NCAA is going to look at this, no, I mean, I think everything is kind of up in the air at this point, and they're just probably doing the damage control thing, like you mentioned, Dawson, trying to get ahead of it. Who knows what more details are going to be spilling out over the next couple of days, and so trying to be proactive. Hey, man, I'm getting the help I need. Let me spin it.
And kind of framing it as, hey, I just had a gambling addiction. It's not like I was throwing games. I'm not going to jail. I think the career continued, but I don't think I would expect it to in college.
Sure. NFL opportunities or whatever, but for the immediate, dude, like for Texas Tech. This is the #1 portal player.
I feel like LSU dodged one here.
LSU's probably the one that floated out the rumor.
We are usually on the bad end of these things. And, I mean, the portal gods are smiling on us right now.
Tech's not too worried right now. They're okay. I think. Okay. I don't think they believe that this is going to be detrimental to him playing week 1.
Good.
But we'll see how things unfold, because there could be definitely some more things.
There could be some huge ramifications here for
and
sure.
If he doesn't, then that's a lot of money.
In what way do they feel like they're going to be okay here?
Hey, he's taken accountability and he's gone ahead and he's seeking treatment and it's going to be okay. It's
just like Vrabel, man.
He wasn't playing in these games. He wasn't.
Wishful thinking.
How many players out there are also betting on games? Come on,
they're all betting on games.
You're going to open up a can of worms. That's the Texas Tech side of this. They feel like they're going to be just fine.
I mean, I'm leaning Cope, but we also might be living in a world that these are so prevalent that the governing bodies are going to say, well, if you didn't commit a crime, you were there. We kind of got to shrug our shoulders and do whatever it takes to keep some of these kids eligible at some point, don't we? But week one's crazy.
You just get him. They're playing.
Got to be at least a 2-weeker.
Some slap D team. Just go ahead and we'll Johnny Manziel this thing. You're suspended.
Or the John Harbaugh suspensions. You know, where it's like you can coach the important week 1 game, and then your 2 FCS tune-up games afterwards. You could go ahead and try and figure it out.
What do you guys make of, or are you concerned at all that no Lundqvist for Game 5, but Zuccarello is out there skating today, which would obviously lead you to believe that, yes, he will play tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a bummer you're 8 minutes away from being up 3-1 in this series.
No kidding.
And you just couldn't hold it down. I mean, you really you credit Minnesota. They outplayed you down the stretch, and they damn sure outplayed you in overtime. I did not think I would come into this series saying, oh, my gosh, you don't have Lundqvist, you're kind of screwed. It does feel that way. I mean, he was brilliant in the first couple of games of the series. I like the point you made earlier. All right, in game, maybe that's a tough adjustment. You now can plan for his absence. Maybe they can do something there. Esa Lindell, I mean, you were given some of the numbers on 5-on-5 hockey, and Lindell's usually a guy that you can count on and is reliable. He's been terrible. I mean, I think
staggering.
It's really not good, and he's still been good in the PK, but 5-on-5 hockey, the numbers are not good with him on the ice. So getting Zuccarello back is not a good thing. I still think at home, hopefully, we still haven't gotten the Rantanen amazing performance.
Yeah,
he's due.
Hey, what kind of performance have you gotten from him?
This is the time, right? Game 5 at home, series tilter. The Moose is loose.
Yeah,
feeling pretty good. Shouldn't cost you the series, Hags, but it's nervous time.
Okay. I swear I thought this thing they were going to win 3 straight. I really did. I mean, I was watching that thing. I'm like, man, they're going to hold on to this one. They're going to come back and take these guys out. So I hate the fact that this thing's might go 7 now. I think you're going to need all the rest and energy you can have going into the next one. So, it's going to be a little disappointing that they didn't get it done there in Minneapolis,
especially since Colorado just finished the sweep and all that.
Exactly.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. I would like to draw your attention to the 4:00 hour because at 4, Caleb Downs is going to join us.
You're kidding me. You are kidding me right now.
And then at 4:20, CY is going to join us.
Oh, my God.
Can't even believe it.
Holy cow.
Man, that is back-to-back right there. That's outstanding. All right. Well, I mean, as if you need me to tell you.
For real.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. General at your service. Eddie's. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control over here, 75 and 635 at the Lakeside Studios, fixing to go 4.5 flawless like it's nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic. Wolchuck and Chia Follower here, your Nosebleed Brothers. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video, and you can watch us on the internet. You can also listen. The best way to listen if you can't over traditional airwaves is the Odyssey app with instant rewind functionality. All right, get your grades in here. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open. Cowboys draft is over. How good of a job did they do? Wolchuck, Broadus, what do you say?
I thought it was a really good weekend overall. I loved what they did with their first 3 picks. I mean, getting Downs to get him at 11, that's going to end up being the home run steal of the draft. Malachi Lawrence was one of my guys. You know that I had him as player 23.
Yeah.
He was drafted 23rd overall. I was
talking about him
that.
a long time.
Absolutely. Barham. Love that pick. I think it's going to be fun. As Brian alluded to, it sounds like what they told us, inside linebacker at first. But again, what do all these guys have in common? They're multiple. They can line up all over the place, all over the formation, right? So it's all about pre-snap. These guys, it seems like they're going to do one thing. Post-snap, boop, they got a different responsibility assignment. And it's all about confusing that quarterback. And you have that quarterback hold the football an extra tick, boom, here comes Quinnen Williams right in your face.
That's what you want. So that sounded about like at least a B+.
I'd go with a B+, sure.
B+.
I don't like the grades right after the draft. I'll be honest with you. I know it's kind of like a fun thing to do.
It's so fun.
I don't really love it. It's like I really have no idea. Like,
yes, you do. You studied all these players. You actually have more of an idea than most people.
That's fair.
And it's about what your vision is and the projection. We have no idea how it's actually going to play out, but with the information you have right now, which is more than most, you can put a projection out there of what I think they did based on the information we have.
I think a B+ is fair. I think the only pick that I probably would have gone a different direction is I'd have taken Jalen Farmer, the guard from Kentucky, over Drew Shelton.
I would have too.
That's a different lineman that you liked better than the lineman they took.
Guard versus a tackle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. I mean,
But if that's your only gripe, that's a pretty strong
they
gripe.
did a good job.
Listen, execution A, talent level B. How about that?
All right.
Okay, because I think the picks, I like the first 3 picks for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Downs pick. Matter of fact, he's my number 1 rated player.
Yeah, you love it.
I loved Lawrence, where they got him, like 22nd best player on my board there. So right around where they picked him. Barham makes a lot of sense. If you watch him play, he's a guy with a lot of violence. And then we went into the Overtons and the Sheltons and guys like that.
You didn't love those?
I need to understand what you're going to do with Overton. I need to understand that because he's not a pass rusher. Maybe he's this guy who's they call like a big end. Maybe he could play that 4-eye stuff. Maybe
they're saying Osa replacement, right? At least that's what Jerry was saying.
Osa can rush the passer.
Sure.
Osa can sack the quarterback. This guy has struggles doing that.
Okay.
And that's where I'm going with. And I'm with Wolchuck. I would have absolutely taken the Kentucky guard over Shelton there. And then the East Carolina wide receiver, I think there's a guy that if you look at the size, his ability to run after catch stuff, the way he catches the football, I think are all very, very good. So you're kind of looking for traits there for him. He's a fun guy to talk to, by the way. We had a chance to interview him. He's really
he
cool
sure
guy.
is.
Yeah, he uses the word shoot a lot.
I like that.
So he's like, well, shoot, we'll shoot this and shoot that. And so So his hobby, we were thinking was he might be a hunter.
He's kind of like, he gave me a little Simi Fehoko vibes.
Okay, what type of hockey ability does this guy have?
I didn't ask, but I did ask him about his hair game because his hair, like in the picture I saw.
Yeah, he's got some amazing hair.
Long
but he
locks.
cut it off.
Yeah, he said he had just cut it. I was like, no, why'd you cut it, dude? It looked so good. But his tape is, I mean, he didn't really play at all at NC State, so he had to transfer to East Carolina to get going. But his tape at East Carolina, from what I saw last year, and it was big plays and big moments, too. He can stretch the field for you and give you some yak.
Very good. But, yeah, I think execution of how to navigate the draft, an A. and then overall we'll go with the B on the players. How about that?
All right, works for me. I thought around a B would be a fair grade. I mean, shoot, they got Caleb Downs, so if you're a big fan of him, it's hard to look at it in any other way because of how important what you do with your first round picks is. So it's weighted strongly in that direction, and if he's the future Hall of Famer that people are predicting for him, this will be an all-time draft. 817 says A- on the draft. Still don't trust the front office not to screw it up during the season. Okay. 401 says a B+. Downs is an A+. I love Barham, but the rest is kind of blah. Okay. You got to add D. Winters in there as well. Yeah, you got a starting inside linebacker. We got to talk about him. That happened shortly after we went off the air on Friday. So at 877-881-1053, if you want to keep the text coming in, that would be fantastic. I don't know. I would say right now, feels like they have work to do at inside linebacker. I don't want to overjudge them for that because of how much offseason is left and what could happen, with trades, and then the post-June 1 guys who are going to become available in trade, and then the preseason cuts at the end of training camp. But it seems weird that you would believe in Winters and that you would, and Barham is a cool plan, right? And if you're bringing this young guy in and Barham because you like the traits and the violence that he played with, and he can give you some edge and he can give you some blitz, and he can be some off-ball linebacker, that's a cool thing. But I need a higher floor right now at off-ball linebacker.
They got to go trade for a guy.
Okay.
They just turn around and do your Jonathan Mingo, George Pickens.
Yeah.
Go give your third-round pick, your fourth-round pick for a guy, and go figure it out. Let everybody's now kind of had a couple of days to look at their team, look what they want to do. Maybe they've got maybe they got young guys they want to go ahead.
And I hope they're there. I hope they're of that mindset.
If they're not, then this linebacking core is not going to be as good.
Okay.
They're not. They need to add one more veteran player and one that legitimately can play.
I'll put in the call that Jordan Brooks will be a Cowboy.
I'd like to believe that too.
It just makes too much sense, especially now. And it might not even have to be a trade. It could be a full-on post-June 1 release. Maybe it's a low day 3 pick for next year. But with what Miami just did in the draft, getting Jacob Rodriguez and Kyle Lewis, and that's clearly a team that's looking to move on and change their financial situation. I mean, Eric, to me, I think Jordan Brooks is gone, and I think that he wants to be a Cowboy if he had his pick of where he'd like to be.
Okay, so I mean, it does make sense in terms of after June 1st, because prior to then, the Dolphins would face $8.3 million in dead cap space. After June 1st, it would only be $2.5 million.
There you go.
And what's his salary for the team that acquires him? I got to pull that up real quick, but it's nothing super crazy. The reason why I would think that maybe it's not heading in that direction is because Jordan Brooks is a Texas Tech guy, and he was like celebrating the Jacob Rodriguez selection, so much so that he drove up to the Dolphins facility and hung out in the war room with them, and then celebrated the Caleb Douglas Texas Tech wide receiver selection that they had, which was apparently maybe the biggest reach in all of the draft.
It was a big reach.
They took the wrong Texas Tech guy.
Yeah.
Reggie Virgil, I thought, was a little better than him.
Virgil was a better player than him.
Hopefully it works out.
Yeah, so we'll see how that works out, but it feels like him and Hafley and John Eric Sullivan, the new GM, like it seems like there's a pretty good connection in there. So, because I was thinking the Jordan Brooks thing would make a ton of sense.
Yeah.
But, and I wonder how much they like the idea of having a Jordan Brooks type of player next to Jacob Rodriguez, at least for the first year of his career before he ascends into, okay, now you're the green dot future at the position kind of thing. So his salary for next year is right around $8 million. I don't know if the Cowboys have an appetite for spending like that still. I hope so. I hope if there's linebackers out there that are available for day 3 picks, you could trade for him and accept that. It doesn't have to be Brooks, though. $3, $4, $5 million. It's got to be somebody else, and it's got to be somebody that has a better resume, a statistical profile than D. Winters. Now, you could tell me you watch film on him and say he's, going to solve your problems.
No, he did just have a really productive season.
Yeah,
he was really good last year.
Yeah,
but
I talked to. I have friends actually in San Francisco, and they're like, "Listen, we sent you a good player." My guy goes, "I'm not BSing you. We sent you a good player. We just we're in a situation right now with we're trying to kind of figure out here, and we had the opportunity to move on, but you got a great guy there. I mean, you guys know, but he is an undersized guy, but he's super active in the way he plays. You watch him, man, downhill, getting away from blocks, step ahead, tackler. All these things are very positive.
Because I look at their depth chart and I see like Luke Gifford. You know,
they are strange
and
about this.
You got $3 million D winners under contract. If that's a good player, why are you willing to give him up for a 5?
Yeah,
coaches.
And I think, didn't they get Dre Greenlaw back?
Yeah.
So he's going to start, so he lost his starting spot. So I don't know. Maybe it's doing right by the player somewhat.
I think that, to me, like I say, my guys over there were saying, listen, I go, are you sending us bad players? And they go, no, really not. We're really not. But, hey, we'll see how it plays out. But the film of him playing is quality film. He is a smaller guy. He's not a big guy. But
yeah, I mean, to your point, six-round pick.
He plays downhill like a much bigger guy.
The 817 says A- still worried, if not solidifying the green dot linebacker. You still continued having communication gaps. Did they say Downs is going to be green dot?
Let me tell you this, guys. I mean, I could admit this. Will McClay told me that the green dot could either be a safety or could be a. Yeah. I know Shoddy was talking, but I asked Will. I point blank asked Will. I said, does the green dot guy have to be a linebacker? He said, no, it could be a safety or it could be a linebacker. The way that Downs communicates and the way he studies, listen, don't put it by him not to be out there like maybe and how much he's going to have to play. I bet you he's on the field the whole entire time. So, yeah, I mean, if you need a guy that communicates, watch the film. Remember we're watching the film and him and the linebackers are all sitting there talking.
Styles,
they're constantly communicating with us. So if he's a guy, I wouldn't put it past him, even being a rookie.
Yeah, we had Scott Simons, the new linebacker coach, in on Saturday, which is like probably the best time that we get all year for an hour. Getting to talk with Ross Winchie, national scout, Mitchell Point, all those guys, and then they bring in some of the coaches. And Scott Simons was one former DC at SMU, and he kind of made me feel like we make too big of a deal about the green dot thing. Like all these linebackers are going to try their hand; they're all kind of going to learn it because what happens if there's an injury in game? So they're all going to try and get experience added to some point, and maybe one just rises to the occasion. It's better than the other, but it's not to minimize the importance of that, but he seemed to think like that'll work itself out. It's going to be okay.
Right on. Okay. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Obviously, we'll have a lot of draft coverage for you today. Rangers-Yankees tonight, 6:30. Leiter against Fried. Off-speed stuff not as good as it was last year for Leiter. Now they're laying off of it a little bit. They're barreling up the misses at a high rate on Leiter a little bit. The whip sitting at 1.46 and maybe pitching a little bit more like a 4-5 starter, at least early in this year. So we're looking for him to shake out of this. It's a big night for Jack Leiter at 6:30 here on the Fan. Josh Young hit cleanup yesterday. He's leading the team in average since April 1st. That is awesome. But maybe the biggest topic around this team right now, it is the stubborn topic of, are they better than 500? Because that's where they find themselves right back here again. The Yankees are good. The Yankees are best record in the American League right now, so you're going to have to.
Last 10 games, Yankees have been on quite a run.
Yeah, I think they're 8-2 in the last 10. Yeah. Stars are off tonight. Host the Wild tomorrow in Game 5 series tied at 2. Missing Hint's pretty good. Yeah, you
had a chance.
Heartbreaking.
Had a chance to legitimately to end this thing.
You're right there.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate that they just didn't get it done, but. We'll see. Coming back home, and it always seems to work well, though. But I just, like I say, it was disappointing how more desperation, and I think the Wild knew it, too. I think the Wild knew it in the last 8 minutes of that game. Like, we lose this one, we're going to get cooked. And they played with far more passion for it, the way they were going after pucks. The way the shots they take, the way they were playing on defense, and they made some incredible saves, along the line. So yeah, it was unfortunate. I felt like if the Stars could have taken those two, man, you had a chance to honestly just put these guys away and then get rested up for that next one. But it looks like the series is gonna go a little bit now.
Well, it's a bummer because Colorado swept the Kings.
Yeah.
So now they're going to be off till whenever this thing's done. Now, I guess going into that, hopefully the Stars advance, then I'll spin it to like, well, rust for the Avs. But gosh, they looked like a juggernaut in round one. Colorado looked absolutely outstanding. Miro will be playing. I know he had a maintenance day today, so some people were like, oh my gosh, they're going to be without Miro. No, he'll be good for game 5. But Rope, game 7 at best, but no Nils Lundqvist.
Little 60 on soccer for you coming out of the weekend. We got a new record-setting American as 16-year-old winger Mathis Albert debuted for Borussia Dortmund at 16 years old. He broke the record held by Giovanni Reyna for youngest American. Thank you, 60 seconds on soccer here. Youngest American in Bundesliga history. He appeared in their 4-0 victory over Freiburg, checked in the 88th minute, breaking Giovanni's record. Youngest American ever in the Bundesliga. That's the top league in Germany. And comes at 16 years, 340 days. Both Pulisic and Reyna played for the same team, same league, but they were 17 years old. Alrighty, we're coming back with your G-Bag of the Day champion, the top 10 at 220. Wolchuck, where are you taking it?
All right, in honor of the number one movie in the world, the Michael movie, who deserves a biopic? 877-881-1053. Who's one person you'd love to see a biopic about? That's next in the nation.
G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Check. 1, 2. What you gonna do? I believe this piece of audio is going for day 2 today. Going for 2 today. It comes from the world of Major League Baseball. Atlanta Braves pitcher J.R. Ritchie. This is his debut. He had his family out there. His dad was crying tears, real life tears. Mom was right there sitting all nervous. This is his very first pitch in the major leagues.
And his parents, Daddy in on the left, Mom Victoria, have made the trek from Washington. Dad wearing his son's Bainbridge Spartans high school uniform in support of J.R. Ritchie today. And his first big league pitch is hammered deep to right. And it is gone. James Wood greets him rudely and makes it 1-0 Nationals.
And his first big league pitch is hammered.
It's hard for a ball to make a crack and a thud sound at the same time. That one definitely did, though, and I guess it got rid of those tears from Dad at least.
Yeah, pretty sure. Or brought that trip too.
Brought more tears, tears of sadness. Yeah, whole different kind of tear there, son. Alrighty, Champ faces Challenger every night, 5:30 here in the Nation.
Has anybody looked that up? Has that happened before? Is that like something? Is that?
I don't know. I think there should be a
common
there should
thing,
be a
right?
rule against it, man. If it's his first pitch in baseball, you can't hit the home run off.
Dad wearing his son's Bainbridge Spartans high school uniform in support of J.R. Ritchie today. And his first big league pitch is hammered.
Yeah, that was
got the high school jersey on and everything, bro.
Yeah, it's like you see my buttoning it. Oh God!
Okay, it's rare, but has happened multiple times, including recently with J.R. Ritchie, of course. Yada, yada, yada. No other examples cited.
Okay.
But ChatGPT is pretty confident that this wasn't the first. Okay, so take that for what it's worth. Sounds like about an 80% chance to me.
It just sounds so strange that that you would think that it probably rarely happens. Very first pitch. I mean, gosh.
I mean, some of these pitchers are bums, and they have no business being up here. Here's Wolchuck's top 10 to 220, Zach, with an age.
All righty. We'll get to the people who should get a biopic. The top 10, 877-881-1053. Do you guys say it biopic or is it biopic?
It's biopic.
Biopic.
I think so, too.
I think I've always thought biopic.
I always thought it was biopic, too.
But now the younger generation,
biopic,
I think, has changed it.
I mean,
biopic.
Bio. Life. Bio.
Yeah.
Bio.
I agree. And it's a picture.
What does bio mean over there?
Life.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Life.
Get one.
Whoa, he set himself up. Well done. Well done.
Well played, Broadus. It's financials. It's financials. You know what I'm saying? I think this might be a choose your own adventure.
It could be. Like pecan.
I think it might be.
Pecan.
Might be.
Banana.
Wait,
tomato.
What?
Banana. Banana. That's how my grandparents said it growing up in South Africa. Banana. It's the accent. Yeah, but it's banana to us.
The aluminium foil.
Right.
In England.
The aluminium? That's so bizarre to me. The aluminium.
The zebra? The zebra?
Yes, the zebra.
Zebra is actually a zebra?
Yep.
Zebra.
Or really, it's actually a zebra.
Mm-hmm. Is it a zebra or is it a zebra? So $97 million is what the Michael movie, which is based on Michael Jackson, made over the weekend. Wasn't able to see. Well, Michael, there's a lot of Michaels out there. Just wanted to clarify for you, Brian.
Thought you were going to do the top 10 Michaels today.
I would have been good.
Outsource Rossini for this one.
I just wanted, for a day that I was out, I just wanted to leave you the top 10 Michaels. And who knows, maybe it's her son or Vrabel's son.
We couldn't figure out what was going on with the Patriots this weekend. It's unfortunate during the draft. We needed that information.
Hey, he's back in the facility now, though. There was a picture of him walking back. He's all smiles. He looks refreshed.
Back from rehab?
You take a day off?
Just a 24-hour rehab. Fixed everything that was wrong with his life.
Did he take the kids to Disney World or something like that?
My favorite
family
report,
trip?
Schrager's like, yeah, they're in contact with Vrabel on day 3. He's not there, but they're in touch with him. And then he had to circle back like,
no,
never mind. He's really taking the rehab seriously.
Ellie was probably glad he wasn't in the war room helping him out.
They're not.
picking players.
They gave him a chastity belt.
Yeah, that was it.
Castrated him.
We got good news, though, Lucius, or is it good news? Are you excited for this fight? Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
They have signed for a fight later on this year. It will be broadcasted live on Netflix. I mean, they've rumored and talked about this for a long time, especially the Pride of UK. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, get it over with. I'm happy to see that. I don't know how Tyson's going to look out there because his last fight, he looked kind of washed in the game.
He did.
So who's knows? And Anthony Joshua stays working out, and he's got mad motivation this time. Mm-hmm. He's got a lot of motivation. So yeah, I'm here to see it. I know it's a little late in the game, but I'm here.
I feel like that's the way boxing do. You know, so it's a little they're past their prime a little bit. All right, fine. Let's go ahead and have these two square up. I will say Mike Tyson was one of the first that I thought of, and somebody that I'd love to see a biopic made about him. And weren't they doing this? Wasn't it happening?
Yeah. And it's got the kibosh.
What happened to Jamie Foxx?
Oh yeah, Jamie
Foxx was supposed to be him.
I forgot about that. He laid out the entire opening scene.
Sure
right?
did.
It sounded awesome.
Yeah.
And his Mike Tyson was almost as good as Lucius's.
It's really, really impressive.
Hilarious.
It was incredible.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
I was so excited. Then it's like there were rumors about it. You didn't hear about it. Then something would pop back up, and then now I guess it's just not happening.
Was Jamie gonna get into the assless situation where they're gonna relive that with Jake Paul? Where he's in the
a late edition,
you
bring him back for some edits. We're gonna go ahead and do a retake here. We got to do the assless chaps.
You should have to bite your glove and show your cheeks, Jamie, and you'll get out of here.
Kurt Cobain biopic from the 214 would be a great one. Elon Musk.
Did his old lady do that? Allegedly, do you guys believe in that theory? Kurt Cobain, that wild girl he was married to at the time.
There's a lot to believe there
because she definitely went downhill after Kirk, and it could be the hurt from Kirk or it could be the guilt.
I think I saw a thing the other day. I went down a rabbit hole that he was actually trying to expose the Epstein files way back in the day.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brought everything full circle.
Could be. We got Broadus getting a vote.
For what?
Getting a biopic about you.
Oh, yeah.
Stevie Wonder.
Slideshow.
Hell yeah, that's on my list. Definitely Stevie Wonder.
Would it be called I Can See?
Oh, my God.
That was a good take.
Gotcha.
That's the big reveal at the end.
There's some stuff that's like, how did he just say this? I thought he was blind, but like he's talking about seeing things.
If
Like,
we caught a rebound at the All-Star game when he was on the court.
Yeah.
A celebrity All-Star game, and somebody was shooting. It wasn't like during the game. It was like after the game, everybody's on the court. Some fool shot, and Stevie caught the rebound.
Something weird, man.
That's it's a hearing.
Is that what that is?
The other sensors just
The
heightened.
vibrations of it, like Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Maybe.
It's like we hear when the ball hits the rim, it makes that loud sound.
Yeah.
Stevie's got that kind of ability.
And props
Him
to
and
him.
Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, Rodman, he knows how to play the carom.
No better thrill as a sports spectator when the ball comes to you.
Oh, in the stands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you're paying attention.
I've never had that happen.
Can you make the catch? You know? Yeah, you get to show off a little bit of that athleticism. Return it to the player, give him a little head nod.
Yeah,
I got you, bro.
Yeah.
Which
I still
ball?
got it.
Like baseball? If you can catch a baseball out there, yeah, pretty good. Basketball or something, I don't think you can. I'm not giving it back. I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's a nice ball to have. That's a hell of a souvenir. Yeah. I guess I was just thinking at a youth sports event for me.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but yes, it's at a live sporting event, you have a decision to make. Do I want to abscond with this thing?
I'm out of there, bro.
I've seen these clips of like kids over in Europe go onto the soccer field and steal the ball and like throw it up in the crowd and jump over and get away.
Oh, these hooligans.
And get away with the ball. How does that happen? I mean, seriously, it's like they run down, their ball goes aside, they grab the ball, jump over the rail, and then head up into the crowd, and like the crowd protects them.
Probably a low wall, smaller stadium.
Yeah, they just jump right over it and grab the ball and jump back over.
Washed up security.
Yeah, the yellow slicker guys have got to do a better job. Seriously, we have no change in direction.
No, they're not good.
We're out of breath instantly.
Yeah.
But it seems like to be, though, I think in Europe they're a little bit better trained.
They probably
I think the yellow slicker guys a little bit better trained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably dealing with a lot worse.
They've been dealing with hooliganism.
Yeah.
Like organized gangs supporting teams for decades.
Yeah, it's insane. Who else was on your list, Lucius?
I've got Marvin Gaye right here on my list for sure. We need a Marvin Gaye movie. He was killed by his pops.
Yeah,
he was killed by his pops, man. It's probably going to be a sad movie. Rick James for sure.
Rick James.
We need a Rick James biopic. Prince. I heard they were making another Prince. Yeah, we need some Prince.
Yeah.
Richard Pryor. They were making that, then it stopped. It's supposed to be Mike Epps doing Richard Pryor.
Oh,
Yeah, and that stopped. And then Roger Troutman, he was like one of the first artists to use that talk box.
Yeah.
Make his voice all cool, like Peter Frampton, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He was killed by his brother. Damn.
Jeez.
So, yeah, right outside the studio, and his brother was his manager. So I know it's like some type of money dispute. I want to see that.
We got Evel Knievel, 323.
Hilarious.
You'd love Evel Knievel, wouldn't you?
I tell you what, man, go to the YouTube and watch him jump like buses at Caesar's Palace. And when he hits the pavement, it is some of the most violent contact you'll ever see. Body flopping all over the place.
Death wish.
He's jumping a bike that weighs about 3,000 pounds.
Yeah.
You know?
Complete idiot.
Yeah.
Total idiot.
And then he did that rocket.
What a moron.
He tried to do the rocket over the Snake River Canyon.
Yeah.
He hit that parachute thing. As soon as they go, lift off, and that thing is like 2 feet off the path. That parachute came out.
Man.
He was not gonna see this one through.
Wilt Chamberlain's an honorable mention. I don't know if you can cast enough women. Hugh Hefner might be an entertaining one.
That's a Playboy guy, right?
Yeah, it is.
Well, there is some documentaries about him.
There is
out
some
there.
documentaries. Yeah.
He was a wild dude, actually. He got out of here just in time.
Yeah.
Have they done a Tupac movie?
They've tried.
There's been a lot of Tupac stuff.
they
Tupac's
tried.
on here, but
The documentaries are a hell of a lot better than the movie was. Thug Angel and whatnot. That's some great stuff.
other honorable mention, Stephen King. I mean, I'd rather just watch the movies on his books, but 10 is Benjamin Franklin, and they could probably cast you, Brian. You could star in that.
I could be in that. I think I did a pretty good Ben Franklin that.
I think you did fantastic. You were tremendous.
That was good.
I'll tell you what, though, I would do it again if I had to go to a party and had to dress up. I'd do that again. I think I look pretty realistic.
I think you should hold on to that look. It's a good one. Number 8 on the list, we got Dr. Seuss, a biopic on Dr. Seuss. David Bowie. That'd be wild. And number 7.
Control to me.
I like David Bowie.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Him.
Was that The White Wedding?
No, it's Billy Idol.
That was Billy Idol.
Yeah. Okay. He was
Labyrinth.
Almost, though. He was close, though.
Got my Billies all mixed up.
Close. Dancing with Myself. That was another Billy Idol.
Another good song.
Yeah.
Billy Idol was amazing.
He was.
6 is Mary Curie, the first woman ever to win a Nobel Prize.
Mary what?
Mary Curie.
What did she do?
Madame Curie.
She was known for her discovery of radium. She actually discovered an element.
Is that
I thought she had a chicken and rice.
Unfortunately, she did die from radiation poisoning.
Wow. Imagine that.
Dang.
Hey, listen, I'm not very protected here, but if I die, here are my notes.
Cowards.
Yeah.
Actually,
that's pretty crazy.
Marie, look out.
You win a Nobel Prize.
I'll pick it up. Don't worry about it.
I think you might want to try a lead vest, Marie.
Yeah, she discovers something and it also killed
got her.
That's terrible.
Salute to her. She was.
There's a lot of people
willing
that
to make
done
the
that.
ultimate sacrifice.
Real pioneer.
Yeah. What about RFK? Can we get a little RFK action in here?
I think we've had RFK ones done, but hey, let's get another one. Vincent Van Gogh at 5.
Can't hear you.
Cut your ear off. Maya Angelou at 4.
Still I rise. She had a wild upbringing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a wild upbringing to turn into what she came to. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's full transformation by her.
Number 3, and I think we're getting this. I thought Pauly Shore was doing this, but Bob Ross.
Oh, jeez.
Ooh.
At 3.
I didn't know this. Bob Ross has been gone from us for a long time.
Man, me either.
I thought it was kind of a recent thing, but it's been a long time.
He was a shooter too, bro. Don't leave your girl around Bob Ross.
Shoot.
Hey, like my afro.
True player for
You
real.
start painting some stuff for it. Next you know, you
Want to borrow my pick?
Yeah. I'm gonna be late, honey. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Jack in the Titanic. He's just painting a picture.
Just using a fan brush here to make some birds.
Getting her.
Number 2 is Frank Sinatra.
That's a good one.
Frankie, baby.
Frankie.
There's been some good ones.
I would love to get an Ozzy one from the 469. That'd be great.
Ooh.
Chuck Norris should be number 1. Leonardo DiCaprio playing Hugh Hefner would be great. George Carlin, Robin Williams.
Oh, George Carlin.
Getting texted in late editions. Number 1, though, and this would probably be the most, maybe it wouldn't be the most boring biopic ever, but I don't know that I'd have a huge interest in it. Would you? Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think so.
Lincoln.
Life with a cluttered office.
We got an legend. appetizer there with that Oppenheimer movie.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if Christopher Nolan does it, maybe it'll be great.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I'd be up for it though. Wedge in a couple of explosions in there. Just
You're working in World War II. You know,
True.
if you are mindful of that and the content goldmine that is, you could have a hit on your hands.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be educational and boring.
Yeah. I'm down, dude. I want to see what he was
Make
like.
it 3.5 hours. Will be cool.
I'd be up for that.
Let's push for 4.
You dust off that old footage and colorize it. You know, I'll sit there for 16 hours. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the
Colorize it.
We got it. You see the World War II in color?
Oh, no,
Color
that's
is fantastic.
America in color. You seen that before?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yep, all those on Hulu, I think. News bag coming up, Chief.
Yeah, let's get you the 411 on Texas Tech's Sorsby situation next year in the.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers pregame tonight, 6:30. Our reaction, our coverage of the draft and what happens next continues. It's time now, though, for a news bag, and here's the Chief.
Yeah, lots to get to here at the news desk right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Texas Tech's $5 million transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby has entered rehab for a gambling addiction. Pete Thamel, ESPN College Football Insider. What do we need to know about this situation?
Well, there's two compelling buckets that this story can be broken into. And the first is we have the first prominent athlete in college sports to admit a gambling addiction and go check himself into a facility. That, in my mind, is unprecedented, and it will be fascinating to see culturally what unfolds from there. The second piece of this, obviously, is the collegiate eligibility bucket. According to NCAA rules, and what we know about Brendan Sorsby's gambling, that he placed thousands of bets on a gambling app, and also that when he was a redshirt freshman at Indiana in 2022, he bet on the Hoosiers to win. Those, history would tell us, would make it very difficult for Brendan Sorsby to regain eligibility. The NCAA has a strict rule for athletes and even staffers that they cannot bet on college or professional sports. Recent history would indicate they have enforced that very strictly. It is actually fairly easy to track gambling because all of it is through apps now. So once they've targeted someone, everything is laid out electronically for the NCAA. So Sorsby is obviously going to go away for treatment for a while. There's no specific timetable on his return, Matt. He's going to obviously face long odds to regain eligibility. He has played 4 seasons. He redshirted the first one. So this is his final year of eligibility. His case will certainly be at the focus. Remember, Sorsby was the #1 player in ESPN's transfer portal rankings this offseason. He came off a dynamic season at Cincinnati, and he was slated to be the starter at Texas Tech, which is coming off the CFP.
All right, thank you, Pete Thamel.
I wonder if we have a supplemental draft all of a sudden.
Yeah, I could see that. Maybe he would just say, you know what, I'm going to, because his other option would be to sue the NCAA.
For what? He's the one gambling.
Gets suspended. Yeah, but I mean, like, he can say it's 4 years ago, wasn't any games that I gambled on, and there's been other. I think last year we had another player that went through something like this, and nothing happened with him. So he could play like while he's doing the lawsuit, but this is just like the timing of it is terrible. Overall.
Oh, if you're a Tech fan or I mean,
they got Will Hammond, and he's coming off the ACL, and hopefully he'll be healthy and ready to play. I think he could end up being good, but they thought they
Are
had
you
this
saying
thing
if he could go back a couple of months, he would have just stayed in the NFL draft and gotten out of there? And
maybe, or maybe the supplemental. Maybe he does decide, you know what, I'll jump into the supplemental draft.
I'm not sure what to do with these, and I'm not sure what the sports world knows what to do with these right now. Like, if you gamble on your sports games inside your league, but it's not your team's games, I could see them letting you back in, bending the rules for it a little bit. If you bet on your team's games and you weren't playing at all, but you sort of used inside information, that's exactly where the line is. I can't imagine them reinstating you under any circumstances as a result of this. But we are living in a new time. To what Wolchuck just said, you can tie things up in the courts. Teams and leagues don't want to draw a lot of attention to this. It's not good, as now they have hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue tied to this all being on the up and up. So they kind of want to ignore it and sweep it under the rug. So it'll be really interesting to see what the leagues do with this. But yes, I imagine next time we see Brendan Sorsby playing football, it'll be in the NFL.
Wow, okay, so Dawson's putting in the call. He will not suit up for the Red Raiders. You think the same thing? I mean, Pete Thamel is being pretty upfront about the idea that the eligibility is going to be an extreme question here for sure.
You can't have, even though he admitted it, and I always wonder when you go to these gambling places to rehab. Does he go to these places? Does he ask to turn on ESPN? Hey, he goes, is he sitting in the room with everybody else? Go, hey, can we turn on ESPN right now and watch them?
Is he really sweating out this game right now?
Is he really thinking about? But no, I think the NCAA, and listen, they're in a lot of ways they don't have teeth in anything that they do anymore. But they need this one. They might need to take a hard stand on this one.
Yeah, you're trying to get sympathy from people jumping in that rehab, though.
Yeah,
I think it's an embarrassing look. I guess it's your last move, But I would say
maybe he knows something bad's about to happen.
Just keep me accountable. I don't. What is it? A gambling addiction? Give me a break. What happened is you got greedy, and then you started losing, and then you were willing to flush your integrity to try to get even, right? So you're trying to use inside information. Did he try to throw games? I don't think so.
He wasn't playing. He couldn't have thrown them.
And he was betting on Indiana to win in those games, which is kind of an interesting thought when you think about how bad Indiana was at that time. It's not like he's betting on Indiana to win this past season, which would have been like, this guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, the thing you have to worry about, even though him not affecting the game, is he knows game plans, he knows injuries, he knows like coaching decisions, discipline reasons. So there are things that you can do to like even not, but you're part of the team. You're around it enough to know, man, I can make a pretty good call here because I know our best players are not playing. Our game plan sucks. I've been watching film all week of these guys. They're going to kill us. That kind of thing. So I think it's tough. I mean, you could say he didn't have a direct effect to the game, but he had access to making insider type bets.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be a huge letdown where Texas Tech has all this momentum right now, off an incredible season. The one position that they needed to get in order was the most important, and it's the quarterback position. And like you said, like the timing of it, of course it could be worse if it was right before the season or something, but to happen when you can't really go get a replacement quarterback. Now you're hoping Will Hammond off an ACL is going to be able to step up if Sorsby's not able to play. If this all ends with him going to the supplemental draft, that would be insane because I do think he would be a commodity in there. Sorsby, who is supposed to be, has a chance to be a decently high draft pick, depending on the type of season he was about to have with Texas Tech. So huge college football bombshell there in Lubbock with Brennan Sorsby, and we'll see how that all unfolds.
I feel horrible
in question for sure.
I don't have any sympathy for Sorsby, but this supposed addiction. But the fans of Tech who have paid their dues and waited so long, and now is finally their time to have this come upon your shores.
Yeah, it sucks, dude.
You gotta be kidding me.
The Wolchuck family, Red Raider Nation is
my brother-in-law's got to just be in shambles right now.
Tough day right now. Now, the other side of the betting coin could leave you as this guy, the Florida man, who won $1.9 million after betting only $30 with an insane MLB parlay. Did you guys see this?
Yeah, pretty amazing.
It was all on Friday night. He just bet on 6 different individuals to hit a home run.
Oh, wow.
And each one of them did, including the A's Nick Kurtz versus our Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
This was like plus, it was like 6 million to 1.
Damn.
That this thing was going to hit.
And he only got 1.8 mil?
Yeah, because he only dropped $30 on it.
Oh.
But yeah, this is I think it is like the longest odds 7-figure parlay payout in Hard Rock bet history for this guy. So big congratulations, $30 into almost $2 million with a ridiculous parlay for the ages.
It's what you call life-changing money.
Yeah,
right
that is.
Hopefully he doesn't screw it up.
What made him do it?
Buy a house. And then
I don't have like the insight. I haven't seen an interview from this guy.
Why the 6 did he pick?
Yeah, I would love to know. I would love to know what was the process here in terms of picking these guys. Was it just a random crapshoot? Did you have a little something? How confident were you in this thing hitting? Because I can't imagine that this is probably just throwing $30 down on random. You're just picking random names. Like I don't know how much thought actually went into it, but I do know that we need to give a big salute and congratulations to Southlake Carroll for winning Texas High School Barbecue State Championship. 1 year after finishing in second place.
Oh, yes.
The Southlake Carroll Dragons are
Redemption.
the best high school barbecuers in the great state of Texas.
Salute.
Big congratulations. The future's promising. We're going to be all right. Yeah, that's a good sign. I think that's good news for the future of Texas barbecue. That's better than what I saw on my way home. I think this was Friday night. I was cruising through Sunnyvale, about to get home, passing this cul-de-sac on the right, and I swear I'm not making this up. There were 5 kids on their bikes convened in the middle of that cul-de-sac, just hanging out.
No way.
Hadn't seen it since '97.
That's awesome.
I was shocked. We got a football fix coming up. Wolchuck, where are you taking us?
The Cowboys have a new signing. I'll tell you who that is next. But let's check.
on Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We have the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. Cowboys news of the evening. A little bit of Cowboys breaking news at the break here. And here's Wolchuck with your football fix.
All right, let's get to that breaking news right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
The Dallas Cowboys have signed Marquez Valdes-Scantling. The veteran wide receiver is your newest Dallas Cowboy. Shout out to Kevin Walker for sending that over. Tom Pelissero with NFL.com having that. He has spent time with Seattle, with San Francisco, with Pittsburgh. He was a longtime Green Bay Packer, good friend of Aaron Rodgers. So now he is this is actually going to be his 8th NFL team. As he was signed by the Cowboys. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But MVS, at least he's going to be with Dallas for the offseason and training camp, and maybe he has a chance to make the team.
Yeah, I guess he's a decent deep ball guy.
Yeah.
You know, if you didn't feel like you got enough of that with your East Carolina pick.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else Valdes-Scantling does well after watching him for, last 6 weeks or so last season in Pittsburgh.
Well, immediately, I've already seen the questions like, oh my gosh, does this have anything to do with George Pickens? I think it's totally unrelated.
No, he's terrible.
Yeah, I don't think that MVS is like a guy that, oh yeah, gosh, we can definitely trade George Pickens. We have so much security now. I feel like that's a completely different situation. I know Adam Schefter, and this has since been deleted, went on the Pat McAfee show this morning, said, quote, George wants a long-term contract or he would like a trade. The fact that that's been removed, maybe that's Schefter kind of doubling back like, ooh, that's not quite really true. Like maybe I should have said something or clarified it or said it differently. Either way, he still has yet to sign his tag per Todd Archer, Joseph Hoyt, and others, and I don't believe he reported today as the Cowboys offseason is underway.
The voluntary portion.
So it's not like he has to be there. You don't have a mini camp going on or OTAs, but
it's safe to say, though, it's back under a little bit more curiosity of we don't know what's going on.
I think the only way he would not be here is if a team legit gives the Cowboys something like an offer that they want. Otherwise, I don't feel like George, and we've talked about this plenty, has any leverage, unfortunately. The league's basically told you how they feel about him. You don't have anybody banging down the door to go trade for him. Everybody could have signed him if they wanted to this offseason. Now, would you have had to give draft capital to the Cowboys in return? Yes, so maybe that had something to do with it. Regardless, you're going to have to trade for him. So, to me, I think George is going to show up for camp, and hopefully he balls out, and you bet on yourself, and you move forward. But
kind of looks like I will sign it, but if I sign it right now, then I'm more obligated to do stuff, and I kind of like the freedom.
Yeah, maybe you just wait. Exactly. You just say, all right, I'll sign it in a couple weeks when I got to be there.
It's just
a couple months.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
or for training camp, sure.
It is weird that we got the reports like, oh, he's going to sign it nationally and locally, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, you're not. And I don't know if he is a George Pickens insider, but Chad Johnson is back on the Twitter.
Oh, what's Chad saying?
He's responding to Adam Schefter, who just reposted what Todd Archer said about how George has not signed the tag. Chad Johnson says, Adam, he's not going to sign unless there's a trade in play or an extension on par with the upper echelon of elite receivers. And if you want to argue about it, I have 20 minutes to spare right now. That's what he said 40 minutes ago.
Okay.
So I don't know. We got to figure out Pickens and Chad Johnson and just how close they are, because Chad Johnson's been tweeting about George quite a bit over the last 3-4 days.
I mean, and I love Chad, but right now he's 0 for 1.
Yeah. George Pickens is going to be super happy tonight. That was on night 1 of the NFL draft, and nothing happened.
Yeah. So we'll circle back. I'm sure we'll get more details. I'm just going by the word that we got now and people that we've discussed, and some of them are very close to the George camp. I think it's right now, it's a wait and see, but I don't think anything's happening here.
Chad's doing a great job of engagement farming with bits, but I don't think he's engagement farming with making stuff up right now. You know. Yeah. I think there's a lot of thoughts and opinions on where this thing could be going behind the scenes, and Chad's sharing one perspective with it, which I appreciate.
Well, I mean, I don't know that the Cowboys do have any intention of him being here past this season, and I'm sure for George that sucks. And if he wants a long-term deal, it's probably not going to be in Dallas.
When we left off on Friday, I was confident that the story was progressing as George would be okay with this. George is excited about getting $27 million to play 1 year, and then we'll see how it goes next year. It just seems like maybe that wasn't the case.
I still kind of think that is. Okay. You know, I still think that ultimately that's how this is going to go. Now, could be wrong, and maybe we end up getting a trade announcement tomorrow, which, I mean, hey, I think the Cowboys would be willing to trade him. I just don't think they're going to give him away.
I mean, Michael Irvin has a great piece of content up that's going viral that George Pickens agreed to sign the tag to let the Cowboys know you don't have to draft anybody.
Yeah, I'm here.
You know, everybody was connecting these dots, and it seemed like, cool, you're going to have George for at least one more year, but it's hard to say for sure what this is now. Wolchuck, a little disappointing.
I'll say this, though, and now that it's kind of come to light that he hasn't signed, I reached out to a couple different people in the organization Thursday and asked the question about, is George signing this tag give you flexibility to trade him? And I was left on red. Like, you know, like
no comment.
Like no comment, like that. I don't mean in a trade, but maybe it was like they're telling me he hadn't signed. You know?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
hey, well,
now that we're talking about it as we speak, maybe I was Thursday. I was just, we got a lot going on. I just didn't think anything of it. But now it's kind of like, oh, maybe they didn't think he was going to sign.
Yeah. Is the signing thing? Is that kind of an overblown topic though? Like if the Cowboys got a trade in place and he was down to go to said team, I'd assume all of that would operate just the same as the Micah thing last year.
Agreed.
Where Mulligetta's got an extension done, you sign, then boom, everything moves. You sign the tag, we get the trade done. Otherwise, yeah, just wait till the deadline, which is in July. Yeah. You sign it, then you report to training camp, and we go from there. And you're going to play the year on the tag. So I guess for George, maybe a trade happens and I'll sign it, or I'll just sign it at the deadline, and then I'll show up when I have to.
Seems like there's just so much reporting going on and so many different things being said. It'd be great if we could hear from George himself to see where his head is at. Because I think at this point, until we get George speaking on this, I can't believe anything that any insider says.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't think the team knows. I think it's probably a fluid situation in David Mulligetta's camp. Where he's trying to decide what the best solution is, but it's not 100% clear. So the variables are changing.
It's probably a tough place to be in, too, because with a lot of the clients and a lot of the situations here, you'd have some leverage with a player that's balling out the way he has. For George, there just doesn't seem to be any leverage, which is a difficult place to be.
If Schefter saying what he is saying this morning is where the story is, could it be that teams that didn't have the draft go their way relative to wide receiver are now open-minded to it?
Yeah, that could be.
And now the chess pieces have changed, or the battlefield has changed in a way that now we're getting the lay of the land and we're starting to vet situations and investigate opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. That very likely could happen. And hey, the Cowboys did it last year. Over the weekend, we did get the Cowboys and the Ravens time. Week 3, September 27th, 3:25 kickoff on CBS is when that is set for, as the Cowboys will be heading to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, to be playing that game.
Give me the time on that again,
3:25.
On what day?
September the 27th. Assuming it's a Sunday.
Okay. So still a Sunday.
On a week 3, yeah.
Okay.
Barry Switzer's grandson, Zach Switzer, will go ahead and be joining the Cowboys he got an invite. Played an FCS division prior to his time at Presbyterian. He played 2 seasons at Memphis. So congratulations to Zach Switzer as a running back is going to be an invite to Cowboys rookie minicamp. See if he can stick around.
Let's go, baby.
1,330 yards, 12 touchdowns last year, 64 catches, 666 yards, 6 receiving touchdowns. Put up some damn good numbers.
Yeah, he did, and he spells Zach with an H. He spells it the right way.
He spells it the right way. He does. Hey, the Cowboys Super Bowl odds, they got better. over the weekend after the draft. They were 28-1 prior to the draft. They're now 25-1. So Vegas is liking what the Cowboys did. How could you not? You get Caleb Downs? Are you kidding me? That's definitely better. And he's going to join us at 4.
This question: if Caleb Downs was on this team last year, would he? How many more wins would you have maybe had?
I'd say at least 2.
Really?
Yeah. At least 2. Maybe even 3.
What's he going to fix?
Wow.
What would he have fixed last year?
How many blown assignments did you have on the back end? The big plays. You gave up a chunk of, probably more than anybody in the league. He's cutting that at least in half for you. That's how darn smart he is.
Eberflus just needed one more player, man. Eberflus was one player away from being a respectable defensive coordinator.
Yeah, at least
crazy
in the playoffs.
So you're thinking 3 more wins?
I'd say at least 2. Yeah, 2 to 3. I think so. They lost a lot of one-possession games. Like the Carolina game, you're winning.
No, I know. I think it's a very, very difficult thing to quantify, and the best I can do is go off of usually what Vegas has to say about some of these things, and like one positional player does not move the needle generally for them at all. I don't know how to quantify. Other than a quarterback, and even then it's usually like by a few points. It's like, okay, they were a 3-point favorite without him, and then with their starting quarterback back, all of a sudden they're a 5.5-point favorite. Okay. It's like it counted for 2.5 extra points. 2.5 extra points is different than 2 or 3 games out of the course of a season for one player who's not even a quarterback. Like, I don't know how to quantify. I really don't. But I'll take your word for it. So I guess we're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so.
That's really the point of this
they are a
conversation.
playoff team now, 100%.
Let's dance.
They should be competing to win the division this year, without question, in my opinion.
No, they should be. I'm with you. Especially
assuming you can get the carryover from the offense, right? Who knows? Maybe something crazy happens. All of a sudden, the league gets tape on what Shoddy liked to do, some of those traits and tendencies, and him and Clayton Adams don't go back to the well, which I don't think is going to happen. But I'm assuming this off, hey, your offense was so darn elite for the majority of the season. Now, are there things in games they need to get better? Faster starts, finishing, red zone offense, 100%.
Yes.
But take the full body of work, still was one of the better offenses in football. If you can carry that over, and now you've got one of the premier talents that I think is going to be a superstar on defense, plus you've just overall gotten better on defense with all the assets that you've thrown there, and let's hope Christian Parker works out. Yeah, I think that they should be a 9 to 10 win team, I would say, and that's putting you in the playoffs.
I think the offense should be a little bit better. And
if it's better, then it's even better.
Booker year 2. But Jerry said before free agency started that the goal would be to make it an average defense, and I think they've put themselves in position that's a realistic goal.
Agreed.
So if you have a top 5 offense and an average defense, that is 11-12 wins and maybe even a playoff dub. Is realistically where they are now.
I think so too.
Yeah.
The Browns were the number 1 team on the team-by-team draft rankings for our guy Dane Brugler. Said the Browns crushed it.
And Dane lives where?
Does he live in Cleveland?
Yeah, he does.
Well, maybe he's just hoping that his house doesn't get set on fire.
This is all just because they took Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, dude.
Yeah, probably.
That was going to give any team the number 1 grade in the whole draft.
Well, his favorite pick was Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle from Utah. But
that doesn't help my narrative.
But they did take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. They also took Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston.
Yeah.
Their top 4 picks were awesome. Brian might have had a hand in this, too, because they took his guy, Taylon Green, out of Arkansas, pick 182 in the 6th round. That might end up being their starter this year, for all we know.
Wait, so they got 3 receivers in this draft?
I think so. I think they cleaned up. They just totally remade their receiving room.
See, Pittsburgh took my Penn State guy, 3rd round.
Aller, yeah.
Yeah, that's why Andrew Filippone's having to retire today from radio.
And your guy, that's the nipple piercer guy, he just keeps taking L's with his Steelers bets, right?
If they draft this Drew Aller, I'm out of here. And, well, they did, and now he's out of there until he's back. Because he already is back.
I can't believe what happened to old
good bet.
Nussy, man. Nussy's interviews must have been
really bad.
Dog-ass,
Sounds like Keontae Scott's were, too, and that's why he fell.
Really?
But, I guess he wasn't like, he's not Caleb Downs. Like, he's not going to go up there and tell you, like, this is how your defense works. Just a good football player.
I do like the Bucs, though. Bain, Scott, and Trotter. Just 3 guys that want to just eat your face off with Todd Bowles just blitzing all 11 for at least half the game.
They were 6th on Brugler's rankings. Number 2, unfortunately, was the Giants. They were the highest-rated NFC East team.
Well, listen, if you have 2 top 10 picks, you better have figured it out. And your second-round pick, that's super high. I mean, getting Colton Hood in the second round for that's pretty
nice.
good.
I like the Jack Kelly pick, too, BYU linebacker in the 6th round. Raiders were 3, and then come the Cowboys at number 4 with Downs, Lawrence. Downs, of course, the favorite pick. Most surprised, the one who could surprise, he says, would be LT Overton, who, let's hope. I mean, I think
he's a big, strong son of a gun.
He's got to be a hand-in-the-ground
he's
player.
A legend.
Hand-in-the-ground player.
Paul Bunyan type of dude,
Big-time recruit.
They're still telling stories about how he was the strongest man in his hometown before he was even 13 years old. That's how strong LT Overton is.
A legend, that guy.
I like having him on the team. I don't know if he can play football.
If you could
He's
tell
stronger
me
than hell.
Paul Bunyan's sidekick.
Babe? The Blue Ox?
Ooh, I owe you $5.
Wow. Nice.
I've never heard of that.
Put that. Yeah, that was great 1980s school cartoon stuff, wasn't it?
Babe the Blue Ox.
Yeah.
Paul Bunyan.
They get you these.
They play for that axe.
Hanna-Barbera stuff.
Wisconsin and Minnesota. Wait, Wisconsin, Minnesota. They play for an axe. Or they play for a
Jug. Is it the
Jug?
Is it the Jug?
I think
there
they play
is
for an
somebody
axe.
that plays for an
I
axe.
think Minnesota and Wisconsin play for an axe. Paul Bunyan's axe.
Always been more of an iron skillet guy myself, but I can respect it. Okay, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, the breaking news. He is now a member of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll do a reset of all the news in the C-Note coming up next here. Cowboys News of the Evening is next in the Fan.
But Tolos, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works.
All right, welcome back. Cowboys have a new wide receiver. It's time to hit the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Marcus Valdez-Scantling, the former Packer, the former Jet, the former Steeler, coming aboard of the Cowboys, 1-year contract. Do we know if this is guaranteed stuff? Like, is he going to be here?
No,
or
I haven't seen any type of stuff on that.
Training camp invite with a hope, and we'll see. We'll make our final decision after a couple of preseason games. Not sure exactly what the terms are, but I would say the Cowboys' third wide receiver between Turpin and Flanoy, it's either small or it's not skilled. You know, maybe this is a big guy who's more of a credible downfield threat to run those love of the game routes, to, you know, maintain the structure and the integrity of what you're trying to threaten the defense with. Maybe they feel like, you know, Turpin and Flanoy didn't give them enough of that. And you know, this would do that. You know, they lost a game, the Steelers did last year, when Metcalf was out with the suspension for slapping up that Lions fan. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And at the end of one of those two games, I don't know if it was the Browns game or the other one, but they had like 4 chances from the 5-yard line, and Rodgers threw it to his guy MVS on every single one. And it was like an exposure of the bromance between Rodgers and MVS, but it was also an exposure of how bad his hands were and how bad his body control was, as far as, you know, trying to get up and turn and track that ball and bring it down. He just couldn't do it. And it was embarrassing and heartbreaking. Okay, Cowboys are also meeting with Tyler Johnson, who's a wide receiver who's been with the Vikings and the Bucks, and then Curtis Robinson, who is a linebacker who was recently with the 49ers. So it looks like just kind of filling out the roster type of dudes.
Yeah, they still have, I think they had 5 open spots. They're at 85 players, I want to say. You can get up to 90. So now they got 4 open spots with the MVS signing. So yeah, I mean, I think you're just rounding it out right now.
Cowboys linebacker DeMarvion Overshon has hired David Mulugheta. Dun, dun, dun.
That's the new chess play right there for these players that feel like they could get legit contracts. And for Overshon, he's going to have to do a lot of staying healthy and producing this year in order to get that. But yeah, here we go, man. Here we go again.
Strap in. I mean, with Mulugheta, like, over the weekend, I was like, man, maybe it's not that bad. Pickens is going to sign this franchise tag.
It's all kumbaya, baby. We're good.
And then with today's events, it's like, I don't know. You know, I mean, I think it's a good idea. If I'm Overshon, great idea.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, anybody that could hire David Mulugheta should. The story I read said Overshon's doing this to make sure he can get maximum value, whether that's from the Cowboys or somebody else. And that's exactly, you know, what you're supposed to do in your situation where you're trying to be compensated for your talents. I think from a Cowboys perspective, a Cowboys fan perspective, the more interesting question is just that, you know, if he stays healthy in 2026, do you want to see your team make a long-term commitment to him? It would terrify me. You know, it might be even worse than the Sean Lee decision that they had to make in 2013 or 2014. They end up, you know, signing him to a second contract, and he was hurt for half of it. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, to me, he's got to find a way to put together a whole season.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't need to get through training camp and all of a sudden, we're going to miss some practices, and all of a sudden we're missing week 4, 5, 6 or something. But yeah, I think if I'm going long term there, I am definitely asking for him to play an entire season before I'd even consider it.
Yeah.
But this team has a way of not doing it that way.
I think with a player with Overshon, and you're right, but with a player with Overshon, if he played a full 17 games plus playoffs, hopefully, I would just think you just got lucky there. And he's got to be due for an injury. It might take 3 healthy seasons from Overshon before I would believe the next full season that he attempts to play would be a successful.
It's a tough one, man. I mean, it's just a bummer how as soon as he gets back, boom, something's happened. But I mean, I just
can't
don't
catch
see
a
him,
break.
I don't see him getting like a top of the market deal anyway right now. And the Mulligetta stuff, the Cowboys work with a lot of agents, right? He's not going away. Every time the Cowboys have a David Mulligetta client, we don't need to go and live in fear. I think the Micah incident was an isolated deal. I think Micah was more at fault than anybody else in that situation, and I don't think it's a David Mulligetta versus the Cowboys thing. I think Mulligetta's just damn good at his job, and every team's a little bit scared of him.
I don't know. You know, this story is so weird because it came out during the draft that Pickens was going to sign his tag, and then it comes out that story is not true.
No, it is. So Jeremy Fowler actually just cleared that up and said he did give the Cowboys a verbal agreement that I'm going to sign the tag. He just physically hasn't signed the tag.
Okay.
So all indication, he said verbally, I'm signing it. Physically, just hasn't done it.
Okay.
So
procrastinator, man.
Well,
been there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be here.
He was late for the signing. It's okay. We'll be all right.
Okay, so he is informed the Cowboys.
He said that he will sign it.
We can
He'll
take
get
that
there
thing to the
eventually.
bank now.
I guess. I don't know.
And
we need a few hours.
We're 97% confident this is the last twist and turn in this saga.
No.
We're
100% confident it's not.
Yeah, we're 100% confident it's not.
Cowboys wire. Terrence Watson has 4 Cowboys free agents they should sign now. Running back Zamir White. He's been with the Raiders. Couldn't get a lot of carries. They had Josh Jacobs and they had Ashton Genty. Deebo Samuel says give him those Cavante Turpin offensive reps. I mean, he was kind of on the right path, sniffing around at wide receiver. Cowboys go with Valdez Scantling. That would have been kind of fun to bring in Deebo, but he's probably washed. Rasul Douglas, veteran corner in Miami. He has played under Fangio, is the thought here. That's kind of fun, isn't it? Rasul Douglas, still a free agent.
He was good for Miami at the end of that year. I mean, he played pretty well. I'm honestly kind of surprised he not picked up anywhere.
Yeah, kind of a good player.
He was pretty good last year.
He must be waiting for the right offer. You know, you're not going to get me for peanuts just because I'm old. I'd rather just walk away. And I think that's what Eric Kendricks is basically doing. Speaking of linebacker, how about some Bobby Wagner? He's still out there, physical run-stopping linebacker at this stage of his career. He was so dang good at it. He ended up being a top 10 linebacker on PFF. I don't think you'd find any tape watchers that would say Bobby Wagner is a top 10 linebacker, but he's still good. And if the Cowboys want that kind of player, it's sitting out there. And I think you could argue the need of linebacker is still pretty significant. How about we go to post-draft questions for all 32 teams? This is from ESPN's network of NFL reporters. It's our next story to get to in the C note, and it is linebacker for the Cowboys. Have they done enough? There with the 5th rounder for D. Winters and the 3rd round pick of Jayshon Barham out of Michigan. You also have Overshon, Shamar James, and Justin Barron. As far as off-ball linebackers, they say Winters can walk in as a starter, but Stephen Jones said the Cowboys will continue to look for help either through free agency or the trade market, but the move for Winters reduced the Cowboys' need to add to that position immediately. What do you think? Is this would this be sufficient to start a season? No?
That's false. Yeah.
No, I see them making one more move, and maybe it is just as simple as a late in the offseason veteran free agent signing.
How about a guy that could play? I mean, I'm not saying that towards you, Eric. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you trade for somebody who's maybe a tick better than whatever Winters is.
Just get on the phone and start calling these teams. And if your pro guys have got a linebacker or two, they kind of determine that this team with the additions that they made over the weekend, that they might be moving on from some veteran guys. Do the job there. Don't sit there and just think that adding some guy from the UFL is going to cover this thing up, Go in there and get like a trade. You're okay trading 3rd and 4th round picks. Do it one more time. And find a guy that can legitimately play.
I love that. Let's have these guys we're talking about be part of the depth, but go get a guy to be next to Overshon.
Yeah,
that's going to make you better.
Yeah,
not just try to be sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay, elsewhere in the division, how will the new additions fit in Sean Mannion's scheme in Philadelphia? They did a nice job, didn't they? You tip your cap to Howie Roseman. They bring in Eli Stowers, the local kid here from DFW, plus Mekhi Lemon. You add that to Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and Dontavian Wicks, with A.J. Brown presumably on his way out.
I think trading for Grenard was a big pick for them, too.
Oh, yeah. It turns out it took 2 threes.
Yeah.
And they gave him a fat contract, right?
Contract.
Yeah, I think that guy could play. We talked about that when Dallas was kind of potentially hunting some edges. I think this guy could have definitely come in and helped you.
Have the Commanders done enough around Jaden Daniels? They got a lot of work to do with their roster. It's kind of amazing how good 2024 was, considering how many holes are on that roster.
But up here.
They drafted Antonio Williams in the 3rd round. That's right, Wolchuck, you called it. Williams mostly played in the slot at Clemson, showed the ability to win outside. Commanders needed another playmaker to go along with Terry McLaurin. They could also eventually sign Brandon Ayuk, that remains uncertain when the 49ers are going to make a final decision on him. And then how do the Giants fill out the Dexter Lawrence-less defensive line? Joe Shane said the Giants will stay in touch with the agents of DJ Reader, Shelby Harris, and Benito Jones. Giants might even have a couple more veterans visit. The bottom line is they will add a veteran to the mix, drafting Bobby Jamison Travis in the 6th. Isn't enough. So that's a look around the division coming out of the draft. To wrap up the C note, we got Brian's Krusty's Corner coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
I just want to put a bow on this one with the draft. We'll do that next, please.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation as we have 25 minutes to go till Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs coming up in 25 minutes here on your home of the Cowboys. Quick message about my friends at Window Nation, because they have an amazing deal going on right now. Save up to 50% off all your new windows, and you can get 0% interest for 5 years. WindowNation.com. You're going to see why I love them. Have the Window Nation guys out to the house. You're going to see the customer service, the professionalism is second to none with Window Nation, and you'll see why Forbes magazine named them the best window company in the world. They are a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Go to WindowNation.com. Schedule a free appointment. They'll come out to the house. They'll do a free eval on your old windows. Maybe they've lost all of their energy efficiency, and if that's the case, it's costing you hundreds, if not thousands, on your energy bills. This can happen to windows in less than a decade. So if you put builder grade windows in your home, or your window has any amount of age to it, it might be time to put new windows in your home and save you big time on your energy bills. Plus, you can beautify your home. New windows from Window Nation, give it a 5-figure facelift. And with this deal going on right now, you owe it to yourself to have them out to the house. They'll give you a no obligation quote for free. It's good for 6 months, so you can lock in these savings up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale going on right now, and 0% interest financing for 5 years. Tell them we sent you at WindowNation.com. Salute.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for Stars Game 5, recap Rangers-Yankees Game 1, and more Cowboys draft celebration with 2 different ticket giveaways in the 7 and 9 o'clock hours. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Down the 7 bridge. The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, Act 3, live in concert in Arlington. With special guest, Tedeschi Trucks Band. Globe Life Field, Saturday, May 16th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, Act 3. For more, visit eagles.com.
At AutoNation, we make it easy for you to go. Right now, get 0% financing on your favorite new vehicles. You'll save thousands of dollars in interest alone. Plus, shop a wide selection of fuel-efficient vehicles available now at AutoNation. Hurry! Drive the car you want today with 0% financing. Go to your nearest AutoNation now. Less stress, more go. Visit AutoNation.com for eligible vehicles. 0 APR for a limited term with approved credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Expires end of month.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Way Day now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle. The eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag. And the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
UFC Fight Night is coming in hot, and the best place to catch every hit, kick, and knockout is Twin Peaks. Ice-cold 29-degree beer, scratch-meat favorites, and wall-to-wall TVs put you right in the action. Fight Night, cold beer, great views. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In613, exclusions apply.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You have IRS problems, you have legal problems, and you need an attorney. Hi, I'm tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores, located right here in Dallas. So many of our clients routinely reach out to us after they have already spent thousands of dollars with some out-of-state tax resolution company, and they still have IRS problems. An IRS problem is a legal problem and deserves the attention of a lawyer.
The IRS coming after you is a serious legal matter. National tax resolution companies with a 1-800 number do a lot of talking, but if you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, you need the law offices of Namath and Flores behind you. We have been helping Texans resolve their IRS issues for more than 25 years.
Call us today at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myiRSteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
He's been in the war room running a draft, and now he's the centerpiece of our NFL draft coverage. Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. Afternoons with G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We have Caleb Downs coming up at 4 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll talk with the newest Cowboys draft pick, Caleb Downs, coming up here in 17 minutes. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. As always, thank you to Greystone for being a part of that one as well. And thank you to everybody out there who partook in our draft coverage all weekend long. That was, it's funny. I wish we would have done more of the ask questions stuff, in the draft. When you get to like day 3,
it's a good idea to do.
And you just like start taking questions from the fans, because you're trying to kind of figure out. I mean, you're kind of looking at your board and you're like, let me ask you this real quick, Wolchuck. Was there times when you were looking at your board and you're going, what's wrong with this guy? What's wrong? Why is this guy not being selected?
Read Murdoch the whole time, but then we found out there was an injury there, and then he ended up being Mr. Irrelevant, which is a cool moment.
Pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah. There were a couple. I was like, gosh, this guy's still hanging around. I'm like, what is he doing?
It got to the point where, like, there were several guys, like, in the 3rd round. Yeah, I'm like, well, what's wrong with it? Well, it's obviously an injury. And then Corleone, the
Corleone, Cincinnati defensive tackle.
Yeah,
I wanted him.
Blood clots.
Really?
Yeah,
that'll do it.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, we were wondering about that.
Yeah, blood clots in the legs and stuff, and then teams were really worried. It was a serious.
The Godfather, they called him.
Yeah, that was a serious thing.
Pretty sick.
So that's the thing. That's the difficult thing as media scouts. I talk about this quite a bit. That's the thing that we deal with the most. That sucks. That you put a guy in a spot and you're like, okay, what's happening here? Why is he not being selected? I kind of felt like teams were drafting better in day 3 than they were in day 2, to be honest with you too. When looking at some of the players,
all the red flag guys, or for whatever reason they just didn't go in the first because they're small or didn't run a great time.
Well, I was thinking, how about your guys? How about your guys like Jolly, North Carolina State?
Yeah.
Hecht from Kansas State.
BJ Payne, also from K-State.
Johnson from Nebraska. Also Elliott, linebacker from Arizona State.
Yeah.
Ramsey, USC. Kilgore, South Carolina. And then we had all those other guys. You said Abney, Rivers, Wheatley, all those. I'm like,
Scott.
Yeah, I'm going, what the hell? What's the issue here? I felt like that kind of in that 5th round, like teams actually woke up, and I'm like, oh, okay, you're gonna decide to draft here now instead of, but yeah. As far as Zach, did you stacked these guys, right? You stacked the Cowboys draft picks. I'm interested to see where you had these guys stacked. Of course, I had Caleb Downs as my number 1 player on the entire of my 220 players that I evaluated. He was player number 1. So to get him where Dallas got him, I can't say enough about that. That's the draft gods smiling on you right there. Did Jerry say he was the 4th player on their board? Did I hear him say that?
David Moore, yeah, he might have said that because I did see David Moore had put that out there that he was the 4th player on their board. The 3 higher were Bailey, Reese, and
Love.
And yes, Jeremiah Love.
A lot of love for love.
A lot of love for love.
A lot of love for love. Malachi Lawrence I had as my 23rd best player.
Likewise.
Say my 21st best player. He went at 23.
Yeah, I had them at 1 and 23.
Yeah. It got a little interesting here in the mail. I had Devin Moore, the Florida corner. I had him at 80 on my board.
I had him at 120.
Taking it 114.
Solid.
I think that they might make him a safety. I think that when you watch him with his length, his ability to play, and his like the football IQ, I could see the guy the way that he plays with his eyes. I really like this kid. I thought when they took him, I was like going, God, that's kind of a steal.
Plays with some range. He can run really well.
Yeah.
Like some of these tall guys, like maybe they're a little bit stiff when they got to flip their hips, or they're just
For
like
a tall guy,
long
yeah, you're right.
striders.
He moves.
He glides
really,
out there.
really well. I had Barham as 98 on my board.
He was 101.
Okay.
And I like afterwards, I was like, should I have put him even higher? Like that was one of the top 100. Like afterwards, I'm like, I could change this a bunch. Barham could have been much higher.
And they took him at 92.
Yeah, they took him at 92. So I had him at 98. Wolchuck had him at 101.
101.
Man, I'm with you. I thought I was low.
Yeah, I
thought I was way low on him because the tape is more like a guy that probably should have been.
And the 70s. Notes I have are really good on him.
Really good.
Do you guys like him more as an off-ball linebacker or more as an edge rusher?
I like him more as an edge myself.
I do like him as an off-ball linebacker. I think he can, and that might just be because I went back and even watched some Maryland stuff, and he just has more to see. He could be great at edge.
It's amazing how quickly he closes on a ball.
That's why I like him as a linebacker.
Violent, closing.
And the blitzing is so good, and he times it really well.
He's got a real feel for that. Kind of talked about LT Overton. He was a guy.
Pretty low.
He was a guy that initially started out really high on a lot of people's media stack. Initially, LT Overton was a guy that was kind of in that. People were talking about him like late the second round.
He's in that production.
I just found like I just kept burying him and burying him and burying him. Every time I got a player to watch, I ended up putting him at player 121 on my board.
I had him at 131.
Okay. And you were worried about the pass rush stuff, weren't you?
Yeah, I think he needs to either play defensive tackle or he can be your 4-5 tech. He needs to be a hand-in-the-ground player. I don't see a stand-up edge rusher.
Yeah, I mean, isn't there room for a guy who's just really good at stopping the run?
Yeah, like I think
but
eventually...
don't you feel like Dallas has that? Don't you feel like that when you watched and they got Lawrence? Let's not get that crazy.
Yeah, like if this would have been Falk in the first round, you're going, really? But by the time you get to the fourth round, like, okay, there's a real skill set with this guy to stop the run.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's bring him. Like, I got no issue with
Jonathan Bullard's on a 1-year deal. I think after this season, he ends up taking over Bullard's spot. So I think that he's a backup rotational guy. And
I heard you today, and thanks for filling in today on Crown Global Media. I heard you say that you thought that Donovan Ezeraku was going to have a year.
I believe in and this is health, assuming everything's good and he recovers. I think Donovan Ezeraku is going to have a breakout sophomore season. Yeah, I believe in him. Yeah. I think he was getting close. I mean, I thought we saw good things. It's just, can you finish? And I think that it's going to click for him. I also think now having a rotation. I think these guys, you now have what we saw with Seattle and Philly. Like you're starting to get there, right? It's not a finished product. Yeah. I'm not trying to pretend and act like the Cowboys are now some top 10 Super Bowl defense. But at least now you've got some guys like Malachi Lawrence, Donovan Ezeraku, Rashawn Gary. Like we can rotate. We can go after Jason Barham if they want to do some stuff with him. Sam Williams is back in the fold. I mean, he doesn't have to play a ton, but you can put him out there in pass rush situations. Like you've got some
Von
guys
Miller
now.
I wanted to go get Von Miller, but I agree with you on Ezeraku. I feel like a big part of it as well is you're going to play better coverage and give him an extra half second to get home. You're not going to have so many busts and have guys like J.J. McCarthy playing like all pros against you.
The player that I had probably the least of positive thoughts about was Drew Shelton. I had him at player. I evaluated 220 players. He was player 181 on my board.
Oh, wow.
Dallas took him.
What didn't you like about him? He's kind of weak. He's not your kind of guy, is he?
He is weak.
He's the athlete tackle with no power.
This is. You guys know me. You guys know me. You guys know me. When you watch him play, there is the athlete. There is for a big guy.
Probably good at basketball.
Yeah, and this is also when I get real mad about, because I know they're going to take a tackle bit, and it turns into Matt Waletzko or Bald or Awesome Richards or one of those guys.
These guys just haven't hit for him.
That's exactly what I was thinking when he was taken. I was thinking, who else would I have taken there, kind of a thing. Who would I have taken? And then you take a tackle that's he's a good athlete, but he's not very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Then I just started having the flashbacks to all those guys that fourth round they lose fifth round. They kind of just draft an offensive lineman, and they've yet to hit on one of those guys like that. Am I right about that, Wolchuck?
Well, I mean, you hit on Doug Free 15 years ago, and you kind of hit on Terrence Steele. But
Terrence Steele was what, 7th round?
No, I think he was
6th round?
Undrafted.
Was he
undrafted rookie free agent.
I always forget about that.
Yeah, he was an undrafted.
He was undrafted.
Best case scenario, you got one really good year out of Doug Free, and half the games Terrence Steele plays, he has Dak having to mitigate him on every drop back.
Yeah.
So I would say, even though those are hits, the case should be made that you need blue chip traits at tackle. And they're not even close to it.
I think they're just. I think
wasted a 4.
I think what they're doing here is they're kind of looking at that and like, oh, he's a good athlete. We could do something, But it just had that vibe of, linemen in the past.
I liked listening to you guys around that pick, and you're talking about this maybe a Clayton Adams pick.
Yeah,
like I want to see what he might do. What did he like, and what can he bring to the?
Yeah. No question.
But sometimes coaches should just coach.
I think Connor Riley. I think coach recruited him.
About him. Yeah, he was like, finally got you. So he wanted to recruit him at Kansas State. Obviously, he goes to Penn State. So I do think that was. I mean, maybe Clayton Adams and Connor Riley are like, we love this guy, and
so that was a coach pick.
Yeah, I don't know 100% know that, but that's the vibe I got from it.
And then Anthony Smith, he fell outside my 220, which means he's going to be Puka Nacua. So
they get a star, huh?
Yeah, so hopefully, But tomorrow I'm going to break down these the free agent guys that they signed. A little bit more on that.
Turns out Yeomans was the guy that had the beat on the receiver from ECU, right? Because he'd done some play-by-play of his games during college. I guess a big play kind of threat, but yes, interesting indeed. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com, and it's time for Caleb Downs to join us next here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Mag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Rockets avoided elimination last night despite Kevin Durant missing his 3rd game of the series, beating the Lakers 115-196. Amen Thompson led the Rockets with 23 points. It was DeAndre Ayton who led the scoring for the Lakers with 19 before he was ejected, while LeBron only had 19 points. The Lakers will look to end the series in Game 5 on Wednesday night in LA. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your 2nd month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your 2nd month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/TOLO to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/TOLO for 20% off. Trustandwill.com/TOLO.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Wayday now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home. In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppa here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
You hear it once, and suddenly it's stuck in your head all day.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
But that's not the worst thing, because we're the home of 10 windows for just $59.50, plus 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit and a lifetime warranty.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
The only way to get it out of your head is to call 469 Windows or visit us online at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your show.
Sean and RJ here with the greatest of Base Power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We are now standing by for Caleb Downs. He's going to join us, the Cowboys' first-round pick, number 11 overall on Thursday night. Enjoying his first Monday as a Cowboys player and the beginning of off-season workouts before too long. Of course, rookie minicamp is underway, but Dak was out there today before too long. You'll have OTAs, and shoot, what are we now? Just about 3 months away from Oxnard. Are we 90 days? Around then, you know. I think... Yeah, maybe even less than that now as we're sitting here on April 27th. All right, so that's exciting. Caleb Downs is exciting. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is a Cowboy. What do you guys think about that addition?
I think he's a body.
Just a body? He's probably wide receiver 3, isn't he?
No.
No.
I don't think so.
No.
And some looks?
No.
We'll see if he's on the opening day roster.
Wow, that bad. Okay.
I mean, he's a veteran player. He's been in the league and he's produced, but he's not going to.
This is not a move the needle type player. And, this is probably one of those times where you give him an opportunity. You're in training camp with a veteran guy. You've got some young players you want to look at, and you're in these preseason games, and you want to make sure that your team doesn't fall completely apart. When you have, you want your offense to somewhat run smoothly. I would be really surprised if he had made the team when we leave from Oxnard.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't think he's good. I just think that between Flanoy and Turpin, you don't have what he does. He's a big.
Maybe
I'm going to go
Smith.
Downfield.
Yeah.
And I obviously Flanoy has the ability to go have a 9-catch, 150-yard game. I don't think Marquez Valdez-Scantling has that ability. But if you're drawing up route combinations and trying to free up Lamb and Pickens, maybe Marquez Valdez-Scantling still has enough juice and enough size to threaten a defense to clear it out on a love of the game type of route. Now, we do have George Pickens news as it's been a really interesting day. It started with Adam Schefter talking about how if George Pickens doesn't get a long-term extension, he wants to be traded. He actually said that this morning. So we've been wondering, how is this story going to evolve? And the story over the last hour is what Tom Pelissero is saying, that he is going to sign his franchise tag. Do we know that he's going to sign it and happily play? Or is it signing in hopes of being dealt? Is it signing because he doesn't want to risk having an injury with Dak Prescott, but it really changes nothing?
His biggest issue that he has to deal with right now is he has to show teams reliability and accountability.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of teams around the league that know that he's late to meetings, he misses curfew, misses opportunities, constantly late. No team wants to pay somebody $40 million and have them have all kinds of issues like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's his biggest thing. He can't afford to go through another season. And as great as he played for you last season, you can't, as a player, you can't go through that and show teams that you're unreliable.
Yeah.
We're going to give you $40 million, and you're not going to show it, and you're not going to care to show up on time? That's a big red flag and so he has to find ways to make people feel differently about him as a player when it comes to being a responsible player.
Don't guys who are late, though, they end up getting something. Maybe they don't get everything that they wanted. And I just say that because sometimes guys that really march to the beat of their own drum, they're not doing it intentionally to be a jerk or to be on their own time. It's just how they are. And they can't help it, just like over-talking guy can't help but corner people at a party and talk way too close to them for 3 hours. There's not an awareness about it, or there is not a desire to change, what the comfortable way I go about doing my life. And, whether it was Zeke bleeping off all those meetings and being late, or similar things being said about any number of players throughout Cowboys history. They've dealt with people that miss planes and don't want to get to meetings on time. And eventually those guys get paid. And if I'm George Pickens and I'm having honest conversations with myself about who I am, do I believe I can walk the line, in the words of Johnny Cash, for an entire football season, not be late for anything? Probably not, because my pattern is, coaches have been telling me this for a decade, probably.
Right.
I mean, maybe more, probably since 7th, 8th grade, something like that, where you're tasked with being a little bit responsible with your schedule outside of your parents. I imagine he's been trying to get there for a while, and he can't. All righty, at 877-881-1053, if you got thoughts on these Cowboy stories. We're standing by for Caleb Downs right here in the G-Bag Nation, here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Downs, very exciting that it came together. And
amazing.
I think, Pete Schrager said it immediately. If you're giving the Cowboys a grade for how the draft went, you'll go with an A. They have already won the draft.
Oh, the draft gods were clearly smiling on them, especially with how things played out in the first 10 picks of that draft.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt, dude. And then 96 hours later, I would say that's held, right? Everybody considers this about a top 5 class or so.
I love what they did with their top 3 picks. Devin Moore has the chance.
I think so.
We'll see what happens to be really good. I think that there's certainly upside. I mean, I don't have super high expectations for Shelton or Overton right now. I think both of them will just be kind of role players. Overton will be a role player guy. If Shelton can push Guyton, I think that'd be incredible. He needs a little bit of competition. Let's get the best out of him that way.
Oh, that would be cool.
But I think he's probably like your backup swing tackle type guy.
Yeah, you're putting a player on your roster who can be solid depth and hopefully one day contend to be a starter. Yeah. I think that's probably what you're thinking with. That's
your hope, but like we said, I want to believe.
Yeah.
But then I hearken back to Matt. Let's go Ball. Awesome Richards, maybe even Thomas a little bit. We'll see what happens with him.
They've tried a lot of these guys.
They've tried a lot of these guys, and for one, really good athlete. Got size.
Yeah.
Maybe these coaches hit on. Maybe those previous coaches they couldn't evaluate worth a damn.
Yeah.
And maybe these coaches on offense, especially on offensive line, have a little bit better of an idea or a track record when on. But man, I've seen the traditional 4th round, 5th round offensive lineman come in here. And then in camp, I'm going, gosh, dang, he looks like a welcome mat out there.
Right? I mean, even first-round offensive linemen, it is hard. It is a very difficult thing to do.
Yep.
By the time you're into the 4th round, you're talking about some significantly compromised prospects. I just think it's the value of finding one that would convince them, let's take a shot and see if we can get one here. But I imagine next year, if this thing worked and the defense is significantly better, as it appears through a combination of free agency and the draft they have done, you'll be looking at finding new tackles starting in 2027 draft with higher assets.
Well, I think that's why offensive tackle was a consideration at 12. We were talking about offensive linemen at 12 and like wide receivers, and we were kind of could you pass on this guy? So it's never a bad thing for them. But man, they have yet. And you brought up Doug Free and others. That seemed like, I was like a young man when that was going on.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Some good texts coming in, and we'll get to those texts here in just a second. I wanted to take a moment and ask you guys just a specific question about how much better this defense is now on the tail end of adding Drew Lock and Jalen Thompson and what they did on the front. And then, you get Caleb Downs and you add Malachi Lawrence to it. That's the headline in John Machota's piece today in The Athletic. Did Dallas do enough to fix abysmal 2025 defense? And last year, one of the worst defenses in NFL history. I think if you would set the bar at around 25 points per game, that's what I feel like you need to be above to be a good defense. That's probably too much to ask for right now. Could it be below 27? Could this be a defense that would emerge out of the bottom third of all NFL teams and start to make its way towards average? To me, that's a realistic goal. And if these draft picks hit and Caleb Downs is as good as impactful as people believe that he is, maybe even more is possible. Like, what's baseline expectation for you right now at 877-881-1053? And what is best case scenario as far as what we're about to start observing in September?
It's a good question, man. I mean, I do think they are significantly improved. I do think the Christian Parker addition is going to pay off in a big way, just subbing him out for Matt Eberflus. And then what you've done in the secondary now, I think you're going to be able to stop the run at a pretty high level with what you have in the front seven. Now, maybe you need one more linebacker to really solidify that, perhaps, but I thought the D. Winters move was pretty solid. So, yeah, I think that this being a 20th ranked team defensively in the NFL, I think is very much so on the table. It is. Now, you need Downs to step in and really be what he's projected to be. Mm-hmm. And you need Malachi Lawrence to be a guy who can really bring some juice off the edge. I don't think he's going to be a full-time kind of player for you, but a guy who can get after the quarterback. And I think the projection right now, can he give you 5 sacks? Can he give you 6 sacks? Something like that?
Sure.
I think that would go a long way for you. But I do think they are significantly better.
Yeah, they need Donovan Ozaraku to step up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, step up in a way that, like, the guy that we thought you'd start to talk about, 6 sacks, 7 sacks, 8 sacks. That's what you need him to be, that guy. And I hope that the learning curve for Lawrence is not steep, but he's got very similar traits to what Donovan Ozaraku had when coming in the league. When you start to talk about counter moves, pass rush moves, he doesn't have the length. Ozaraku doesn't have the length of
Malachi Lawrence is longer.
But boy, he sure he's got the pass rush talent.
It's. I still feel as they're probably like 2/3 away. Like I always look at it. Do you have a star at each level? So I think you do with Quinnen Williams. At linebacker, there's a big question mark. Overshon might be the key. If you get a healthy DeMarvion Overshon and he plays like he's a top 10 linebacker in football, which NFL GMs, execs, and scouts on the Jeremy Fowler list a year ago, they had him in that conversation. If he does that, then yeah, you got a chance for this defense to actually be not average, not above average, but pretty darn good. So Downs needs to play. I think he's going to be a star. I think you got a star in the secondary. You got one at the defensive line position. Linebacker's still a big question because of health and unproven players.
It was 30 points per game last year. If you trim a touchdown off of it, you're smack dab in the middle. That's where Carolina was at 23 points per game. The top 10 is under 21 points per game going off the 2025 numbers, just to give you a lay of the land, a little bit more context there. All righty, jump into these texts here. They should have traded Pickens for picks in this draft, says the 214. See, I don't think you could afford to do that once you decided that you weren't going to remake your offense. If you were going to trade George Pickens and say, we're committing to a run game and we're going to get great tackles in free agency and draft and then add another running back on top of it and say, as Dak gets older, we're going to become a run-first team and pass it under 30 times per game. That would be a pretty fundamental shift in who you are right now. Right now, they can dictate coverage and make things unfair with the defense. The easiest thing to do is to bring George Pickens back and to try to fix your defense. I guess if you're concerned with his work ethic or you're concerned with the David Mulligetta angle in there, maybe that makes the most sense because you're just trying to avoid that. But in a pure football context, moving off of George Pickens just opens up Pandora's box that could blow up all of your hopes and dreams. 903, can we stop making excuses for lazy behavior? Mature and make the change and show up on time. I get it, but I think running a football team, you have to be ready to accept the reality that some of your star players are going to be late for stuff. And you have to have a plan other than just get rid of all those guys who are late. 469, I love Pickens and what he brings on the field, but I have no sympathy for his shenanigans. Grow the bleep up, be on time, and take care of business. All right, we got to get out of here. It's time for the Chris Young Show. Here we'll talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations when we return right here on your home of the Rangers. 105 through the Fan.
But first, let's talk about your hair, Tolos. If you're losing it and desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. It is a very simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's truly amazing. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it begins to grow. Now, Advanced Hair, they have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So go ahead and schedule that free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and you need to be next. They're the team that I personally recommend, and you are absolutely going to love them. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Aaron Judge and the Yankees are coming to the ballpark April 27th through the 29th. And you know Corey Seager and the Rangers will be ready for this early season showdown.
And Seager blasts that one center field again. It's gone!
So make your plans to be at the ballpark for this 3-game series. It's the only visit from the Yankees this year. Don't miss it. The energy will be through the roof. Get your tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next.
To see and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Get the recognition your leadership deserves among North Texas's top innovators. Apply now to represent the best of DFW at Dallas100.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. Because they'll
Be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Back pain, muscle strain, or a stomach ache? Skip the internet search and talk to a healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code Goal, to borrow up to $10,000.
Follow here, Tolos, and like you, my home has become my happy place. But I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention, and that's when I reached out to CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And here's the deal. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Mexican Bar Company.
Join Mexican Bar Company for its annual Cinco de Mayo celebration starting this weekend, including the big party on May 5th. From delicious tacos to handcrafted margaritas, we've got your sports day and Cinco de Mayo cravings covered. Happy Cinco de Mayo from Mexican Bar Company. Visit MexBars.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Chris Young Show. Just received word, Caleb Downs coming up at 5 o'clock. Caleb Downs at 5, Cowboys first-round pick. Time now for the Chris Young Show, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
Doing pretty good. I feel like just one more hit could have changed a lot over the weekend, and wondering if you're confident those hits are going to start showing up.
Yeah, no, it's anytime you lose a close game and really a close series against a good athletics team, you look back and say, where could we have improved? How could we have done things differently? And certainly there were multiple opportunities yesterday for just one more big hit, and we didn't come up with it. And it's frustrating, but that's part of the season and what you go through. And so the challenge for us is to bounce back tonight, and we're playing one of the best teams in baseball, the best team in the American League thus far, and we've got our work cut out for us. But to come out to kind of forget what transpired yesterday, come out ready to play, and find a way to get that big hit tonight.
It's pretty crazy looking at the schedule and just who you guys have played, and then looking at the upcoming series with teams at or above 500. Like, is there the opposite of this lurking in one of these months in the future?
Well, it's funny you say that, because really this point is the first time I've sort of looked up and said that. Like, when do we come up for air a little bit? And I love the challenge, and I appreciate that we've got to beat good teams to be a playoff team. That said, the stretch of good teams that we have faced to start the season, it's been pretty relentless. And so, I don't want to make excuses. Our expectation is that when we play our game, we can compete with anybody, and we've got to find a way to win. But certainly today, I woke up from a tough series this weekend and thought, wow, we've got the Yankees, then we go to Detroit, then we play the Yankees again, then we come home, we have the Cubs, who are one of the hottest teams in the National League, followed by Arizona. So we don't get a break for a while. And so I think it's a great time for our team to embrace that mentality, to really go fight and just think of it as a great chance to prove ourselves as underdogs, and go see how we stack up against some of the best teams in baseball. And hopefully we get through the stretch and we can be, at 500 or above 500, and then maybe hit a stretch where we can start gaining some ground, so to speak.
Well, and it's another tough pitching matchup, another lefty too in Max Fried tonight. And I know a lot of fans will ask about, okay, well, what do you think about the offense versus lefties? And it's a small sample size now, but how do you evaluate the club and where you're at against solid left-handed pitching?
Well, I think there's work to be done there. I think that we can certainly perform better. We haven't, really clicked on all cylinders yet in terms of, really a kind of a slow start from Wyatt. Now he's injured, so we're not going to have his bat in the lineup. We missed him this weekend. So it's hard to say without his bat in the middle of the lineup. Jake Berger has shown signs. He's gotten cold a little bit here recently, but Josh Young's come on. So, I do think there's room for improvement. I think our team is better designed to hit right-handed pitching, but there is room for improvement against left-handed pitching. And we may have to adapt a little bit our style of play. We may have to play more of a speed-based game, get on base, work the counts, draw walks, manufacture runs, and depend on our pitching to win games, especially when you're facing pitchers like Max Fried. So, I think that's one of the things the staff has done really well thus far. They've really identified situations where we have had to adjust our style of play. We saw some bunts this weekend. We saw it in Sacramento last week. And I think that just we have to be creative and versatile, especially when we're missing, the middle of the lineup bat like Wyatt Langford.
How is Wyatt doing?
Wyatt's doing really well. I just received a positive medical report on him from today that the swinging is coming along. He's, if not pain-free, close to pain-free, and now we can kind of ramp up baseball activity. Our anticipation is that he'll be back as soon as he's eligible to come off the IL, which would be the second game in Detroit next weekend.
See why he's an interesting study because he's such a well-conditioned and put-together athlete. Is any studies, rhyme, reason why he struggles with some of the things that he does?
Well, we're constantly evaluating, all of the behaviors and workloads of our players to help try to keep them healthy. And we've got a great performance team led by our Vice President of Performance, Napoleon Pichardo, who oversees all of strength and conditioning and medical throughout the organization. And we do a number of studies and tests almost daily on some of these guys to really understand how their bodies are functioning and moving. And our job is to try to create programs to keep them healthy, both strength and conditioning and we'll call it prehab, to keep them on the field. And while we're very diligent with it, there are certain things that we don't quite understand. And I think that, in time, the medical field continues to evolve. And so there will be things that we know in 10 years that we didn't know today. That said, our players' health is paramount for us, and so we are on top of it. But if I could tell you why, we see certain things in terms of the type of tissue injuries that we've seen to Wyatt, they haven't been major injuries, but they've been small little nagging things that, over the last couple of years have kept him out of the lineup for, 10 days at a time over the course of the season, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And ideally, we'd love to eliminate those because we're a better team when Wyatt Langford is playing, 155, maybe even 160 games. And so how do we continue to evolve to identify those things and find the best way to keep them on the field? That's the challenge. And that's not unique to the Texas Rangers, by the way. That's every organization looking to do that with their players.
Well, how about your bullpen? Because despite all the injuries there, you got your guys, Gavin Cole, your Peyton Gray. I mean, tremendous stories, but they keep delivering for you. What stood out to you about those arms?
Well, just the way they've stepped up and filled in. We loved what we saw this spring. Either one of those guys really could have been on the team out of spring training. They both had great spring trainings, and they got off the hot starts in AAA. And I think the biggest thing that our organization has done collectively, it's our pitching group has done a phenomenal job of, one, identifying the right types of players, guys that really aren't afraid, that attack the strike zone, and that, that you can trust in the moment when they get the ball in a big league environment, that they aren't going to shy away from it. Secondly, our pitching group at the big league level, Jordan Teagues, David Bush, Colby Suggs, our bullpen coach, they really do a great job of communicating to these players what their strengths are and convincing them, hey, go with your strengths, attack the strike zone with your strengths, and your strengths are good enough to get these hitters out. And so it gives the players confidence when they go out on the mound that they can perform at this level. And then thirdly, you have to, and maybe most importantly, credit the players who obviously are out there performing. They're not afraid. They're throwing strikes, they're attacking the zone, and they're living with the outcomes, which have been positive because they're putting themselves in good positions to succeed. So it's a collective effort by a number of people organizationally, but I'm really proud of the way the bullpen has pitched to start the season, especially with some of the injuries that we've seen early to guys that we thought were going to be leverage guys for us, Robert Garcia and Chris Martin, who got off to slow starts and now are on the IL, and we've had these other guys step up and fill in wonderfully. So that's what good teams have to do. You have to get surprise performances in areas you're not expecting, and that's what we're seeing thus far, and it's really allowed us to be, play solid baseball through this first stretch where we've played some tough opponents.
We're now under 2 hours till the Rangers pregame here tonight on The Fan, hosting the Yankees. It'd be great to see Jack Leiter go about 7 innings or so. Is everything all right with his ankle?
Sign me up. Yeah, Jack's doing well. Sign me up for 7 innings. If we get 7 from Jack tonight, we're going to be in a good spot. Yeah, he's doing really well. I talked to him yesterday. It was scary to see that. The on-deck circle, believe it or not, is a hazard. There's some we'll call them tools that hitters use to, prepare for their at-bats that get left in the on-deck circle. And every now and again, you see these scary moments where a pitcher backing up a base or a catcher going for a pop-up, or third baseman, first baseman can run into the on-deck circle. The mat is a little bit slippery to begin with, and then you add some some of these tools that the guys use. I've seen Brandon Nimmo swinging a sledgehammer over there, so we got to be careful with what we put out there. But nonetheless, it was a scary moment for Jack. Fortunately, he came out of it, relatively pain-free. A little bit of swelling in the ankle, but nothing that's not manageable. I think he'll have it taped up tonight, but we're monitoring it. But our expectation is he's going to have a full, healthy start.
Outside of the stuff in the on deck circle, what is the next biggest hazard for the pitcher running in it? Is it the steps that can be a little slippery when you're coming in?
The steps. I mean, the number one hazard is a line drive coming back at you, which those don't feel good either. You saw the ball. I don't know if you saw Kumar Rocker yesterday. Yeah. We got a double play out of it, but that ball was smoked and he got his glove on it. I've had the unfortune of having it hit me in the face actually. So it can be scary. That's the number one hazard, but beyond that, the steps can be a little hazardous, and then us pitchers, we can find other ways to create hazards as well. Probably more hazardous when we're not pitching than when we are. So time on a pitcher's hands is not always a good thing, but nonetheless, we've got a good group of guys and they prepare very well, and our goal is to keep them healthy. But that moment with Jack was scary, and I was very, very grateful that he came out of it okay.
Hey, CY, we'll be out the ballpark tomorrow, and I was always curious when I'm watching batting practice, why do some teams use the live pitcher or the coach, and some teams use the machine? And I saw a team like underhand tossing in batting practice. Is there a rhyme or reason for this?
Yeah, there is, and a lot of it's unique to what starting pitcher you're facing that day. So if you're facing a left-handed pitcher, you're going to try to get lefty BP throwers. Some of it may be what the individual hitters prefer. I played with Robinson Cano in Seattle, and when Robinson got in a slump, he did a drill that he felt helped him come out of a slump, where he just had somebody soft toss him underhand from about 4 or 5 feet away, and all he did was work on one mechanic, and that's all he needed. So some of it is individualized to what the hitter specifically needs. And then the other aspect of this is, are you the home team or the road team? Road teams, there's just a limit on what the amount of equipment that they can naturally travel with, and so they may not have access to some of the machines or some of the things that they may use in batting practice, so they have to have live arms, whereas the home team may have, the 5 different machines that they can roll out there and utilize. So there's a number of different things. It also may be dependent upon, are you working on that day on fastball training and you want to see velocity, or are you working on spin and learning to hit curveballs? So it's very nuanced and somewhat individualized, but some of it just boils down to really what equipment you have access to that day, whether you're the home team or the road team.
You're the man, CY. Thanks for your time. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, bring us a win tomorrow when you come, and great being with you, and let's find a way to beat these Yankees.
Sounds good to me. We'll drink to that. There he goes, Chris Young here on The Fan, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. I think if I got a line drive back off the face, I'm kind of wearing that with pride a little bit. I'm going to slip it in as a cautionary tale, like, oh boy, you got to be careful. But I also want to make sure people know I took that thing right off the cheek.
Just ate that
Didn't
thing.
bother
Just
me.
a badge of honor. Came right back in there.
I was back out there.
PTSD.
As they're asking you why
for sure.
As they're asking you why your teeth are all over the place. I took a line drive off the face.
Yeah, I was back out there 5 days later.
Hockey mentality on the bump, man.
You got to, dude. I would be flinching, though, to that point. All righty, it is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Caleb Downs coming up at 5 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. Little Finest or Hodge next, Chief?
Yeah, let's hit you with some more insights about the Cowboys draft class that's next year in the nation. But Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It doesn't have to be running at all. It could be a total eyesore in your driveway right now, but you could change a kid's life by donating that vehicle to Cars for Kids. And here's the deal. It's so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent 10% of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, just how much better does it look like the Cowboys defense has actually gotten? Plus, the Dallas Stars lead off our NHL and NBA playoffs super strength. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Cowboys fans, the NFL offseason is heating up. Before summer temperatures come on with a full blitz, schedule a first-time $59 AC tune-up and professional cleaning with on-time experts. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the truth. Dirt, dust, and debris are the number one killers of air conditioners. Most companies do a quickie system check, but at the On-Time Experts, we remove all that harmful buildup. Go to theontimeexperts.com and schedule your $59 tune-up today. The On-Time Experts, a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Saturday was ugly for the Pistons. Magic won to go up 2-1 in a series that shouldn't have necessarily been a walkover, but never should have created such strife for the 1 seed. Paolo Banchero and Desmond Bane have come to life, but they're still following that zigzag pattern we talk about in the NBA playoffs, so I'll count on Detroit to lock down on defense as they did in Game 2 and even up the series. Pistons laying just 2.5 at BetMGM for tonight's Game 4. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At AutoNation, we make it easy for you to go. Right now, get 0% financing on your favorite new vehicles. You'll save thousands of dollars in interest alone. Plus, shop a wide selection of fuel-efficient vehicles available now at AutoNation. Hurry, drive the car you want today with 0% financing. Go to your nearest AutoNation now. Less stress, more go. Visit AutoNation.com for eligible vehicles. 0 APR for a limited term with approved credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Expires end of month.
If you have IRS problems, you have legal problems, and you need an attorney. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. So many of our clients routinely reach out to us after they have already unsuccessfully spent thousands of dollars with some out-of-state tax resolution company.
National tax resolution companies do a lot of talking, but if you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, you should have the law offices of Namath and Flores behind you.
Call us today at 972-484-0-TAX, offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Everyone has a horizon, the line you can't see past. Before it, the familiar. Beyond it, the unknown. Enter the Lexus GX. It's designed to be capable. It's designed to be luxurious. But most of all, it's designed to get you past your horizon. And the nice thing about horizons is that once they're crossed, there's always another, patiently waiting its turn. Live up to it. The Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Caught in an online health advice rabbit hole? Get real answers from a real healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult a Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult a Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult a Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
Hang with G-Bag Nation live May 4th. 105.3 The Fan is taking over the Mexican Bar Company at the District in Willow Bend, Plano. Monday, May 4th from 2 to 7. Food, drinks, and all the madness. It's a pre-Cinco de Mayo celebration. Directions and reservations at mexbars.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Wayday now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
It's Zach Wolchuck and Brian Broaddus from The Fan. We've been breaking down the best college players, but thanks to East Dallas Diesel, Brian and I have teamed up with Dallas Animal Services to evaluate some future best friends. Let's start with Ivy, Brian.
She's a high-value pig, Zach. Potty-trained, crate-trained, dog and kid-friendly, calm and affectionate. Rides well in the car and loves walks and runs. Anyone would be lucky to have her, Zach.
Let's clear the shelter together. Go see Ivy and all of our adoptable best friends at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Caleb Downs is now coming up at 5 o'clock, so we're 15 minutes from the Cowboys rookie joining us, and here's the Chief with your Evening Hodge.
Yes, sir. Let's dig into it right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you
the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this? I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker. Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
All right, boys, who gets your congratulations for being the single worst drafting franchise in 2026? Who gets your dead balls last F?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. I've seen that one a time or two.
Okay, let me ask you, who was it that said it's like Jacksonville had took their board and drafted upside down?
Yeah. Oh, really?
That's pretty much what it was like. They had one good pick, in my opinion, maybe two.
It's interesting.
Pregnon is the only one you like, right?
Yeah. And I like Josh Cameron.
It's kind of interesting that they're one of these teams that didn't believe in the 30 visits or didn't believe in the
next-gen drafting.
Go to
where
the
you
combine.
take your 7th-round graded player and snag him at pick 56.
Hey, listen, I am all about teams doing it different ways or trying to. I mean, Bobby and I got in that discussion this weekend, I need to
better roster than the Cowboys.
I need to sit down and look at Jacksonville's draft to really, okay, where did I have all their guys?
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good idea while you're doing this.
Dane Brugler gives it to the Jags.
Did he give him an F?
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
he didn't give him an F.
He doesn't grade them with a letter. He just ranks them, and they were 32. Only because there were not 33 teams picking over the weekend. You had the Denver Broncos. Shout out to Sean Payton at 31, according to Dane Brugler. Then you get the Rams. You get the Vikings, the Falcons, and those San Francisco 49ers. Those are your bottom 6
drafting teams.
According to Brugler, right?
According to Dane Brugler, yes. And as Wolchuck mentioned, he's got the Cowboys sitting there at 4th. But everybody was making fun of the Niners. They have been apparently the reachiest team in the draft over the last half decade or so, where the consensus board will tell you one thing and they're like, bleep your consensus board. We're the smartest people in the room. And they draft guys that are, they haven't really panned out. The Niners drafts have been pretty poor, but I did like what he said here because, of course, his favorite pick is Caleb Downs. That's going to be everybody's favorite pick, as it should be. But he says the day 3 pick who could surprise, he goes with LT Overton, that Alabama D lineman who
we don't know about that.
Gavin Dawson has comped to Paul Bunyan.
Yes, I like that.
I like the Paul Bunyan comp there.
I think he went to college a year early because he was too strong for high school.
I believe
they
it,
were
dude.
Like, get this guy out of here.
Yeah, let him go take on Caden Proctor, whatever, at Alabama in practice. We don't need our 17-year-old
These kids are going to get hurt.
Push around Paul Bunyan. So he just says he's toolsy, he's a big man, gap sound principles and long arms to own the point of attack. Now, I did love, and we referenced this a few weeks back.
Paul Bunyan was that good of a player?
Hell yeah, he was. Yeah, Paul Bunyan was a dog, man. I'm surprised you forgot about that.
I did. I think I played against Paul Bunyan.
We when we were at Rally House, we had the Benjamin Solak all-film team. And if you guys will remember, Michigan Wolverine and now Dallas Cowboy, Jayshawn Barham, was on the all-film team list, and he was talking about the violence and the physicality. He says he's one of the most physical players in this class, bar none. He says at only 240 pounds, he's one of the lightest edge rushers in the class, even though it sounds like the Cowboys are going to play him off the ball a little bit. But he says he's the scariest 240 pounds I've ever seen. Okay, game-wrecking upfield force with a wicked first step, excellent strain and balance through blocks, violent pop in his hands, and a motor that never runs cold. Mm-hmm. And if you remember, he did describe him as an elite disruptor, and he likens him to Frankie Louvu, who we know very well.
And I love that.
With
I think
the
that's
Commandos.
An excellent comparison.
Yeah, with the blitzing factor and things like that, especially if he's going to be a little bit more off ball. And what do the people need to know about Mitch LaPointe, Wolchuck? Who is Mitch LaPointe?
Mitch is one of their head of scouting. We found out he lives in Tulsa. And he was with us on the draft show. So during this time of year, he actually just posts up in a hotel. He just stays away from the family and just grinds and works. But Mitch has been. I think we've gotten to talk to him now 4 straight years. But he's one. He's probably second in line after Will.
Yeah.
Okay, so Will McClay's right-hand man on with you guys on Saturday during the draft show, day 3. And this is him telling the people why they like Jayshawn Barham at linebacker off ball as opposed to being on the edge.
Oh, the physicality and the speed and athleticism. Like, I went back and watched all of 24. He started inside backer, but I mean, he's 240 pounds, long arms, and he's nasty, and he's got ability to pressure the quarterback. He can blitz. He actually in coverage. For his size, he's really good. So, I mean, going back there, after week 3, they move him to edge really just to get their best 11 on the field. But yeah, he's got all the tools to play linebacker.
I like the pick. I think it's risky if you're basing your inside linebacker plan around this guy. But, man, it would be so exciting if they are right about this. If they are right about this, what it will say about their coaches, the way they see the game, how they can look into college tape and find a guy that's going to play a specific role for them and excel. Because you turn on the tape for Barham and you can see all the things they're talking about. But he wasn't a amazing middle linebacker in college, and he wasn't an amazing edge. So to sit here and tell me he's going to be an amazing, NFL player, I think it's a reach. That doesn't pass the smell test to me. I'm calling BS on it, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why I say if they're right about this, bro, it's just, doing things that maybe won't make sense to others, but they're like, yep, we'll take this guy, we'll plug him into this role, and he's going to be even better than he was in college.
Yeah, if it hits like that, then what it says about just the way that they go about their process here is pretty impressive stuff. And I do think, I don't know who it was, maybe it was Vach or somebody referencing like the Zach Bond idea.
Yeah, I think that's probably how they view him in this defense.
Zach Bond, who was kind of an edge rusher, off-ball tweener guy with Wisconsin in college, goes to the Saints. They can't figure out how to use him.
Right.
And then what does he do? He goes to Philadelphia. He's an off-ball linebacker. Now they blitz him quite a bit, and so he's got that rush capability, but he's turned into being one of the best linebackers in the sport after the Saints had no idea how to use this guy.
Right.
And I think they're similar players in the sense that is he an edge? Is he an off-ball linebacker? You know, to each his own in terms of the way that you view him, but Fangio and Parker were able to get quite a bit out of him in Philadelphia. Can they duplicate that with Barham here in Dallas? Man, that would be a home run, but it's nice to see that there has been something like this that has actually worked in the sort of the Fangio system. How about Nick Saban? I didn't catch this because we were live at Pluckers, but when Malachi Lawrence got selected, they're coming back from commercial break. And Nick
Was he talking
Saban,
crap about my guy?
it sounds like it because they're coming back from commercial and Saban doesn't realize his mic is hot and you hear him say, "Wow, this is a reach." And it's just a few seconds before Goodell takes the podium and announces Malachi Lawrence. And then after the announcement, Saban goes, "Actually, this guy was one of my sleepers for tomorrow. He is a good player."
Just clear this up real quick. Hold on.
So Saban is getting
Had a
crushed
Paul
a little bit.
Dawson moment, didn't he?
Yeah, your mic's hot.
Sorry.
I thought we were going to have a moment like that. I guess that was Thursday night with Bobby Belt's hot mic. There, as you guys threw the presser.
Yeah, he. I guess we thought we were off, and Bobby started getting texts that
Luckily, there was no cussing involved with Bobby.
That's unbelievable with Bobby, by the way. That's unbelievable.
Right.
I got that Saban audio for you, bro.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, if you want to hear it.
Hell yeah.
NFL Draft on ABC is presented by Heinz. It has to be Heinz.
Wow, this is a reach.
So he says, "Wow, this is a reach," and then the pick gets made, and then he pins the tail on the positive and calls Malachi Lawrence a bit of a sleeper here. Everything I've seen from a lot of people that are respected are talking about Lawrence just having maybe the most upside as a pass rusher of anyone in this draft, which is super
He's
encouraging.
got the
and they
most
need that.
pass rush moves.
Yeah,
Very,
sweet.
very, like you say, very Ezraku-like.
All righty. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
That sets the stage then for Caleb Downs to join you next. We'll hit up the Cowboys rookie, have a conversation with him next year on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Victor Wembanyama returned to the Spurs lineup last night as the Spurs defeated the Trailblazers 114-93. The Spurs trailed Portland by 17 points going into the half, but held the Trailblazers to just 35 points in the second half to take a 3-1 series lead. The Spurs will look to close out the series in Game 5 Tuesday night back in San Antonio. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, a natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Wild Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test. Even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. When it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Way Day now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hey, Tolos, Choppy here. If your business is still living in the dark ages, it's time to get off the sideline. Is your company finally ready to automate with barcoding or RFID? Then call the heavy hitters, Texas Barcode Systems. These guys are local based right here in DFW, and we're talking about a name that over 6,000 companies have trusted for the last 30 years. So whether you're starting fresh or you need to refresh that clunky old equipment, they got the best roster in the game. Zebra, Honeywell, Datalogic, Sato, and Printronix. Do it right the first time. Texas Barcode Systems. Check them out online, texasbarcode.com. Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 4 on your home of the Cowboys, and it is time now to be joined by a national champion, a unanimous All-American, the guy who won the Lott Impact Trophy and Jim Thorpe Award as the nation's top defensive player in 2025. 11th overall pick of your Cowboys. Caleb Downs with you here on 105.3 The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. Thank you. It's great to chat with you. Congratulations and all that. But how was today? And with the start of the offseason work, what was your first Monday as a Cowboy like?
Honestly, I'm not in Dallas right now.
Oh.
We had a little bit of off time before we start rookie minicamp, so I'm in Columbus, so just doing my own stuff here, training a little bit. So that's been it was good today though for that.
How was that putting rematch with Shotty?
It's never good to lose, so we're 1-1 though. I'll let y'all know the series score whenever I get back on top of it. So that's how we're gonna leave it.
Was it a misread on your part? It looked like you left it a little left. Did you think that? Did you hung it out there? Broke a little quicker than you thought, huh?
Yeah, the end broke a little quicker. It was moving right to left, but it didn't move much.
Yeah,
so I was thinking like I played this right center.
Yeah,
and then it moved a little bit more than I thought at the end. So But it is what it is. Didn't end up going my way. We'll get it back, though. It's all good.
You'll learn the speeds of these greens once you get to Texas. I know you're doing football full time, but I'm happy you like to play golf and stuff. You'll enjoy the places here when you have some free time for sure.
Sure, I'm looking forward to it.
We're pumped to have you, man. I mean, I think that anyone with a brain could tell you're one of the best players in this draft class. And the vision that Christian Parker has for you, how would you describe your role in the defense from your understanding so far?
Yeah, I would say being able to use all my talents and be able to make an impact on the field, whether that's close to the box in the deep part of the field, just being able to be multiple and make plays in the defense. I would say that's the best way to describe it.
Here's a weird question. Watching your tape, I mean, you're just so obviously intelligent. Did you ever get bored when you were playing in college?
Yeah, I'll honestly say yeah.
In what situations?
Ball not coming your way. Maybe the talent may not be as good that week. You don't play. You always don't play high level talent every week in college, so that's just something that you have to get used to. And sometimes those games they can get boring just because of the fact of you play a team that doesn't have as good of a D line. I mean, the offensive line. Your D line would pretty much make all the tackles and everything like that, so you really wouldn't be much to do those games. So just get bored of not being in the action.
Yeah. Caleb, I'm fascinated by your choice. When you went to Alabama, and I know being an NFL scout for 13 years and Coach Saban, I mean, he was at LSU, won a national championship, so I have the utmost respect for Coach. But usually defensive backs don't go and play with one of the toughest defensive back coaches in the country, and you chose to do that. Your decision to go and be with Coach Saban.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I wanted to chase greatness, and I still want to do that at the highest level. So that's what I want to do with my life. So for me, I found being around greatness is the best way to learn from it. So I wanted to try to be around great people that have achieved at a high level, and that was Coach Saban. So that's why I wanted to go there. And then when he ended up retiring and everything he did, I had to make a different decision and pivot and do that and go to Ohio State.
Well, he's tough on those defensive backs, though. He is tough. You go watch him with practices. You catch an earful, though, right?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, he doesn't hold his tongue.
Yeah.
Definitely when it comes to the DB. So but I respected it because it's out of love, and he wants everybody to get better. So just knowing that and always wanting to push myself to get better, you can appreciate it.
It's Caleb Downs here with you on The Fan. Are you a guy that's always looking for more work, more ways to study the game?
Yeah, I mean, that's how you learn. That's how you get better. I see myself as a learner in all facets of life, so I'm just trying to push myself to get better in relationships and my faith and finances and just whatever I can do to be a better person.
Are you going to make a push for number 2, or are you looking at other options? What do you think?
We will see. That's what I'll leave it at. We will see.
So what was your approach in the draft process? We kept hearing how NFL teams were just blown away with you coming in and knowing that particular team's defense, their scheme, their adjustments, and talking to them about how you fit into their defense. How did you go about that particular approach?
Yeah, I mean, just tried to be myself, honestly. I feel like at the end of the day, you can only really be yourself, and people will be able to read that if you're not being authentic. So really just tried to be myself and who I was, and then try to show my knowledge of the game at the end of the day. That's what the interviews are for. You're trying to show your knowledge and be able to have them trust you to be able to run their defense one day.
Has that football IQ always been like a superpower of yours? Do you feel like even at a young age you were kind of seeing the game a little bit differently, or did that level up when you got with a Saban or a Patricia?
I think definitely was a God-given ability. I can't say that I earned that right to be able to see the game the way that I do, but it's definitely gotten better and honed in on more with the coaches that I've been around. So that's why I appreciate him so much for allowing me to learn from him, especially Coach Patricia this past year, just allowing me to learn ball.
Favorite thing to do was hit somebody like just absolute, like you just got jacked up on ESPN, or get the interception?
I mean, it's definitely more. It's a tough one, honestly. I mean, like, I'm definitely gonna say like the interception. Like that's what I want, and that's what's best. But making a big hit, it's kind of it's a feeling you can't really replicate.
Okay, what would you say to the people that are like, man, I'm watching Caleb Downs and all of his plays are around the line of scrimmage and they're questioning your ability in coverage? I think if you go back and you see Alabama, like, I don't have any questions about that whatsoever. But for fans out there that might say, all right, that's one area of his game that I'd scrutinize, how would you respond?
I mean, I would say in college I was trying to be around the ball. So if the ball wasn't in the deep part of the field, if the ball wasn't getting thrown to my man, I can't necessarily do anything about that. But I made the plays that I had to come to me. That's what I was trying to do in college. Just make the plays that were there and not fiend and make plays that necessarily are somebody else's. And I can't control if the ball doesn't come to me. All I can do is my job whenever I get a chance to cover somebody one-on-one or cover somebody in the deep part of the field. So, yeah, I mean, they saw the plays that the coach schemed up for me to make, I would say.
Sure. Caleb, there's always this talk about positional value in the NFL and like, oh, we're not going to take safeties and all that. And I was trying to describe you as a player like, this guy is just not a safety. He plays all these different positions for you. So am I fair to say you're not a safety, you're a weapon on defense for someone to use?
Yeah. I would say I'm a defensive player.
Okay.
Being able to play near the line of scrimmage, being able to play in the second level, third level, being able to do a lot of different things that allows, you say a weapon, I would just say a full-rounded player.
Okay.
So if you're a full-rounded player that can make plays on all facets of your defense and make your defense better, that's who you want on your team, not necessarily just, I want somebody to be able to set the edge. That's great, but if he doesn't necessarily make the play, then it doesn't matter.
Right,
so,
right.
I feel like at the end of the day, you want playmakers, and that's what I have. So,
it's Caleb Downs here with you on the Fan. Caleb, college seems, it is a lot of fun, right? And now in college, you can get compensated for playing. Did you consider staying and continuing your collegiate career at all? How much went into that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, honestly, I didn't think about it much. The goal for me was never to stay in college, so that wasn't really much of a ploy. And I felt like I had accomplished everything I needed to in college, so it wasn't necessarily like that big of a draw for me because I felt like I did everything I needed to do. And the goal wasn't to just play in college. So always wanted to aspire to do more.
Your dreams has always been the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, to be a high-level player and have a great career, yes.
What do you think is the toughest thing about the jump to the NFL level?
Toughest thing about the jump to the NFL level? I mean, I'm sure, can't necessarily know that off rip just because you haven't played any type of ball yet. So in terms of that, we'll see. But I would say for a lot of guys, probably just being able to find a routine in yourself. College is very scripted for players, so anybody that can find a routine and stick to it and put themselves in a position to win, I feel like those are the players that have more success early.
We've had a lot of talks locally about the green dot and who's communicating the defense. You definitely seem to do that at a high level wherever you've been, at Ohio State, at Alabama. So what's your approach, communicating, lining up everybody pre-snap, especially in a complex type of scheme like CP might be running?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, 50% of our job as defenders is communication. So I feel like I can do that at a high level, especially getting people lined up and being able to see the full, well-rounded defense. So I would say, yeah, I can do that at a high level, and if that's what's asked of me, that's what's going to get done.
Did you have a favorite safety in the NFL you like watching, or maybe that you grew up watching?
I grew up in the Seattle Seahawks, 2012, 2013 when they had the Legion of Boom. So I would say I used to love watching Earl Thomas.
I love it, man. And you've played at AT&T Stadium. I got to watch you versus Miami. I'm sure you've played there quite a bit. How do you like playing at the Cowboys Stadium?
Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. I was a big fan of it the first time. This time it didn't go my way, so we're not gonna keep on how I feel after that game. But it was still a good stadium to play in and everything like that. So forward to playing again.
What was the craziest road environment you ever played in college?
I'm gonna say Oregon, my sophomore year. That was probably the most intense road environment I played in, where it was very. I was wondering how the offense is operating, honestly. I felt bad for him. I was like, hey, I don't know if y'all are going to be that good today. We're going to have to make something happen.
What's that green room experience like at the draft when you're waiting to get the call, then you get the call, you go give Roger Goodell a hug? I mean, take us, what's that experience like for you?
Honestly, it's a lot of, when you're sitting there waiting, it's a lot of antsy, anxiousness that's there, because at the end of the day, you're there to get picked and nobody likes sitting there waiting and showing patience. So, yeah, I would say a little antsy, but at the end of the day, when you get that call, you feel blessed and joyful. You feel highly favored, and just very thankful to be there in the moment.
What do you think of being a Cowboy? One of the most polarizing teams in all of sports. Did you like the Cowboys? What do you think of them?
Yeah, I can't say like I grew up being a Cowboys fan.
Sure.
Being from Atlanta, that wasn't necessarily the team that was there, but I always respect people that win at a high level. They won at a high level back in the day, so I would say I always respected winners. And Jerry Jones has done a good job branding the team and everything, and they have a great brand to be a part of. So I'm excited to be a part of it and do my part.
Appreciate you, man. Congratulations. Welcome to the Cowboys, and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate that, man. You have a good one, too.
There he goes. Caleb Downs, Cowboys rookie safety, with you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Very exciting. I think the only thing that compares to the Caleb Downs level of excitement that we got to enjoy last Thursday was the Dez Bryant or not the Dez Bryant, the CD Lamb.
Yeah.
Dez Bryant in 2010 was very exciting because it was such a surprise. It was a trade up, and he was a local guy as well, which gave that a tremendous amount of excitement. But Caleb Downs, man, this is a big day for the Cowboys, and now we just look forward to getting him on the field, and we're under 3 months from training camp. Have an opportunity to take those next steps and see exactly what they have. But a lot of people believe the Cowboys have one of the most successful drafts as a result of taking Caleb Downs and have put themselves in position to be a bounce-back team here in 2026. All right, we're coming back to Hit the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. We'll get you the G-Bag of the day in L.A. Live, and we're back with all that here on The Fan.
1976. Gas was 59 cents a gallon, disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because we make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than the traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, 50 years of helping Texans drive smarter.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
You know what sounds pretty good right now? Oh, how about a 29-degree draft beer served in a frosted mug? Oh, just an absolutely frozen frosted mug. That sounds absolutely divine. How about a delicious burger, stacked tie, cooked to order, signature cocktails, ice-cold drafts, smoked wings, maybe even a little bit of brisket? Ooh, is it happy hour? I say it is. Go check out your local Twin Peaks. They got wall-to-wall TVs, every game, every fight, every big moment. The playoffs are in full swing. Heck, this past weekend was a great time. but it's always a party going on at Twin Peaks. Massive screens and perfect sight lines, game day watch parties, event nights, plus the scenic views that Twin Peaks is absolutely famous for. There's something on that menu for everyone. The food is delicious. The drinks are flowing. Twin Peaks, find your nearest one and go have a tremendous dinner, lunch, whatever the occasion might be. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
The 2026 PBR World Finals Unleash the Beast returns to Fort Worth, May 7th through 10th at Cowtown Coliseum, and May 14th through 17th at Dickies Arena. Ready to beat Cowboy? Tickets at PBRWorldFinals.com. It's bowl time.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
How many of you want a home equity loan, but you want to close fast? With TexasLending.com, we can close fast for many reasons. One of them, we do automated appraisals on many of our home equity loans. That means you can get an appraisal done for a fraction of the cost at twice the speed, closing your loan when you need it. Fast. Call TexasLending.com for your home equity loan today. We got it.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
It's home selling season, and what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. Then, your local Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. One customer said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing. Amazing! Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You'll have Rangers baseball tonight coming up in just over an hour. Series with the Yankees gets underway. There haven't been a lot of American League teams that have played well, but the Yankees have played well over the last 10 games, and now they've started to create a little bit of separation compared to the rest of this AL pack. So not only do you have the Yankees playing good baseball, winners of 8 of 10, but you also have Fried on the hill for them tonight, one of the best left-handers in the game. So it's a challenge for the Rangers, but they are sitting here at 500. We had CY on last hour and kind of holding the line. But, yeah, this offense has fallen back to be 25th best in the big leagues. Kind of what we're used to. All righty. It's going to be Jack Leiter against Fried tonight as Jared Sandler joins you now here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. How are y'all?
We're doing good. You know, would have appreciated a few more hits, well-timed hits over the weekend. Tell us about how this thing went. As a lot of DFW was locked in on that draft, and the Rangers drop a series to the Athletics.
Yeah, I mean that. A pretty crummy loss on Friday. The A's had 3 home runs, through the first 4 batters, and ended up with 5 home runs. And you kind of reminding us in 2023 when people weren't really asking about the ball traveling here. And then the Rangers came back and they had a huge home run Saturday. Josh Young, helping with a comeback win. And then yesterday, the Rangers had base runners. They just, they weren't able to do anything with it. They had the bases loaded, nobody out situation down 2-1, and unfortunately weren't able to, get another run across, and weren't able to obviously do it the rest of the way after that. So, they're getting base runners. They're getting opportunities, but 2 things. One, obviously, the timely hitting comes and goes, right? We remember it when it stinks. We don't tend to remember the timely hitting when it's, a strength. And so it's not as bad as I think people think. But here recently, and you lose a series to the Athletics, it wasn't great. The Rangers are middle of the pack in batting average with runners in scoring position, which means that they were probably closer to the edge of the top third before this little stretch here. But the other thing for the Rangers, you look at that game on Friday. The Athletics, they hit the long ball, and the Rangers right now, I mean, they're middle third towards the bottom of the middle third. But this is a team that I think you'd like to see a little more, ball going over fence from, and it's not going to get any easier. I think I heard you mention Max Fried pitching tonight, so not going to get any easier for the Rangers. Tough test.
Hey, Jared, there was a couple of questions I had, but I'll lead with this one. I was listening to the broadcast yesterday, and they were talking about how the road splits and home splits as far as hitting goes. Is any thought on that? Is there something that and I know we always kind of talk about the ballpark and stuff, but it seems like that like Mitch Berger, guys like that have a much better batting average on the road than they do at home. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, so I know we've talked about this before. It's tough for me with the ballpark just because of what we saw in 2023 and then what we saw, again, Friday night, the Athletics. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Josh Young's hitting a lot better at home. Brandon Nimmo's hitting better on the road. Corey Seager's kind of hitting the same home and road, but, slugging better on the road. So overall better on the road. As a team, the Rangers are hitting, as you mentioned, Broads, are hitting, about 140 points better on the road than they have at home from like an OPS standpoint. And that's kind of, it's probably consistent with maybe the way the ball, the numbers suggest the ball plays, but it's, I just, when you see games like Friday, and it's tough to forget about 2023, I don't know. It's a tough one to reconcile. That's not to say that a pitcher's part can't ever have an offensive game like that. But I do think that, there is offense to be had here. But, as we talked about, hitting fly balls to center field, that's tough living, right? The ball doesn't always carry out that way. Hitting fly balls to right center doesn't always carry out that way. You hit it to right, straightaway right, you get maybe a little more push there. And I don't know the science behind it, but, one reason why a guy like Josh Young, I think, has been hitting really well at home is, he's leading the team in line drive rate. Line drives will play. Fly balls in certain ballparks, play. Fly balls at Yankee Stadium, play. Hey, get it up in the air, give me a fly ball, I'll take my chances. But here, fly balls don't convert the way they do, in other parks. And so line drive hitting seems to translate. And so I think, the type of hitter, the profile of the hitter also probably plays a little bit of a role in that too, Brian. And a guy like Jake Berger hits the ball hard, but he's a guy that he can get the ball up in the air, and probably a reason why maybe the numbers a little bit better for him on the road than at home so far.
Jared, I'm going to ask this, then kind of like run and hide, but we're not concerned about Evo at all, right?
Hey, Zach, it's not an unfair question, right? No need to run and hide. I'm not, and here's the way I look at it. And remember, I told you guys, we talked a month ago or however many weeks ago, if the expectation was a sub-2 ERA guy, that's probably a high bar just because, we'll have multiple major league seasons in a row maybe without a qualifier or close to it who's sub-2 ERA. I look at like velocity, I look at spin rate, stuff like that, and none of that has really tapered off. It's location. Now, location's a huge part of it, but if you look at the home runs he's given up, they're pitches that, if you don't know who the pitcher is and you just see where the pitch ends up, you're like, oh, that's not good, right? We're not used to seeing that from Nathan Eovaldi. His edge rate last year, his ability to throw pitches that touch the perimeter of the zone, top, bottom, side to side was, among the best in baseball, and that's always been a strength. That hasn't been the case for him so far. I trust that, he's going to be able to try and work things out. I think at this point, I'd be more concerned if we were talking about a drop in velocity, whether in the first inning or as the start unfolds, because we haven't seen that. I want to see a little bit more, but if someone's like, nope, hey, the guy's in his, late 30s, whatever, I'm nervous, I'm concerned. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, that person's crazy. But, I think I look at some of the peripherals and, that's encouraging to me, but obviously, need him to, hopefully come up big on Wednesday in the finale of the series.
Interesting stuff, Stans. Looking forward. Pregame coming up at 6:30. Have a great night out there, and I think we'll see you in the house tomorrow, buddy. If you don't mind swinging by, we'd love to see you.
Wow. Yeah, sounds good, guys.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Really surprised how negative he was about Eovaldi right there. I wouldn't be concerned at all. You kidding me? You're going to lose your location as you get older?
It's fine.
Maybe we'll have to go toe-to-toe. And from you, Wolchuck, as well.
Just needs
that kind of surprised me.
Work on the edging.
All right, he does. You're right about that. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Big Godzilla. Stepping all over North Dallas. Run, Big Godzilla! Hey, this is G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing? All right, got the intros out the way. This is going for two today, right here. Going for two. We go to the Major League Baseball world. Atlanta Braves pitcher right here, J.R. Ritchie's. His debut. This is his first pitch in the league. He has his family out there. His dad's in tears, and this is what happened on his first pitch.
And his parents, Daddy in on the left, Mom Victoria, have made the trek from Washington Dad wearing his son's Bainbridge Spartans high school uniform in support of J.R. Ritchie today. And his first big league pitch is hammered deep to right. And it is gone.
Damn.
James Wood greets him rudely and makes it 1-0 Nationals.
First pitch got smoked.
Dad's wearing your high school jersey or
looking crazy.
And now taking it off.
Yeah, he was so proud. He went to the bathroom. Got rid of that damn thing. For the rest of his game, though, it turned out to be pretty good. But that first pitch got rocked.
It just sounded.
He settled in.
Sounded like it got crushed.
Yeah.
Hammered.
Okay, let's see here. I got an NFL draft triple stack for you. Triple stack. Triple stack. If you're aware of what a triple stack is, it's time to go get your prostate check, fam. I'm just telling you where the timeline is. Houston Texans. Who is this dude that did this? Who is this?
Hello, Pittsburgh! It's beautiful city! Viva Mexico! With the 141 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Renser, DBUST. Go Texas! Viva Mexico!
My man was clearly drunk.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, clearly drunk.
You know, sometimes we get these fans. Like,
do we let him on the stage when we're drunk? Do we do that?
I think we gotta have more of a vetting process.
Man, I think overall we need to have
more of a vetting process.
Mark Ripien needed to get off the stage early.
Didn't need more ripping.
Yeah.
How about this? Who made this Bills pick? Who is this?
With the 31st pick in the 2016 draft, the Buffalo Bills select linebacker T.J. Parker from Clemson.
2016.
Oh my God!
We went back 10 years.
That was a former player, I think, wasn't it?
Oh my God!
It's gotta be. I mean, because that's the second round, so it is usually a former player.
Oh,
Did this guy look pretty old to you, Lucius?
He was shaking in his boots, bro.
Really it was like a mashup of Jim Brown and Jamal Charles all in one.
Is this like a former? You're saying it's a former Bills player that did this?
Shane Conlon, it appears.
Oh, linebacker, Penn State.
With the 31st pick in the 2016 draft.
He cleared his throat, bro.
Somebody give that man a hug.
Poor guy wants to get the hell out of there.
I think he's my age.
Oh,
man said, help! Help me.
Yikes.
Oh, Shane Conlon, what are we doing? He was a great linebacker at Penn State.
Oh, yeah, he's paying the price for it now.
Yeah. Let's go to former Kansas City Chiefs running back. Just mentioned Jamal Charles.
I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City.
Whoa. I'm about to be. Whoa.
That's all, folks.
Whoa. He's on that Bobby Bell.
Pig.
Whoa.
I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City Chief. It's a trade. The San Francisco 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chief.
Do what?
With the 63 pick in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kinsley Suamaia from BYU tackle. Let's go, Chief!
They all standing up, looking at each other. Who just got picked? I think he said you, fam.
I think he got the name right, though.
Chief, yeah, I think he nailed it.
That was the only thing he got right.
That's a tough one, though.
Yeah. Stanford City. Hadn't heard that nickname.
Staying with the NFL draft, let's go to the NFL Network. Daniel Jeremiah and Charles Davis go back and forth.
Yeah, they get after it.
Yeah. About how the Las Vegas Raiders are going to handle Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
What's more likely? What's more likely to be higher? Number of Fernando Mendoza starts this year? Raiders draft position in next year's NFL draft. What number is higher?
Ooh, I'm going to say that he's going to start 7 games.
Okay. And so
Kirk Cousins will get him past the halfway mark.
Okay. So 7 games.
Start 7 games, and I'm going to say that the Raiders are picking 9 next year.
Okay. What about you?
Oh, draft position.
But you think that he's going to be? I thought you said
I'm sorry. Starts. So starts. The number of starts for him. Starts.
So he said 7 starts. How many starts do you think he gets?
12 minimum.
I mean, geez, Chuck, the way you were talking, you would have thought he was going to start the first day of minicamp.
The way you were,
now you've already given him 5 weeks for Kirk Cousins after you just said no chance.
The way you were talking, he was going to sit the entire year, and you got him given 7 starts.
What an oversell!
Oh, please, you oversold out like crazy. He's not going to rush him in. He's going to watch him play, and you're giving him 7 starts.
Christmas, you threw
7 starts.
Before
if he's not going to rush him in, and they've got a confident guy, then he sits all year long.
They're showing water shots now. They're showing water shots of the calm conflict.
I mean, if you're saying that they got Kirk Cousins and they're not going to play him, how are you getting 7 starts?
Ian wants to step in like Mills
no
Lane.
Way.
Step in, Ian. What do you got?
And who would have thought that this synergy would bring us first take here on?
Yes, that's right.
I love that.
Leave it to Rappaport to provide the levity.
Well done. That escalated quickly.
Yeah, real
it had
fast.
to have been brewing or something that was going on there.
Let me show you the way to go. Yesterday's a church day. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Freddie Haynes. We have Prophet Juanita Bynum. She has a message for the praise and worship leaders. She doesn't like how they're dressing out there. It's too distracting for church.
I'm telling you, may unfriend me after today. You may literally unfriend me after today, and I really don't care. Seeing women do praise and worship in bodycon dresses that is so tight until I can see the dimples in your behind.
All right.
So tight until I see your thong. Oh. And I can't even get to the concept of somebody preaching and leading praise and worship with no stockings on, with thongy, stringy shoes on.
Yes.
And your legs all greased up.
Yes.
What kind of message are you trying to send us? Because to me, that looked like somebody that's got a whole spirit that ain't purged out in God. And any minute you can just go over in a corner to a deacon and just raise your dress up and hit it right there in the corner. Because you don't even have drawers on.
Wow.
You got on thongs and some greasy legs.
Yes.
And a bip bop skirt. Yes. And you are our praise and worship leader. Y'all, something is wrong.
Yes. Yes, which church is this? Post photos, Miss Juanita Bynum, please.
Yeah.
Some photos. She said them legs were lanolated.
Where can I get one of those Bip Bob skirts, too?
Bip Bob skirts.
A hoe spirit.
A hoe spirit is hilarious.
Forgot the Lee at home,
Got
man.
a little hoe spirit over here on you, girl. Lay some hands on you. All right, that's it, fam.
Is it J.R. Ritchie in his debut with Dad watching? Is it the NFL Draft Triple Stack? Is it Dr. Pastor and politician Juanita Bynum with her sermon about what the worship and praise gal should be doing with her wardrobe? Okay, I'll vote for J.R. Ritchie here again, our champ. Chief, how about you?
Give me the triple stack.
All righty. Lucius?
Triple stack, baby.
Wolchuck?
I'll go with the triple stack with cheese.
Brian?
Yeah, I'll do the triple stack as well.
By a score of 4-1, and you're
the drive-through up in here.
Yeah, G-Bag of the Day
Triple
champion.
stack with cheese.
NFL Draft Triple Stack. We got 50 minutes now till Rangers pregame as they host the Yanks. Here's Wolchuck, or rather, here's Lucius at LA Live.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick Jones.
All right, you squares.
Got that whole spirit.
Yeah.
Fire up this funk and let's
today.
have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
My father-in-law, Bob, has absolutely no idea how hilarious he is. One day, before Leslie and I were married, we were hanging out at her parents' place in New Jersey. Bob left to go to the doctor. Comes back from the doctor, walks into the living room. First thing he says in front of everybody, I got chlamydia.
Oh, hello, Bob.
He is 78 years old. It's real bad, too. It's called hyperchlamydia. That's how bad it is. A couple of questions later, we'd come to find out that Bob actually has high potassium. The medical term for that is hyperkalemia. Bob, who else should you tell this to? Told the neighbors? The neighbors. Now, there's an entire cul-de-sac in southern New Jersey who thinks my father-in-law has off-the-charts rock star chlamydia.
Yeah. Off the chart rock star chlamydia. Hilarious. This is LA Live for Monday, April 27, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday Friday. Monday Friday Vibes is just where I go over some things I've seen or did over the weekend. Shout out to Midlothian. Hey! We had a blast at Midlo Fest. Yes. We had a blast at Midlo Fest. Thank you to the good people at the Bearded Axe for the hospitality.
Girl. 10 out of 10.
Oh, dude. My gosh.
That's what I've heard.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah.
Was there a mascot there? Did I see a mascot involved?
Yeah, Blue, some soccer mascot.
Blue, my boy.
Yeah. People in my comments thought it was Chuck E. Cheese.
That's right.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Chuck E. Cheese out there, huh? Yeah, all the great Tolos that came out to see us. Appreciate you. Shout out to the weather for not being a hater. It was a little humid, but it was still great. There was no rain. Rain wasn't in the forecast, but it rained after the event, basically. We got to meet the mayor of Midlothian out there. Oh, wow. It was a good time. It was a good time. Now my old lady is trying to convince me that Midlothian is the move.
Oh, okay. We're moving, huh?
Yeah, Midlothian is the move for us.
That real estate agent was fired up.
Yeah, he knew where to go. He started talking to her, left me alone. Yeah, I know she's serious because she's like singing all the attributes of Midlothian, trying to convince me.
Oh.
It's close to the family. You can get a big yard. There's a lake. You know, she's singing. I was like, oh, yeah, she's serious now.
Hitting all the right buttons.
I was like, why you got to sing it, man? But while out at Midlo Fest, I got hit with the news. Terrible news that Klay Thompson and Meg the Stallion have broken up.
I didn't want to believe this.
I didn't want to believe it. The promo tech that was out there handling our event, he the one that told me.
I'm surprised he had time, man. He was grinding out there.
Listen.
My boy was working.
Listen, I could do a whole 30 minutes about him alone. A whole 30 minutes about my man alone, dog.
Free beer was a real thing.
Where are you? Where are you, bro? Yeah. Meg the Stallion released an official statement confirming the breakup. Why did you have to release a statement like that? You could have just said, yeah, we just don't show up with each other anymore. You know, you don't have to make a statement and slander my guy. Yeah. Meg said trust, fidelity, and respect are non-negotiable with her, and that she's taking the time to prioritize herself and move ahead with peace and clarity. Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, there were so many rumors that she was cheating on him. Did it turn out he was cheating on her?
Well, that's what she says. She also says cheating. Cheating! Had me around your whole family playing house.
Dang.
You know, she likes to cook for me and everything. So I guess that was the catfish and spaghetti didn't hold his way. No, he didn't stick around for that. The barbecue beans that she brags about so much, he didn't stick around for that. Yeah, apparently he's still Playboy Klay. And he didn't like what he was seeing from old Meg the Stallion. She said he got cold feet.
Ooh.
Cold feet. Is she trying to pressure him to do something? How long have they been together? We are already talking about marriage.
Basketball season,
9 months, maybe?
Last summer we started to get the pictures, right?
Wow.
10 months, maybe?
Yeah, just a touch.
I thought I read where he said he spent $4 million on her and regretted it.
He bought her a Bentley. That's for sure. Yeah.
He's like, I regret this. I'm going to pack up and move on, kind of a thing.
She also said Klay had horrible mood swings during his basketball season.
I could see that.
It's a tough year, man.
It's a tough year. And if you date any athlete, it's going to be some mood swings because the season is tough. Game is. I have mood swings during one game. 82 of them fools. Come on now. Oh, there we go.
When you're the Tanqueray Player of the Month, that's
Little cold feet coming at you from Albert King on 105 through the Fan, huh? They said Clay had cold feet. Or maybe he just didn't like what he seen. Who knows? But yeah, that's sad to see. Because I thought he was going to Russell Wilson that situation. But maybe he didn't. She's got a hell of a past, a little bit. But she tried. She tried.
Seemed like she was trying to get her act together a little bit.
Trying to get she had sown her wild oats.
Yeah, remember, she had Hot Girl Summer. Now, this is the same girl that had Hot Girl Summer.
Oh, yeah. Right.
How all the girls acting up, twerking on cars and stuff.
Army of hot girls.
Come on.
It was a lot of fun. I think, that's a fun type of gal, and a lot of guys want the fun type of gal to spend their entire life with. We're going to travel and have all this fun together, and you're going to be the life of the party. I think a lot of other guys, like after a while of dating that, are like, wow, this is more than I thought it was going to be.
That's what I was thinking. She's very boisterous, very loud, in your face type vibes. I mean, there was signs. You can see like videos of people been posting of Clay and them together, and she's just loud and crazy, and he's sitting next to her just stoic, looking straight ahead like an embarrassed man.
Yeah.
You know, you embarrassed of your girl. She's just doing too much. You're like, oh, my God, get this over with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was looking like that.
That's never good.
No, it's never good. Never good. Now,
while her butt cheeks hanging out her shorts.
Come on. I'm pretty sure that was cool.
So much
I think he probably enjoyed that part of it.
Yeah.
Well, hell yeah, he did.
Man, they was slow dancing to Bone Thugs and Harmony. Remember, she got Bone Thugs and Harmony out there for his birthday.
His favorite band.
That was the first time I've ever seen somebody slow dance to Bone Thugs and Harmony.
True love right there.
More murder, more murder. I love you, babe. Thank you. That's crazy, man. Now, while at home on Saturday night watching the NBA playoffs, we get breaking news that interrupts the game.
Oh, no.
That someone tried to run down on a president again.
Mm.
Third time in like 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Sheesh. This one happened at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. The shooting took place outside the ballroom of the Washington Hilton. Now, I've been in that area before, the D.C. Maryland area, or they call it the Oriole. This hotel is called the Hinckley Hilton, if you know anything. It's
John Hinckley?
John Hinckley. What is John Hinckley known for, Mr. Broadus?
That would be the Ronald Reagan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. They've had a shooting there before.
He paralyzed Brady.
Yeah.
One of his
Secret Service guys shot Brady?
No. It was Brady. What was Brady's title? What was he? He was part of the cabinet.
Yeah,
part of the cabinet.
He was.
Was he press secretary? Might have been the press secretary.
He might have been.
Yeah.
I just know you got the Brady bill out of it. Yeah.
Brady, gun law deals.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. The suspect, identified as Cole Allen, exchanged gunfire with law enforcement near a security checkpoint in the hotel's lobby. Security had to be crazy because you had everybody in the cabinet in that place. Buddy had a shotgun, handgun, and some knives. It's kind of wild to have some knives.
No, it's random.
Yeah.
For anything, you got some sort of fantasy that you're going to Jason Bourne your way out of this.
This is crazy.
You're going to be rappelling off the side of the building, throwing knives at people on your way out. Golly.
Jason Bourne attacked him with a magazine, rolled up magazine.
Bro, that's all he needs. Toilet paper roll, get it done.
The shooter was a teacher. He graduated from California Institute of Technology with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from California State University with a master's degree in computer science. He crashed out.
He had enough.
He crashed out. He allegedly wrote a detailed letter about his plans. Looks like he was motivated by what's alleged in the Epstein files.
Ow.
Yeah. The videos from the hotel are kind of wild, though. I don't know if you've seen any videos. There was a dude still eating his food while the chaos